Welcome to Will Read. My name is Will. Today I'm reading Oriental Mythology, The Masks of God, Volume 2, by Joseph Campbell, on completion of The Masks of God. Looking back today over the 12 delightful years that I spent on this richly rewarding enterprise, I find that its main result for me has been its confirmation of a thought I have long and faithfully entertained, of the unity of the race of man, not only in its biology but also in its spiritual history, which has everywhere unfolded in the manner of a single symphony, with its themes announced, developed, amplified, and turned about, distorted, reasserted, and today in a grand fortissimo of all sections sounding together, irresistibly advancing to some kind of mighty climax, out of which the next great movement will emerge. And I can see no reason why anyone should suppose that in the future the same motifs already heard will not be sounding still, in new relationships indeed, but ever the same motifs. They are all given here in these volumes, with many clues, besides suggesting ways in which they might be put to use by reasonable men to reasonable ends, or by poets to poetic ends, or by madmen to nonsense and disaster. For as in the words of James Joyce in Finnegan's Wake, utterly impossible as are all these events, they are probably as like those which may have taken place as any others which never took person at all or ever likely to be. Joseph Campbell, New York City, Christmas Day, 1968. Part 1. The Separation of East and West. Chapter 1. The Signatures of the Four Great Domains. 1. The Dialogue in Myth of East and West. The myth of eternal return, which is still basic to Oriental life, displays an order of fixed forms that appear and reappear through all time. The daily round of the sun, the waning and waxing moon, the cycle of the year, and the rhythm of organic birth, death, and new birth represent a miracle of continuous arising that is fundamental to the nature of the universe. We all know the archaic myth of the four ages of gold, silver, bronze, and iron, where the world is shown declining, growing ever worse. It will disintegrate presently in chaos, only to burst forth again fresh as a flower, to recommence spontaneously the inevitable course. There never was a time when time was not, nor will there be a time when this kaleidoscopic play of eternity and time will have ceased. There is, therefore, nothing to be gained, either for the universe or for man, through individual originality and effort. Those who have identified themselves with the mortal body and its affections will necessarily find that all is painful, since everything for them must end. But for those who have found the still point of eternity, around which all, including themselves, revolves, everything is acceptable as it is, indeed can even be experienced as glorious and wonderful. The first duty of the individual, consequently, is simply to play his given role, as do the sun and moon, the various animal and plant species, the waters, the rocks, and the stars, without resistance, without fault, and then, if possible, so to order his mind as to identify its consciousness with the inhabiting principle of the whole. The dreamlike spell of this contemplative, metaphysically oriented tradition, where light and darkness dance together in a world-creating cosmic shadow play, carries into modern times an image that is of incalculable age. In its primitive form, it is widely known among the jungle villages of the broad equatorial zone that extends from Africa eastward through India, Southeast Asia, and Oceania, to Brazil, where the basic myth is of a dreamlike age of the beginning, when there was neither death nor birth, which, however, terminated when a murder was committed. The body of the victim was cut up and buried, and not only did the food plants on which the community lives arise from those buried parts, but on all who ate of their fruit the organs of reproduction appeared, so that death, which had come into the world through a killing, was countered by its opposite, generation, and the self-consuming thing that is life, which lives on life, began its interminable course. Throughout the dark green jungles of the world there abound not only dreadful animal scenes of tooth and claw, but also terrible human rites of cannibal communion, dramatically representing with the force of an initiatory shock the murder scene, sexual act, and festival meal of the beginning, when life and death became two, which had been one, and the sexes became two, which also had been one. Creatures come into being, live on the death of others, die and become the food of others. continuing thus into and through the transformations of time. The timeless archetype of the mythological beginning, and the individual matters no more than a fallen leaf. Psychologically, the effect of the enactment of such a rite is to shift the focus of the mind from the individual who perishes to the everlasting group. Magically, it is to reinforce the ever-living life in all lives, which appears to be many but is really one, so that the growth is stimulated of the yams, coconuts, pigs, moon, and breadfruits, and of the human community as well. Sir James G. Fraser in The Golden Bough has shown that in the early city-states of the nuclear Near East, from which center all of the high civilizations of the world have been derived, god-kings were sacrificed in the way of this jungle rite, and Sir Leonard Woolley's excavation of the royal tombs of Ur, in which whole courts had been ceremonially interred alive, revealed that in Sumer such practices continued until as late as circa 2350 BC. We know furthermore that in India in the 16th century AD, kings were observed ceremonially slicing themselves to bits, and in the temples of the black goddess Kali, the terrible one of many names, difficult of approach, Durga, whose stomach is a void and so can never be filled, and whose womb is giving birth forever to all things, a river of blood has been pouring continuously for millenniums from beheaded offerings through channels carved to return it, still living, to its divine source. To this day, 700 or 800 goats are slaughtered in 3 days in the Kalighat, the principal temple of the goddess in Calcutta, during her autumn festival, the Durga Puja. The heads are piled before the image and the bodies go to the devotees to be consumed in contemplative communion. Water buffalo, sheep, pigs, and fowl likewise are immolated lavishly in her worship, and before the prohibition of human sacrifice in 1835, she received from every part of the land even richer fare. In the towering Siva temple of Tanjore, a male child was beheaded before the altar of the goddess every Friday at the holy hour of twilight. In the year 1830, a petty monarch of Bastar, desiring her grace, offered on one occasion 25 men at her altar in Dantesh Vari, and in the 16th century, a king of Kuch Bihar immolated 150 in that place. In the Jantia hills of Assam, it was the custom of a certain royal house to offer one human victim at the Durga Puja every year. After having bathed and purified himself, the sacrifice was dressed in new attire, daubed with red sandalwood and vermilion, arrayed with garlands, and thus bedecked, installed upon a raised dais before the image, where he spent some time in meditation, repeating sacred sounds, and when ready made a sign with his finger. The executioner, likewise pronouncing sacred syllables, having elevated the sword, thereupon struck off the man's head, which was immediately presented to the goddess on a golden plate. The lungs, being cooked, were consumed by yogis, and the royal family partook of a small quantity of rice steeped in the sacrificial blood. Those offered in this sacrifice were normally volunteers. However, when such were lacking, victims were kidnapped from outside the little state, and so it chanced in 1832 that 4 men disappeared from the British domain, of whom one escaped to tell his tale, and the following year the kingdom was annexed without its custom. By one human sacrifice with proper rites, the goddess remains gratified for 1,000 years, we read in the Kalika Purana, a Hindu scripture of about the 10th century AD, and by the sacrifice of 3 men, 100,000. Shiva, in his terrific aspect as the consort of the goddess, is appeased for 3,000 years by an offering of human flesh. For blood, if immediately consecrated, becomes ambrosia, and since the head and body are extremely gratifying, these should be presented in the worship of the goddess. The wise would do well to add such flesh, free from hair, to their offerings of food. In the Garden of Innocence, where such rites can be enacted with perfect equanimity, both the victim and the sacrificial priest are able to identify their consciousness, and thereby their reality, with the inhabiting principle of the whole. They can truly say and truly feel, in the words of the Indian Bhagavad Gita, that even as worn-out clothes are cast off and others put on that are new, so worn-out bodies are cast off by the dweller in the body, and others put on that are new. For the West, however, the possibility of such an egoless return to a state of soul antecedent to the birth of individuality has long since passed away, and the first important stage in the branching off can be seen to have occurred in that very part of the nuclear Near East where the earliest god-kings and their courts had been for centuries ritually entombed, namely Sumer, where a new sense of the separation of the spheres of God and man began to be represented in myth and ritual about 2350 BC. The king then was no longer a god, but a servant of the god, his tenant farmer, supervisor of the race of human slaves, created to serve the gods with unremitting toil, and no longer identity but relationship was the paramount concern. Man had been made not to be God, but to know, honor, and serve him, so that even the king, who, according to the earlier mythological view, had been the chief embodiment of divinity on earth, was now but a priest offering sacrifice in tendence to One above, not a god returning himself in sacrifice to himself. In the course of the following centuries, the new sense of separation led to a counter-yearning for return, not to identity, for such was no longer possible of conception. Creator and creature were not the same, but to the presence and vision of the forfeited God. Hence the new mythology brought forth in due time a development away from the earlier static view of returning cycles. A progressive, temporarily oriented mythology arose of a creation once and for all at the beginning of time, a subsequent fall and a work of restoration still in progress. The world no longer was to be known as a mere showing in time of the paradigms of eternity, but as a field of unprecedented cosmic conflict between two powers, one light and one dark. The earliest prophet of this mythology of cosmic restoration was apparently the Persian Zoroaster, whose dates, however, have not been securely established. They have been variously placed between circa 1200 and circa 550 BC, so that, like Homer, of about the same span of years, he should perhaps be regarded rather as symbolic of a tradition than as specifically or solely one man. The system associated with his name is based on the idea of a conflict between the wise lord Ahura Mazda, the first father of the righteous order who gave to the sun and stars their path, and an independent evil principle, Angra Mainyu, the deceiver, principle of the lie, who, when all had been excellently made, entered into it in every particle. The world, consequently, is a compound wherein good and evil, light and dark, wisdom and violence are contending for a victory. And the privilege and duty of each man who himself, as a part of creation, is a compound of good and evil, is to elect voluntarily to engage in the battle in the interest of the light. It is supposed that with the birth of Zoroaster, 12,000 years following the creation of the world, a decisive turn was given the conflict in favor of the good, and that when he returns after another 12 millennia in the person of the Messiah, Sayo Shayant, there will take place a final battle in cosmic conflagration through which the principle of darkness and the lie will be undone, whereafter all will be light, there will be no further history, and the kingdom of God, Ahura Mazda, will have been established in its pristine form forever. It is obvious that a potent mythical formula for the reorientation of the human spirit is here supplied, pitching it forward along the way of time, summoning man to an assumption of autonomous responsibility for the renovation of the universe in God's name, and thus fostering a new, potentially political, not finally contemplative, philosophy of holy war. May we be such, runs a Persian prayer, as those who bring on this renovation and make this world progressive, till its perfection shall have been achieved. The first historic manifestation of the force of this new mythic view was in the Achaemenian Empire of Cyrus the Great, died 529 BC, and Darius I reigned circa 521 to 486 BC, which in a few decades extended its domain from India to Greece, and under the protection of which the post-exilic Hebrews both rebuilt their temple, Ezra 1:1-11, and reconstructed their traditional inheritance. The second historic manifestation was in the Hebrew application of its universal message to themselves, the next was in the world mission of Christianity, and the fourth in that of Islam. Enlarge the place of your tent, and let the curtains of your habitations be stretched out. Hold not back, lengthen your cords, and strengthen your stakes, for you will spread abroad to the right and to the left, and your descendants will possess the nations and will people the desolate cities. Isaiah 54, 2-3, circa 546, 536 BC. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached throughout the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. Matthew 24:14, circa 80-90. And slay them wherever you catch them, and turn them out from where they have turned you out, for tumult and oppression are worse than slaughter, and fight them on until there is no more tumult or oppression, and there prevail justice and faith in Allah. But if they cease, let there be no hostility except to those who practice oppression. Quran 2:191, 193, circa 8632. Two completely opposed mythologies of the destiny and virtue of man therefore have come together in the modern world, and they are contributing in discord to whatever new society may be in the process of formation. For of the tree that grows in the garden where God walks in the cool of the day, the wise men westward of Iran have partaken of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, whereas those on the other side of that cultural divide, in India and the Far East, have relished only the fruit of eternal life. However, the two limbs, we are informed, come together in the center of the garden, where they form a single tree at the base, branching out when they reach a certain height. Likewise, the two mythologies spring from one base in the Near East, and if man should taste of both fruits, he would become, we have been told, as God himself, Genesis 3:22, which is the boon that the meeting of East and West today is offering to us all. 2. The shared myth of the one that became two. The extent to which the mythologies and therewith psychologies of the Orient and Occident diverged in the course of the period between the dawn of civilization in the Near East and the present age of mutual rediscovery appears in their opposed versions of the shared mythological image of the first being, who was originally one but became two. In the beginning states an Indian example of circa 700 BC. In the beginning states an Indian example of circa 700 BC, preserved in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. This universe was nothing but the self in the form of a man. It looked around and saw that there was nothing but itself, whereupon its first shout was, "It is I," whence the concept I arose, and that is why even now when addressed one answers first, "It is I," only then giving the other name that one bears. Then he was afraid, that is why anyone alone is afraid. But he considered, since there is no one here but myself, what is there to fear? Whereupon the fear departed. For what should have been feared? It is only to a second that fear refers. However, he still lacked delight, therefore we lack delight when alone and desired a second. He was exactly as large as a man and woman embracing. This self then divided itself in two parts, and with that there were a master and a mistress. Therefore this body by itself, as the sage Yajnavalkya declares, is like half of a split pea, and that is why indeed this space is filled by a woman. The male embraced the female, and from that the human race arose. She, however, reflected, how can he unite with me who am produced from himself? Well then, let me hide. She became a cow, he a bull, and united with her, and from that cattle arose. She became a mare, he a stallion, she an ass, he a donkey, and united with her. And from that solid-hoofed animals arose. She became a goat, he a buck, she a sheep, he a ram, and united with her. And from that goats and sheep arose. Thus he poured forth all pairing things down to the ants. Then he realized, I actually am creation, for I have poured forth all of this, whence arose the concept creation, Sanskrit surti, what is poured forth. Anyone understanding this becomes truly himself a creator in this creation. The best known Occidental example of this image of the first being split in two, which seems to be two but are actually one, is of course that of the book of Genesis, 2nd chapter, where it is turned, however, to a different sense. For the couple is separated here by a superior being who, as we are told, caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and while he slept took one of his ribs. In the Indian version it is the God himself that divides and becomes not man alone, but all creation, so that everything is a manifestation of that single inhabiting divine substance. There is no other. Whereas in the Bible, God and man from the beginning are distinct. Man is made in the image of God, indeed, and the breath of God has been breathed into his nostrils, yet his being, his self, is not that of God, nor is it one with the universe. The fashioning of the world, of the animals, and of Adam, who then became Adam and Eve, was accomplished not within the sphere of divinity, but outside of it. There is consequently an intrinsic, not merely formal separation, and the goal of knowledge cannot be to see God here and now in all things, for God is not in things. God is transcendent. God is beheld only by the dead. The goal of knowledge has to be rather to know the relationship of God to his creation, or more specifically to man, and through such knowledge, by God's grace, to link one's own will back to that of the Creator. Moreover, according to the biblical version of this myth, it was only after creation that man fell, whereas in the Indian example, creation itself was a fall, the fragmentation of a god, and the god is not condemned. Rather, his creation, his pouring forth, sursta, is described as an act of voluntary, dynamic will to be more, which anteceded creation and has therefore a metaphysical, symbolical, not literal, historical meaning. The fall of Adam and Eve was an event within the already created frame of time and space, an accident that should not have taken place. The myth of the self in the form of a man, on the other hand, who looked around and saw nothing but himself, said I, felt fear and then desired to be too, tells of an intrinsic, not errant factor in the manifold of being, the correction or undoing of which would not improve but dissolve creation. The Indian point of view is metaphysical, poetical, the biblical, ethical, and historical. Adam's fall and exile from the garden was thus in no sense a metaphysical departure of divine substance from itself, but an event only in the history of or prehistory of man, and this event in the created world has been followed throughout the remainder of the book by the record of man's linkage and failures of linkage back to God, again historically conceived. For as we next hear, God himself at a certain point in the course of time, out of his own volition, moved toward man, instituting a new law in the form of a covenant with a certain people, and these became therewith a priestly race, unique in the world. God's reconciliation with man, of whose creation he had repented, Genesis 6:6, was to be achieved only by virtue of this particular community, in time. For in time there should take place the realization of the Lord God's kingdom on earth, when the heathen monarchies would crumble and Israel be saved, when men would cast forth their idols of silver and their idols of gold, which they made to themselves to worship, to the moles and to the bats. Be broken, you peoples, and be dismayed. Give ear, all you far countries. Gird yourselves and be dismayed. Gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it will come to naught. Speak a word, but it will not stand, for God is with us. In the Indian view, on the contrary, what is divine here is divine there also, nor has anyone to wait or even to hope for a day of the Lord. For what has been lost is in each his very self, Atman, here and now, requiring only to be sought. Or as they say, only when men shall roll up space like a piece of leather will there be an end of sorrow apart from knowing God. This question arises, again historical, in the world dominated by the Bible, as to the identity of the favored community, and three are well known to have developed claims: the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim, each supposing itself to have been authorized by a particular revelation. God, that is to say, though conceived as outside of history and not himself its substance, transcendent, not immanent, is supposed to have engaged himself miraculously in the enterprise of restoring fallen man through a covenant, sacrament, or revealed book, with a view to a general communal experience of fulfillment yet to come. The world is corrupt and man a sinner. The individual, however, through engagement along with God in the destiny of the only authorized community, participates in the coming glory of the kingdom of righteousness, when the glory of the Lord shall be revealed and all flesh shall see it together. In the experience and vision of India, on the other hand, although the holy mystery and power have been understood to be indeed transcendent, other than the known, moreover, above the known, they are also at the same time immanent, like a razor in a razor case, like fire and tinder. It is not that the divine is everywhere, it is that the divine is everything, so that one does not require any outside reference, revelation, sacrament, or authorized community to return to it. One has but to alter one's psychological orientation and recognize what is within. Deprived of this recognition, we are removed from our own reality by a cerebral short-sightedness which is called in Sanskrit maya, delusion, from the verbal root ma, to measure, measure out, to form, to build, denoting in the first place the power of a god or demon to produce illusory effects, to change form and to appear under deceiving masks. In the second place, magic, the production of illusions, and in warfare, camouflage, deceptive tactics, and finally, in philosophical discourse, the illusion superimposed upon reality as an effect of ignorance. Instead of the biblical exile from a geographically, historically conceived garden wherein God walked in the cool of the day, we have in India, therefore, already, circa 700 BC, some 300 years before the putting together of the Pentateuch, a psychological reading of the great theme. The shared myth of the primal androgen is applied in the two traditions to the same task, the exposition of man's distance in his normal secular life from the divine Alpha and Omega. Yet the arguments radically differ and therefore support two radically different civilizations. For if man has been removed from the divine through a historical event, it will be a historical event that leads him back, whereas if it has been some sort of psychological displacement that he has been blocked, psychology will be his vehicle of return. And so it is that in India the final focus of concern is not the community, though, as we shall see, the idea of the holy community plays a formidable role as a disciplinary force, but yoga. The Indian term yoga is derived from the Sanskrit verbal root yuj, to link, join, or unite, which is related etymologically to yoke, a yoke of oxen, and is in sense analogous to the word religion, Latin religio, to link back or bind. Man, the creature, is by religion bound back to God. However, religion, religio, refers to a linking historically conditioned by way of a covenant, sacrament, or Quran, whereas yoga is the psychological linking of the mind to that subordinate principle by which the mind knows. Furthermore, in yoga, what is linked is finally the self to itself, consciousness to consciousness, for what had seemed through Maya to be two are in reality not so, whereas in religion what are linked are God and man, which are not the same. It is of course true that in the popular religions of the Orient the gods are worshipped as though external to their devotees, and all the rules and rites of a covenanted relationship are observed. Nevertheless, the ultimate realization which the sages have celebrated is that the God worshipped as though without is in reality a reflex of the same mystery as oneself. As long as an illusion of ego remains, the commensurate illusion of a separate deity also will be there, and vice versa. As long as the idea of a separate deity is cherished, an illusion of ego, related to it in love, fear, worship, exile, or atonement, will also be there. But precisely that illusion of duality is the trick of Maya. Thou art that. Tat tvam asi is the proper thought for the first step to wisdom. In the beginning, as we have read, there was only the self, but it said I, Sanskrit aham, and immediately felt fear, after which desire. It is to be remarked that in this view of the instant of creation, presented from within the sphere of the psyche of the creative being itself, the same two basic motivations are identified as the leading modern schools of depth analysis have indicated for the human psyche: aggression and desire. Carl G. Jung, in his early paper on the unconscious in normal and pathological psychology, 1916, wrote of two psychological types, the introvert harried by fear and the extrovert driven by desire. Sigmund Freud also, in his Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920, wrote of the death wish and the life wish, on the one hand the will to violence and the fear of it, thanatos, destrudo, and on the other hand the need and desire to love and be loved, eros, libido. Both spring spontaneously from the deep dark source of the energies of the psyche, the id, and are governed therefore by the self-centered pleasure principle, I want, I am afraid. Comparably, in the Indian myth, as soon as the self said I, it knew first fear and then desire. But now, and here I believe is a point of fundamental importance for our reading of the basic difference between the Oriental and Occidental approaches to the cultivation of the soul, In the Indian myth, the principle of ego, I, aham, is identified completely with the pleasure principle, whereas in the psychologies of both Freud and Jung, its proper function is to know and relate to external reality, Freud's reality principle, not the reality of the metaphysical, but that of the physical, empirical sphere of time and space. In other words, spiritual maturity, as understood in the modern Occident, requires a differentiation of ego from id, whereas in the Orient, throughout the history at least of every teaching that has stemmed from India, ego, ahamkara, the making of the sound I, is impugned as the principle of libidinous delusion to be dissolved. Let us glance at the wonderful story of the Buddha and the episode of his attainment of the goal of all goals beneath the tree of awakening, the Bo or Bodhi tree, Bodhi, awakening. The Blessed One, alone, accompanied only by his own resolve, with his mind fixed only on attainment, rose up like a lion at nightfall, at the time when flowers close, and, proceeding along a road that the gods had hung with banners, strode toward the Bodhi tree. Snakes, gnomes, birds, divine musicians, and other beings of numerous variety did him worship with perfumes, flowers, and other offerings, while the choirs of the heavens poured forth celestial music, so that the 10,000 worlds were filled with delightful scents, garland, and shouts of acclaim. And there happened to come just then from the opposite direction a grass cutter named Sotiya, bearing a burden of cut grass, and when he saw the great being that he was a holy man, he presented to him 8 handfuls. Whereafter, coming to the Bodhi tree, the one who was about to become the Buddha stood on the southern side and faced north. Instantly the southern half of the world sank until it seemed to touch the lowest hell, while the northern rose to the highest heaven. Methinks, then, said the Buddha to be, this cannot be the place for the attainment of supreme wisdom, and walking round the tree with his right side toward it, he came to the western side and faced east. Thereupon the western half of the world sank until it seemed to touch the lowest hell, while the eastern half rose to the highest heaven. Indeed, wherever the Blessed One stood, the broad earth rose and fell, as though it were a huge cartwheel lying on its hub and someone were treading on the rim. Methinks, said the Buddha to be, this also cannot be the place for the attainment of supreme wisdom, and walking further with his right side toward the tree, he came to the northern side and faced south. Then the northern half of the world sank until it seemed to touch the lowest hell, while the southern half rose to the highest heaven. Methinks, said the Buddha to be, this also cannot be the place for the attainment of supreme wisdom, and walking round the tree with his right side toward it, he came to the eastern side and faced west. Now it is on the eastern side of their Bodhi tree that all the Buddhas have sat down, cross-legged, and that side neither trembles nor quakes. Then the great being, saying to himself, this is the immovable spot on which all the Buddhas have established themselves. This is the place for destroying passion's net. He took hold of his handful of grass by one end and shook it out there, and straightway the blades of grass formed themselves into a seat 14 cubits long, of such symmetry of shape as not even the most skillful painter or carver could design. The Buddha to be, turning his back to the trunk of the Bodhi tree, faced east, and making the mighty resolution, let my skin, sinews, and bones become dry and welcome, and let all the flesh and blood of my body dry up, but never from this seat will I stir until I have attained the supreme and absolute wisdom. He sat himself down cross-legged in an unconquerable position from which not even the descent of 100 thunderbolts at once could have dislodged him. Having departed from his palace, wife, and child some years before to seek the knowledge that should release all beings from sorrow, the Prince Gautama Sakyamuni had come thus at last to be to the midpoint, the supporting point of the universe, which is described here in mythological terms, lest it should be taken for a physical place to be sought somewhere on earth, for its location is psychological. It is that point of balance in the mind from which the universe can be perfectly regarded, the still standing point of disengagement around which all things turn. To man's secular view, things appear to move in time and to be in their final character concrete. I am here, you are there, right and left, up, down, life and death. The pairs of opposites are all around, and the wheel of the world, the wheel of time, is ever revolving, with our lives engaged in its round. However, there is an all-supporting midpoint, a hub where the opposites come together, like the spokes of a wheel in emptiness, and it is there, facing east, the world direction of the new day, that the Buddhas of past, present, and future, who are of one Buddhahood, though manifest in series in the mode of time, are said to have experienced absolute illumination. The Prince Gautama Sakyamuni, established in his mind in that spot and about to penetrate the last mystery of being, was now to be assailed by the Lord of the life illusion, that same self in the form of a man who, before the beginning of time, looked around and saw nothing but himself, said, "I," and immediately experienced first fear and then desire. Mythologically represented, this same being of all beings appeared before the Buddha to be, first as a prince bearing a flowery bow in his character as Eros, desire, Sanskrit, kama, and then as a frightening Maharaja of demons charging on a bellowing war elephant, King Thanatos, Sanskrit, Mara, King Death. The one who is called in the world the Lord Desire, we read in a celebrated Sanskrit version of the Buddha life composed by one of the earliest masters of the so-called poetic kavya style of literary composition, a learned Brahmin who had been converted to the Buddhist order, Asvagosa by name, circa AD 100. The owner of the flowery shafts, who is also called the Lord Death and is the final foe of spiritual disengagement, summoning before himself his three attractive sons, namely mental confusion, gaiety, and pride, and his voluptuous daughters, lust, delight, and pining, sent them before the Blessed One, taking up his flowery bow and his 5 infatuating arrows, which are named Exciter of the Paroxysm of Desire, Gladdener, Infatuator, Parcher, and Carrier of Death. He followed his brood to the foot of the tree where the great being was sitting. Toying with an arrow, the god showed himself and addressed the calm seer who was there making the fairy passage to the farther shore of the ocean of being. "Up, up, O noble prince," he ordered, with a voice of divine authority. "Recall the duties of your caste and abandon this dissolute quest for disengagement. The mendicant life is ill-suited for anyone born of a noble house, but rather by devotion to the duties of your caste. You are to serve the order of the good society, maintain the laws of the revealed religion, combat wickedness in the world, and merit thereby a residence in the highest heaven as a god." The Blessed One failed to move. "You will not rise?" Then said the god. He fixed an arrow to his bow. "If you are stubborn, stiff-necked, and abide by your resolve, this arrow that I am notching to my string, which has already inflamed the sun itself, shall be let fly. It is already darting out its tongue at you like a serpent." And threatening without result, he released the shaft without result. For the Blessed One, by virtue of innumerable acts of boundless giving throughout innumerable lifetimes, had dissolved within his mind the concept I, aham, and along with it the correlative experience of any thou, tavam. In the void of the immovable spot, beneath the tree of the knowledge, beyond the pairs of opposites, beyond life and death, good and evil, as well as beyond I and thou, had he so much as thought I, he would have felt they, and beholding the voluptuous daughters of the god who were displaying themselves attractively before him as objects in the field of a subject, he would have been, to say the least, required to control himself. However, there being no I present to his mind, and there was no they there either, absolutely unmoved because himself absolutely not there, perfectly established on the immovable spot in the unconquerable psychological position of all the Buddhas, the Blessed One was impervious to the sharp shaft. And the god, perceiving that his flowery stroke had failed, said to himself, "He does not notice even the arrow that set the sun aflame. Can he be destitute of sense? He is worthy neither of my flowery shaft nor of my daughters. Let me send against him my army." And immediately putting off his infatuating aspect as the Lord Desire, that great god became the Lord of Death, and around him an army of demonic forms crystallized, wearing frightening shapes and bearing in their hands bows and arrows, darts, clubs, swords, trees, and even blazing mountains, having the visages of boars, fish, horses, camels, asses, tigers, bears, lions, and elephants, one-eyed, multi-faced, three-headed, pot-bellied, and with speckled bellies, equipped with claws, equipped with tusks, some bearing headless bodies in their hands, many with half-mutilated faces, monstrous mouths, knobby knees, and the reek of goats, copper red, some clothed in leather, others wearing nothing at all, with fiery or smoke-colored hair, many with long, pendulous ears, having half their faces white, others having half their bodies green, red and smoke-colored, yellow and black, with arms longer than the reach of serpents, their girdles jingling with bells, some as tall as palms, bearing spears, some of a child's size, with projecting teeth, some with the bodies of birds and faces of rams, or men's bodies and the faces of cats, with disheveled hair, with topknots or half-bald, with frowning or triumphant faces, wasting one's strength or fascinating one's mind. Some sported in the sky, others went along the tops of trees, many danced upon each other, more leaped about wildly on the ground. One dancing shook a trident, another crashed his club, one like a bull bounded for joy, another blazed out flames from every hair, and then there were some who stood around to frighten him with many lolling tongues, many mouths, savage, sharply pointed teeth, upright ears like spikes, and eyes like the disk of the sun. Others, leaping into the sky, flung rocks, trees, and axes, blazing straw as voluminous as mountains' peaks, showers of embers, serpents of fire, showers of stone, and all the time a naked woman bearing in her hand a skull flittered about, unsettled, staying not in any spot, like the mind of a distracted student over sacred texts. But lo, amidst all these terrors, sights, sounds, and odors, the mind of the Blessed One was no more shaken than the wits of Garuda, the golden-feathered sunbird among crows, and a voice cried from the sky, "O Mara, take not upon thyself this vain fatigue, put aside thy malice and go in peace, for though fire may one day give up its heat, water its fluidity, earth solidity, never will this great being who acquired the merit that brought him to this tree through many lifetimes in unnumbered eons abandon his resolution." And the god Mara, discomfited, together with his army, disappeared. Heaven, luminous with the light of the full moon, then shone like the smile of a maid, showering flowers, the petals of flowers, bouquets of flowers, freshly wet with dew on the Blessed One who, that night, during the remainder of the night, in the first watch of that wonderful night, acquired the knowledge of his previous existence, in the second watch acquired the divine eye, in the last watch fathomed the law of dependent origination, and at sunrise attained omniscience. The earth quaked in its delight, like a woman thrilled. The gods descended from every side to worship the Blessed One that was now the Buddha, the Wake. O glory to thee, illuminate hero among men, they sang as they walked around him in reverential sunwise ambulation, and the demons of the earth, even the sons and daughters of Mara, the deities who roam the sky and those that walk the ground, all arrived, and after worshipping the victor with the various forms of homage suitable to their stations, they returned, radiant with a new rapture, to their sun-dry abodes. In sum, the Buddha, in his dissolution of the sense of I, had moved in consciousness back past the motivation of creation, which, however, did not mean that he had ceased to live. Indeed, he was to remain half a century longer within the world of time and space, participating with irony in the void of this manifold, seeing duality yet knowing it to be deceptive, compassionately teaching what cannot be taught to others who were not really other, for there is no way to communicate an experience in words to those who have not already had the experience, or at least something somewhat like it, to be referred to by analogy. Furthermore, where there is no ego, there is no other, either to be feared, to be desired, or to be taught. In the classic Indian doctrine of the four ends for which men are supposed to live and strive, love and pleasure, kama, power and success, artha, lawful order and moral virtue, dharma, and finally release from delusion, moksha, we note that the first two are manifestations of what Freud has termed the pleasure principle, primary urges of the natural man, epitomized in the formula, I want. In the adult, according to the Oriental view, These are to be quelled and checked by the principles of Dharma, which in the classic Indian system are impressed upon the individual by the training of his caste. The infantile I want is to be subdued by a thou shalt, socially applied, not individually determined, which is supposed to be as much a part of the immutable cosmic order as the course of the sun itself. Now it is to be observed that in the version just presented of the temptation of the Buddha, the antagonist represents all three of the first triad of ends, the so-called Trivarga, aggregate of three. For in his character as the Lord Desire, he personifies the first, as the Lord Death, the aggressive force of the second, while in his summons to the mediating sage to arise and return to the duties of his station in society, he promotes the third. And indeed, as a manifestation of that self which not only poured forth but permanently supports the universe, he is the proper incarnation of these ends. For they do, in fact, support the world, and in most of the rites of all religions, this triune God, we may say, in one aspect or another, is the one and only God adored. However, in the name and achievement of the Buddha, the illuminated one, the fourth end is announced, release from delusion, and to the attainment of this the others are impediments, difficult to remove, yet for one of purpose not invincible. Sitting at the world navel, pressing back through the welling creative force that was surging into and through his own being, the Buddha actually broke back into the void beyond, and, ironically, the universe immediately burst into bloom. Such an act of self-nodding is one of individual effort. There can be no question about that. However, an Occidental eye cannot but observe that there is no requirement or expectation anywhere in this Indian system of four ends, neither in the primary two of the natural organism and the impressed third of society, nor in the exalted fourth of release. For a maturation of the personality through intelligent, fresh, individual adjustment to the time-space world roundabout, creative experimentation with unexplored possibilities, and the assumption of personal responsibility for unprecedented acts performed within the context of the social order. In the Indian tradition, all has been perfectly arranged from all eternity. There can be nothing new, nothing to be learned but what the sages have taught from of yore. And finally, when the boredom of this nursery horizon of I want against thou shalt has become insufferable, the fourth and final aim is all that is offered, of an extinction of the infantile ego altogether, disengagement or release, moksha, from both I and thou. In the European West, on the other hand, where the fundamental doctrine of the freedom of the will essentially dissociates each individual from every other, as well as from both the will in nature and the will of God, there is placed upon each the responsibility of coming intelligently out of his own experience and volition to some sort of relationship with, not identity with or extinction in, the all, the void, the suchness, the absolute, or whatever the proper term may be for that which is beyond terms. And in the secular sphere, likewise, it is normally expected that an educated ego should have developed away from the simple infantile polarity of the pleasure and obedience principles toward a personal, uncompulsive, sensitive relationship to empirical reality, a certain adventurous attitude toward the unpredictable, and a sense of personal responsibility for decision. Not life as a good soldier, but life as a developed, unique individual is the ideal. And we shall search the Orient in vain for anything quite comparable. There, the ideal, on the contrary, is the quenching, not development, of ego. That is the formula turned this way and that, up and down the line throughout the literature, a systemic, steady, continually drumming devaluation of the I principle, the reality function, which has remained consequently undeveloped, and so wide open to the seizures of completely uncritical mythic identifications. 4. The two ways of India and the Far East. Turning from India to the Far East, we read in the opening lines of the Tao Te Ching, the book Ching of the virtue of power, Te of the way, Tao. The Tao that can be discussed is not the enduring internal Tao. The name that can be named is not the enduring internal name. From the unnamed sprang heaven and earth. The named is the mother of the 10,000 things. Verily, only he that is desireless can discern the secret essences. Unrelieved of desire, we see only shells. The word Tao, the way, the path, is equivalent to Dharma, inasmuch as it refers to the law, truth, or order of the universe, which is the law, truth, order, and way of each being and thing within it, according to kind. It means a road, path, way, writes Mr. Arthur Waley, and hence the way in which one does something. Method, principle, doctrine, the way of heaven, for example, is ruthless. When autumn comes, no leaf is spared because of its beauty, no flower because of its fragrance. The way of man means, among other things, procreation, and eunuchs are said to be far from the way of man. Chu Tao is the way to be a monarch, i.e. the art of ruling. Each school of philosophy had its Tao, its doctrine of the way in which life should be ordered. Finally, in a particular school of philosophy whose followers ultimately came to be called Taoists, Tao meant the way the universe works, and ultimately something very like God in the more abstract and philosophical sense of that term. The Sanskrit equivalent certainly is dharma, from the root dur, meaning to hold up, support, carry, bear, sustain, or maintain. Dharma is the order that supports the universe and therewith every being and thing within it according to kind. And as the Tao Te Ching has said of the Tao, so say the Indians of Dharma, its yonder side is beyond definition, its hither side is the mother, support, and bearer of all things. The Chinese diagram symbolic of the Tao represents geometrically an interplay of two principles, the yang, the light, masculine or active, hot, dry, beneficent, positive principle, and its opposite, the yin, dark, feminine, passive, cold, moist, malignant, and negative. They are enclosed in a circle of which each occupies half, representing the movement which is forever when they generate the 10,000 things. The separating line of this figure, as Professor Marcel Granit has observed, which winds like a serpent up one diameter, is composed of two half circumferences, each having a diameter equal to that of the large circle. This line, therefore, is equal to one half circumference, the outline of the yin, like that of the yang, is equal to the outline around both, and if one now draws instead of the separating line a line composed of four half circumferences with diameters half again as large, these will still be equal to one half circumference to the main circle. Furthermore, it will always be the same if the operation is continued, and the winding line meanwhile will be approaching and tending to coalesce with the diameter. 3 will be coalescing with 2 in the Sung period, AD 1127 to 1279. This diagram was considered to be a sign of the phases of the moon. What this diagram represents geometrically is the mystery of the one circumference that becomes 2 and yields then the 10,000 things of creation, the unnamed, ineffable, yonder aspect of the same mystery, on the other hand, is represented simply by a circle. In all things the yang and yin are present. They are not to be separated, nor can they be judged morally as either good or evil, functioning together in perpetual interaction. Now the one, now the other is uppermost. In man the yang preponderates, in woman the yin, yet in each are both, and their interaction is the universe of the 10,000 things, so that we read next in the Tao Te Ching, in source these two are the same, though in name different. The source we call the great mystery, and of the mystery the yet darker mystery is the portal of all secret essences. It is surely obvious that this Chinese conception of the one beyond names, which, becoming two, produced of itself the 10,000 things, and is therefore within each as the law, the Tao, the way, the sense, the order and substance of its being, is a conception much closer to the Indian than to the biblical view of the one that became two. The symbol of the Tao provides an image of the dual state of Adam before Eve was separated from his side. However, in contrast with the biblical figure and in harmony with the Indian of the self that split in two, the Tao is immanent as well as transcendent. It is the secret essence of all things, yet the darkest mystery. Moreover, in the Far East as well as in India, the art of meditation as a way to recognition of the mystery has been practiced apparently from the old. Moreover, in the Far East as well as in India, the art of meditation as a way to recognition of the mystery has been practiced apparently from of old. We know, states Mr. Whaley, that many different schools of quietism existed in China in the 4th and 3rd centuries before Christ. Of their literature only a small part survives. Earliest in date was what I shall call the school of Qi. Its doctrine was called Sin Shu, the art of the mind. By mind is meant not the brain or the heart, but a mind within the mind. that bears to the economy of man the same relation as the sun bears to the sky. It is the ruler of the body, whose component parts are its ministers. It must remain serene and immovable like a monarch upon his throne. It is a Shen, a divinity that will only take up its abode where all is garnished and swept. The place that man prepares for it is called its temple, Kund. Throw open the gates, put self aside, bide in silence, and the radiance of the spirit shall come in and make its home. And a little later, only where all is clean will the spirit abide. All men desire to know, but they do not inquire into that whereby one knows. And again, what a man desires to know is that, i.e., the external world. But his means of knowing is this, i.e., himself. How can he know that? Only by the perfection of this. Thus we find a native Chinese counterpart not only of the Indian myth of the one that became two, but also of the method by which the mind is readied for reunion with the one. However, and even though with the coming of Buddhism to China in the 1st century A.D., an almost overwhelming transformation of the mythologies and rituals of the Far East was effected, there is always manifest in the two civilizations of the Pacific, the Japanese no less than the Chinese, a cultural, spiritual stance very different from that of their Indian master who, when sitting, as we have seen, cross-legged beneath the Bodhi tree in an unconquerable position, broke the roof beam of the house and passed in consciousness to the void beyond. The classical Indian work on the rudiments of yoga is the Yoga Sutra, guiding thread to yoga, of the legendary saint and sage Patanjali, who is supposed to have dropped pata in the form of a small snake from heaven into the hands of another saint, Panini, as the palms were being brought together in the posture of worship, Anjali. The word sutra, meaning thread, etymologically related to our English suture, connotes throughout the Orient a type of extremely concise handbook summarizing the rudiments of a discipline or doctrine, to which commentaries greatly swelling the bulk have been added by later writers. In the Yoga Sutra, the basic text is a very thin thread of only 195 brief sentences, supporting a prodigious mass of such commentary, the two most important layers of which are 1. The elucidation of yoga, Yoga Bhashya, which is supposed to have been composed in prehistoric times by the legendary author of the Mahabharata, the poet Vyasa, and of whose miraculous birth and life we shall read in a later chapter, but which is far more likely to have been written circa AD 350 to 650 or even later. And 2. The science of reality, Tattva Vaishradi, by a certain Vachapatis Mishra, who appears to have flourished circa AD 850. The firm, thin thread itself has been variously dated by modern scholarship anywhere from the 2nd century BC to the 5th AD, but since the disciplines that it codifies were known to both the Buddha, 563 to 483 BC, and the Jain savior Mahavira, died circa 485 BC, and seem even to have been practiced before the coming of the Aryans, see pages 160 to 61. All that can be said is that no matter what the dates of this problematical document may be, both its aim and its means are of indeterminable age. The key to the art is presented in the opening aphorisms. Yoga's Sita Vritti Nirodhya. Yoga is the intentional stopping of the spontaneous activity of the mind stuff. The archaic psychological theory implied in the definition holds that within the gross matter of the brain and body there is an extremely volatile, subtle substance continually active, which assumes the forms of everything presented to it by the senses, and that by virtue of the transformations of this subtle matter we become aware of the forms, sounds, tastes, odors, and pressures of the outer world. Furthermore, the mind is in a continuous ripple of transformation, and with such force that if one should try without yogic training to hold it to a single image or idea for as long as, say, a minute, almost immediately it would be seen to have already broken from the point and run off into associated, even remote streams of thought and feeling. The first aim of yoga, therefore, is to gain control of this spontaneous flow, slow it down, and bring it to a stop. The analogy is given of the surface of a pond blown by a wind. The images reflected on such a surface are broken, fragmentary, and continually flickering. But if the wind should cease and the surface become still, nirvana, beyond or without, near the wind, vana, We should behold not broken images, but the perfectly formed reflection of the whole sky, the trees along the shore, the quiet depths of the pond itself, its lovely sandy bottom, and the fish. We should then see that all the broken images, formerly only fleetingly perceived, were actually but fragments of these true and steady forms, now clearly and steadily beheld. And we should have at our command thereafter both the possibility of stilling the pond to enjoy the fundamental form and that of letting the winds blow and waters ripple for the enjoyment of the play, lila, of the transformations. One is no longer afraid when this comes and that goes, not even when the form that seems to be oneself disappears, for the one that is all forever remains, transcendent, beyond all, yet also immanent, within all. Or as we read in a Chinese text about contemporary with the Yoga Sutra, the true men of old knew nothing either of the love or life or of the hatred of death. Entrance into life occasioned them no joy, the exit from it awakened no resistance. Composedly they went and came. They did not forget what their beginning had been, and they did not inquire into what their end would be. They accepted their life and rejoiced in it. They forgot all fear of death and returned to their state before life. Thus there was in them what is called the want of any mind to resist the Tao, and of all attempts by means to the human to assist the heavenly. Such were they who are called true men. Being such, their minds were free from all thought, their demeanor was still and unmoved, their foreheads beamed simplicity. Whatever coldness came from them was like that of autumn. Whatever warmth came from them was like that of spring. Their joy and anger assimilated to what we see in the four seasons. They did in regard to all things what was suitable, and no one could know how far their action would go. But whereas the usual point of view and goal of the Indian has always been typically that of the yogi striving for an experience of the water stilled, the Chinese and Japanese have tended rather to rock with the ripple of the waves. Compared with any of the basic theological or scientifical systems of the West, the two views are clearly of a kind. However, compared with each other in their own terms, they show a diametric contrast. The Indian, bursting the shell of being, dwells in rapture in the void of eternity, which is at once beyond and within, whereas the Chinese or Japanese, satisfied that the great emptiness indeed is the mover of all things, allows things to move, and neither fearing nor desiring, allowing his own life to move with them, participates in the rhythm of the Tao. Great, it passes on. Passing on, it becomes remote. Having become remote, it returns. Therefore the Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and the sagely king is also great. Man's law is from the earth's from the heaven's from the Tao, and the law of the Tao is its being what it is. Instead of making all stand still, the Far Eastern sage allows things to move in the various ways of their spontaneous arising, going with them, as it were, in a kind of dance, acting without action, whereas the Indian tends to celebrate the catalepsy of the void. For me, abiding in my own glory, where is past, where is future, where is present, where is space, or where even is eternity? These, then, are the signatures of the two major provinces of the Orient, and although, as we shall see, India has had its days of joy in the ripple of the waves, and the Far East has cocked its ear to the song of the depth beyond depths, nevertheless, in the main, the two views have been, respectively, all is illusion, let it go, and all is in order, let it come. In India, enlightenment, samadhi, with the eyes closed; in Japan, enlightenment, satori, with the eyes open. The word moksha, released, has been applied to both, but they are not the same. 5. The two loyalties of Europe and the Levant. Turning our eyes briefly now to the West, where a theology derived largely from the Levant has been grafted upon the consciousness of Europe. As in the Orient, the doctrine of the Buddha upon that of the Far East, we find again that the fusion has not been without flaw. Indeed, the flaw here, which was apparent from the start, has now widened to a full and vivid gap. And the preparation for this breach we may see already illustrated in a variant, once again, of the mythological image of the first being that became two, the version in the Symposium of Plato. The reader recalls the allegorical, humorously turned anecdote attributed to Aristophanes of the earliest human beings who, in the beginning, were each as large as two are now. They had 4 hands and feet, back and sides forming a circle, one head with 2 faces, 2 privy members, and the rest to correspond. And the gods, Zeus and Apollo, fearful of their strength, cut them in 2, like apples halved for pickling, or as you might divide an egg with a hair. But those divided parts, each desiring the other, came together and embraced, and would have perished of hunger had the gods not set them far apart. The lesson reads that human nature was originally one, and we were a whole, and the desire and pursuit of the whole is called love. And if we are friends of God and reconciled to Him, we shall find our own true loves, which rarely happens in this world. Whereas if we are not obedient to the gods, there is a danger that we shall be split up again and go about in basso relievo. As in the biblical version of the image, the beings here split in 2 is not the ultimate divinity itself. We are again securely in the West, where God and man are separate, and the problem once again is of relationship. However, a number of contrasts are to be noted between the Greek and Hebrew mythological accents, for Greek theology, as F.M. Cornford has observed, was not formulated by priests nor even by prophets, but by artists, poets, and philosophers. There was no priestly class guarding from innovating influence a sacred tradition enshrined in a sacred book. There were no divines who could successfully claim to dictate the terms of beliefs from an inexpugnable fortress of authority. The mythology consequently remains fluid as poetry, and the gods are not literally concretized like Yahweh in the garden, but are known to be just what they are, personifications brought into being by the human creative imagination. They are realities inasmuch as they represent forces both of the macrocosm and of the microcosm, the world without and the world within. However, inasmuch as they are known only by reflection in the mind, they partake of the faults of that medium, and this fact is perfectly well known to the Greek poets, as it is known to all poets, though not, it would appear, to priests and prophets. The Greek tales of the gods are playful, humorous, at once presenting and dismissing the images, lest the mind, fixed upon them in awe, should fail to go past them to the ultimately unknown, only partially intuited realities and reality that they reflect. From the version of the myth of the one that became 2 presented in the symposium, we learn that the gods were afraid of the first men. So terrible was their might, and so great the thoughts of their hearts, that they made an attack upon the gods, dared to scale heaven, and would even have laid hands upon the gods. And those gods were in confusion, for if they annihilated the men with thunderbolts, there would be an end of sacrifice, and the gods themselves would expire for lack of worship. The ironic lesson of this moment of heavenly indecision is of the mutual dependency of God and man, as respectively the known and the knower of the known, which is a relationship in which not all the initiative and creativity is on one side. Throughout the religions of the Levant, this relativity of the idea of God to the needs, capacity, and active service of the worshipper seems never to have been understood, or, if understood, conceded. For there, God, however conceived, whether as Ahura Mazda, Yahweh, the Trinity, or Allah, has always been supposed to be, in that particular character, absolute, and the one right God for all, whereas among the Greeks, in their high period, such literalism and impudence were inconceivable. Moreover, in relation to whatever conflict of values might arise between the inhuman, cosmic forces symbolized in the figures of the gods and the highest principles of humanity represented in their heroes, the loyalty and sympathy of the Greeks typically were on the side of man. It is true that the boldest, greatest thoughts of the human heart inevitably come against the cosmic counterforce, so that there is ever present the danger of being cut in half. Wherefore prudence is to be observed, lest we should go next in basso relievo. However, never do we hear from the Greek side any such fundamental betrayal of the human cause as is normal and even required in the Levant. The words of the sorely beaten, blameless, and upright Job, addressed to a God who had destroyed him without cause, may be taken to represent the pious, submissive, priestly ideal of all of the great religions of that zone. Behold, I am of small account. I lay my hand upon my mouth. I know that thou canst do all things. I despise myself and repent in dust and ashes. The Greek Prometheus, in contrast, likewise terribly tortured by a god who could fill the head of Leviathan with harpoons, yet standing by his human judgment of the being responsible for this torment, shouts when ordered to capitulate, "I care less than nothing for Zeus, let him do what he likes." On the one hand, the power of God, who is great, against whom all such merely human categories break, is mercy, justice, goodness, and love, and on the other, the titanic builder of the city of man, who has stolen heavenly fire, courageous and willing to bring upon himself the responsibility of his own decisions. These are the two discordant great themes of what may be termed the orthodox Occidental mythological structure. The poles of experience of an ego set apart from nature, maturing values of its own, which are not those of the given world, yet still projecting on the universe a notion of anthropomorphic fatherhood, as though it should ever have possessed, or might ever come to possess, either in itself or in its metaphysical ground, the values, sensibilities, and intelligence, decency, and nobility of a man. Whereas in the greater Orient of India and the Far East, such a conflict of man and God, as though the two were separate from each other, would be thought simply absurd, for what is referred to there by the terms that we translate God is not the mere mask that is defined in Scripture and may appear before the mediating mind, but the mystery at once immanent and transcendent of the ultimate depth of man's own being, consciousness of being, and delight therein. 6. The age of comparison. When the bold, square riggers of the West, about A.D. 1500, bearing in their hulls the seeds of a new titanic age, were coming to port, sails furled to yardarms along the coasts not only of America but also of India and Cathay. There were flowing in the Old World the four developed civilizations of Europe and the Levant, India and the Far East, each in its mythology regarding itself as the one authorized center under heaven of spirituality and worth. We know today that those mythologies are undone, or at least are threatening to come undone, each complacent within its own horizon, dissolving together with its gods in a single emergent new order of society, wherein, as Nietzsche prophesied in a volume dedicated to the free spirit, the various world views, manners, and cultures are to be compared and experienced side by side in a way that formerly was impossible when the always localized sway of each culture accorded with the roots in place and time of its own artistic style. An intensified aesthetic sensibility now at last will decide among the many forms presenting themselves for comparison, and the majority will be let die. In the same way, a selection among the forms and usages of the higher morality is occurring, the end of which can be only the downfall of the inferior systems. It is an age of comparison, that is its pride, but more justly also its grief. Let us not be afraid of this grief. The four representatives, respectively, of human reason and the responsible individual, supernatural revelation and the one true community under God, yogic arrest in the imminent great void and spontaneous accord with the way of earth and heaven, Prometheus, Job, the seated Buddha, eyes closed, and the wandering sage, eyes open, from the four directions, have been brought together, and it is time now to regard each in its puerility as well as in its majesty, quite coldly, with neither indulgence nor disdain, for although life, as Nietzsche declares, wants to be deceived and lives on deception, there is need also at certain times for a moment of truth. Chapter 2. The Cities of God. 1. The Age of Wonder. Two mighty motives run through the mythologies and religions of the world. They are not the same. They have different histories. The first and the earlier to appear we may term wonder in one or another of its modes, from mere bewilderment in the contemplation of something inexplicable to a rest in demonic dread or mystic awe. The second is self-salvation, redemption or release from a world exhausted of its glow. Rudolf Otto, in his important work on the idea of the holy, writes of a non-rational factor essential to the religious experience which cannot be characterized by any of the terms traditionally applied by theologians to the deity. Supreme power, spirit, reason, purpose, goodwill, selfhood, unity, and the rest. Indeed, credos composed of such rational terms tend rather to preclude than to produce religious experience. and accordingly any scientific study of religion or mythology dealing only with such concepts and their gradual evolution is simply missing the essence of its topic, for, as Professor Otto writes, if there be any single domain of human experience that presents us with something unmistakably specific and unique, peculiar to itself, assuredly it is that of the religious life. In truth, the enemy has often displayed a keener vision in this context than either the champion of religion or the neutral and professedly impartial theorist, for the adversaries of their side know very well that the entire mystical unrest has nothing to do with reason and rationality. And so it is salutary that we should be moved to notice that religion is not exclusively contained and exhaustively comprised in any series of rational assertions, and it is well worth while to attempt to bring clearly before the mind the relation to each other of the different moments of religion, so that its nature may become more clearly manifest. This statement I shall take as the motto and assignment of our task, only adding that in the history of their higher cultures following a period of common development in the nuclear Near East, the two branches of the Orient and Occident went apart, and the moments, or as I would say, psychological stages of their experiences of the holy also went apart. Furthermore, following the crucial moment that I shall term the Great Reversal, when for many in the Orient as well as in the West the sense of holiness departed from their experience, both of the universe and of their own nature, and a yearning for release from what was felt to be an insufferable state of sin, exile, or delusion supervened. The ways of self-salvation that were followed in the two worlds were, in every sense, distinct. In the West, owing to the emphasis noted in our last chapter in the man-God dissociation, the agony was read as a divorce from God, largely in terms of guilt, punishment, and atonement, whereas in the Orient, where a sense of the immanence of divinity in all things remained, even though occluded by wrong judgment, the reading was psychological, and the ways and imageries of release there have the character, consequently, rather of alternative therapies than of the authoritative directives of a supernatural father. In both spheres, however, the irony of the case lies in the circumstance that precisely those who desire and strive for salvation most earnestly are in their zeal bound the more, since it is exactly their self-seeking that is giving them their pain. We have just read that when the Buddha extinguished ego in himself, the world burst into flower, but that exactly is the way it has always appeared to those in whom wonder and not salvation is religion. 2. Mythogenesis. A galaxy of female figurines that comes to view in the archaeological strata of the nuclear Near East, circa 4500 BC, provides our first clue to the focus of wonder of the earliest Neolithic farming and pastoral communities. The images are of bone, clay, stone, or ivory, standing or seated, usually naked, often pregnant, and sometimes holding or nursing a child. Associated symbols appear on the painted ceramic wares of the same archaeological strata, and among these a prominent motif, e.g. in the so-called halaf ware of the Syro-Sicilian corner, is the head of a bull, seen from before with long curving horns, suggesting that the widely known myth must already have been developed of the earth goddess fertilized by the moon bull who dies and is resurrected. Familiar derivatives of this myth are the late classical legends of Europa and the bull of Zeus, Pasiphae and the bull of Poseidon, Io turned into a cow, and the killing of the Minotaur. Moreover, the earliest temple compounds of the Near East, indeed the earliest temple compounds in the history of the world, reinforce the evidence for the bull god and goddess cow as leading fertility symbols of the period. Roughly dated circa 4000 to 3500 BC, 3 such primary temple compounds have been excavated in the Mesopotamian south, at Al-Ubaid, Uruk, and Eridu, 2 a little to the north at Kafage and Uqair, respectively north and south of Baghdad, while a 6th far away at Tel Brak in the Kabur Valley of northeastern Syria suggests a broad diffusion of the common form from that Syro-Sicilian so-called Taurian corner. 2 of these 6 compounds are known to have dedicated to goddesses, that of Al-Ubaid to Nin-Hursag, that of Kafage to Inanna, the deities of the others being unknown, and 3 of the compounds at Al-Ubaid, Kafage, and Uqair each enclosed by two surrounding high walls, were of an oval form designed apparently to suggest the female genitalia, figure IO. Each enclosed by two surrounding high walls were of an oval form designed apparently to suggest the female genitalia, figure 10. For, like Indian temples of the mother goddess, where the innermost shrine has a form of symbolic of the female organ, so were these symbolic of the generative force of nature by analogy with the bearing and nourishing powers of the female. The chief building in each compound was placed upon a platform of packed clay, from 10 to 20 feet high and approached by stairs. All were made of brick in a trim, box-like, somewhat modern style, corners oriented to the quarters and decorated with polychrome tiles and a colored wash. Other structures within the oval compounds were the residences of priests, service areas, kitchens, etc., and notably also cattle barns. Polychrome mosaics found among the ruins at Al-Ubaid show a company of priests at their holy task of milking the sacred cows, straining and storing the milk, and we know from numerous later written documents that the form of the goddess honored in that temple, Nin-Hursag, the mother of the universe and of all men, gods, and beasts, was in particular the patroness and guardian of kings whom she nourished with her blessed milk, the actual milk being that of the animals through which she functioned here on earth. To this day in India, all who visit temples of the goddess are fed of milk rice or other such dairy-made food, which is ritually dispensed as her bounty, prasad. Furthermore, in South India, in the Nilgiri hills, there is an enigmatic tribe, the Todas, unrelated racially to its neighbors, whose little temple compounds are dairies, where they keep cattle that they worship, and at their chief sacrifice, which is of a calf, the symbolic son of the mother, they address to their goddess, Tagorsh, a prayer that includes the word Ninkurshag, which they cannot interpret. There can be no doubt that in the royal cattle barns of the goddess Ninhursag of Al-Ubaid and Inanna of Carthage, a full millennium and a half before the first signs of any agrarian pastoral civilization eastward of Iran, we have the prelude to the great ritual symphony of bells, waved lights, prayers, hymns, and the lowing sacrificial keen that has gone up to the goddess in India throughout the ages. O Mother, cause and mother of the world, thou art the one primordial being, mother of innumerable creatures, creatrix of the very gods, even of Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Siva the destroyer. O Mother, in hymning thy praise I purify my speech. As the moon alone delights the white night lotus, the sun alone the lotus of the day, as one particular thing alone delights one other thing, so, dear Mother, dost thou alone delight the universe by thy glances. There is an early Sumerian cylinder seal of circa 3500 BC, Uruk period, phase A, just before the invention of the art of letters, upon which two mouflon rams are to be seen confronting each other above a mound of earth, from the side of which a double-headed serpent arises that appears to be about to bite them. Figure 12. A flower is above their noses, and clutching at their rumps, which come together on the reverse of the cylinder, is an eagle. Professor Henry Frankfurt has observed in his discussion of this piece that every one of its elements was related in later art and cult to the mythology of the dead and resurrected god Tammuz, Sumerian Dumuzi, prototype of the classical Adonis, who was the consort as well as son by virgin birth of the goddess mother of many names, Inanna, Ninhursag, Ishtar, Astarte, Artemis, Demeter, Aphrodite, Venus. Throughout the ancient world, such a mound of earth as that in the center of this composition was symbolic of the goddess. It is cognate with the classical Omphalos and the early Buddhist reliquary mound, Stupa. Magnified, it is the mountain of the gods, Greek Olympus, Indian Meru, with the radiant city of the deities atop, the watery abyss beneath, and the ranges of life between. The goddess mother supports them all. She is recognized in the star-studded firmament as well as in the sown earth, and in the seal is to be seen not only in the mound but also in the plain background as well as upper and lower margins, into the last of which the mound merges. The serpent emerging from this hillock appears to be about to bite the rams, and the rams in turn appear to be about to eat the flower. Turning to the reverse, we see the pouncing bird of prey. A cycle of the life in being through mutual killing is indicated, and since all of the figures represent the power of the same god, the mythological theme represented is that of the self-consuming, ever-dying, ever-living, generative energy that is the life and death in all things. In a second Sumerian seal of circa 3500 BC, a priest, perhaps symbolic of the god, is holding the tree to his chest in such a way that its two stems go in the four directions. Figure 13. The beasts now are clearly browsing on its blossoms, while on the reverse there is a calf between two tall bundles of reed, such as in this art always represent the gate to the precincts of a temple of the goddess. The calf is there for sacrifice, and yet, as it were, safely within the womb. In the Christian idea that Christ, the sacrificial lamb, fruit of the tree of Jesse, while in the womb of the Virgin Mother was already virtually the crucified, we have a comparable birth-death amalgamation. Between the period of the earliest female figurines of circa 4500 BC and that of the seals of figures 12 and 13, a span of 1,000 years elapsed, during which the archaeological signs constantly increase of a cult of the tilled earth fertilized by that noblest and most powerful beast of the recently developed holy barnyard, the bull, who not only sired the milk-yielding cows but also drew the plow, which in that early period simultaneously broke and seeded the earth. Moreover, by analogy, the horned moon, lord of the rhythm of the womb and of the rains and dews, was equated with the bull, so that the animal became a cosmological symbol uniting the fields and laws of sky and earth, and the whole mystery of being could thus be poetically illustrated through the metaphor of the cow, the bull, and their calf, liturgically rendered within the precincts of the early temple compounds, which were symbolic of the womb of the cosmic goddess cow herself. During the following millennium, however, the basic village culture flowered and expanded into a civilization of city-states, particularly in Lower Mesopotamia, and, as Sir James G. Frazer has amply shown in The Golden Bow, the poetic liturgy of the cosmic sacrifice now has enacted chiefly upon kings who were periodically slain, sometimes together with their courts, for it was the court, not the dairy, that now represented the latest, most impressive magnification of life. The art of writing had been invented circa 3200 BC, Uruk period, phase B. The village was definitely supplanted by the temple city, and the full-time professional priestly caste had assumed the guidance of the civilization. Through astral observations, the 5 visible planets were identified: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, moving in courses along the ways already marked by the moon and sun among the fixed stars. 7 voyagers in all. A mathematically correct calendar was invented to regulate the seasons of the temple city's life according to the celestial laws so revealed, and, as we know from numerous sources, the concept of the order of the state was to such a degree identified with those celestial laws that the death and resurrection of the moon, the cycle of the year, and the greater cycles of the mathematically forecast cosmic eons were as far as possible literally imitated in the ritual patterns of the court, so that the cosmic and the social orders should be one. 2 Sumerian seals of circa 2300 BC will suffice to illustrate the new order of the symbolic royal courts. The first, figure 14, from the ruins of the city of Lagash, shows a naked woman squatting on a man who is lying on his back, while a second male, having seized her arm, is threatening with a staff or dirk. At the proper right of the scene is an inscription of which the first 2 lines are damaged. The next line, however, yields the words, King of Giskala, which, as Ernest de Sarzeck has observed, refers to a divinity that is termed in other texts the king god or god king of that locality. There was a temple of the cosmic goddess at Gisgala, and what we seem to have here is a ritual of sacrifice in connubium, wrought upon a priestess and a king. The second seal, figure 15, is of similar theme, with the female again above the male. It represents, in the words of Professor Henry Frankfort, The ritual marriage, which according to various texts was consummated by the god and goddess during the New Year's festival and immediately followed by a feast in which the whole population enjoyed the abundance now ensured by the completion of the rites. The couch supporting the two figures has animal-shaped legs, either bull's hooves or lion's claws. The scorpion beneath it may symbolize Ishara, the goddess of love, and the figure at the foot of the couch, the officiating priest who is said in the description of the ceremony in the time of Idin Dagan, king of Isin, circa 1916 to 1896 PC, to purify the god and the goddess before their connubium. The scene formed part of a ritual which we know was enacted by the king or his substitute and a priestess. It represents the death of the god and his resurrection, followed by reunion with the goddess. It is said in Guday's description of this festival that after the completion of the marriage, a feast took place in which the gods, the ruler, and the population of the city partook together, and in the seal, proper left, a jar with projecting drinking tubes indeed stands near the couch upon which the ritual marriage is consummated. A great many seals depict this banquet scene. The participants in the feast, often a man and a woman, face each other on either side of a large jar from which they imbibe through tubes, and this seems to have been the usual manner of enjoying beer in the ancient Near East. Many such seals were found among the skeletons of the royal tombs of Ur, where proof enough appears of the realization of the ritual love-death in the period represented by figures 14 and 15. The account of these amazing tombs given in my earlier volume 1 need not review, but only note in summary that within the temple compound of the city of the moon god, Sir Leonard Woolley in the early 20s unearthed a series of some 16 burials of what appeared to be entire royal courts. The most impressive was the dual entombment of a lady named Puabi and her lord Abarji, wherein the death pit of the latter, which contained some 65 attendants and 2 wagons drawn by 3 oxen each, lay beneath that of the heavily ornamented queen or priestess who, with an entourage of only 25 and a sledge drawn by 2 asses, had followed her lord into the netherworld, fulfilling thereby the myth of the goddess who followed the dead god Dumuzi into the netherworld to effect his resurrection. The skeleton of Puabi lay on a wooden bier in a vaulted tomb chamber of brick, with a gold cup at hand from which her potion of death may have been drunk, and there was a diadem nearby of a strip of soft white leather worked with lapis lazuli beads, against which were set a row of exquisitely fashioned animals of gold, stags, gazelles, bulls, and goats, with between them clusters of 3 pomegranates, fruit-bearing branches of some other tree, and at intervals gold rosettes. The analogy with the seal of figure 12 is evident. The head of a cow in silver lay on the floor, while among the bones of the girl musicians in attendance on her lord in the pit beneath were 2 beautiful harps, each ornamented with the head of a bull, one of copper, the other of gold, with lapis lazuli, horn tips, eyes, and beard. The silver cow in the chamber of Puabi and the golden bearded bull in the burial pit of Abarji point backward a full 2,000 years to the dairy temples of the cosmic goddess cow, the early female figurines and the painted ceramic wares showing the head of the mythological lunar bull with long curving horns. Professor Anton Mortgott, in his survey of these same 2,000 years of the birth of civilization, remarks that the mother goddess and sacred bull, the earliest tangible, significant spiritual expressions of farming village culture, represent thoughts that were to retain their form in the Near East through millenniums, and not alone, we can add, in the Near East, for the motifs pictorially announced in these earliest symbols of the focus of wonder of the creators of civilization survive, in some measure, even in the latest theologies of the modern East and West. In fact, we shall hear echoes of their song throughout the mythological past of what has now become the one great province of our dawning world civilization. Although announced very simply in these earliest Neolithic forms, their music swelled to a great and rich fortissimo, circa AD 500 to 1500, in a full concert of cathedral and temple art from Ireland to Japan. 3. Culture stage and culture style. Following Rudolf Otto, I shall assume the root of mythology as well as of religion to be an apprehension of the numinous. He writes, "This mental state is perfectly sui generis and irreducible to any other, and therefore, like every absolutely primary and elementary datum, while it admits of being discussed, it cannot be strictly defined. There is only one way to help another to an understanding of it. He must be guided and led on by consideration and discussion of the matter through the ways of his own mind, until he reach the point at which the numinous in him perforce begins to start into life and into consciousness. We can cooperate in this process by bringing before his notice all that can be found in other regions of the mind, already known and familiar, to resemble, or again to afford some special contrast to, the particular experience we wish to elucidate. Then we must add, this X of ours is not precisely this experience, but akin to this one and opposite to that other. Cannot you now realize for yourself what it is? In other words, our X cannot, strictly speaking, be taught. It can only be evoked, awakened in the mind, as everything that comes of the spirit must be awakened. The symbolism of the temple and atmosphere of myth are, in this sense, catalysts of the numinous, and therein lies the secret of their force. However, the traits of the symbols and elements of the myths tend to acquire a power of their own through association, by which the access of the numinous itself may become blocked, and it does indeed become blocked when the images are insisted upon as final terms in themselves, as they are, for example, in a dogmatic credo. Such a formulation, Dr. Carl G. Jung has well observed, protects a person from a direct experience of God as long as he does not mischievously expose himself. But if he leaves home and family, lives too long alone, and gazes too deeply into the dark mirror, then the awful event of the meeting may befall him. Yet even then the traditional symbol, come to full flower through the centuries, may operate like a healing draught and divert the final incursion of the living Godhead into the hallowed spaces of the church. With the radical transfer of focus effected by the turn of mankind from the hunt to agriculture and animal domestication, the older mythological metaphors lost force, and with the recognition circa 3500 BC of a mathematically calculable cosmic order almost imperceptibly indicated by the planetary lights, a fresh, direct impact of wonder was experienced, against which there was no defense. The force of the attendant seizure can be judged from the nature of the rites of that time. In The Golden Bow, Fraser has interpreted the ritual regicide rationally as a practical measure, practically conceived to effect a magical fertilization of the soil, and there can be no question but that it was applied to such an end. Just as in all religious worship, prayer is commonly applied to the purchase of desired boons from God. Such magic and such prayer, however, do not represent the peculiar specificity of that experience of the numinous which authorities closer than Fraser to the core of the matter universally recognize in religion. We cannot assume that early man, less protected than ourselves from the numinous, had a mind somehow immune to it, and consequently, in spite of being defenseless, was rather a sort of primitive social scientist than a true subject of numinous seizure. It is not easy, as Professor Otto has said, to discuss questions of religious psychology with one who can recollect the emotions of his adolescence, the discomforts of indigestion, or, say, social feelings, but cannot recall any intrinsically religious feelings. Assuming that my reader is no such heavyweight, I shall make no further point of this argument, but take it as obvious that the appearance, circa 4500 to 2500 BC, of an unprecedented constellation of sacra, sacred acts and sacred things, points not to a new theory about how to make the beans grow, but to an actual experience in depth of the mysterium tremendum that would break upon us all even now were it not so wonderfully masked. The system of new arts and ideas brought into being within the precincts of the great Sumerian temple compounds passed to Egypt circa 2800 BC, Crete and the Indus circa 2600 BC, China circa 1600 BC, and America within the following 1,000 years. However, the religious experience itself around which the new elements of civilization had been constellated was not and could not be disseminated. Not the seizure itself, but its liturgy and associated arts went forth to the winds, and these were applied then to alien purposes, adjusted to new geographies and to very different psychological structures from that of the ritually sacrificed king gods. We may take as example the case of the mythologies of Egypt, which for the period of circa 2800 to 1800 BC are the best documented in the world. Fraser has shown that the myths of the dead and resurrected god Osiris so closely resemble those of Tammuz, Adonis, and Dionysus as to be practically the same, and that all were related in the period of their prehistoric development to the rites of the killed and resurrected divine king. Moreover, the most recent findings of archaeology demonstrate that the earliest center from which the idea of a state governed by a divine king was diffused was almost certainly Mesopotamia. The myth of Osiris, therefore, and his sister bride, the goddess Isis, must be read as Egypt's variant of a common late Neolithic, early Bronze Age theme. Dr. E. A. Wallace Budge, on the other hand, in his many works on Egyptian religion, has argued for an African origin of the Osirian mythology. And Professor John A. Wilson, more recently, while attesting to outside contacts which must have been mutually refreshing to both parties, likewise argues for the force of the native Nilotic, long, slow change of culture in the shaping of Egyptian mythology and civilization. The argument of native against alien growth dissolves, however, when it is observed that two problems, or rather two aspects of a single problem, are in question. For as a broad view of the field immediately shows, in every well-established culture realm to which a new system of thought and civilization comes, it is received creatively, not inertly. A sensitive, complex process of selection, adaptation, and development brings the new forms into contact with their approximate analogous or homologous in the native inheritance and in certain instances, notably in Egypt, Crete, the Indus Valley, and a little later the Far East. Prodigious forces of indigenous productivity are released in native style, but on the level of this new stage. In other words, although its culture stage at any given period may be shown to have been derived as an effect of alien influence, the particular style of each of the great domains can no less surely be shown to be indigenous, and so it is that a scholar concerned largely with native forms will tend to argue for local stylistic originality, whereas one attentive rather to the broadly flung evidence of diffused techniques, artifacts, and mythological motifs will be inclined to limn out a single culture history of mankind, characterized by well-defined general stages, though rendered by way of no less well-defined local styles. It is one thing to analyze the genesis and subsequent diffusion of the fundamental mythological heritage of all high civilizations whatsoever, another to mark the genesis, maturation, and demise of the several local mythological styles, and a third to measure the force of each local style in the context of the unitary history of mankind. A total science of mythology must give attention as far as possible to all three. 4. The hieratic state. The earliest known work of art exhibiting the characteristic style of Egypt is a carved stone votive tablet bearing on each side the representation of a conquering pharaoh, figures 17 and 18. The site of its discovery was Hierakonpolis in Upper Egypt, which appears to have been the native place of coronation of a line of kings devoted to the solar falcon Horus. About 3000 BC, these kings moved north into Lower Egypt and established the first dynasty of the United Two Lands. A second discovery at the site was a brick-lined subterranean tomb chamber, one of the plastered walls of which was ornamented with hunting, boating, and combat scenes in the comparatively childish style of late Neolithic decorated pottery, figure 16. And this tomb is notable not only for its mural, which is the earliest known to Egyptology, but also for its bricks, which in that period represented a new idea derived from the mudland of Mesopotamia. Graves in Egypt had formerly been of a simple open pit variety, rectangular in outline with rounded corners, or in smaller burials oval. The body, wrapped in hide, in loose folds of linen, or in both, was placed in a contracted posture on its left side, head south, facing west, and after household ceramic vessels had been stowed along the sides, the excavation was filled with the surplus earth heaped above in a mound upon which offerings could be set. Brick, however, made it possible for an earth-free chamber to be constructed in the open pit below ground, the substructure, as well as for the mound above to be raised and magnified into a large or even huge brick-faced mastaba, the superstructure, to serve both as a memorial to the personage dwelling beneath and as a chapel for his mortuary cult. But such superstructures do not endure like stone. Massive structures of this kind, states Professor George Reisner in his fundamental study of early Egyptian tombs, have been proved to have disappeared within a few years in the last half-century. Consequently, in time, the mastabas vanished, the subterranean chambers in which the kings were to have slept forever were looted, and the sands poured in through shattered roofs. The chamber at Hierakonpolis was of considerable size, 15 feet long, 6.5 feet wide, 5 feet deep, divided in 2 equal parts by a low partition. The floor and walls were of unfired bricks, averaging 9 inches by 4.5 inches by 3.5 inches, plastered with a layer of mud, mortar, and coated with a yellow wash. Its upper margin was flush with the desert surface, and its contents were gone. The painting, however, remained, and the high-hulled ships that it shows are impressive. They are of a Mesopotamian type. Furthermore, among its numerous figures, we note a man dompting 2 balanced animals rampant, 4th figure from lower left, and over his shoulder a merry-go-round of 5 antelopes. Also at the other end of the long boat rightward, 2 more antelopes facing in opposite directions, upward and downward, joined by the legs, all of which motifs had come to Egypt from the southwest Asian sphere, where they had appeared as stock motifs on the painted pottery Samarra ware as early as circa 4500 BC. And yet, though obviously influenced by a tide of cultural discoveries flowing in from Mesopotamia, Egyptian art in the period of the Narmer palette reveals suddenly, and as far as we know without precedent, not only an elegance of style and manner of carving stone, but also a firmly formulated mythology that are characteristically and unquestionably its own. The monarch depicted is the pharaoh Narmer, whom a number of scholars now identify with Menes, the uniter of the 2 lands of Upper and Lower Egypt, circa 3000 BC, and the deed commemorated seems to be exactly that of his conquest of the north. The priests say, wrote the father of history Herodotus, circa 484 to 425 BC, that Menes was the first king of Egypt, and that it was he who raised the dike that protects Memphis from the inundation of the Nile. Before his time, the river flowed entirely along the sandy range of hills skirting Egypt on the side of Libya. He, however, by banking up the river at the bend that it forms about 100 furlongs south of Memphis, laid the ancient channel dry while he dug a new course for the stream halfway between the 2 lines of hills. Menes, the first king, having thus, by turning the river, made the tract where it used to run dry land, proceeded in the first place to build the city now called Memphis, which lies in the narrow part of Egypt, after which he further excavated a lake outside the town, to the north and west, communicating with the river, which was itself the eastern boundary. On both sides of the Narmer palette there appear 2 heavily horned heads of the cow goddess Hathor in the top panels, presiding at the corners, 4 such heads in all. 4 is the number of the quarters of sky, and the goddess, thus pictured 4 times, was to be conceived as bounding the horizon. She was known as Hathor of the horizon, and her animal was the cow. Not the domestic cow, however, as in the cult of Ninhursag, the Sumerian dairy goddess, but the wild cow living in the marshes. Thus a regional differentiation is evident, so that the 2 cults, learnedly scrutinized, are not the same. And yet, intelligently scrutinized, they are indeed the same, namely, of the Neolithic cosmic goddess cow. Hathor stood upon the earth in such a way that her 4 legs were the pillars of the 4 quarters. Her belly was the firmament. Moreover, the sun, the golden solar falcon, the god Horus, flying east to west, entered her mouth each evening to be born again the next dawn. Horus thus was the bull of his mother, his own father, and the cosmic goddess, whose name Hathor means the house of Horus, accordingly was both the consort and the mother of this self-begetting god, who in one aspect was a bird of prey, in the aspect of father, the mighty bull. This god was Osiris, and identified with the dead father of the living pharaoh. But in the aspect of son, the falcon, Horus, he was the living pharaoh now enthroned. Substantially, however, these two, the living pharaoh and the dead Horus and Osiris, were the same. In Egyptian, furthermore, according to Professor Frankfurt, house, town, or country may stand as symbols of the mother. Hence, the house of Horus, the cow goddess Hathor, was not only the frame of the universe, but also the land of Egypt, the royal palace, and the mother of the living pharaoh. While, as we have just seen, he, the dweller in the house, self-begotten, was not only himself, but also his own father. All of which may seem a little complicated, as of course it is if one thinks of the pharaoh simply as this or that mortal being, born at such and such time, known for such and such deed, and buried circa so-and-so BC. However, that pharaoh, when so described, is not the pharaoh of whom mythology treats. That is not the falcon who is the bull of his own mother. The pharaonic principle, pharaoh with a capital P, was an eternal, not mortal being. Hence the reference of mythology and symbology was always to that pharaoh as incarnate in these mortal pharaohs of whom we write when determining dates, dynasties, and other matters of historical interest. It is a bold attribution, this of one immortal substance to a sequence of mortal men. But in those days the madness could be overlooked simply by dressing up and regarding not the man but the costume, as we do at a play, while the incumbent himself no longer acted of his own will but according to his part, so that the scripture might be fulfilled. For as Thomas Mann once very well explained in a discussion of the phenomenon of lived myth, the ego of antiquity and its consciousness of itself was different from our own, less exclusive, less sharply defined. It was, as it were, open behind. It received much from the past, and by repeating it gave it presentness again. And for such an imprecisely differentiated sense of ego, imitation meant far more than we mean by the word today. It was a mythical identification. Life, or at any rate significant life, was the reconstitution of the myth in flesh and blood. It referred to and appealed to the myth. Only through it, through reference to the past, could it approve itself as genuine and significant. And as a consequence of this solemn play of life as myth, life as quotation, time was abrogated and life became a festival, a mask, the scenic reproduction with priestly men as actors of the prototypes of gods, as for instance the life and suffering of the dead and resurrected Osiris. The pharaoh on the Narmer palette, therefore, though executing a historical act in time, at a certain date and in space, in the land of Egypt, is depicted not merely as a successful warrior king, but as the manifestation in history of an eternal form. This form is to be known as the truth or right order, ma'at, and it supports the king while being realized in his deed. Truth, ma'at, right order, is the principle mythologically personified as the cow goddess Hathor. She is an eternally present, world-supporting principle, at once the frame of the world and a maternal force operating within it, bringing forth the realized God while at the same time fructifying in her productivity by his act. That is why it is said that the God is the bull of his mother, and that is why the mythologized historical event of the Narmer palette is framed by the 4 visages of the goddess Hathor. The conquest completed, states Professor Frankfurt, it became possible to view the unification of Egypt not as an ephemeral outcome of conflicting ambitions, but as the revelation of a predestined order. And thus kingship was, in fact, regarded throughout Egyptian history as the vindication of a divinely ordered state of affairs, so that war and its cruelty were not violences against nature when prosecuted by the god-king, but works in realization of an eternal moral norm, ma'at, of which the king with lifted mace was the earthly force and revelation. Of such a king, it is said, authoritative utterance, hu, is in thy mouth, understanding, sia, is in thy breast, thy speech is the shrine of the right order, ma'at. The godly ceremonial costume of the king and the high stylization of the art of the Narmer palette throw the mind into mythological focus. Hence the gods appear who supported the event. We behold on one side Pharaoh wearing the tall white crown of Upper Egypt and with lifted mace, the Horus posture, murdering the chieftain of the Delta marshes. Behind the head of this unfortunate man, who is here in the mythological role of the dark antagonist, the enemy of Osiris, slain by Horus, the god Seth, is the sign of the 7th Lower Egyptian nome, a harpoon, horizontal, above a lake, heraldic device of the fishing folk whose ancient capital was the holy city of Buto in the western delta, their chief deity, the cobra goddess Wajet, after the manner of such local goddesses who, after all, are but specifications of the general force of the cosmic goddess mother of Ma'at, would now become the patroness and protectress of the victor, having been brought by his work into amplified manifestation. Behind him we observe his sandal-bearer. Before him, over the victim's head, is a falcon, Horus, the force here in operation, holding a rope tied through the nose of a human head shown as though it were emerging from the earth of a papyrus marsh. An inscription reads, 6,000 enemies, and in the lowest panel are 2 floating corpses. The reverse shows the same king, Narmer, now, however, wearing the flat red crown with symbolic coil of Lower Egypt, which he had conquered. Followed again by his sandal-bearer, preceded by 4 symbolic standards, the victor approaches 10 beheaded enemies, each with his head between his feet. At the bottom of the composition is a mighty bull demolishing a fortress. Pharaoh in his character as the consort of Hathor, while in the center is a marvelous symbol of the unity of the 2 lands, the serpent-necked lions or panthers of which were derived from Mesopotamia, where examples from circa 3500 BC have necks identically interlaced. And as there, so here the interlaced forms symbolize the union of a pair of opposites meant for union, for such was the concept of the 2 Egypts, heroically joined. Examining the representations of the king closely, we perceive that over the front of his skirt there hang 4 decorated panels, each ornamented on top with the head of Hathor, so that again she appears 4 times, suggesting the quarters. This royal belt represents the horizon, which Pharaoh fills in his character as God. There is also hanging from his belt a kind of tail, and the figures on the standards carried before him, left to right, represent 1. The royal placenta, 2. The wolf god Upwat, standing on a form known as the Shed, who goes before the king in a victory as the opener of the way, 3. A solar falcon, and 4. A second solar falcon, so that again the number is 4. These 4 standards are to be conspicuous throughout the history of the royal cult. They represent manifest aspects of the dweller in the house of Horus, who is incarnate in this pharaoh, the world king, from whom support and force go out to the 4 quarters. Now it is evident that although the concept of the universal monarch here represented entered Egypt in the late Girzean period, along with the idea and institution of kingship itself, and although it is equally evident that the same concept entered India centuries later, and later still China and Japan, nevertheless the particular style of adaptation in each domain is peculiar to itself. Moreover, in each case the new style seems to have appeared suddenly without prelude. Spengler, in his Decline of the West, has pointed to this problem, little treated by historians of the sudden appearance of such culture styles at certain critical moments within limited horizons, and their persistence then for centuries, through many phases of development and variation. The Narmer palette already is Egypt. The little painted tomb just earlier is not yet Egypt. The interlaced necks of the beasts on the Narmer palette are from Mesopotamia, as are also the motifs to which I pointed in the tomb. However, in the Narmer palette they have been caught in a field of force that has transformed them into functions of an Egyptian mytho-poetic reading of the place and destiny of man in the universe, whereas on the tomb wall they were not yet so engaged. They remained there rather in the condition of an uncoordinated miscellany, perhaps telling a story, perhaps not, we do not know. In any case, they were not yet telling that particular story which for the following 3 millenniums was to be the great myth of Egypt, variously stressed yet ever the same. And we shall be forced to recognize similar moments both in India and in the Far East, moments when, as it would seem, the character of the culture became established. They were the moments in which a new reading of the universe became socially operative, and they first took form not through a great broad field, but in specific, limited foci, which then became centers of force, shaping first an elite and then gradually a more broadly shared and carried structure of civilization. The folk, meanwhile, remaining essentially on the pre-literate Neolithic level, rather as the objects and raw matter than as the subjects and creative vitality of the higher history. What the psychological secret of the precipitating moment of an unprecedented culture style may be, we have not yet heard, at least as far as I know. Spengler wrote of a new sense and experience of mortality, a new death fear, a new world fear, as the catalytic. In the knowledge of death, he declared, that world outlook is originated which we possess as being men and not beasts. Spengler continued, the child suddenly grasps the lifeless corpse for what it is, something that has become holy matter, holy space, and at the same time it feels itself as an individual being in an alien extended world. From the child of 5 to myself is but a step, but from the newborn baby to the child of 5 is an appalling distance, said Tolstoy once. Here, in the decisive moments of existence, when man first becomes man and realizes his immense loneliness in the universal, the world fear reveals itself for the first time as the essentially human fear in the presence of death, the limit of the light world, rigid space. Here, too, the higher thought originates as meditation upon death, and thereafter, everything of which we are conscious, whatever the form in which it is apprehended, soul and world, or life and actuality, or history and nature, or law and feeling, destiny or God, past and future, or present and eternity, has for us a deeper meaning still, a final meaning, and the one and only means of rendering this incomprehensible comprehensible must be a kind of metaphysics which regards everything whatsoever as having significance, as a symbol. The apparition of the Narmer palette marks the epochal moment for Egypt when the culture organism, so to say, reached the age of 5. Something definitely had taken place, deeper and of more intimately human, more infinitely cosmic worth than the political slaughter of 6,000 enemies and establishment of a new Reich. Indeed, the presence of a new art style, the art style de facto of Egypt, and of an integrated mythopoetic micro-macrocosm vision wherein the pharaoh is already perfectly placed in his role, would seem to indicate not that a new political or economic crisis had brought forth a new idea for a civilization, but precisely the reverse. The idea already in being in the Narmer palette was destined to survive as an effective culture-building and sustaining force through millenniums of new and old, familiar and alien, unfavorable and favorable political and economic crises, until supplanted and liquidated, not by a new army or economy, but by a new myth in the period of Rome. 5. Mythic identification. An awesome series of tombs was unearthed beneath the sands outside of Abydos in Upper Egypt during the last years of the 19th century, and although all had been thoroughly plundered, enough scraps of evidence remained to supply an insight into the character of the mythology they had been designed to serve. The two earliest were of the late pre-dynastic period, circa 3000 BC, larger than the chamber at Hierakonpolis, but without either plaster within or painting. Each was some 20 feet long, 10 feet wide, 10 deep, and with walls no thicker than the length of one brick, 11 inches. The next tomb, however, was of a new and marvelous size, 26 by 16 feet, and with walls from 5 to 7 feet thick. 5 wooden pillars along each side and one at each end had served as backing for interior wooden paneling, while auxiliary to this formidable chamber, running off some 80 yards toward the northeast, was a new and somewhat chilling discovery, a subterranean real estate development of 33 small subsidiary brick-lined graves in 11 rows of 3 graves each, with a terminal larger burial at the farther end and 2 quite a bit larger at the nearer. 36 subsidiary graves in all. Something definitely had happened, and we know what it was, for this was the tomb and necropolis of King Narmer. The neighboring tomb of a certain King Sma, though equally formidable, lacked an associated necropolis. However, the one next to that, of about the same size, had beside it 2 very large subsidiary graves, and the name of its pharaoh, Aha, has been identified by some authorities with Menes. There is therefore some question as to which of these 3 was the actual first pharaoh, uniter of the 2 Egypts. No question, however, as to who were interred in the additional dwellings of these subterranean estates. Overwhelming evidence of the nature of the rites that in the period of Old Kingdom Egypt, circa 3000 to 2190 BC, attended the obsequies of a king came to light in the years 1913 to 1916, when Professor George Reisner unearthed a relatively undisturbed Egyptian cemetery, some 200 acres in extent, far up the Nile in Nubia, where an extremely prosperous Egyptian provincial government, circa 2000 to 1700 BC, had controlled the trade routes and notably the gold supply coming north. These dates, it will be observed, fall within the period of Middle Kingdom Egypt, 2052 to 1610 BC, when rituals of this kind were no longer practiced, as far as we know at least, in the main centers of Egyptian civilization. However, in those days, as now, people dwelling in the provinces far from the wickedness of great cities tended to favor and foster the good old-fashioned religion with its good old-fashioned ways. The cemetery in question was an immense necropolis which had been in service some 300 years, and it contained both a multitude of small, modest graves and an impressive number of great tumuli, one of which was over 100 yards in diameter, and what the excavator found, without exception, was a pattern of burial with human sacrifice, specifically female sacrifice, of the wife, and, in the more opulent tombs, the entire harem, together with attendants. The chief body, always male, always lay on its right side on the south side of the grave, usually on a bed with a wooden headrest, head east facing north, toward Egypt, and with the legs slightly bent at the knees, the right hand beneath the cheek and the left hand on or near the right elbow, as though in sleep. Beside and around it were the usual weapons and personal adornments, certain toilet articles and bronze implements, an ostrich feather fan and a pair of rawhide sandals. A hide, usually oxhide, covered the whole body, and the legs of the bed had the form of those of a bull. The body had been clothed in linen, and there were numerous larger pottery vessels stowed nearby and around the walls. Of considerable interest and importance here is the detail of the bull legs, together with the covering of hide. Sir Flinders Petrie, in his account of the cluster of plundered tombs that he opened in the sands of Abydos, reported that among the shattered bits of grave gear left to be classified were numerous parts of furniture, stools, beds, caskets, etc., with legs carved to simulate the legs of bulls, whereas toward the close of Dynasty 5, 2350 BC, lion legs began to supplant bull. By that time also the custom of human sacrifice at royal burials had been abandoned. Tombs, furthermore, were then being constructed of stone, not of brick, and sanctuaries were being erected to a new sun god, Re, to whom the pharaoh himself paid worship as to his father above in heaven, not below in the grave. The pharaoh from that period on was known as the good god, whereas in the period of dynasties 1 through 4 he was the great god, who paid worship to none, being himself the supreme manifestation of Godhead in the universe. Thus it appears that during the epochal half-millennium that elapsed between the founding of Dynasty 1, circa 3000 BC, and the fall of Dynasty 5, circa 2350 BC, a coming to climax and transformation of the pharaonic cult of the mighty bull took place that is registered in no written text, but only in the mute forms and contents of the tombs of the dead yet ever living pharaohs and their buried courts. In each of the graves of the Nubian necropolis it was observed that the chief body and its furniture occupied only a very small part of the excavation. The rest was taken up by other human bodies, ranging in number from 1 to a dozen or more in the lesser burials, and from 50 or so to 400 or 500 in the larger. The colossal tumulus, already mentioned, no less than 100 yards in diameter, had a long corridor running east to west through its center, from which a sort of buried city of brick walls, literally packed with skeletons, fanned out to the periphery. The remains of numerous rams were also found in the graves, and in contrast to the always peaceful posture of the chief body, the disposition of the others followed no rule. Most were on the right side, indeed heads east, but in almost every possible attitude, from the half-extended posture of the chief body to the tightest possible doubling up. The hands were usually over the face or at the throat, but sometimes wrung together and sometimes clutching the hair. These extra bodies, writes Reisner, I call sacrifices. By far their great number, whether in the smaller graves or in the larger, were female, and of these one particularly well equipped with jewelry and grave gear was always placed either directly in front of or on the bed, beneath the hide. The group, declares Professor Reisner after many years of careful excavation and study of these graves, represents a family group made up from the members of one family, although not necessarily including the whole family, and in the greater tumuli where the number of occupants increased approximately in proportion to the magnitude of the monument. Even the 400 or 500 sometimes present would not have been too many to represent the harem of an Egyptian governor of the Sudan. They would have included a large proportion of women and children, but also male bodyguards and harem servants, and that some of the latter were eunuchs is, of course, possible, but indeterminable. Professor Reisner reminds us, the man was the governor of a country which controlled the main trade lines and the gold supply of Egypt, and at the distance of so many days' journey from Thebes and Memphis must have held the position of a nearly independent but tribute-paying viceroy to the king of Egypt. Under such circumstances, a harem with all its dependents, servants, and miscellaneous offspring would in the Orient easily amount to 500 persons or more. Thus, all the statements in regard to the extra bodies in the smaller graves apply in equal degree to those of the great tombs. These enormous burials also represent family interments made on one and the same day, differing only in scale, which was proportionate to the place and power of the chief personage, concluding that the burial represents a family group of attendants, females and children, together with the chief body, that all were buried in one day and in the same grave, that this occurred not in one grave, but in every grave in a vast cemetery, containing in the Egyptian part alone about 400 graves, and that the practice must cover a period of several hundred years. It may well be asked of human experience under what conditions such a custom can exist. The chances of war become at once an absurdity. The possibility of the continual extermination of family after family by execution for criminal or political offenses cannot be seriously considered, and there is certainly no microbe known to modern science which could act in so maliciously convenient a manner as to deliver family after family through so many generations simultaneously at the graveside. In all the range of present knowledge, there is only one custom known which sends the family or a part of it into the other world along with the chief member. That is the custom widely practiced but best known from the Hindu form called sati or suti, in which the wives of the dead man cast themselves or are thrown on his funeral pyre. Some such custom as this would explain fully the facts recorded in the graves of Kerma, and after several years of reflection I can conceive of no other known or possible custom which would even partially explain these facts. We are brought thus directly to an interesting enigma, which must strike the minds of all who seriously compare the antiquities of Egypt with those of India and the Far East, namely the enigma of the numerous analogues that appear and continue to appear at every turn. For example, in the mythology of the Narmer palette, the figure of the cow is, of course, obvious. The range of religious and emotional reference of the cow throughout Indian literature and life is enormous, always, however, in the way of a gentle, beloved maternal image, a poem of pity, to use Gandhi's phrase. Already in the Rig Veda, circa 1500 to 1000 BC, the goddess Aditi, mother of the gods, was a cow. In the rites, a cow was ceremonially addressed in her name. She was the supporter of creatures, widely expanded, mother of the sun god Mitra, and of the Lord of Truth and Universal Order, Varuna, mother also of Indra, king of the gods, who is addressed constantly as a bull, and is the archetype of the world monarch. In the later Hinduism of the Tantric and Puranic periods, circa AD 500 to 1500, when the rites and mythologies of Vishnu and Shiva came to full flower, Shiva was identified with the bull, Vishnu with the lion. Shiva's animal vehicle was the white bull Nandi, whose gentle form is a prominent figure in all of his temples, and in one celebrated case at Mamalapuram near Madras, the shore temple, circa AD 700 to 720. Nandi appears multiplied many times in the way of a kind of fence surrounding the compound. Shiva's consort, furthermore, the goddess Sati, pronounced Suti, who destroyed herself because of her love and loyalty, is the model of the perfect Indian wife, and finally the Indian mythological figure and ideal of the universal king, Chakravartin, the bound of whose domain is the horizon, before whose advance the sun-wheel, Kakra, rolls, Vartati, as a manifestation of divine authority and as opener of the way to the four quarters, who at birth is endowed with 32 great marks and numerous additional secondary marks, and who, when buried, is to have a huge mound, stupa, erected over his remains, without doubt as a perfect counterpart of the old Egyptian image and ideal of the pharaoh. Such parallels are not accidental concatenations, but related, deeply meaningful, culture-structuring mythological syndromes that represent the very nucleus of the paramount problem of any seriously regarded science of comparative culture, mythology, religion, art, or philosophy. As in India to this day, therefore, so also in the deep Egyptian past, we find this appalling, apparently senseless, certainly very cruel rite of suttee, and we shall discover it again in the earliest China. The royal tombs of show it in Mesopotamia, and there is evidence in Europe as well. What can it mean that man, precisely at the moments of first flowering of his greatest civilizations, should have offered his humanity and common sense, indeed even one can say his fundamental biological will to survive, on the altar of a dream? Were these willing victims, or were they forced, whom we have broken in upon in the cities of their sleep? If the victims had been killed before entering the grave, wrote Professor Reisner, they would have been placed all in the same position, neatly arranged on the right side, head east, with the right hand under the cheek and the left hand on or near the right elbow. However, although a few were approximately in this posture, the greatest number were in other attitudes, which, to quote the professor, could only be the result of fear, resolution under pain, or its anticipation, or of other movements which would naturally arise in the body of perfectly well persons suffering a conscious death by suffocation. The most common thing was for the person to bury the face in the hands, or for one hand to be over the face and the other pressed between the thighs. In 3 cases, one arm was passed around the breast, clasping the back of the neck from the opposite side. Another skeleton showed the head bent into the crook of the elbow in a manner, states Professor Reisner, most enlightening as an indication of her state of mind at the moment of being covered. Another was on the right side, head west, but with the right shoulder turned on the back and the right hand clutching an ostrich feather fan pressed against the face bent toward the breast, while the left arm was passed across to clutch the right forearm. 2 skeletons were unearthed with their foreheads pressed against each other, as for comfort. Another had the fingers of the right hand clenched in the strands of the bead-head circlet, and this was an attitude not uncommon. The principal sacrifice in one of the graves, the woman on the bed beneath the oxhide, was turned on her back, legs spread wide apart, left hand clenched against her breast, right grasping tightly the right pelvic bone, and with her head bent against the left shoulder. Another grave revealed a poor thing who had crawled beneath the bed and so had suffocated slowly. The position of her legs showed that she had placed herself there on her right side, properly head east, but had then turned on her stomach with the head so twisted as to lie on its left cheek, facing south instead of north. The arms were stretched down with the left hand on the buttocks and the right apparently grasping the left foot, for, owing to the lowness of the bed, she could not turn over without straightening her legs. And this was impossible, since they would project beyond the foot of the bed, where they were blocked by the filling. And still another woman, again the principal sacrifice in her grave, lying at the foot of the bed under the oxhide, had turned on her back with the right hand against the right leg, and the left hand in her agony, clutching her thorax. However, in spite of these signs of suffering and even panic in the actual moment of the pain of suffocation, we should certainly not think of the mental state and experience of these individuals after any model of our own more or less imaginable reactions to such a fate. For these sacrifices were not properly, in fact, individuals at all. That is to say, they were not particular beings distinguished from a class or group by virtue of any sense or realization of a personal individual destiny and responsibility to be worked out in the way of an individual life. They were parts only of a larger whole, and it was only by virtue of their absolute submission to that in its unalterable categorical imperative that they were anything at all. The full sense of the Indian term sati will expose, I think, something of the quality and character of the mind and heart absolutely opened in this way to an identification with a role. The word is from the Sanskrit verbal root sat, to be. The noun form satya means truth, the real, genuine, and sincere, the faithful, virtuous, pure, and good, as well as the realized, the fulfilled, while the negative asat, unreal, untrue, has the connotations wrong, wicked, and vile, and in the feminine participial form asati, unfaithful, unchaste wife. Sati, the feminine participle of sat, then, is the female who really is something inasmuch as she is truly and properly a player of the female part. She's not only good and true in the ethical sense, but true and real ontologically. In her faithful death, she is at one with her own true being. An illuminating, though somewhat appalling, glimpse into the deep, silent pool of the Oriental, archaic soul suffused by this sense of the transcendence of its own reality is afforded by an almost incredible tale of a Suti burial from recent India, which took place on March 18, 1813. The report was communicated by a certain British Captain Kemp, an eyewitness of the living sacrifice to an early missionary in India, the Reverend William Ward. One of the captain's younger and best workmen, Vishvanatha by name, who had been sick but a short time, was said by an astrologer to be on the point of death, and so was taken down to the side of the Ganges to expire. Immersed to the middle in the mud-laden stream, he was kept there for some time, but when he failed to die, was returned to the bank and left to broil in the sun. Then he was placed again in the river, and again returned to the bank, which activity continuing for some 36 hours, he did, indeed, finally expire. And his wife, a young, healthy girl of about 16, learning of the death, came to the desperate resolution, writes the captain, of being buried alive with the corpse. The British officer tried in vain to persuade first the girl, then her mother, that a resolution of this kind was madness, but encountered not the slightest sign anywhere of either hesitation or regret, and so the young widow, accompanied by her friends, proceeded to the beach where the body lay, and there a small branch of the mango tree was presented to her, which, when she took it, set the seal upon her resolution. The captain then writes, at 8 p.m., the corpse, accompanied by the self-devoted victim, was conveyed to a place a little below our grounds, where I repaired to behold the perpetration of a crime which I could scarcely believe possible to be committed by any human being. The corpse was laid on the earth by the river till a circular grave of about 15 feet in circumference and 5 or 6 feet deep was prepared, and was then, after some formulas had been read, placed at the bottom of the grave in a sitting posture, with the face to the north, the nearest relation applying a lighted wisp of straw to the top of the head. The young widow now came forward, and having circumambulated the grave 7 times, calling out, Hurry Bul, Hurry Bul, Hari ai Vishnu, Hail Hari, Hail. For the Indian woman, her husband is her manifestation of God, in which she was joined by the surrounding crowd, descended into it. I then approached within a foot of the grave to observe if any reluctance appeared in her countenance or sorrow in that of her relations. She placed herself in a sitting posture with her face to the back of her husband, embracing the corpse with her left arm and reclining her head on his shoulders. The other hand she placed over her own head, with her forefinger erect, which she moved in a circular direction. The earth was then deliberately put around them, 2 men being in the grave for the purpose of stamping it round the living and the dead, which they did as a gardener does around a plant newly transplanted, till the earth rose to a level with the surface, or 2 or 3 feet above the heads of the entombed. As her head was covered some time before the finger of her right hand, I had an opportunity of observing whether any regret was manifested, but the finger moved round in the same manner as at first, till the earth closed the scene. Not a parting tear was observed to be shed by any of her relations, till the crowd began to disperse, when the usual lamentations and howling commenced without sorrow. We may compare with this Professor Reisner's reconstruction of the burial rites of the great provincial governor, Prince Hepzibah, in the largest of the tumuli of the Nubian cemetery at Kerma, which must have taken place, according to his calculation, some time between 1940 and 1880 B.C. The procession would have started from a large rectangular edifice, the ruins of which were excavated some 35 yards from the prodigious tumulus. Reisner writes, I imagine the procession filing out of the funerary chapel and taking the short path to the western entrance of the long corridor of the tumulus. The blue-gazed quartzite bed on which the dead Hepzibah probably already lay covered with linen garments, his sword between his thighs, his pillow, his fan, his sandals in their places, the servants bearing alabaster jars of ointments, boxes of toilet articles and games, the great blue faience sailing boats with all their crews in place, the beautifully decorated faience vessels and the fine pottery of the prince's daily life, perhaps the porters straining at the ropes which drew the two great statues set on sledges. Although these may have been taken to the tomb before this day, the bearers who had the easier burden of the statuettes, the crowd of women and attendants of the harem decked in their most cherished finery, many carrying some necessary utensil or vessel, they proceed not in the ceremonial silence of our funerals, but with all the ululations and wailings of the people of the Nile. The bed with the body is placed in the main chamber, the finer objects in that chamber and in the anteroom, the pottery among the statues and statuettes set in the corridor. The doors of the chamber are closed and sealed. The priests and officials withdraw. The women and attendants take their places, jostling in the narrow corridor, perhaps still with shrill cries or speaking only such words as the selection of their places required. The cries and all movements cease. The signal is given. The crowd of people assembled for the feast, now waiting ready, cast the earth from their baskets upon the still but living victims on the floor and rush away for more. The frantic confusion and haste of the assisting multitude is easy to imagine. The emotions of the victims may perhaps be exaggerated by ourselves. They were fortified and sustained by their religious beliefs and had taken their places willingly, without doubt, but at that last moment we know from their attitudes in death that a rustle of fear passed through them and that in some cases there was a spasm of physical agony. The corridor was quickly filled with earth conveniently placed. A few hundred men would do that work in a quarter of an hour. A few thousands with filled baskets would have accomplished the task in a few minutes. The assembled crowd turned then probably to the great feast. The oxen had been slaughtered ceremonially to send their spirits with the spirit of the prince. The meat must be eaten, as was ever the case. If I am right in my interpretation of the hearths, consisting of ashes and red-burned earth, which dot the plain to the west and south of the tumulus, the crowd received the meat in portions and dispersed over the adjacent ground in family or village groups to cook and eat it. No doubt the wailing and the feasting lasted for days, accompanied by games and dances. Day after day the smoke of the fires must have drifted southwards. There can be no question but that in viewing these two rites, so different in degree, we are in the field of the same spiritual belief. The mythology and ritual of Suti, which so greatly shocked the early Western visitors to India and fundamentally outraged the Western moral sense, is older by far than the Indian Brahminical tradition to which it is generally ascribed, and by which it was maintained until suppressed in 1829. In our volume, Primitive Mythology, we have discussed at length the mythology of the ritual love-death, first as it has been practiced up to the present on the culture level of the primitive planting village communities of the tropical equatorial zone, from the Sudan eastward to the Indonesian and across the Pacific even to the New World, and then as it appeared in a considerably elevated form in the royal rites of the earliest hieratic city-states of the Near East, whence the awesome custom of a periodic ritual regicide was diffused, together with the institution of kingship itself, into Egypt, Inner Africa, and India, and to Europe and China as well. We shall not repeat the argument here, but only point once again to the royal tombs of Sumerian Ur, excavated by Sir Leonard Woolley, where it appeared that when a royal personage died, or was perhaps ritually slain, the members of the court, or at least the female members and the body servants in full regalia, entering the grave with the bier, were buried alive. And there were found in one of the royal chambers at Ur 2 model boats, one of silver, one of copper, with high stem and stern and with leaf-bladed oars. The boat models of blue-glazed fancy in the prince's tumulus at Kerma, therefore, were not mere toys of whimsies, but elements of a symbolism of the yonder world, the boats of the ferrymen of death. There is a rock picture from the Nubian desert south of Kerma showing such a boat, complete with sail and ferryman, so placed on the back of a bull that the boat and galloping animal are one, figure 21. There is also on a coffin in the British Museum the picture of the god Apis in the form of a galloping bull with crescent horns bearing the dead Osiris in the underworld. See picture 25, page 84. And now let us recall the funeral beds with legs like those of a bull, and the oxhide covers placed over the dead. We have already discussed the cylinder seal from Mesopotamia showing the couple on a couch having legs suggesting those of a bull, and in faraway Bali, at the remotest reach into Indonesia, the influence of the Indian culture complex, the bodies of the wealthy waiting to be burned are placed in sarcophagi with the shapes of bulls. Returning now to ancient Abydos, with eyes better able to see, we observe again the royal places, silent for millenniums beneath the sands. We may recall that in the little painted tomb at Heracleopolis there were two parts, divided by a low wall. We view again the necropolis of King Narmer, the uniter of the two lands, the mighty bull of his mother, who in a single day overthrew 6,000 enemies, and we ask who were in those other graves, or in the two large subsidiary chambers near the tomb of that other possible first pharaoh, Ahamena. Then we look at the next burial, that of Zer, the immediate follower of the pharaoh Ahamena, and probably his son. There is no more grandiose subterranean city of the dead anywhere in the world. The main tomb, some 20 feet underground, was 43 feet long, 38 feet wide, 9 feet deep, and within there had been a large wooden chamber divided into rooms. Against the outside of its heavy walls, 8.5 feet thick, were the lesser brick walls of numerous additional compartments, while beyond this many-chambered royal palace there reached out in the way of an underground Versailles, a vast court of 318 subsidiary graves, arranged in outbuildings, annexes, and wings. The likely occupants suggested by Reisner were as follows: in the most stately annex of 17 subsidiary chambers, 6 chief wives and 11 second-rank women of the harem. In the barracks just behind these, 44 of the harem retinue, 2 harem keepers and 2 harem keepers' servants. In a large separate dormitory, some 38 male, perhaps eunuch, harem servants and 21 bodyguards, chair-bearers, etc. In a second wing or annex, 20 members of what appears to have been a separate secondary harem. In a vast service dormitory, quite apart, a service company, various bodies to be slain or even slew themselves in the festival meme, as indeed kings in India continued to be slain as late as the 16th century and in Africa into the 20th. In Egypt, however, already in the period of the Narmer Palette, circa 3000 BC, their individualities had to a certain extent closed so that the holy death and resurrection scenes were no longer being played with all the empathy of yore, at least by the players in the leading part. Those warrior kings, strategists, and politicos, fashioners of the first compound political state in the history of the world, were not offering themselves like actual bulls, pigs, rams, or goats to the local priestly guardians who in former days had derived their solemn knowledges of the right order, ma'at, from a watch of the cycling stars. Somewhere, sometime, at some point on the prehistoric map not yet brought into focus by research, the king had taken Ma'at unto himself, so that by the time the earliest datable royal actors come striding in upon the scene for us, they are already rendering a new reading of the well-known role of character A. Instead of that old, dark, terrible drama of the king's death, which had formerly been played to the hilt, the audience now watched a solemn, symbolic meme, the said festival in which the king renewed his pharaonic warrant without submitting to the personal inconvenience of a literal death. The rite was celebrated, some authorities believe, according to a cycle of 30 years, regardless of the dating of the reigns. Others have it, however, that the only scheduling factor was the king's own desire and command. Either way, the real hero of the great occasion was no longer the timeless pharaoh, capital P, who puts on pharaohs like clothes and puts them off, but the living garment of flesh and bone, this particular pharaoh so-and-so, who, instead of giving himself to the part, now had found a way to keep the part to himself. And this he did simply by stepping the mythological image down 1 degree. Instead of Pharaoh changing pharaohs, it was the pharaoh who changed costumes. The season of year for this royal ballet was the same as that proper to a coronation. The first 5 days of the first month of the season of coming forth, when the hillocks and fields following the inundation of the Nile were again emerging from the waters, for the seasonal cycle throughout the ancient world was the foremost sign of rebirth following death, and in Egypt the chronometer of this cycle was the annual flooding of the Nile. Numerous festival edifices were constructed, incensed, and consecrated, a throne hall wherein the king should sit while approached in obsequience by the gods and their priesthoods, who in a crueler time would have been the registrars of his death, a large court for the presentation of memes, processions, and other such visual events, and finally a palace chapel into which the god-king would retire for his changes of costume. 5 days of illumination, called the lightning of the flame, which in the earlier reading of this miracle play would have followed the quenching of the fires on the dark night of the moon when the king was ritually slain, preceded the 5 days of the festival itself, and then the solemn occasion ad majorum dia gloriam commenced. The opening rites were under the patronage of Hathor. The king, wearing the belt with her 4 faces and the tail of her mighty bull, moved in numerous processions, preceded by his 4 standards, from one temple to the next, presenting favors, not offerings, to the gods. Whereafter the priests arrived in homage before his throne, bearing the symbols of their gods. More processions followed, during which the king moved about, as Professor Frankfort states in his account, like the shuttle in a great loom, to recreate the fabric of his domain, into which the cosmic powers represented by the gods, no less than the people of the land, were to be woven. All this pomp and circumstance, however, was but preliminary to the central event, for, as in all traditional rites, so in this, the period of ceremonious approach and preparation was to be followed by an act of consummation, formerly the killing of the king, after which a brief series of terminal meditations, blessings, etc. would lead to an exit march. Normally 6 stages are represented in such a program. 1. Preparatory vestings, blessings, and consecrations. 2. Introductory processions. 3. Rites approaching the consummation. 4. The consummating sacrifice or its counterpart. 5. The application of the benefits. 6. Thanksgiving, final blessing, and dismissal. In our present summary sketch of a said festival, we have already arrived at stage number 4. The king, wearing now a short, stiff, archaic mantle, walks in a grave and stately manner to the sanctuary of the wolf god, Upwat, the opener of the way, where he anoints the sacred standard, and, preceded by this, marches to the palace chapel, into which he disappears. A period of time elapses during which the pharaoh is no longer manifest. When he reappears, he is clothed, as in the armor palette, wearing the kilt with Hathor belt and bull's tail attached. In his right hand he holds the flail scepter, and in his left, instead of the usual crook of the good shepherd, an object resembling a small scroll called the will, the house document or secret of the 2 partners, which he exhibits in triumph, proclaiming to all in attendance that it was given him by his dead father Osiris in the presence of the earth god Geb. I have run, he cries, holding the secret of the 2 partners, the will that my father has given me before Geb. I have passed through the land and touched the 4 sides of it. I traverse it as I desire. There is an amusing, extremely early engraving on a broken piece of ebony from the tomb of King Den Setui, the 5th pharaoh of Dynasty I, that pious Bluebeard whose palace with the pink granite pavement, once full of murdered wives, we have already noted above, see page 68, which shows the king just following his reception of the will, figure 22. He is striding nimbly away with it, the flail is over his shoulder, and the will is in his left hand. The scene, writes Petrie in his report of the discovery, is the earliest example of a ceremony which is shown on the monuments down to Roman times. Both Osiris and the pharaoh wear the double crown of the 2 lands, which is a compound of the tall tiara-like white crown of Upper Egypt and the low red crown with symbolic coil of the north. It has been suggested that within the palace court an area must have been marked out to symbolize the 2 lands of Lower and Upper Egypt, and that the pharaoh traversed this in some sort of formal, striding, ceremonious, slow dance. Later accounts and pictures indicate that a female, probably a priestess representing the goddess Mert, who was symbolic of the land, faced the dancer and clapped accompaniment, calling, "Come, bring it," while the wolf standard of the opener of the way was borne before him in an attendant clothed archaically in a kilt of hide. Such then, or somewhat such, was the rite by which the literal killing of the old king and transfer of power to the new had been transformed into an allegory. They died not literally but symbolically in the earliest passion play of which we have record, and the plot of the sacred meme was the old yet ever new formula of the adventure of the hero, which is known to the later arts and literatures of all the world. Analyzed in terms of its component folkloristic motifs, the plot might be summarized as follows. Pharaoh, the hero, when it became known to him that the time had come for him to be slain, set forth to procure a token of his qualification for continued possession of his throne. Call to adventure. Led by the opener of the way, guide to adventure, magical aid, he entered the palace of the underworld, threshold of adventure, labyrinth, land of the dead, where he touched the four sides of the land of Egypt, difficult task, macrocosmic correspondence, and with the goddess of the land of Egypt assisting, magical aid, Ariadne motif, supernatural bride, was thereupon acknowledged by his dead father, Osiris, father at one-ment. He received the will, divine designation, token, elixir, and in new attire, apotheosis, reappeared before his folk, resurrection, return, to resume his throne, adventure achieved. Thus, in a marvelously subtle way, the work commenced of art which, in the course of the following long, cruel centuries, was gradually to alleviate the force of the earlier, literally enacted mythic siegers, releasing men thereby from their inhumanity, while opening through the figures of their inspiration new ways to an understanding of humanity itself. The fifth stage of the said festival, that of the application of benefits, was devoted to the installation of the pharaoh on his dual throne, which he now had properly achieved. In his character first as king of Lower Egypt, he was carried in a box-like litter on the shoulders of the great ones of the realm to the chapel of Horus of Libya with the lifted arm, where the high priest bestowed on him the shepherd crook, the flail and welfare scepter, and two dignitaries of the holy city of Buto in the delta sang a hymn 4 times to the quarters, the command silence 4 times repeated having preceded each declamation. In his character then as king of Upper Egypt, he was carried in a litter shaped like a basket to the chapel of Horus of Edfu and Seth of Ombos, where the high priest bestowed the bow and arrows of his royal rule. Releasing an arrow in each of the 4 directions, the king assumed his throne and was crowned 4 times, once facing each quarter, whereafter, in the terminating stage of the festival, the 6th, he moved in procession to the court of the royal ancestors, where he offered homage in a rite in which the 4 royal standards, called the gods who follow Horus, played a leading role. The earliest extant representation of the dual enthronement of the said festival appears on a royal ceiling, figure 23, found by Petrie in the ravaged tomb of King Zer, the second pharaoh, according to Petrie's count of Dynasty I, to whose monstrous Sute burial we have already had occasion to refer, see page 67. And this returns us to our point. For although it is perfectly clear that these pharaohs had taken Ma'at unto themselves, away from the stars and their gods and priests, foregoing the holy ritual death and assuming the lighter part of a ritual dance, thus no longer playing the role of pivotal sacrifice in an awesome hieratic order governed by heaven, but saving themselves for the mastery of a religiously rationalized and costumed yet actually political ordered government by their own fiat. On the other hand, when they finally did expire in nature's own good, non-symbolic time, they required their wives, concubines, harem-keepers, palace guards, and dwarfs to carry out the heavier part, following the corpse into an underworld prepared for them by himself. Such obsequies cannot be interpreted, like those of the archaic ritual regicide, as giving evidence of any quenching of ego in the godly role of king. Indeed, on one level, let us say the merely personal, they would have been celebrated adequately and nobly enough in Tennyson's unexciting last stanza of Enoch Arden. So passed the strong heroic soul away, and when they buried him, the little port had seldom seen a costlier funeral. Historically regarded, however, the great Suti tombs are of enormous interest, for their moment at the dawn of Egyptian history was precisely that when, to use Spengler's figure, the knowledge of death struck the mind. It was the moment, to manipulate the figure of Thomas Mann, when the sense of individuality, which formerly had been open behind, closed and the knowledge of death struck home. Or again, it was the moment when, to use the evidence of our recent science of archaeology, the invention of the sun-hardened mud brick made it possible to line the substructure of a grave with a roof-supporting wall and thus create an earth-free chamber within, where the body, and with the body the individual corporeal soul, Egyptian Ba, could be preserved. The body of the dead man, as Spengler has said with reference to Egypt's mortuary cult, was made everlasting, and the function of the cult was to reunite by magic the corporeal soul, the Ba, and the incorporeal energetic principle, the Ka, which had slipped away at death. This done, it was supposed there would be no death. And so we are now to recognize in the history of our subject a secondary stage of mythic seizure, not mythic identification, ego-absorbed and lost in God, but its opposite, mythic inflation, the God absorbed and lost in ego. The first, I would suggest, characterized the actual holiness of the sacrificed kings of the early hieratic city-states, and the second, the mock holiness of the worshipped kings of the subsequent dynastic states. For these supposed that it was in their temporal character that they were God, that is to say, they were madmen. Moreover, they were supported in this belief, taught, flattered, and encouraged by their clergy, parents, wives, advisors, folk, and all who also thought that they were God. That is to say, the whole society was mad. Yet out of that madness sprang the great thing that we call Egyptian civilization. Its counterpart in Mesopotamia produced the dynastic states of that area, and we have adequate evidence besides of its force in India, the Far East, and Europe as well. In other words, a large part of the subject matter of our science must be read as evidence of a psychological crisis of inflation, characteristic of the dawn of every one of the great civilizations of the world, the moment of the birth of its particular style. And if I am correct in my notion of the early hieratic stage, a certain sequence appears to be indicated, namely, 1. Mythic identification and the hieratic pre-dynastic state, and 2. Mythic inflation and the archaic dynastic styles. The pharaohs and their cult were no longer simply imitating the holy past so that the scripture might be fulfilled. They and their priests were creating something of and for themselves. We are in the presence here of a line of grandiose, highly self-interested, prodigiously inflated egos. Furthermore, as we have seen, these megalomaniacs were not satisfied to be merely one god. They were two, and as such had two burial palaces apiece. On the armor pallet, which was worked on two sides, two crowns appeared, one on each face, and they represented the two Egypts, which again were represented by the interlaced necks of the two symbolic beasts. On one side of the pallet, the pharaonic principle was represented in the bird form of the falcon, Horus, on the other as a mighty bull, and in the pageantry of the said festival 2 coronations were celebrated. In the royal ceiling of King Zer, the monarch is shown twice, while in the little scratched picture of King Den Setui, nimbly stepping from the presence of his father, with whom, though they were two, the king was one. We have seen that both wear the double crown. Moreover, the ceremonial name of the will, the final symbolic warrant of pharaonic rule, is the secret of the two partners. What are we to think of that? The answer appears beneath the sands of Abydos in the tombs of the pharaohs of Dynasty II, which are enormous and exhibit every evidence of a lavish display of suti. For the fourth pharaoh of this line is always represented by 2 cartouches and 2 names, over one of which, Sekhemab, there is shown the usual Horus falcon of the royal house, while over the other name, Parabsin, there appears the curiously characteristic quadruped, somewhat resembling in Okapi, that always stands for the arch-enemy of both Horus and Osiris, namely Seth. And on the seals of the 7th and last pharaoh of this line, Khase Khemui, the two antagonists, Horus the hero and Seth the villain of the piece, stand side by side, together and co-equal, figure 24, while the monarch himself is termed the appearing of the dual power in which the two gods are at peace. The name of the will, then, the secret of the two partners, was a reference to the hidden understanding of the two gods, who, though they appeared to be implacable enemies, are of one mind behind the scenes, and we are forced to revise, or at least to amplify, our view of the wisdom of the pharaoh's madness, mythologically representing the inevitable dialectic of temporality, where all things appear in pairs. Horus and Seth are forever in conflict, whereas in the sphere of eternity, beyond the veil of time and space, where there is no duality, they are at one. Death and life are at one, all is peace, and there it is known also that the same transcendent peace abides even in the cruelties of war, so that in the Narmer pallet, where the pharaoh with the lifted arm of Horus slays the chieftain of the harpoon folk, together with 6,000 enemies who are here in the role of Seth, the scene is one of peace, and of this peace, which is the inhabiting reality of all things, all history and sorrow, the living god Pharaoh is the pivot. He is an epitome of the field, the universe itself, in which the pairs of opposites play. Hence, to follow him in death is to remain in life, there being in fact no death in the royal pasture beyond time, where the two gods are at one and the shepherd crook gives assurance. And this secret knowledge that there is the peace of eternal being within every aspect of the field of temporal becoming is the signature of this entire civilization. It is the metaphysical background of the majesty of its sculpture as well as of the nobility of its pharaonic cult of death, which in itself was madness, but in the way of a sign was a metaphor of the mystery of being. Pharaoh was known as the Two Lords, Frankfurt writes. The two lords were the perennial antagonists, Horus and Seth. The king was identified with both of these gods, but not in the sense that he was considered the incarnation of the one and also the incarnation of the other. He embodied them as a pair, as opposites in equilibrium. Horus and Seth were the antagonists per se, the mythological symbols for all conflict. Strife is an element in the universe which cannot be ignored. Seth is perennially subdued by Horus, but never destroyed. Both Horus and Seth are wounded in the struggle, but in the end there is a reconciliation. The static equilibrium of the cosmos is established. Reconciliation and unchanging order in which conflicting forces play their allotted part, that is the Egyptian's view of the world and also his conception of the state. This, then, was the madness of the Pharaoh and of Egypt, as it is of the Orient to this day. 7. The immanent transcendent God. A battered stone tossed up like jetsam on a beach reached the British Museum from Egypt in the year 1805 to be catalogued as Stela number 797. Its difficult inscription was abraded, for it had served for some time as a neither millstone. The light in the museum gallery was poor. Egyptologists are human, and the manner of arrangement of the hieroglyphs was peculiar. In the earliest published copies of its text, therefore, the lines were not only inaccurately rendered, but also numbered in reverse, and it was the grand old Professor James Henry Breasted, whose ancient histories we all have read in school, who, while gradually working his meticulous way through the British Museum collection of inscriptions for the preparation of the Berlin Egyptian Dictionary, was the first to realize what had happened to the lines, whereupon a revelation stood suddenly before him. He wrote a paper, The Philosophy of a Memphite Priest. Professor G. Maspero followed, and he also wrote a paper, Sur la toute puissance de la parole. Professor Adolf Ehrman then composed a paper, Ein Denkmal Memphitischer Theologie, which fixed the date of the text as at the beginning of the Old Kingdom, and this early assignment has now been confirmed. The tossed-up bit of battered rock had received its literary cargo from an earlier document, devoured by worms, which had been copied for preservation in the 8th century B.C. on the order of a certain pharaoh Sabakos, and the reason for all the excitement when its message was deciphered was that the text was found to have anticipated by 2,000 years that idea of creation by the power of the word which appears in the book of Genesis, where God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Moreover, in this old Egyptian version of that unwitnessed scene, the point of view, like that of the Indian account of the self who said I and became two, was interior to the divinity and psychological, not, like the biblical version, an account merely of the sequence of commands and their effects, plus a refrain, and God saw that it was good. In the Memphite text of the mummy god Ptah, we are told that it was the heart of God that brought forth every issue and the tongue of God that repeated what the heart had thought. Every divine word came into existence by the thought of the heart and the commandment of the tongue. When the eyes see, the ears hear, and the nose breathes, they report to the heart. It is the heart that brings forth every issue, and the tongue that repeats the thought of the heart. Thus were fashioned all the gods, even Atum and his Ennead. The priestly minds of the great temple of Ptah in the capital city founded by the first pharaoh, see page 50, display in this text a view of the nature of deity, circa 3000 BC, that is at once psychological and metaphysical. The organs of the human body are associated with psychological functions, the heart with creative conception, the tongue with creative realization, and these functions then are cosmologized. In the way of a micro-macro cosmic correspondence, they are conceived to be man's portion of universally operative powers, and these principles or powers are what are personified in the figures of the gods, who are thus manifestations, imaged realizations of the various recognized aspects of the mystery of being. The gods participate as such in the numinous aspect of reality, but on the other hand, inasmuch as they have been recognized and named, they represent also the measure of man's penetration of the mystery of being, and their characters consequently partake not only of the ultimate mystery that inhabits every sanctuary of contemplation whatsoever, but also of the measures of insight represented in the priesthoods by which their natures have been defined. Thus the Memphite priesthood of the creator deity Ta deepened the meaning and force of their god's name when they penetrated psychologically to a new depth in their understanding of the nature of creativity itself. And by this philosophical feat they went past the neighboring priesthood of the ancient city of On, Heliopolis, whose concept of creation had been rendered in the myth of their own local creator deity, the sun god Atum. We have two accounts of the creative acts of Atum, both from the pyramid texts, which are the earliest known body of religious writings preserved anywhere in the world, inscribed on the walls of a series of 9 tombs, circa 2350 to 2175 BC, in the vast necropolis of Memphis at Saqqara. According to the first of these accounts, a tomb created in Heliopolis by an act of masturbation, he took his phallus in his fist to excite desire thereby, and the twins were born, Shu and Tefnut. According to the second version, creation was from the spittle of his mouth, the god standing at the time on the summit of the cosmic maternal mound, see page 39, symbolized as a pyramid. O Atum Kefri, when thou didst mount the hill, and didst shine like the phoenix on the ancient pyramidal stone in the temple of the Phoenix in Heliopolis, thou didst spit out what was Shu, sputter out what was Tefnut, and thou didst put thine arms about them as the arms of a Ka, that thy Ka might be in them. Atum, therefore, like the self in the Indian Upanishad, poured himself physically into creation. However, there is no developed psychological analogy indicated in either of these two Egyptian texts, which are certainly much older than the inscriptions in which they are preserved. What they present is simply a primary image of physical creation on the level almost of an unadorned dream symbol. The twins Shu and Tefnut were a male and a female, and it was from them that the rest of the pantheon derived. So we read, Shu together with Tefnut created the gods, begat the gods, established the gods. And the gods begotten of them were the heaven goddess Nut and her spouse, the earth god Geb, who in turn begot two divine sets of opposed twins, Isis and Osiris, Nephthys and her brother consort Seth, so that already in the priestly system of the temple of the sun god Heliopolis, a late and far from primitive syncretic mythology has been developed, wherein 9 gods, known as the Ennead of Heliopolis, were brought together in a hierarchic order, symbolized as a genealogy. O great Ennead, who are in Heliopolis, Atum, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Seth, Nephthys, children of Atum, your name is the 9 bows. Compare now the Memphite insight by which this theology was surpassed. The brief text can be readily followed in full. There came into being on the heart and tongue of Ta something in the image of Atum. The rival creator in a physical sense here is shown as the mere agent of an antecedent spiritual force. Mighty and great is Ta, who rendered power to the gods and their Kas, through his heart by which Horus became Ta, and through his tongue by which Thought became Ta. Thought was an ancient moon god of the city Hermopolis, who had been brought into the syncretic system of Heliopolis in the role of scribe, messenger, master of the word and of the magic of the resurrection. In the great hall in which the dead are judged, he records the weights of their hearts. His animal forms are the ibis and the baboon. As an ibis, he sails over the sky. As a baboon, he greets the rising sun. As symbolic of the creative word, however, he is in the Memphite system identified with the power of the tongue of Ta, likewise the solar power that Thought Greeks in his rising, namely Horus, the living sun, and resurrection of the creative power of Osiris, here is identified with the power of the heart of Ta. The gods are thus functioning members of the larger body or totality of Ta, who dwells in them as their eternal vital force, their Ka. Thus the heart and tongue won mastery over all the members, inasmuch as he is in every body and every mouth of all gods, all men, all beasts, all crawling things, and whatever lives, since he thinks and commands everything as he wills. The idea is here announced unmistakably of the immanent God that is yet transcendent, which lives in all gods, all men, all beasts, all crawling things, and whatever lives. The Indian image of the self that became creation is thus anticipated by a full 2,000 years. His Ennead is before him in his own teeth and lips. These correspond to the semen and hand of Atum. But whereas the Ennead of Atum came into being by his semen and fingers, that of Ta consists in the teeth and lips of his mouth, which pronounced of everything its name, whence Shu and Tefnut came forth, and which was thus the creator of the Ennead. The teeth and lips are the agents of the tongue's speech. Here stand in the roles elsewhere represented by Shu, Tefnut, and the rest. The whole pantheon as well as the world thus becomes organically assimilated to the cosmic body of the Creator. And now we come to the psychological analogy already cited. When the eyes see, the ears hear, and the nose breathes, they report to the heart. It is the heart that brings forth every issue, and the tongue that repeats the thoughts of the heart. Thus were fashioned all the gods, even Atum and his Ennead. Every divine word has come into existence through the heart's thought and the tongue's command. Thus it was by such speech that the Kas were created and the maidservants of the Kas. The maidservants of the Kas are a constellation of 14 qualities identified as the primary effects and signs of creative force, namely might, radiance, prosperity, victory, wealth, plenty, augustness, readiness, creative action, intelligence, adornment, stability, obedience, and taste. It is these that make all sustenance, all food, all that is liked and all that is loathed. Thus it was he who gave life to the peaceful and death to the transgressor. Thus it was he who made every work, every craft, the action of the arms, the movement of the legs, and the activity of each member, according to commands thought by the heart and issuing from the tongue, communicating its significance to each thing. Therefore it is said of Ta, "It is he who made all and brought the gods into being. He is verily the risen land that brought forth the gods, for everything came forth from him, sustenance and food, the offerings of the gods, and every good thing. Thus it was discovered and understood that his strength was greater than that of all the gods, and Ta was satisfied when he made all things and every divine word. He had fashioned the gods, made the cities, founded the nomes, installed the gods in their shrines, established their offerings, and equipped their holy places. He had made likenesses of their bodies to the satisfaction of their hearts, and the gods had entered into these bodies, made of every wood, stone, and clay thing that grows upon him, wherein they have taken form. And in this way all the gods and their Kas are at one with him, content and united with the Lord of the two lands. One can see, comments Edward Meyer on this text, how really old these speculations of Egyptian wisdom really are. The myths can no longer be taken simply in their literal sense. They have to be understood as a rendition of deeper thoughts striving to comprehend the world spiritually as a unit. Whereas, however, such cosmic speculations in later ages have been rendered, for the most part, in verbal terms, the normal medium of archaic thought was presentational, in visual terms, and it is surely curious to consider that, although no scholar worth his mortarboard would be likely to eat the menu instead of the dinner, mistaking the printed word for its reference, elementary lapses of this sort are normal in works of learning treating of the ancient gods. It is true that both clergy and layfolk commonly make this mistake in relation to their own religious symbols nowadays, and that everywhere and through all time there have been men who thought their gods were supernatural celebrities who might be met somewhere in person. Nevertheless, our battered glimpse of the wisdom of Stela number 797 has let us know that in the view, at least, of the priesthood in his temple, the god Ta was not so quaintly conceived. He is represented in his glyph as a mummy with a tassel at the back of his collar and the bald head of a tonsured priest, and he was said to be incarnate in a black bull miraculously engendered by a moonbeam. This so-called Apis bull, figure 25, when ceremonially slain upon attaining the age of 25, was embalmed and buried in the necropolis of Saqqara in a rock-cut tomb known as the Serapeum, whereupon immediately a new incarnation of the god was born, which could be recognized by certain signs, among others, peculiar white marks on his neck and rump resembling a falcon's wings, and a scarab-like knot beneath its tongue. The symbolism of the Apis bull thus carried by way of animal instead of human imagery, the basic theme of the sacrificed god that was essential to the pharaonic cult, and the emphasis placed upon it in the capital founded by the founder of Dynasty I suggests very strongly that the metaphor of the sacrificed bull must have been felt to be an adequate substitute for that of the sacrificed king. In the pre-dynastic age, the moon king had been ritually slain, but in this later age it was the bull, so that the king, relieved of numinous weight, was released for his political ballet. Ta is depicted as a mummy, and the Apis bull is black, save for the lighter marking of the falcon wings. Both the mummy and the blackness of the bull refer to the dark moon, the dead moon, into which the old moon dies and from which the new is born. The visible cycle of waning and waxing is but a manifestation in time of aspects of that deeper, timeless stratum. Analogously, the mythology of the death of Osiris and birth of Horus is no more than a manifestation in time of a deeper, timeless Ta. Likewise, in India, in the late tantric imagery of the period of circa AD 500 to 1500, there is an important order of symbols linked to the worship of the goddess mother of the world, where she is shown seated upon Shiva in a manner suggesting the posture of the early Sumerian seal discussed previously, figure 14, while beneath the form of Shiva, as he lies upon his back, there is another aspect of the god, linked to the first, but turned away from the goddess and with eyes closed, figure 26. Shiva in this second form is known as Sava, the corpse, and the analogy with Ta as the mummy is obvious. The analogy is enlarged when it is considered that the animal of Shiva is the bull Nandi, whereas that of Ta is the Apis bull. It is enlarged still further when it is realized that the reference of both symbolic systems is to the mystery of the God, who is transcendent, the self before it said I, yet simultaneously immanent, the self split in two, begetting the universe, and the analogy goes beyond all mere chance when it is known that the animal vehicle of the goddess consort of Shiva is the lion, whereas the goddess consort of Ta is the great and terrible lion goddess Sekhmet, whose name means the powerful one. Her Indian counterpart is called the power, Sakti, of Shiva, and as we have seen, see page 4 to 6, she is insatiable in her thirst for the ambrosia of blood. There is an Egyptian document of circa 2000 to 1800 BC which tells of the wrath of the lion goddess Sekhmet, who, according to this text, came into being as an aspect of the cow goddess Hathor to wreak chastisement on the people of Seth. She could not be stayed when her work was done, however, and so the gods, to save mankind, caused their slave girls to brew 7,000 jars of beer, which they infused with powdered mandrake to make it resemble human blood. And in the best part of the night, we read, this sleeping draught was poured out until the fields were flooded 4 spans by that liquid, and when the goddess appeared in the morning, as the blazing morning sun, she beheld this inundation, her face reflected in it was beautiful. She drank, and liking it, returned to her palace drunk, and it was thus that the world of mankind was saved. In the early mythologies of the moon bull, the sun was always conceived as a warlike, blazing, destructive deity, and in the fierce heat of the tropics it is indeed a terrible force, where, likened to a lioness or to a pouncing bird of prey, whereas the moon, dispenser of the night, dews by which the world of vegetation is refreshed, represents the principle of life, the principle of birth and death that is life. Symbolically, the moon bull, like all living things, dies and is reborn, and whereas on the one hand its death is a function of its own nature, on the other hand it is brought about by the pounce of the lioness or of the solar bird of prey, so that the solar bird or lioness actually is only an agent of a principle of death that inheres already in the nature of life itself. Hence, the sun must be conceived to be a manifestation of only one aspect of the life-death principle, which is more fully symbolized in the moon. In the moon bull attacked by the lion, Sekhmet is a manifestation, therefore, of one aspect of Hathor, and whereas Ta, in his creative, phallic aspect, sends his moonbeam to fertilize a cow, the animal of Hathor, and thus generates the moon bull, in his punitive, death-dealing, pharaonic aspect, his consort is Sekhmet. His son by Sekhmet is the ruling pharaoh, symbolized in the human-headed, lion-bodied sphinx among the pyramids where the Osiris bodies of the pharaohs silently reside. And finally, to clinch the argument by analogy for an identity and origin of the symbols of Ta and Shiva, it is to be observed that the Uraeus serpent of pharaonic authority appears from the midpoint of the brow of the Sphinx, which in the Savate symbolism of India is the point of the third eye, known as the center of command, Ajna, whence the annihilating blaze of the so-called serpent power of the god flashes in his wrath. 8. The priestcraft of art. The subtle lore of the greatest capital city of Old Egypt can be understood in its proper force only when it is realized that those by whom it was developed were a priesthood of practicing creative artists. The tombs at Abydos in Upper Egypt had been dug into gravel, those of the Memphis area and on the high plateau of Saqqara, where the limestone stratum lay much closer to the surface, had to be cut down into the bedrock. Already in the late pre-dynastic period, the harder stones had been brought into use in Egypt for mace heads, slate palettes, and various types of vessel, worked by means of hand drills and rubbing. At the time of the Narmer pallet, the bow drill and weighted crank borer were introduced, and with such effect that by the time of King Zaire, stone vessels were being produced in such quantity that all but the finer types of ceramic wares were being displaced. Hence, already in the period of the pharaoh Sekhemib, Perabsin of Dynasty II, copper chisels in the hands of the craftsmen of the Memphite nome were not only quarrying and finishing huge blocks, but even carving at will into living rock. The period of Kasek Kemui, at the close of the reign of Dynasties II, circa 2650 BC, was one of a sudden advance in all the arts. The potter's wheel had recently been introduced. In Southwest Asia, it had appeared as early as circa 4000 BC. Copper was coming abundantly into use. A new corpus of stone vessels made an appearance, and the art of carving stone, both in relief and in the round, began to move toward mastership. As Edward Meyer wrote of this period in his great History of Antiquity, we are already approaching the blossom time of early Egyptian culture, and with the fall of Dynasty II, the time of that blossoming arrived. For with Dynasty III, circa 2650 to 2600 BC, there came a decisive shift of political emphasis north to Memphis. The grim series of Suti tombs at Abydos terminated, and in the Memphite necropolis at Saqqara there appeared, circa 2650 BC, the fabulous step pyramid of the pharaoh Zoser. This lovely monument was not of brick, as the great tombs before it had been, but of a white limestone, with a beautifully polished finish that was admired by tourist visitors until as late as circa 600 BC, as their exclamations written on its surface show. The superstructure was a tall, stepped monument of 6 progressively diminishing stone mastabas, piled one upon the other to a height of some 200 feet, being at the base about 230 feet long by 223 wide. The burial chamber, the substructure, was cut far down into the limestone beneath, into which immense blocks of hardest granite were lowered for the construction of the mausoleum, and surrounding the precincts of the pyramid, which is about as tall as a modern 20-story building, there was a fortified wall, 30 yards long east to west, 596 yards north to south, and 30 feet high, faced with a fine white limestone masonry of small brick-like blocks, to imitate the mud brick walls of an archaic fortified town. Along this wall, at regular intervals, great square bastions stood, and between two of these, larger than the rest, was the main, very narrow entrance with a width of only 3 feet. Within were to be seen rows of gleaming temples, secondary tombs and chapels, galleries and colonnades, in perfectly worked, perfectly finished, perfectly beautiful white stone, columns, fluted and unfluted, freestanding and engaged, rectangular capitals and bases, circular capitals and bases, papyrus capitals, capitals with pendant leaves, caryatids, stairways of stone, walls inlaid in matte patterns with tiles of blue faience, walls carved in wattle mat patterns in bas relief, walls carved with figures in high relief, bas-relief figures of the pharaoh Zoser nimbly striding, holding the flail over his shoulder, in his left hand the document of the said festival, the secret of the two partners, wearing the archaic kilt and belt with the heads of the cow goddess Hathor of the horizon. When the ruins were systematically excavated during the 20s and 30s of the present century, tons of alabaster fragments lay all about, for the precious area had been murderously plundered before the cool science of the West arrived to register for mankind, not appropriate and destroy as much as possible of our common past. And among the fragments there was found the monolithic base of a throne ornamented by 14 lion, not bull heads, carved in the round. An age had passed, that of the bull; another had dawned, that of the lion. The mythology of the lunar bull was henceforth to be overlaid, and not alone in Egypt, by a solar mythology of the lion. The lunar light waxes and wanes, that of the sun is forever bright. Darkness inhabits the moon, where its play is symbolic of that of death and life here on earth, whereas darkness attacks the sun from without and is thrown off daily in defeat by a force that is never dark. The moon is the lord of growth, the waters, the womb, and the mysteries of time, the sun of the brilliance of the intellect, sheer light, and eternal laws that never change. It is noteworthy that with the coming to flower in Memphis of an art and durable stone, the mythology arose also of a god who never dies. Moreover, it is also to be noted that the priesthood now known to have been responsible for Egypt's art and architecture in stone was that of the temple compound of Ptah. Within the precincts of that temple, a multitude of master craftsmen chipped and polished away throughout the pyramid age, under supervision of a high priest who bore the title Vorherpumph, master of the master craftsmen. The prodigious stone elements of the monuments to the glory of the pharaohs were fashioned there apart, and at the times of the annual inundation, when all the field work ceased, the field hands of the whole country came to Memphis to float the perfectly trimmed huge blocks over the waters and haul them up ramps into place. The quarries, too, were owned by the god Ptah, so that both the material and the work were ordered by the king from the priesthood of his temple. And since the royal projects, both for the pharaoh himself and for those of his court, whom he favored with funeral plots and tombs near his own, were infinitely numerous, the greatest art school of the ancient world until the brief period of Athens in its prime was developed from the heart and tongue, so to say, of the master of the diligent, perfectly competent master craftsman of Ptah. The mummy god was thus indeed a god not only of creation but also of creative art. The Greeks identified him with Hephaestus. He was the god who had fashioned the world, and the secrets of his craft, therefore, were those of the form and formation of the world. Would it be too bold to suggest, then, that the knowledge of the nature of creation rendered in his mythology must have derived its depth from the actual creative experience and knowledge of the priesthood by which it was conceived? It is entirely to them that the civilized world owes the noble ruins not only of the step pyramid of Dynasty III, circa 2650 BC, but also of the pyramid age of dynasties 4 and 6, circa 2600 to 2190 BC, and therewith the earliest manifestations in firmly datable stone of practically all of the basic rules, techniques, and formulae upon which the arts of architecture and sculpture in stone have been grounded ever since. 9. Mythic subordination. Throughout the reigns of dynasties 1 to 4, circa 3000 to 2480 BC, every calorie of Egyptian manpower not required for the tilling of the fields was thrown into the mythological enterprise of keeping the pharaohs happy for all eternity, and such a cult of the dead, as Edward Meyer has observed, never had to do with the worship of a god from whom help and protection were desired, or whose wrath was to be appeased, as all theories deriving the origins of religion from ancestor worship would presume, but on the contrary was concerned only with the artificial respiration of a spirit impotent in itself that was to be made equivalent to a god, yet was no such thing. The myth was directly and without irony, breach, or distance assumed to himself by the pharaoh so that the paramount divinity, focus of religious life, and proposed object of highest concern for all mankind was that mighty summary of the secret of the two partners, this individual somewhat open behind, the God King, and the magnitude of Cheops' pyramid, 6.25 million tons, the mightiest structure that the earth has to bear, as Meyer remarks, illustrates the proportions to which an untrammeled ego may grow under such manuring. However, at the high period of the Pyramid Age itself, a new, comparatively humane, benevolent, fatherly quality began to be apparent in the character and behavior of the pharaohs of Dynasty 4. The harsh stress on the omnipotence of Pharaoh, Meyer notes, and the unbridled satisfaction of his whims belonged to a distant past, even though in the language of the magical text it might seem to have survived. He was to be approached only as a god, yet even the gods had become kind. Time and time again we read in the tomb inscriptions of how the king looked graciously upon his servants, loved them, praised them, and gave them rich awards. And when the grave inscriptions in the middle of the fourth dynasty began to become talkative, they gave praise to the deceased for never having perpetrated evil, taken from anyone his property or servant, never having abused his power, but having always behaved justly, and there were even mentions of filial piety and marital love. Whereas of yore, in the period of the awesome palaces of the dead sacrificed to this god-king, the Lord of life and death had taken wives from their husbands just as he wished, according to the heat of his own lust. Men had approached him, trembling, kissing the dust of his feet, only the most privileged being allowed his knees, and even the naming of his name was shunned, there being used a screening term instead, to wit, the great house, Paro, Pharaoh. One can only try to imagine, in the light of this description of the masters of those underground palaces built by the living gods themselves while yet alive, what the feelings must have been of the herd of young women, dwarves and eunuchs, bodyguards and masters of the court who watched and knew the meaning of the rooms and corridors being constructed to receive them. And one can only ask what the sobering influences might have been by which those monsters of the great big I were rendered human and humane. My own first guess, already named, is that it was by the influence of art, for since mythology is born of fantasy, any life or civilization brought to form as a result of literal mythic identification or inflation as a concrete imitatio Dei will necessarily bear the features of a nightmare, a dream game too seriously played, in other words, madness. Whereas when the same mythological imagery is properly read as fantasy and allowed to play into life as art, not as nature, with irony and grace, not fierce demonic compulsion, the psychological energies that were formerly in the capture of the compelling images take the images in capture and can be deployed with optional spontaneity for life's enrichment. Moreover, since life itself is indeed such stuff as dreams are made on, such a transfer of accent may conduce in time to a life lived in noble consciousness of its own nature. It is completely obvious that in the ancient valley of the Nile, in the 3rd millennium BC, a lived myth, or rather a myth living itself out in the bodies of men, was turning a Neolithic folk culture into one of the most elegant and enduring of the world's high civilizations, literally moving mountains to become pyramids and filling the earth with the echoes of its beauty. Yet the individuals in its band were so bewitched that Titans, though they were indeed in sentiment they were infantile. A number of long wooden royal barges were recently discovered buried in deep rock-cut slots around the mighty pyramids at Giza, 5 around the pyramid of Cheops, Khufu, and 5 around that of Chupran Khafre. First sooty burial, and then this, the great man sailing in his toy to eternity like an infant in an airplane without wings. Never on this earth, wrote Edward Meyer in a comment on the mortuary cult of the Pyramid Age, was the task of turning the impossible into the possible addressed with so much energy and persistence, the task, that is to say, of extending the brief span of a man's years, together with all of its delights, into eternity. The old empire Egyptians believed in this possibility with the deepest fervor, otherwise they would never have gone on, generation after generation, squandering upon it the whole wealth of the state and civilization. Nevertheless, behind the enterprise there lurked the feeling that all of the splendor was only illusory, that all the massive means that were being employed would, even under the most favorable circumstances, be able to produce only a haunting, dreamlike state of existence, and not really change the facts the least bit. The body, in spite of the magic, still would not be alive, could neither move nor take nourishment to itself, and so a statue would suffice in its stead, as would also pictures on the tomb wall instead of actual offerings and living sacrifices, or even dolls would do, for example, of women grinding and baking, placed near the dead. In fact, finally, simply offering formulae would be sufficient, pronounced and inscribed around the tomb door. In the period of Dynasty IV, things had not yet gone so far that the implications of this line of reasoning were carried to their logical end and the presentation of actual offerings abandoned. However, the formulae in the picture world were already supplementing the offerings and would eventually take their place, and so it came to be supposed that the painted and sculpted forms of his servants, particularly if their names were inscribed, would be assured the same continued existence as the deceased himself. The final breakthrough for Egypt came with the fall of Dynasty IV, an appearance of the priest-founded Dynasty V, 2480 to 2350 BC. For at that moment, and from that moment onward, the pharaoh, though still a god, was to know and comport himself as a god not of first but of second rank. A new myth sprang to the fore, of a new and glorious divinity, the sun god named Re, who was not, like Horus, the son, but himself the father of the pharaoh, as well as of all else. The earlier history of this divinity is unknown. He was identified with a tomb, but has a different quality and force, nor do we know the background of the royal house by which he was brought forward. There is, however, a legend of the virgin birth of the first three pharaohs of the reign, where they are represented as sons of the god Re, and although preserved in a late papyrus of circa 1660 BC, it is almost certainly the basic origin myth of the dynasty itself. Its sunny atmosphere of play is characteristic of the mythic mood of solar as opposed to lunar thought. In it, the old, deep, vegetal melancholy of a dark destiny of death and of birth out of decay has disappeared, and a fresh, blithe breath of clean air has come blowing into the field, scattering shadows all away. A masculine spirit has taken over, boyish, somewhat comparatively superficial, one might say, but with a certain distance from itself that makes a play of intellect possible where before all had been depth and woe. The tale is of the good lady Rudit Didit, spouse of a certain high priest, Rouser by name, of the temple of the sun god Re, who had conceived three sons of Re that were to be born to her as triplets. And when the pangs of childbirth approached, the god himself on high called out urgently to Isis, Nephthys Hykkwit, the frog-headed midwife who had been present at the birth of the world, Maskunuit, goddess of childbirth and of the cradle, and the god Khnum, who fashions forms. Hi there, make haste, deliver the lady Rudit Didit of those babes that are in her womb, which are to fulfill in the two lands the beneficent kingly function, building temples for you and bringing offerings to your altars, provisions to your tables, and increasing your temple estates. And having heard that command of the majesty of Re, those five deities made off. The four goddesses changed themselves into musicians, and Khnum accompanied them as a porter, in which guise they arrived at the domicile of Rouser, where they discovered him unfolding linen. And when they passed before him with their castanets and sistrums, he called to them, Ladies, ladies, please, there is a woman here in the pains of childbirth. But they answered, Allow us then to see her, for we are skilled in the midwife's art. And he said to them, Well then, do come in. So they entered, and they closed the door on the lady Rudit Didit and themselves. Isis placed herself before the woman where she was crouching upon a mat. Nephthys stood behind to clasp her round the body during the pains, and Hykkwit hastened the delivery by massaging. O child, said the goddess Isis, in thy name of Usir-Raf, he whose mouth is mighty, be not mighty in her womb. Whereupon the child came out upon her hands, an infant of cubits length, powerful of bone, with members the color of gold, and lapis lazuli hair. The attendant goddesses washed him, cut the umbilical cord, and placed him on a brick bed, whereupon Maskunuit approached and prophesied, This will be a king who will exercise royalty in the two lands, and Khnum infused health into his members. Isis again placed herself before the woman. Nephthys stood behind, and Hikmet assisted the second birth. O child, said Isis, in thy name of Sahuria, he who is re-journeying in heaven, do not journey longer in the womb. Whereupon the child came out upon her hands, etc. And a third time, assisting, she said, O child, in the name of Kekui, the dark one, do not tarry longer in the dark womb. And this little pharaoh too came out upon her hands of a cubit's length, powerful of bone, and with members the color of gold, and lapis lazuli hair. The deities washed him, cut the cord, laid him on a brick bed. Mesk Hunuit approached and made her prophecy, and Khnum infused health into his members. Departing, they said to the good man outside, Rejoice, Rouser, for behold, 3 sons have now been born to thee. And he said to them, O ladies, what can I do for you? And he said to them again, Here, give this corn to your porter, that he may take it in payment to your silos. And the god took up the corn, and those 5 returned to the place whence they had come. We take note of the virgin birth motif. In the earlier mythology, the pharaoh had been the bull of his mother. He is not to be so anymore. An eternal, higher principle of pure light has been turned against the earlier, fluctuating principle of both darkness and light, death and resurrection, as the sun against the moon. The sun never dies. The sun descends into the netherworld, battles the demons of the night sea, is in danger, but never dies. Professor Meyer wrote, Superficially regarded, the cult of Re might be said to represent only one more god added to the rest. The pharaoh attended no less zealously to the service of those others with offerings and grants of land than to the building of his new temples to Re, and in these temples themselves, furthermore, worship was paid to Re's double, the god of light, Horus on the horizon, and to the heaven goddess Hathor, as well as to Re himself. In this, the cult differed essentially from the later sun religion of Iknaton, but already even the form of the cult reveals the profound distinction between Re and all the other deities. Another worldly element and a more elevated idea of God entered Egyptian life, and therewith a counterweight is brought to bear against the idea of the god-king, which exclusively dominated dynasty 4. Along with the task of building his own colossal tomb, the pharaoh now assumes, immediately upon coming to the throne, the no less important, no less costly duty of erecting to the sun god a new place of worship. Local deities maintain the respect of the educated and retain their place in theology only as forms of the manifestation of Re, while the goddesses become heaven goddesses and mothers of the sun, and the kingship itself also is reinterpreted. On the one hand, exalted as the son of the heavenly ruler of the world, the pharaoh is, on the other hand, subordinated to a new and higher religious idea. The king no longer stands on a footing or equality with his father, as formerly the living Horus among the gods, but is now his obedient son who accomplishes his will. That is why the pharaoh of the following centuries is no longer the great god as before, but the good. And with this I would end our present viewing of the documents of the Nile, where the record is preserved of a sequence of psychological transformations, progressing one from an antecedent pre-dynastic stage of mythic identification characterized by the submission of all human judgment to the wonder of a supposed cosmic order announced by a priesthood and executed upon a sacrificed god-king. 2. Through an early dynastic stage of mythic inflation, dynasties 1 through 4, circa 3000 to 2480 BC, when the will of the god-king himself became the signal of destiny and a vastly creative, demonic pathology conjured into being a symbolic civilization. 3. To a culminating stage of mythic subordination, Dynasty 5, circa 2480 to 2350 BC and thereafter, where the king, though still in his mythic role, no longer played the untrammeled part of a mysterium tremendum made flesh, but brought to bear against himself the censorship of an order of human judgment. Thus, in the way of a communal psychoanalytic cure, the civilization was brought, through the person of its symbolic king, from a state of fascinated cosmic seizure to one of reasonably balanced humanity. Human values projected upon the universe, goodness, benevolence, mercy, and the rest, were attributed to its creator, and the taming of the pharaoh was achieved as a reflection of this supposed humanity of the universal God. The pharaoh was good, no longer great in the archaic sense, and yet he still was God, true God as well as true man. He retained his power and special place among men as a divinity, and yet was subordinated through the imagery of myth to a power higher not than himself, but than those aspects of himself that appear, like the Apis bull, in the field of time. Furthermore, the land of Egypt in which he ruled was paradise. The sense remained of a divinity immanent in the world. Man was not cut off. There had been no fall. The individual at death would stand before the judgment seat of Osiris, but that was to be an affair touching the virtues of only that particular case. Mankind itself was not ontologically condemned, nor was the universe, so that Egypt definitely is to be recognized as belonging to the context rather of a certain aspect of the Orient than of the West. The inhabiting spirit of the mythology is wonder, not guilt. And finally, it is surely appropriate to ask now whether it may not have been through the magic of its wonderful art that the cure of Egypt from its seizure was effected without breaking the bond of wonder and yet humanizing its force. In Mesopotamia, the bond broke, but in Mesopotamia there was no such glorious art as in Egypt. Indeed, there was no match for Egyptian art anywhere in the world until the classic period of Greece, and after that the Gupta period of India, circa AD 400, whence the magic passed from the Mahayana Buddhism to China and Japan. We have noted homologies more than superficial, associating the mythologies of Ptah and Shiva. Let us now point to those also of the arts. In the rock-cut cave temple of Abu Simbel, built by Ramses II, 1301 to 1234 BC, not only the craft but also the whole idea and even the basic architectural plan, organization of the facade, and conception of the interior anticipate by over a millennium and a half the rock-cut Indian temples of both Shiva and the Buddha at Ellora and elsewhere, so that if the relationship of an art style to its informing myth is a matter of any moment, there is a problem here of considerable interest waiting to be explored, namely the passage of inspiration from both the arts and the mysteries of Egypt to those that came to flower circa AD 400 to 1250 in India, Tibet, China, and Japan. Chapter 3. The Cities of Men. 1. Mythic Dissociation. In the almost perfectly protected, readily defended valley of the Nile, with the sea to the north and deserts east, west, and south, the ruling dynasties remained in power for the most part over long periods and with no interference from without, save in the century of Hyksos. Save in the century of Hyksos rule, when a mixed horde of Asiatic aliens equipped with the war chariot and compound bow shattered the northeast frontier and took possession circa 1670 to 1570 BC. They ruled without Re and did not act by divine command, declared Queen Hatshepsut, 1486 to 1468 BC. When those whom the gods abominate had been made distant and the earth had carried off their footprints, new protective imperial outposts for Egypt then were established deep within Asia, as far north even as Syria, and while the people of the Nile returned to their own old ways of toil, peace, and prosperity under Ma'at, the influence of their thought and civilization spread abroad. Throughout the southwest Asian Near East, on the other hand, fluctuating swarms of races and traditions of altogether differing backgrounds were continually colliding, so that a pell-mell of battle, massacre, general disorder, and mutual vituperation, held in check only momentarily by petty kings who at best were never more secure in their seats than the man temporarily on top of a battle royale, produced an atmosphere little conducive to belief or confidence in the wholesomeness of God's world. In addition, the two holy rivers themselves were undependable, as were also the comings and goings of the clouds. The annual desirable inundations of the Nile were in perfect accord with the normal hopes and expectations of the populace, occurring at the time of the annual appearances of Sothis, Sirius, in the the beautiful star of Isis on the dawn horizon, they afforded a relatively dependable sign and schedule of the right order of the goddess mistress of the cosmos, whereas the flash floods and even sudden shiftings of course of the Tigris and Euphrates were as undependable, unmanageable, and terrible as everything else in that harsh terrain. Hence, in Mesopotamia, the priestly art of knowing the will and order of creation required a much more constant watch given to immediate phenomena than its counterpart in Egypt, and a development of numerous very seriously studied techniques of divination was a consequence of this necessity, as, for example, hepatoscopy, examining the livers of sacrificed beasts, oleography, judging the configurations of oil poured into water, astroscopy, an observation of the visible appearances of the stars, planets, moon, and sun, not yet, as in astrology proper, a judgment of their relative placements in the zodiac, also a judgment of meteorological conditions, cloud formations, varieties of thunder and lightning, rains, winds, earthquakes, etc. Further, an observation of the behavior of animals, the flights of birds, births of prodigies, etc. And just as the tumult of the social and political scene led in time to a development throughout Southwest Asia of increasingly powerful governments and orders of civil law, so the necessity to keep a strict watch on nature conduced, especially in astronomy, to the beginnings of a systematic science. Hence, whereas in Africa, in the protected oasis of the Nile Valley, an archaic civilization retained its form and essential purity from circa 3000 BC until the dawn of the Christian era, Southwest Asia, where the earliest high Neolithic culture forms had appeared as early as circa 4500 BC, and the earliest considerable city-states a millennium later, retained not its form but its leadership as the chief growing point of all civilization whatsoever, until precisely 331 BC, when the brilliant European youth Alexander the Great, 356 to 323 BC, broke the army of the King of Kings, Darius III, reigned 336 to 330 BC, and sounded the prelude to the modern age of intercultural syncretism under the leadership of the European West. We have already taken note of the forms of the early temple compounds at Brak, Kafage, Uqair, Al-Ubaid, Uruk, and Eridu, whose general date was circa 4000 to 3500 BC. During the subsequent millennium, a new type of Mesopotamian temple arose in the form of the towering, many-terraced ziggurat, figure 28. Oriented with its four angles to the quarters, rising from an immense precinct within which numerous subsidiary buildings harbored a busy administrative priesthood, the symbolic mountain of packed clay and brick carried on its summit a palace furnished for the chief god of the city. For each of the Mesopotamian city-states was in this period conceived to be the earthly manner of one of the world-controlling gods. Ur of the moon god Nanar, and nearby Al-Ubaid, as we have seen, of the dairy goddess Nin-Hursag. Eridu, on the shore of the Persian Gulf, was the manor of the water god Enki, or Ea, whose temple, rising from a terrace some 200 yards long by 120 wide, may have had no more than 2 stories. The centuries have washed away its proper height, and perhaps retained to a late period the form, greatly magnified, of the earlier type of house-like temple on a terrace. In Nippur, about 110 miles to the northwest, there rose the huge ziggurat of the air god Enlil, who, throughout the high period of ancient Sumer, circa 3500 to circa 2050 BC, was like Zeus of the Greek Olympians, primus inter pares of the pantheon. The site was excavated during the years 1889 to 90, 1890 to 91, 1893 to 96, and 1896 to 1900 by a series of greatly troubled expeditions sent by the University of Pennsylvania. Harassed by locals, illness, clumsy methods, and everything else, the courageous spadesmen amassed a haul of some 30,000 cuneiform tablets, but somewhat bungled their analysis of the ziggurat, so that we find today little agreement among the learned concerning its various forms and dimensions during the period of its long history. A large forecourt fronting the river and a larger rear court are well assured, however, and within the latter a ziggurat of perhaps 5 stories, perhaps 3, with a single stairway up the whole front to a probable temple at the summit, and everything oriented with corners to the quarters. Furthermore, there was apparently a large lower temple at the base. In fact, the formula of 2 temples, one above, one below, appears to have been essential to the ziggurat from its earliest period, and the mythological background of this circumstance has been sensitively interpreted by the architect W. André. Very briefly, his argument suggests that the deity dwelt in the temple at the summit and was revealed in that below. There were furnished apartments in the upper to accommodate not only the chief god or goddesses, but also an entourage of divine attendants, and at certain festival times designated by the calendar, the deity, appearing in the lower temple, received the worship of the folk and bestowed boons, so that the ziggurat, on the one hand, supplied the deity with a means of descent to his city on earth, and, on the other hand, provided the inhabitants of that city with a means of approach and petition to their god. For the Mesopotamian kings were no longer, like those of Egypt, gods in themselves. The critical dissociation between the spheres of God and man, which in time was to separate decisively the religious systems of the Occident from those of the Orient, had already taken place. The king was no longer a god-king, or even properly a king, Lugal, but only the vicar, Patesi, of the true king, who was the god above. There is a myth of the creation of man in which some of the implications of this new sense of dissociation come to view. It is from the cycle of the god Enki, or Ea, of the temple city of Eridu, one of whose names, Ea, means god of the house of water, and the other, the lord En of the goddess Earth, Ki. His symbolic animal had the foreparts of a goat, but the body of a fish, the form still familiar as Capricorn. The symbol of the 10th sign of the zodiac, into which the sun enters at the time of the winter solstice for rebirth. Enki functioned as a god of purification in the water rituals known as rituals of the house of baptism or of washing, and there is surely more than a coincidence to be seen in the fact that in the work of a late Babylonian priest, Berossos, who wrote in Greek circa 280 BC, the name given him was Oannes. Compare the Greek Ioannis, Latin Johannes, Hebrew Yohanan, English John. John the Baptist and the idea of rebirth through water, John 3:5. Enki resided with his spouse, the goddess Ninhursag, in an island paradise known as Dilmun, which has been identified geographically as the island Bahrain in the Persian Gulf, but in its mythological character was a land of the living, pure and bright in the midst of the primeval sea. In Dilmun the raven does not croak, the kite does not utter its shrill cry, the lion does not kill, the wolf snatches not the lamb, unknown is the kid devouring wild dog. There the dove droops not its head, the sick-eyed says not, I am sick-eyed, the sick-headed says not, I am sick-headed, its old woman says not, I am an old woman, its old man says not, I am an old man. Dr. Samuel Noah Kramer has shown through comparative studies of innumerable Sumerian tablets in the libraries of Europe, the Near East, and America that the goddess Namu, whose name is written with the pictograph for primeval sea, was the ultimate mother who gave birth to heaven and earth, and that these two were pictured in the single form of a cosmic mountain, the base of which, hovering above the watery abyss, was the bottom of the earth, while its summit was heaven's zenith. The lower portion, earth, Ki, was female, and the upper, heaven, An, a male, so that their nature was again that of the dual primordial being we already know, and begot the air god Enlil, who separated earth and heaven, tore them apart, just as, in the well-known classical myth of Hesiod, Gaia, earth, and Uranos, heaven, were separated by their son Kronos, Saturn. A numerous pantheon was born, and those gods in their heavenly city lived about as men do on earth, tilling fields of grain. However, there came a time when their crops failed, owing largely to neglect, and Namu, the old water mother, perceiving the plight of her progeny, looked about to find Enki, the cleverest of them all, the lord of her own abyss, whom she discovered in deep slumber on his couch. She woke him up. "My son," she said, and she told him of the sorrow of the gods. Arise from thy couch, and bring to pass some great work of wisdom. Fashion servants for the gods who will assume their tasks. And the wise Enki, rising, said to her, O mother, it can be done. Reach up, he said, and take a handful of clay from the bottom of the earth, just above the surface of our watery abyss, and shape it to the form of a heart. I shall produce good and princely craftsmen who will bring that clay to the right consistency, and then do thou shape the limbs. Above thee, the earth mother, my goddess spouse, will be in labor, and 8 goddesses of birth will be at hand to assist. Thou shalt name the newborn's fate. The earth mother will have fixed the image of the gods upon it, and what it will be is man. The work came to pass. The earth goddess, spouse of Enki, stood above the goddess of the watery abyss, and with the 8 birth goddess in attendance, the clay was taken, severed as one severs an infant from its mother. Good and princely craftsmen brought it to the right consistency, and Namu shaped first the heart, then the body and limbs. Whereupon, to celebrate, Enki made a feast for his spouse and his mother, to which he invited all the gods, for it was a great and wonderful idea that he had brought to realization, as the gods were quick to perceive. They praised him fulsomely for his invention of a race that would serve as slaves, to work diligently the farms from which they would now derive the rich fats and nourishment of sacrifice forever. Each deity would have his own estate and manor, with an overseer, his tenant farmer, who would imitate on earth the kingly role of Enlil among the gods. His dwelling would be a symbol on earth of the world mountain of Enlil. His queen would be his counterpart of the lovely goddess Ninlil, the planet Venus, and all would be on earth as it is in heaven. There would be a doorkeeper and chief butler of the palace temple, just as in the palace of the god above, a counselor and body servant, chamberlain, couchman, drummer, and chief musician, 7 daughters, ladies in waiting, armorers and palace guards, and beyond the walls of the temple citadel, in the fields and villages round about, a bailiff, inspector of fisheries, gamekeeper, sheriff, and, hear the wonder, multitudes of toiling serfs. It was a glorious party, and both Enki and his wife soon were hilariously drunk. The text from here on is worth close attention. Their hearts became elated, and the goddess called over to the god, How good, really, or how bad can a human body be? As my heart now prompts me, I shall make the body good, or make it bad. And Enki, broad of understanding, answered, Whatever body comes from thy hand, I shall find a place for it. She took a mess of that clay and fashioned of it 6 defective wights, each of which had some great bodily lack, a woman unable to give birth, a being with neither male nor female organ. But for each as it came, Enki was able to suggest a place. Enki, upon seeing the woman who could not give birth, decreed her fate to be stationed in the harem. Enki, upon seeing the one with neither male nor female organ, decreed its fate to stand before the king. 4 others such were created, the description of which no one has yet been able to interpret from the cuneiform. However, the game had not yet reached an end, for Enki, feeling that he had won, challenged the goddess to change sides. He would now create, and she named the place. He made a creature called My Birthday is Remote, with liver and heart in great pain, eyes diseased, trembling hands, spirit gone. Then he called to his goddess, For each of those whom thou hast fashioned I have readily named a place, so now do thou name the place for this that I have fashioned, wherein he may subsist. She approached the being and spoke to him. He was unable to reply. She offered him bread. He was unable to reach for it. He could neither sit, stand, nor bend his knees. She was unable to name for him any fate, and so Enki created more. Once again, however, the cuneiform becomes illegible. Apparently, disease, madness, and everything else of the sort came into being as Enki maliciously drove his goddess into a corner. All we know is that in the end she was screaming, My city is destroyed, my house wrecked, my children have been taken captive, I have been exiled from the mountain city of the gods, even I escape not thy hand. Henceforth thou shalt dwell neither in heaven nor on earth. And Enki, thus indignantly condemned by the goddess mother of mankind, was indeed exiled from the earth to the abyss. A command issuing from thy mouth, he said, Who can change it? And with that line the tablet breaks off. The drunken party fades in uproar. Its effects, however, abide. Man's meme, as we read in Finnegan's Wake, God has just. It is worth remarking that, whereas in the Mesopotamian myth of the separation of the joined heaven-earth parent mountain by their son Enlil, heaven, An, is male and earth, Ki, is female, in the corresponding Egyptian myth precisely the opposite was the case. Heaven there was first in the period of the Narmer-Palit, the cow goddess, Hathor, then in the period of the pyramid texts, the anthropomorphic goddess Nut, who is depicted as overarching the world, hands and feet to the ground. In the pyramid texts, this goddess Nut is called the brilliant, the great protectress, she of the long hair, she of the hanging breasts. She cannot be fertilized, it is said, without putting down her arms. And the earth god, her spouse Geb, sits beneath her. One arm reaches to heaven, we read, his other arm rests on the earth. The two were separated furthermore by Shu, the air god, who was not their offspring, as Enlil is the offspring of Anki, but their sire, see page 81, so that, whereas in one case a violent Freudian, Oedipal deed is suggested of a son spurning the father, taking the mother to himself, after An carried off the heaven, after Enlil carried off the earth. In the other system, the separation is seen rather as an effect of parental solicitude. Also, we note the coarse image of creation. Man is to be fashioned of clay taken from the bottom of the earth, where it overspreads the water of the abyss, and the figure is given of the goddess Earth standing above the goddess Sea, the clay being taken from her as an infant from its mother, which is an image, obviously, of the creation of mankind from excrement, another infantile Freudian theme, anticipating the sentiment of the oft-repeated biblical phrase, "What is man that thou art mindful of him?" Job 7:17, 15:14, Psalms 8:4, 144:3, Hebrews 2:5. We turn back to the early Sumerian seals of circa 3500 BC, figures 12 and 13, and recall the idea rendered in these of a self-producing, self-consuming divinity, immanent in all things. We observe that this idea is in essence the same as that of the Memphite view of Ptah, who is in everybody and in every mouth of all gods, all men, cattle, creeping things, and everything that lives. See page 82. We look next at the two Sumerian seals of circa 2300 BC, figures 14 and 15, where the female forms are placed above the male, and we note the correspondence of this placement with that of Egypt's Nut and Geb. It would appear, therefore, that the earlier Neolithic order was of the female above the male, the cosmic mother above the father, and that at some date, which we must now attempt to indicate, the parental assignments in Mesopotamia became fixed in opposite senses, and therewith, too, their psychological effects, with interesting philosophical as well as mythological results. For whereas the body buried in Egyptian soil returned to and became identified with the god-man Osiris in the underworld of his father Geb, that buried in Mesopotamian soil went not to the father but to the mother, and with the progressive devaluation of the mother goddess in favor of the father, which everywhere accompanied the maturation of the dynastic state and patriarchy, but was carried further in Southwest Asia than anywhere else, culminating in the mythology of the Old Testament, where there is no mother goddess whatsoever. A sense of essential separation from the supreme value symbol became in time the characteristic religious sentiment of the entire Near East, and the rising ziggurats, striving to reach upward in tendance, while at the same time offering to the heavenly powers a ladder by which to come graciously down to the cut-off race of man, were the earliest signals of this spiritual break. 2. Mythic virtue. After An, Enlil, Anki, and Ninhursag had fashioned the black-headed people, vegetation burgeoned from the earth, animals, quadrupeds of the plain, were brought artfully into existence. And the world as we know it, or as the people of Sumer knew it in the 4th millennium BC, was in being precisely in the form that it was expected to retain without change. For there is no idea in any archaic mythology of an evolution, either of society or of species. The forms produced in the beginning were to endure until the end of time, and the virtue of each class of things, each manner of man, thereafter was to represent the God-given natural patterning of its kind, which in Egypt, as we have learned, was known as Ma'at, in India as Dharma, in the Far East as Tao, and in Sumer now was to be known as Me. Dr. Kramer has drawn from an ancient Sumerian clay tablet an interesting partial list of the virtues, Me's, that in those earliest days of systematic thought were supposed to constitute the order of the universe. Perusing the list, the modern reader must try to forget his own ideas not only of nature but also of common sense, and let his imagination pour submissively upon each category as though it were a permanent structuring element of God's world, representing perfectly his design, as follows: 1. Supreme Lordship. 2. Godship. 3. The exalted and enduring crown. 4. The throne of kingship. 5. The exalted scepter. 6. The royal insignia. 7. The exalted shrine. 8. Shepherdship. 9. Kingship. 10. Lasting ladyship. 11. The priestly office known as Divine Lady. 12. The priestly office known as Ishib. 13. The priestly office known as Luma. 14. The priestly office known as Gutug. 15. Truth. 16. Descent into the underworld. 17. Ascent from the netherworld. 18. The office of the eunuch known as Kurgaru. 19. The office of the eunuch known as Girbadara. 20. The office of the eunuch known as Sagarsad. 21. The battle standard. 22. The flood. 23. Weapons. 24. Sexual intercourse. 25. Prostitution. 26. Legal procedure. 27. Libel. 28. Art. 29. The cult chamber. 30. The role of the Hierodule of heaven. 31. The musical instrument called Guzilim. 32. Music. 33. Eldership. 34. Heroship. 35. Power. 36. Enmity. 37. Straightforwardness. 38. The destruction of cities. 39. Lamentation. 40. Rejoicing of the heart. 41. Falsehood. 42. The rebel land. 43. Goodness. 44. Justice. 45. The art of woodworking. 46. The art of metalworking. 47. Scribeship. 48. The craft of the smith. 49. The craft of the leather worker. 50. The craft of the builder. 51. The craft of the basket weaver. 52. Wisdom. 53. Attention. 54. Holy purification. 55. Fear. 56. Terror. 57. Strife. 58. Peace. 59. Weariness. 60. Victory. 61. Counsel. 62. The troubled heart. 63. Judgment. 64. Decision. 65. The musical instrument called Lilis. 66. The musical instrument called Ub. 67. The musical instrument called Messi. 68. The musical instrument called Allah. These were the archetypes of being and experience fixed in the 4th millennium BC for all time, and the emphasis upon music is interesting. It will be recalled that there were a number of harps found among the Suti burials of the royal tombs of Ur that bore as ornament the figure of the dead and resurrected moon bull Tammuz with lapis lazuli beard. See page 44. For the inaudible music of the spheres, which is the hum of the cosmos in being, becomes audible through music. It is the harmony, the meaning of the social order, and the harmony of the soul itself discovers therein its accord. This idea is basic to Confucian music, to Indian music as well. It was, of course, the Pythagorean belief, and it was a fundamental thought also of our own Middle Ages, whence the continuous chanting of the monks who were diligently practicing in accord with the choir of the angels. Not only music, however, all art, all archaic and oriental art, partakes of this mystique. It is an epiphany of the form of forms, where European art, wrote Dr. Ananda K. Kumaraswamy, naturally depicts a moment of time, an arrested action, or an effect of light. Oriental art represents a continuous condition. So also, it might be added, does every aspect, mode, experience, and condition of Oriental life. And so, likewise, throughout the Middle Ages, all forms of life were conceived to subsist substantially as ideas, fixed species in the radiant mind of God. Indeed, we can even say that for most of the modern Western world, this ancient belief still is held at least on Sundays, when it is not Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, but the Book of Genesis, first millennium BC, fixed species, Adam's rib, serpent in the garden, Noah's Ark, and everything else that is the preferred scientific text. All things whatsoever have order among themselves, and this is the form that makes the universe like unto God, wrote the poet Dante. And in the same vein, St. Thomas Aquinas, God in himself neither gains nor loses anything by the act of man, but man for his part takes something from God or offers something to him, when he observes or does not observe the order instituted by God. And this order, of course, whether in the second millennium AD or in the fourth millennium BC, is ever that of the local social structure and state of accepted learning, brought into being by the work, and even brutal, murderous work, of man himself, as, for example, the Egyptian Narmers uniting of the two lands, all to be read, however, as precisely, totally, and eternally Ma'at, May, Dharma, Tao, and the archetypology of God's will. 3. Mythic time. From all that we know of ancient Mesopotamia, it is evident that certain numbers were supposed to give access to a knowledge of the cosmic order, and as early as circa 3200 BC, with the first appearance of written tablets, two systems of numeration were employed, the decimal and the sexagesimal. The latter was based on the sos, 60, by which unit we still both measure circles and calculate time. 60 seconds makes 1 minute, 60 minutes 1 degree, 360 degrees 1 circle. The heavens and the earth are measured in degrees, and in the circle of time, 60 seconds makes a minute, 60 minutes an hour. The Mesopotamian year was reckoned as 360 days, so that the circle of time and space were in accord, as two prospects of the same principle of number, and in the center of the circle of space were the 5 points of the sacred ziggurat, 4 angles to the quarters and summit to the sky, by way of which divinity was brought into the world, while in the circle of time, likewise, besides the secular 360 days, there was an added festival week of 5 days, during the course of which the old year died, the new was born, and the principle of divinity in the world was restored. Furthermore, as the day in proportion to the year, so was the year in proportion to the great year, and at the close of each such eon or great year there was a deluge, a cosmic dissolution and return. A Sumerian tablet, now in Oxford, Weld Blundell, 62, gives a list of 10 mythological kings who ruled for a total of 456,000 years, in the period between the first descent of kingship from the courts of heaven upon the cities of men and the coming of the flood. A second tablet, Weld Blundell 144, names only 8 of these kings, with a total of 241,200 years, and a third list, very much later, composed in Greek, circa 280 BC, by the learned Babylonian priest Berossos, whom we have already had occasion to name, gives all 10 kings again, but with a total of 432,000 years, which is an extremely interesting sum, for in the Icelandic poetic Edda it is told that in Odin's heavenly warrior hall there were 540 doors. 500 doors and 40 there are, I ween, in Valhall's walls, 800 fighters through each door fare, when to war with the wolf they go. The war with the wolf in that mythology was the recurrent cosmic battle of the gods and anti-gods at the end of each cosmic round, the Götterdämmerung of Wagner's Ring. And as the reader, ever alert, has no doubt already realized, 540 times 800 is 432,000, which is the number given by Berossos for the sum of years of the antediluvian kings. Furthermore, in the Indian Mahabharata and numerous other texts of the Puranic period, circa 400 and thereafter, the cosmic cycle of 4 world ages numbers 12,000 divine years of 360 human years each, which is 4,320,000 human years, and our particular portion of that cycle, the last and worst, the so-called Kali Yuga, is exactly 1/10 of that sum, so that we have found this number now in Europe circa AD 1100, in India circa AD 400, and in Mesopotamia circa 300 BC, with reference in each case to the measure of a cosmic eon. But there is another interesting circumstance associated with this number, which came to notice just before the First World War, provoked a good deal of acrid controversy at the time, and then dropped completely out of sight, but which I should like now to bring right back onto the table, since I cannot find that it was ever settled, but only dropped. It concerns the observable fact that at the moment of the spring equinox, March 21st, the heavens are never in quite the position they were in the year before, since there is a very slight annual lag of about 50 seconds, which in the course of 72 years amounts to 1 degree. 50 inches times 72 equals 3,600 equals 60 equals 1 degree. And in 2160 years amounts to 30 degrees, which is one sign of the zodiac. The sun at the spring equinox stands today in the constellation of the fish, Pisces, but in the century of Christ was in the ram, Aries, and in the period of earliest Sumer in the constellation of the twins, Gemini. This considerable slippage is known as the precession of the equinoxes, and is generally supposed to have been first reported by an Asiatic Greek, Hipparchus of Bithynia, 146 to 126 BC, 150 years later than the period of Berossos, in a work on the displacement of the celestial and equinoctial signs, in which, however, his calculations arrived at the figure slightly wrong of about 45 to 46 seconds a year. The correct reckoning is supposed to have had to wait for the century of Copernicus, circa AD 1526. However, if we continue the Sumerian reckoning already commenced, we shall find the following. In 1 year, as we have seen, the precessional lag is 50 seconds. In 72 years, it is 1 degree, and in 2160 years, 30 degrees. Hence, in 25,920 years, it would be 360 degrees, one complete cycle of the zodiac, or, as it is called, one great or Platonic year. But 25,920 divided by 60, one sos, yields the figure 432, and so there we are again. There is an exact relationship between the number of years assigned by Berossos to the cycle of his 10 antediluvian kings and the actual sum of years of one equinoctial cycle of the zodiac. Can it be, then, that the Babylonians had already observed and correctly calculated the precession of the equinoxes centuries before Hipparchus got it wrong? Professor H.V. Hilprecht in Philadelphia at the University Museum, poring over literally thousands of clay fragments on which mathematical reckonings appeared, wrote in 1906 that all the multiplication and division tables from the temple libraries of Nippur and Sippar and from the library of Ashurbanipal are based upon 12,960,000. And as he pointed out, 12,960 times 2 equals 25,920, which is our figure for the great or Platonic year. Alfred Jeremias was inclined to accept Hilprecht's discovery as showing the likelihood of a recognition of the precession in Mesopotamia as early as the 3rd or perhaps even 4th millennium BC. If this interpretation is correct and the figure really does refer to the precession, he wrote, then it proves that before Hipparchus an exact reckoning of the precession had been achieved, which later was forgotten. And he wrote again, it is in fact incredible that the Babylonians, experienced as they were in the observation of the heavens, should not have deduced from the difference between earlier and later observations a shift of the equinoctial point. As soon as the position of the sun at the time of the spring equinox became a point of observation, the precession during centuries must have been noticed. Indeed, in the course of 1 year it comes to 50 seconds, and during longer periods cannot possibly have been ignored. A French Assyriologist, V. Scheil, however, pointed out in 1915 that Professor Hilprecht's discovery cannot be taken as proof of precise astronomical observation, since the sexagesimal system would itself have provided the number as the 4th power of 60, 60 times 60 times 60 times 60, 12,960,000. And so we have now to ask, I suppose, whether one should marvel the more at the sexagesimal system or at the Sumerians who invented it. Their ancient calendric festival year was reckoned in the purely mathematical, not natural, terms of 72 5-day weeks plus 5 intercalated festival days. 5 times 72 equals 360, but 360 times 72 equals 25,920, yielding thus a mathematically found great year, whose coincidence with the observable astronomical great year might indeed have been the result only of a sheer, but then how really wonderful, accident. In any case, it is evident that Berossos took the number seriously, as in some sense the sum of years between the descent of kingship from heaven and the coming of the flood. And so now let us compare the two very early Sumerian king lists with the much later list of Berossos, and add for good measure the 10 antediluvian patriarchs of the book of Genesis. The tables are as follows. The first point to notice is that although Berossos considerably differs from the earlier lists and they between themselves, there is enough to indicate that all are variants of a common legacy, which therewith is proved to have persisted in essential continuity for at least 2,000 years. And we can readily see that although their year assignments greatly vary, all are of the same mythological order and could not possibly be read today by anybody in his right mind as referring accurately to historical events. These accounts therefore represent precipitates not of sober history but of legend, that is to say, history interpreted as a manifestation of myth. Nor can it be said that the mythology here in question arose, or can possibly have arisen spontaneously from the psyche in the manner of a dream. Neither is it to be read in terms simply of the typical Neolithic theme and concern of fertility, which, while perhaps present, cannot be claimed to account for the evident emphasis throughout this mythology, and through all mythologies derived from it, upon numbers, immense numbers, and not merely numbers helter-skelter, but numbers carefully worked out, based upon the laws, themes, and correspondences of a certain shared, seriously regarded mathematical order, as we immediately see when it is recognized that in all three of the previously noted Mesopotamian schedules the final sums are multiples of that same integer, 1200, which in India represents to this day the sum of divine years. In a cosmic cycle, 1200 times 201 equals 241,200. 1200 times 380 equals 456,000. 1200 times 360 equals 432,000. The indication would seem to be, therefore, that the highest concern of the mythology from which these kings' lists derived can have been neither history nor fertility, but some sort of order, some sort of mathematically ordered, astronomically referred notion about the relationship of man and the rhythms of his life on earth, not simply to the seasons, the annual mysteries of birth, death, and regeneration, but beyond those to even greater, very much larger cycles, the great years. The earlier, comparatively simple Neolithic folk and village fertility themes have been amplified colossally and opened to a totally new, elite, poetic vision of man in the universe, man as an organ of the universe, together with the gods and all those virtues, maize, which, as we have seen, are the permanent structuring elements of God's world. Or rather, I do not think that we can say God in this context, since the only gods named and recognized in this mythology are themselves functions and functionaries of the order, nor can the deluge in this mythology have been originally conceived as sent to punish man. The whole idea of the cosmic rhythm involves intrinsically death and resurrection, so that an anthropomorphized reading in terms of punishment or the willfulness of an unpredictable God can represent only a foreground view, the deeper, holier ground being illustrated in those awful graves of Ur, where, when the time came, literally hundreds of noble human beings put off their bodies. The cosmic order may, which, as we have seen, is manifest in the categories of 1. Supreme Lordship, 2. Godship, etc., including 22. The flood, is known even more deeply and essentially through number, which becomes audible, as Pythagoras held and the harps of Ur suggest, in the harmonies and rhythms of music, specifically the number system of 60, the sos, 600, the ner, 3600, the sar, 216,000, the great Tsar, equals 60 times 3,600. two great SARs yielding that interesting 432,000 of Berosos eon. 4. The mythic flood. A number of scholars have thought that actually there may have been some devastating flood that all but annihilated civilization in the area of the early cities, and some have even thought that in their excavations they had discovered the evidence. However, the flood strata unearthed in the various Mesopotamian city sites do not correspond to one another in date. Those in Shuruppak and Uruk were laid down at the close of the Jemdit Nasir period, circa 3000 BC, while that of Ur occurred at the close of the Al-Ubaid period, half a millennium before, and that of Kish 2 or 3 centuries later, so that each can be interpreted only as a local, not as a general Mesopotamian, let alone universal catastrophe. It is, of course, possible that in each little city-state itself, the local flood was overinterpreted as a cosmic event, rendering present the mythological deluge. However, as modern students of this subject, we cannot allow ourselves to go along with such obvious misjudgments, crying like the little hen when the pea fell on her tail, "Run, run, the sky is falling." The earliest deluge story yet found is on a badly damaged fragment of baked clay, 7 inches long by 5 and 5/8 inches wide, that was transported to the University of Pennsylvania among thousands of other trophies from the expedition to Nippur of 1895 to 96. Catalogued and filed away in 1904 as Incantation 10673, 3 Experience Box 13. It was critically examined only in 1912 by Professor Arno Pobel of the University Museum, and as had the Memphite stone under Breasted's lens 2 or 3 years before, it suddenly opened to view, like the wan beam of a distant star that on closer watching proves to be an immeasurable galaxy, another unsuspected revelation of the great 3rd millennium BC. The opening lines of the cuneiform text are greatly damaged. A god is talking, or perhaps a goddess, either Enlil, Enki, or the goddess Nintu, an aspect of Ninhursag. "My humankind, in its destruction I will..." Is this the voice of Enlil threatening? For it is he who is going to send the flood. "In its destruction I will engage," or is the voice that of either Enki or the goddess, already contemplating rescue? "In its destruction I will give rescue." We cannot tell. The next line also is obscure. "My Nintu's creation I will," or perhaps rather, "O Nintu, what I have created I will." The remainder, however, is comparatively clear. "The people to their settlements I will restore. Cities they shall build. Their shade or shelter I will make restful. The bricks of our temples they will lay in pure places. Our places they will establish in pure places." There follow a couple of mangled lines, and then the 4 that I have already cited on page 108, after which, in column 2, there is named a list of the 5 cities to be destroyed: Eridu, Larak, Bat Tibira, Sippar, and Shuruppak. We are next, column 3, listening to the goddess who has realized what is about to happen. The first name given her is Nintu, the second, however, Inanna. It is not clear whether we are to see in these differing designations one goddess or 2, since multiple namings of this kind need not be separately personified. The place, the people, a rainstorm. At that time Nintu screamed like a woman in travail. The pure Inanna wailed because of her people. Enki in his own heart took counsel. And Enlil, Enki, and Ninhursag, the gods of heaven and earth, invoked the names of An and Enlil. There is apparently dissension among the gods, and it is evident that the cosmic deluge is to be treated in this text not as a cool, mathematically determined, inevitable occurrence, but as the consequence of a god's wrath against which certain other deities are about to connive, and this would seem to represent an altogether different theology from that considered in connection with the king lists. Or should we think of this text rather as a popular exoteric presentation of the same tradition? We know that in India an attitude of devotional love and fear of God is cultivated in numerous popular cults where the personality of some deity is emphasized, while in depth the ultimate teaching is of an absolute law. Likewise, among the Greeks, where the gods in the tales so well known to us appear to be self-moving and willful, there was a deep teaching of divine destiny, mora, personified in the fates against which not even Zeus himself could strive. And in the Bible we have God, surprised or pretending to be surprised, repenting of his creation, coming to new decisions, in dialogue, so to say, with his creatures, whereas we are taught also of his eternity, omnipotence, and foreknowledge. The problem is of the pair of opposites, destiny and free will, justice and mercy, etc., which in themselves cannot be reconciled, and which, then we find them in our own tradition, we tend to recognize as reconciled in God. However, when we find them in alien traditions, we tend to speak rather of inconsistency. In the present case, we are not in an alien tradition, but in an early chapter of our own, an early Sumerian variant of the same deluge tale that has come down to us in the book of Genesis in two late Semitic versions, the Jehovistic of perhaps the 9th century BC, in which Noah is told to take into his ark of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort, Genesis 6:19, and the priestly of the 5th century BC, where it is to be 7 pairs of all clean animals and a pair of the animals that are not clean, Genesis 7:2. We have to ask, therefore, whether those who have learned to recognize the signs of a higher wisdom in biblical inconsistencies should not, in the name of consistency itself, run their learning back to the antecedent Sumerian sources, or whether, on the other hand, there may not have been at some period a change in point of view, a change in the present case from an earlier mythology of impersonal law to a later, more anthropomorphic, of the will of a personal God. As in the Bible, so in this text of circa 1750 BC, there is to be saved only one good man, apparently with his family, in a huge boat full of beasts. He is the 10th and last of the long-lived antediluvian kings. In the Bible, they have become patriarchs. Good old King Ziusudra of the ancient city-state of Shurupak. We're still reading column 3. At that time, Ziusudra was king, the lustral priest of. He built a huge, humbly prostrating himself, reverently, daily and perseveringly standing in attendance, auguring by dreams such as never were seen before, conjuring in the name of heaven and earth. The column breaks off when we look to column 4. The king's effort to know the will of the gods now is already being rewarded, for he is standing by the wall of a shrine that he has built, when a voice, the voice of the god Enki, is heard. The gods, a wall, Ziusudra standing at its side, heard. That is the setting. Now comes the voice. At the wall, at my left hand, stand. At the wall I will speak to thee a word. O my Holy One, open thine ear to me. By our hand a rainstorm will be sent to destroy the seed of mankind. Is the decision, the word of the assembly of the gods, the command of An and Enlil, its kingdom, its rule. There is again a break. On the lost portion, the building and boarding of the boat must have been accomplished, for at the beginning of column 5 we are already witnessing the flood, which is described in 2 brief, vivid stanzas. All the windstorms of immense power, they all came together, the rainstorm raised along with them, and when for 7 days and 7 nights the rainstorm in the land had raged, the huge boat on the great waters by the windstorm had been carried away, Utu the sun came forth, shedding light over heaven and earth. Ziusudra opened a window of the huge boat. He let the light of the sun god, the hero, come into the interior of the huge boat. Ziusudra, the king, prostrated himself before Utu. The king, he sacrifices an ox, slaughters a sheep. And now, finally, column 6. We do not know for certain who is talking, but it may be the sun god Utu, who has gone before An and Enlil in Ziusudra's favor. By the soul of heaven, by the soul of earth, do ye conjure him that he may with you. By the soul of heaven, by the soul of earth, O An and Enlil, do ye conjure, and he will with you. Vegetation coming out of the earth rises. Ziusudra, the king, before An Enlil prostrates himself. And the gods bestow on the hero life immortal in that happy land of which we have already heard. Life like that of a god they bestow on him, an eternal soul like that of a god they create for him. whereupon Ziusudra the king, bearing the title preserver of the seed of mankind, on a mountain, the mountain of Dilmun, they caused to dwell. The date of the tablet on which this earliest known version of the flood appears, which in the West is known as Noah's flood and in India as Manu's, actually in Sumerian terms, is late circa 1750 BC. The Sumerian idiom of our text, states Professor Pobel, is no longer that of the classical period. In fact, Sumer as a political force had already collapsed, and the lead in civilization had passed to the largely Semitic peoples of Akkad, for whom Sumerian was an archaic, learned tongue, somewhat like the Latin of the Middle Ages. Indeed, even the final Sumerian period of Ur-3, circa 2050 to 1950 BC, had itself been a backward-looking Neo-Sumerian century of restoration, whose last three kings, Amar-Sin, Shu-Sin, and Ibi-Sin, bore Semitic names. For as a glance at a physical map will show, there is a great desert westward of Mesopotamia, reaching from Syria in the north to the southern extremities of Arabia, which from as remote as a period as the end of the Paleolithic has been the matrix from which all the numerous Semitic tribes of history have emerged, notably 1. The Akkadians, who conquered the land of Sumer and took the kingship to their city of Akkad, Sargon of Akkad, circa 2350 BC. The restoration period of Ur-3 followed, circa 2050 to 1950 BC. 2. The Amoritic Babylonians, who gave the coup de grace to both Sumer and Akkad, circa 1850 BC. Hammurabi, circa 1700 BC. 3. The later Amorites, who conquered the ancient city of Jericho, circa 1450 BC, and left it in ruins. 4. The Canaanites, who followed them in Syria and Palestine. 5. The closely related Phoenicians of the coast. 6. The Hebrews, Saul, circa 1010 BC. 7. The Assyrians, who conquered Babylon, circa 1100 BC, and at the height of their power in the period of Ashurbanipal, 668 to 626 BC, dominated the whole of Southwest Asia. 8. The Chaldeans, who were briefly the masters, from 625 to circa 550 BC. 9. The Arameans, obscurely defined, whose speech was general from Sinai to Syria, and as a language of trade as far as to India in the centuries just before and after Christ. And 10. Finally, the Arabs, who, with the victories of Islam, 7th to 16th centuries AD, became the masters of the most broadly flung cultural domain in the history of the archaic world. But even before the victories of Sargon, nomadic Semitic warrior tribes were already raiding and occasionally plundering Sumer, so that from an early date there were, in the classic domain of the earliest hieratic states, contributions from the primitive sphere of herding desert nomads for whom the subtleties of the mathematical star watch meant not a thing. Hence we cannot rule out the probability that in our tale of the deluge of Ziusudra, Semitic influences already were at work. The sudden stress given to the role of Utu, Sumerian counterpart of the great Semitic sun god Shamash, points to a bit of such doctoring as priestly hands always allow themselves, and the whole idea of the flood rather as the work of a god of wrath than as the natural punctuation of an eon of, say, 432,000 years seems indeed to be an effect of later, secondary, comparatively simple celebration. Thus, the evidence from a number of quarters suggests very strongly that in the earliest known Sumerian mythological texts, the basic, mathematically inspired priestly vision has already been overlaid by an intrusive, anthropomorphic view of the powers that motivate the world, far more primitive than that from which the earliest high civilization had emerged, so that the myths that have survived to us represent a certain drop or devolution of tradition, which was either intentional in the way of all devotional popularization, or else unintentional, following a loss of realization. And the latter is the more likely since, as Professor Pobel has let us know, the Sumerian idiom of these texts is no longer that of the classical period. They are already of a late epigonist age. I would suggest, therefore, that the mathematics still evident in certain of the earliest known yet late Sumerian documents suffice to show that during the formative period of this potent tradition, which has by now reshaped mankind, an overpowering experience of order, not as something created by an anthropomorphic first being, but as itself the all-creative, beginningless, and interminable structuring rhythm of the universe, supplied the wind that blew its civilization into form. Furthermore, by a miracle that I have found no one to interpret, the arithmetic that was developed in Sumer as early as circa 3200 BC, whether by coincidence or by intuitive induction, so matched the celestial order as to amount in itself to a revelation. The whole archaic Oriental world, in contrast to the earlier primitive and later Occidental, was absolutely hypnotized by this miracle. The force of number was of far greater moment than mere fact, for it seemed actually to be the generator of fact. It was of greater moment than humanity, for it was the organizing principle by which humanity realized and recognized its own latent harmony and sense. It was of considerably greater moment than the gods, for in the majesty of its cycles, greater cycles and even greater, more majestic, infinitely widening cycles, it was the law by which gods came into being and disappeared, and it was greater even than being, for in its matrix lay the law of being. Thus, mathematics, in that crucial moment of cultural mutation, met the earlier known mystery of biological death and generation, and the two joined. The lunar rhythm of the womb had already given notice of a correspondence between celestial and terrestrial circumstance. The mathematical law now united both, and so it is that in all of these mythologies the principle of Ma'at, May, Dharma, and Tao, which in the Greek tradition became Mora, was mythologically felt and represented as female, the awesome, wonderfully mysterious Great Mother whose form and support dominate all the ritual lore of the archaic world, whom we have seen as the cow goddess Hathor at the four quarters of the festival palette of Narmer, and whose dairyland goddess of the cow, Ninhursag, was the nurse of the earlier Sumerian kings, is equally present in the heavens above, in the earth beneath, in the waters under the earth, and in the womb, and the law of her generative rhythm was represented for the entire ancient world in those units and multiples of 60 of the old Sumerian sexagesimal arithmetic, which had caught the measure at once of time and of space. Indeed, even the book of Genesis may carry her secretly throughout, in the mathematics of the destiny of its people of God, as a comparison of the matched schedules of the Babylonian 10 kings and Hebrew 10 patriarchs appears to suggest. There is at first glance, of course, considerable difference between the sums of years given by Berosus and the Bible, respectively 432,000 and 1656. However, as a distinguished Jewish scholar of the 19th century, the Nestor of Assyriology, Julius Oppert, 1825 to 1905, pointed out in a fascinating paper on the dates of Genesis, both sums contain 72 as a factor. 432,000 divided by 72 equals 6,000, and 1656 divided by 72 is 23, so that the relationship is of 6,000 to 23. It will be recalled that 72 is the number of years it takes for the precession to advance 1 degree. Furthermore, in the Jewish calendar, 1 year is reckoned as 365 days, which in 23 years, plus the 5-year leap days, contained in such a period amounts to 8,400 days, or 1,200 7-day weeks, and the latter sums multiplied by 72 to find the number of Jewish 7-day weeks in 1656, 23 by 72 years yields 86,400, 1,200 by 72. Whereas, on the other hand, in the Babylonian calendar, the year was composed of 72 5-day weeks, so that if now, following a practice normal to calculations of this kind, we count each Babylonian year as 1 day, and then reckon the number of Babylonian 5-day weeks in 432,000 days, the result is again 86,400, 432,000 divided by 5. But 86,400 equals 86,400, QED. Clearly, a point-for-point correspondence of calendric systems is here implied, and since a mathematical order is antithetical to a doctrine of free will, one can only wonder by what transcendent thought the two theologies were reconciled. Professor Oppert imagined when he wrote his paper in 1877, before anything was known of Sumer, that the Hebrew figures had been the original and those of Berosus the falsified. However, the opposite now appears, nor can there have been any falsification either way, since there were no facts, properly speaking, anywhere in this pliant story to be falsified, but only a way of interpreting the universe, and who wants the other fellow's way? Just as Egypt, India, and China, Crete, Greece, and Rome, the Germans and the Celts, inherited and restyled the civilizing legacy of the nuclear Near East, so too the authors of the book of Genesis, and recreation, not falsification, is the word to use when discussing the reconstruction of a myth. As the Japanese Zen Buddhist philosopher Dr. Desaitz T. Suzuki once said, summarizing what seemed to him to be the characteristic Western spiritual situation, man is against God, nature is against God, and man and nature are each against each other. Whereas, in contrast, according to his argument, if God created the world, he created man as a part of it, as belonging to it, as organically related to it. There's something divine in being spontaneous and being not at all hampered by human conventionalities and their artificial, sophisticated hypocrisies. There's something direct and fresh in this not being restrained by anything human, and indeed there is. But the whole spiritual history of the West since circa 2350 BC has been the long weaning of its own part of humanity away from this sublime demonism. A strain of criticism is implicit already in the Sumerian myth of creation, where the virtue of man is described as that of a slave made for the pleasure of the gods. Such a myth represents not worship essentially, but a comment, and in such a comment the Orient is lost, the Occident born. The metaphysical tremendum, the deep awe before the great, unchanging truth, and the full submission of all human judgment to a mystery unnamed, which is infinite, impersonal, yet intimately within all beings, all things, and in death too, these have been the sentiments that in the Orient have remained honored as the most holy. And from the point of view of the knowledge and rapture of that full void, the dedication of the Occidental mind to the merely personal affairs of men and women living in the world appears to represent only the loss of the fruit of life, which that little girl found beside the Ganges when she went with her husband into the earth. See pages 63 to 64. We have seen that in Egypt a sequence of psychological stages progressed, or if the reader prefers, declined, from a state of mythic identification through inflation to mythic subordination, and that in the last of these a certain standard of human decency not inherent in the order of nature was by projection attributed to God. The Pharaoh, that great nature boy, was thereby subdued to human virtue without damage to his sense of participation in the virtue of divinity. But in Mesopotamia, this highly flattering sense of participation in divinity dissolved. The king was no longer the great god, nor even, as in Egypt, the good god, but the tenant farmer of the god, and this mythological rupture set the two orders of nature and humanity apart, without converting man fully, however, to the courage of his own rational judgments. As a consequence, a pathos of anxiety developed in which all the nursery agonies of a child striving to gain parental favor were translated into a cosmological nightmare of mythic dependency, characterized by alternate gains and loss of divine support, and finally a mordant, rat-toothed sense of intrinsic human guilt. There is an important, rather well-known little epic lay of a certain King Etana of the city of Kish, in which the import of this transit from the earlier mythology of man's, or at least the king's, intrinsic divinity to the later mythology of absolute dissociation, dependency, and guilt comes so vividly to view that it may well serve as our milestone to mark the point of no return between the earlier and later spiritual fields. In the old Sumerian king lists, of which we have already surveyed the portions dealing with the time before the flood, the name of Etana appears among the kings of the first dynasty following that catastrophe, where he is termed a shepherd, the one who ascended to heaven, the one who consolidated all the lands, became king, and reigned for 1560 years. This notation makes it apparent that although no actual Sumerian version of his flight to heaven has come down to us, Etana's adventure was known to the early chronicler, and it would also appear that he was supposed to have succeeded in his flight. The legend must have served, in fact, to validate the king's divine mandate. However, in the versions of his flight that have survived, all of which are late Semitic vintages, Babylonian or Assyrian, mostly from the shattered library of the last Assyrian monarch, Ashur-banipal, 668 to 635 BC, The entire theme has been turned into its negative, so that the lesson rendered is not of the virtue of aspiration, but of guilt. The prologue of this little epic, as it now stands, tells of the guilt even of the mighty bird, the solar eagle, who was to serve in the main adventure as the vehicle of the world's first astronaut. "Come," said this bird to his neighbor the serpent, "let us swear an oath of peace and friendship, and may the curse of the sun god Shamash fall heavily upon the one who fails to honor it." Before the sun god they took their oath, sealing it with a curse, and may Shamash with the mighty hand of a smiter smite calamitously the one that transgresses the boundary of Shamash. May the mountain of the dead close its entrance against him. Their young thereafter were conceived and born, the serpents in the shade of an elm, those of the bird on a mountain peak. And when the bird caught a wild bull or ass, the serpent ate, drew back, and its children ate. When the serpent caught a wild goat or antelope, the great eagle ate, drew back, and its children ate, until on a certain day, when its eaglets had been fledged, an evil thought entered the bird's mind. "Lo," it said, "let me devour the offspring of that serpent." "O my father," said one of its own young, "do not do so, lest the net of Shamash entrap thee." The bird plunged nevertheless, devoured the young of the serpent, tore apart its nest, and when the serpent looked, its offspring had disappeared, whereupon it went before Shamash. "Surely, O Shamash," it prayed, "thy net is the wide earth, thy trap the distant sky, and from thy net who shall escape?" "Make ready," said the sun god, "ascend the mountain, let a wild bull be thy place of hiding, tear open its belly, enter and set up there thy residence. Every bird of the sky will descend, and among them your eagle, unsuspecting, with a single thought, to get inside, seize a wing, tear away his wings and claws, strip him, cast him into a pit, and let him die there of hunger and thirst." The serpent did so, and the broken bird in the pit cried to Shamash, "O Lord, am I to expire in this pit? O Lord, thy punishment is indeed upon me. However, do but allow me to live, thine eagle, and forever I shall celebrate thy name." The sun god said to him, "Thou hast been evil, causing grief, which is a thing forbidden by the gods. It is a disgraceful thing that thou hast done, for thou didst swear. And verily I shall now visit upon thee the recompense of thine oath. Give thyself to whatever man I shall send to thee, and let him take thee by the hand." The man to come was to be the old, very feeble shepherd king Etana of the city of Kish. "O my lord Shamash," this old man had prayed, "thou hast consumed the strength of my sheep, and in the whole realm the young of my lambs. Yet have I honored the gods, given thought to the dead, caused priestesses to immolate my offerings. By thy command, therefore, O Lord, let someone obtain for me the plant of birth, for I am old and without issue. Let the plant of birth be revealed to me. Tear out its fruit, O God, and grant me a child." "Ascend the mountain," the sun god had said. "Seek out the pit, look therein. The bird there will show thee the plant of birth." And Etana did so. The fragmentary tablets break at this point, and when the tale resumes, the old king, riding his eagle, is already arriving at the gate of the lowest heaven, wherein are the sun, moon, storm, and planet Venus. The bird is speaking to its rider. "Come, my friend, let me carry thee farther still, to the higher heaven of Anu, Sumerian An. Press thy bosom against me, upon the feathers of my wings, place thy hands, and upon the shoulders of my wings thine arms." 2 hours more they climbed. The bird exclaimed, "Look below, my friend, at the earth, how it appears. The salt sea is surrounded by an ocean. The land in its midst is a mountain." 2 hours more they climbed. The bird said, "Look below, my friend, at the earth, how it appears. The salt sea is but a broad band around the land." 2 hours more, and again, "Look below, my friend, at the earth, how it appears. The salt sea is no more than a gardener's irrigation ditch." They reached the high gate of the gods, Anu, Bel, and Ea, Sumerian An, Enlil, and Ea, Etana, and his eagle. The tablet again breaks off. Turning it over, we recognize the bird. "Come, my friend, let me carry thee farther still, to the heaven of the goddess Ishtar, Inanna. Let me set thee down at her feet, press thy bosom against me, upon the feathers of my wings place thy hands." 2 hours more, and the bird said, Look below, my friend, at the earth, how it appears. The land seems flat, and the broad salt sea no more than a barnyard. 2 hours more. Look below, my friend, at the earth, how it appears. The land is a mere clod, and the broad salt sea a wicker basket. 2 hours more they climbed, but this time when Etana looked, he could see below neither sea nor land. "Oh, my friend, do not climb farther," he cried, and with that they fell. For 2 hours they fell, 2 hours more. The fragmentary document and its characters go to pieces together at the bottom. All that remains are a few broken lines. A third 2 hours, the eagle fell, and he was. It was shattered on the earth. The eagle fell, and he was. Eagle. A further scattering of words suggests that the king's widow is mourning and his ghost is being invoked in a time of need. Professor Morris Jastrow, in his discussion of this piece, already observed in 1910 that in the original tale of Etana there is every reason to support that he was actually placed among the gods. This is shown, he wrote, by the success of the first flight, in which the goal is attained, since the heaven of Anu, the highest part of heaven, is reached. The second flight is clearly a duplicate of the first and betrays in the language used its dependence upon the former. It is a favorite theme with the Babylonian theologies, to whom we owe the preservation and final form in which the old folk tales and popular myths were cast, that man cannot come to the gods, nor can he find out what is in store for him after death, beyond the certainty that he will be condemned to inactivity in a gloomy subterranean cavern. There may be exceptions, but that is the general rule. Jastrow notes that the second flight is merely a duplicate of the first, is seen in the persistence of the 3 double hours as the distance traversed. In reality, the 2 flights cover 6 double hours, and the eagle ought to fall this distance before reaching the earth. Professor Jastrow discerned in this version of the legend, furthermore, 2 entirely distinct tales combined, the first of a king and his city abandoned by its gods, and the second of an eagle and a serpent allied. In the first, he believed the well-being of the community must have been restored through the intervention of the goddess and god of fertility, namely Ishtar, Inanna, and Bel, Enlil. After which Etana appeared to Shamash, or perhaps originally to Ishtar, to be shown the plant of birth through which his flocks might again bear young. The animal tale, on the other hand, was a piece of folklore to which a moral had been added, and would have been quite in keeping with the later Babylonian spirit if, in the combination of the 2 pieces, Etana should have been prevented from attaining his goal. Instead of being brought into the presence of Ishtar, he is thrown down to the earth. Just as he appears to be approaching his goal, the eagle with Etana on his back falls through the great space of 3 double hours that he has traversed, and the adventure is unattained. Jastrow concludes, the 2 tales thus combined are made to teach a lesson, or rather 2 lessons. A, one that the laws of Shamash cannot be transgressed without entailing grievous punishment, and secondly, and more important, B, that man cannot be immortal like the gods. It is this lesson which the Babylonian theologians made the burden of the composite Gilgamesh epic, and it is this same lesson which, as it seems to me, the Etana myth in its final form was intended to convey. Thus it appeared to one of the leading students of this field already in 1910 that the idea of man's absolute separation from the gods belongs properly not to Sumer but to the later Semitic mind. However, it also belongs to the Greeks in their idea of hybris, and is the inhabiting principle of tragedy. It underlies the Christian myth also of the fall and redemption, tree and cross. Indeed, throughout the literature of the Occident, defeat is typical of such superhuman adventures, whereas it is not so in the Orient, where, as in the legend of the Buddha, the one who sets forth to gain immortality almost invariably wins. In the West, the sense of tragedy is of such force that the word catastrophe, Greek kata, down, strophein, to turn, which primarily means simply the final event, the denouement of a drama, whether sorrowful or not, has come to mean for us in normal speech only calamity, and even our highest symbol of spirituality, the crucifix, shows God himself at that tragic moment when his body is delivered to the power of death. Our concept of the hero, that is to say, is of the actual, particular individual, who indeed is mortal and so doomed, whereas in the Orient the true hero of all mythology is not the vainly striving empirical personality, but that reincarnating one and only transmigrant, which, to quote a celebrated passage, is never born, nor does it ever die, nor having once been, does it ever cease to be. Unborn, eternal, changeless, and of great age, it is not slain when the body is slain. The fall of Etana and his eagle has the character of an Occidental, not Oriental catastrophe, so that with this legend we have left in innocence, tasted the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, and moved out the western gate to that great field of the psyche and destiny where the task of man has been conceived, for the most part, not psychologically as a quest within for a principle already there, but historically as the progressive establishment of accord between the moral and empirical orders. 6. The knowledge of sorrow. Many scholars have observed, like Professor John A. Wilson, that the earliest Egyptian tomb murals and reliefs do not stress burial and mortuary services. They stress the pleasure in an abounding harvest, delight in nature, enjoyment of the hunt, and the excitement of feasts and games. The total impression, as he remarks, is confident, lively, and gay. Self-assurance, optimism, and a lust for life produced an energetic assertion of eternally continuing life. However, in the first centuries of the second millennium BC, a new note of dissonance becomes apparent in the writing of Egypt and, more emphatically, Mesopotamia. For example, we read in a celebrated papyrus of circa 2000 BC the following melancholy dialogue of a misanthrope with his soul. Lo, my name is abhorred, lo, more than the odor of birds, on summer days when the sky is hot. Lo, my name is abhorred. Lo, more than the odor of fishermen by the marshes when they have fished. Lo, my name is abhorred. Lo, more than a woman against whom a lie is told her husband. To whom can I speak today? Brothers are evil, the friends of today do not love. To whom can I speak today? The gentle man has perished, the bold-faced goes everywhere. To whom can I speak today? With wretchedness I am laden, without one friend of good faith. To whom can I speak today? Wickedness smites the land, it has no end. Death is before me today, like the recovery of a sick man, like going forth into a garden after sickness. Death is before me today, like the odor of myrrh, like sitting under a sail in a good wind. Death is before me today, like the course of a stream, like the return of a man from the war galley to his house. Death is before me today, like the home that a man longs to see after years spent as a captive. He who is yonder will seize the culprit like a living God, inflicting punishment on the wicked. He who is yonder will stand in the celestial bark, causing the choicest offerings to be given to the temple. He who is yonder will be a sage who is not rebuffed when he speaks in prayer to Re. We do not hear in this the prelude to the Buddha's first noble truth. All life is sorrowful, and to the judgment of Aquinas, it is impossible for man's happiness to be in this life. As Nietzsche has observed, the sick and perishing, it was they who despised the body and the earth, and invented the heavenly world and the redeeming drops of blood. Beyond the sphere of their body and this earth, they now fancied themselves transported, these ungrateful ones. Yet to what did they owe the convulsion and rapture of their transport? To their body and this earth. I shall term this crisis the great reversal, whereby death was no longer viewed as a continuance of the wonder of life, but as a rescue from its pain, like the recovery of a sick man, like the home that a man longs to see. But what can have caused this inversion of values? In Egypt, apparently a period of social disintegration following the fall of Dynasty 6, circa 2190 BC, and in Mesopotamia, the frightfulness of an age during which the warcraft, first of city against city, but then with mounting force of desert and steppe tribesmen, Semites and Aryans against the hearts of civilization itself, strewed ruins on every hand. Sargon, king of Akkad, we read in the royal chronicle of circa 2350 BC, viceregent of Inanna, king of Kish, Pashishu of Anu, king of the land, great Ishaku of Enlil. The city of Uruk he smote, and its wall he destroyed. With the people of Uruk he battled, and he routed them. With Lugal Zagisi, king of Uruk, he battled, and he captured him, and in fetters he led him through the gate of Enlil. Sargon of Akkad, battled with the man of Ur and vanquished him. His city he smote, and its wall he destroyed. Ninmar he smote, and its wall he destroyed, and its entire territory from Lagash to the sea he smote. And he washed his weapons in the sea. With the man of Umma he battled, and he routed him, and he smote his city and destroyed its wall. Unto Sargon, king of the land, Enlil gave no adversary. From the upper sea to the lower sea, Enlil subjected to him the lands. Moreover, there were also the inevitable disappointments of those pious souls who, like Job, had fulfilled even beyond the call of duty all the duties of religion, only to find themselves struck down horribly, as was the case of an aged, pious king, Tabi Utul Enlil of circa 1750 BC, who is known as the Babylonian Job. His lament and testimony are worth quoting at a certain length. Mine eyeballs he obscured, bolting them as with a lock. Mine ears he bolted like those of one deaf. A king I have been turned into a slave, and as a madman I am maltreated by those around me. The allotted time of life I had reached and passed. Wherever I turned there was evil upon evil. Misery increased, justice departed. I cried to my God, but he did not show his countenance. I prayed to my goddess. She did not raise her head. The diviner priest could not determine the future by an inspection. The necromancer, through an offering, failed to justify my suit. I appealed to the oracle priest. He revealed nothing. The chief exorciser, with his rites, failed to release me from the ban. The like of this had never been seen. Wherever I turned, there was trouble in pursuit. As though I had not always set aside the portion for the god, and had not invoked the goddess at the meal, had not bowed my face and brought my tribute, as though I were one in whose mouth there is not constantly prayer and supplication, had not set aside the day of the god, had neglected the new moon feast, been negligent, or had spurned their images, not taught his people reverence and fear, not invoked his deity, or had eaten the god's food, neglected his goddess, and had failed to proffer a libation, I am rated with the oppressor that has forgotten his Lord, and profaned the sacred name of his God. Whereas I thought only of prayer and supplication, prayer was my practice, sacrifice my law, the day of worship of the gods, the joy of my heart, the day of devotion to the goddess, more to me than riches, royal prayer, that was my joy, its celebration, my delight. I taught my country to guard the name of the god, accustomed my folk to honor the name of the goddess, the glorification of the king, I made like unto that of a god, and in the fear of the palace I instructed the people. I thought such things were pleasing to a god. Thus the problem of this poor old man, and now comes the usual answer already known to Babylon, circa 1750 BC. What, however, seems good to oneself is to a god displeasing. What is spurned by oneself finds favor with a god. Who is there that can grasp the will of the gods in heaven? The plan of a God full of mystery, who can understand it? How can mortals learn the way of a God? For man is but a puny thing, whereas gods are great. The man who was alive yesterday is today dead. In a trice he is given to grief, of a sudden crushed. For a day he sings and plays, in a moment he is wailing like a mourner. Men's spirits change like day and night. When hungry they are like corpses. Filled they count themselves equal to their God. When things go well they prate of mounting to heaven. When in distress they groan of descending to hell. Like Job, however, who would be facing the same problem some 1,500 years later, old King Tabu Utul Enlil, though terribly tested, was finally not abandoned by his God, but rendered even greater in fortune than before. First, however, to make clear the extent of this miracle of his God, we must hear the whole litany of his ills. An evil demon came out of its lair, and from yellowish my sickness turned white. It struck my neck, crushed my whole spine, bent my tall statue like a poplar, so that I was uprooted like a plant of the marsh and thrown upon my back. Food became bitter, putrid, and the malady dragged out its course. I took to my bed, unable to leave it, and my house became my prison. Like fetters for my body, my hands were powerless. Like pinions for my person, my feet were stretched out. My discomfort was great, the pain severe. A strap had struck me of many twists, a lance sharply pointed pierced me, and the pursuer followed me all day. All night granted me no respite, as though wrenched. My joints were torn apart, my limbs shattered, rendered helpless. In my stall I passed the night like an ox, saturated like a sheep in my excrements. The disease of my joints baffled the chief exorciser. To the diviner my omens were obscure. The exorciser could not read the character of my disease, nor the diviner fix the limit of my malady. Yet no god came to my aid, taking me by the hand. No goddess had compassion for me, coming to my side. The grave was open, my burial ordered. Though not dead, I was already mourned. The folk of my land already had said, alas, over me. My enemy, learning of it, his face shone. When the tidings were announced, his liver rejoiced, and I knew the day had come when my whole family, resting under the protection of our deity, would be in distress. But then, when all was lost, and the old king, bedridden, paralyzed, blind, deaf, unable to eat, and racked with unceasing pain, had been brought to the brink of despair, why, lo, that righteous sufferer was not abandoned, but in his darkest hour there came in a dream the messenger of his deity, a strong hero decked with a crown, and all that had been taken away was restored. The god sent a mighty storm to the foundation of the heavenly mountain. To the depths of the earth he drove it, and he forced back that evil demon into the abyss. On the tide of the sea he swept away the ague. He tore out the root of my disease like a plant. The bad sleep which had disturbed my rest filled and darkened the heavens like smoke, and my eyes, which had been covered with a veil of night, through a nighty wind that drove away the veil he made to shine. My ears, which had been closed and bolted like those of a person deaf, he cleared of the deafness, opening their hearing. The mouth that had been covered so that with difficulty it uttered sounds, he purified, like copper he made it shine. The teeth that had been seized so that they were pressed together, he opened, strengthening their roots. From the tongue swollen so that it could not move, he took away the coating so that speech returned. My throat, which had been compressed, closed like that of a corpse, he cured so that my breast resounded like a flute. My neck had been twisted and bent low, he made it erect and like a cedar raised up. My stature he made as one of perfect strength, and as one released from a demon he polished my nails. He cured my scurvy, healed me of the itch, my whole body he restored. For the old king, clinging to his faith, had been carried like a believer brought to Lourdes or to the Ganges, to a sacred water where the power of the god had immediately healed him. He wiped away the blemish, making the entire body radiant. The crippled frame regained its splendor. On the banks of the stream where judgment is held over men, the brand of slavery was erased and the fetters removed. Whence the following lesson: let him who sins against the temple learn from me. Into the jaw of the lion about to devour me. And Leal inserted a bit, and Leal seized the noose of my pursuer, and Leal encompassed the demon's lair. And so, at last, after all those myths about immortality and of kings who set and rose as the moon, millenniums of ritualized inhumanity, when man, participating in the animal, vegetable, and mathematical orders of nature, had so little thought of his own judgment that the law Ma'at Me, which had been projected upon the universe from his own temporally conditioned imagination, was accepted without question, not only as supernaturally ordained, but also as superior to what, even in the 4th millennium BC, must occasionally have been acknowledged as common sense. After the high and holy fairy tales of creation from nothing, magical verbalization, masturbation, or the intercourse of divine beings, the early pranks of the gods upon each other and their creatures, floods, miscreations, and the rest, now at last, the one point not previously conceded even so much as a place on the agenda, namely the moral problem of suffering, moved to the center of the stage, where it has remained ever since. For when the sensibilities of man himself, or rather of certain notable high persons, developed from the cold-blooded reptilian level of the early kings to the humanity of such as later wrote to their sons, Make thyself innocent before God, show kindness to the city, God will praise thee for regard. Good is to work for the future. It inevitably became presently apparent that man himself had more kindness than God, more love, honor, justice, and more heart. And as the realization of this truth increased and the second axiom of the Buddha came gradually to mind, there is release from sorrow. The highest concern of mythology, ritual, and human wisdom shifted from the old magical interests of the nature cult, which were in fact now being gradually assumed by an improved agrarian technology anyhow, to the more intimately psychological task of achieving peace, harmony, and depth of soul in this vale of tears. Part 2. The Mythologies of India. Chapter 4. Ancient India. 1. The Invisible Counterplayer. A Belief in the Origin of Life in the Waters, states a work of Dr. Ananda K. Coomaraswamy, was common to many ancient cultures and must have arisen very naturally in the case of peoples like those of the Nile, the Euphrates, or the Indus Valley, amongst whom water, in the form either of seasonal rains or of ever-flowing rivers, was the most obvious prerequisite of vegetative increase. The implication of this suggestion is that analogous mythologies might have developed independently in various parts of the world according to common psychological laws, and this was a favored view of much 19th and early 20th century scholarship. However, since the most recent archaeological discoveries indicate specific culture hearths from which shared varieties of grain, domesticated beasts, techniques of fashioning new artifacts, etc., have been diffused to the corners of the earth, the old argument for a parallel development of originally isolated civilizations through the operation of natural, economic, sociological, and psychological laws has now been generally abandoned. As already remarked, the ultimate origin of the peasant barnyard economy of grain agriculture and stock breeding on which the earliest river civilizations rested was not in the great valleys themselves of the Nile, lower Tigris, Euphrates, and the Indus, but in the rain-watered hilly grasslands and mountain valleys flanking the Fertile Crescent. And in this unique zone of cultural transformation, a sub-area of particular moment, both for India and for the West, was southwest Iran, where a characteristic fine buff ware appeared circa 4500 BC that can be traced in its influence, both westward into lower Mesopotamia, circa 4000 BC, initial settlement of the Sumerian zone, early Eridu and Al-Ubaid, and eastward, about a millennium later, to Baluchistan, Quetta, Nal, and Kuli assemblages, and the Indus Valley, Amri, and Kalapar wares. The immigrants pressing toward India from this southwest Asian matrix were supplied with the elements of an advanced Neolithic culture: domesticated goats, sheep, and cattle, covered ox carts, and the potter's wheel, copper and bronze, and even apparently glass. They built towns of crude brick, stone, or brick-on-stone foundations, planted fields of grain, and fashioned ceramic figurines of the goddess and of bulls. Moreover, the ornamentation of their pottery comprised motifs already familiar in the West. Swastikas betray the influence of Iran, double axes, distant Syria, meanders hatched and wavy lines, checker patterns, triangles, chevrons, lozenges, etc., with animals, plants, fish, and birds among them, stylized or naturalistically rendered, reproduce often precisely features known from the high Neolithic sites of southwest and northern Iraq, Susa I, II, and Samarra ware, Syria, Halaf ware, and the earliest strata of riverine Mesopotamia, Al-Ubaid and Jemdit Nasir. In fact, to such a degree that, as Professor V. Gordon Childe has observed, Baluchistan must once have formed part of a cultural continuum extending from the Tigris to the Indus. Furthermore, since it was from the same nuclear Near East, and particularly Syria, where the bull, double axe, and goddess appeared as early as circa 4500 BC, that the basal civilization of Crete and of much of the early Mediterranean was derived, we need no longer be amazed or metaphysically edified when homologies amounting to identities appear in the myths and rituals of the Orient and of the West. As Dr. Robert Hein Geldern has well observed, however original and unique each of the ancient civilizations may appear to be, not one of them came into being independently. We are confronted with a great historical movement, or more precisely with a concatenation of movements in which, in the last analysis, radiated all from a common source. And yet, if we look now not for analogies but for differences, a number of traits immediately strike the eye at the oriental edge of the broadly spreading Near Eastern Neolithic continuum, which seem to point to an order of Indian civilization not entirely dependent upon the inspiration or contributions of the new arrivals from the West. And yet, if we now look not for analogies but for differences, a number of traits immediately strike the eye at the oriental edge of the broadly spreading Near Eastern Neolithic continuum, which seems to point to an order of Indian civilization not entirely dependent upon the inspiration or contributions of the new arrivals from the West. The beautiful bulls depicted on the pottery and modeled in ceramic figurines are of the humped Indian Bos indicus variety. Decorative motifs based on the forms of the leaves of the Indian Pipal Ficus religiosa tree indicate that a plant worshipped throughout India today and associated particularly with native Indian earth genii, Yaksas and Yaksis, was already held in reverence. And there is an interesting series of ceramic goddess figurines from the Zob Valley of North Baluchistan, with features that are matched nowhere in the whole broad domain of the Near Eastern goddess cult. Like a number of examples from Iran, these end below the waist in pedestals, and like goddess figurines everywhere, they are endowed with ornate necklaces. But as Professor Stuart Pigott has observed, the faces are totally different from any known in other parts of the world. Hooded with a coif or shawl, he writes, they have high, smooth foreheads above their staring, circular eye holes, their owl-beak nose and grim slit mouth. The result is terrifying, even in a tiny model not more than 2 inches high, and in 2 from the bar cot, all pretense is thrown aside, and the face is a grinning skull. These can hardly be toys, but seem rather to be a grim embodiment of the mother goddess, who is also the guardian of the dead, an underworld deity concerned alike with the corpse and the seed corn buried beneath the earth. Others have goggle eyes. Such are prominent to this day in South Indian images of the goddess, where she is known affectionately as the fish-eyed one, Meenakshi. Furthermore, at Dabar Kot in Baluchistan, one of the excavated altars revealed a fire brick drain, and in the Quetta Valley, somewhat to the west, figurines of the mother goddess and bull appeared on a mud brick platform containing such drains, which had in its foundations a disarticulated human skull. These drains we recognize. They are those that in present-day Indian shrines carry the blood of beheaded victims immediately back to their source in the goddess, for, as we have read, blood, if immediately consecrated, becomes ambrosia. See page 6. And to complete the picture of a particularly Indian line of stress in these remains from a sire known as Moghul Gundai in South Baluchistan, there has come a phallus carved in stone, while from another, Periano Gundai, not only a phallus in rough pottery, but a figurine consisting of an enormously exaggerated female vulva and thighs. It is true that phallic traits are prominent also in Western cults of the Neolithic goddess. However, in India they preponderate even to the present hour, and in combination with the above remarked motifs of the goddess of death, the fish-eyed goddess, altars with drains, altars built upon sacrificed human beings, humped bulls, and pipal leaves, they suggest that there may have been in India a separate culture center of some kind, with features of its own, related to the Western, yet not entirely its imitation. A real challenge confronts the prehistorian with this evidence, however, for when the archaeological spade goes an inch below these earliest village and town settlements, it breaks abruptly upon a much more primitive stratum, indicating a vast cultural hiatus, namely very simple pre-Neolithic materials of the late Capsian hunting age, the characteristic feature of which is a type of tiny flint, microlith, that has been found distributed over the whole western portion of the late Paleolithic culture field, from South Africa to northern Europe and from Morocco to Ceylon, the homeland of which was certainly not India. And if one digs then deeper still, the next cultural drop is the whole abyss to the very bottom of the human cultural scale in the period of the lower Paleolithic. India, that is to say, in terms of hard goods, stone, ceramic, and metal, offers an extremely spotty, disarticulated picture, for the lower Paleolithic assemblage to which we have now arrived dates from the last phase of the second glacial age, or beginning of the second interglacial, somewhat before and up to circa 400,000 BC, and about contemporary with Java man, Homo erectus, old Professor Haeckel's celebrated missing link. A type of large, rough stone flake tool known as a chopper found in the northwest and central India represents the Indian variant of the Paleolithic industry of that fumbling, dim-witted day. And these earliest known Indian tools, called pre-Soan chopping choppers, are followed in the northwest, the so-called Soan culture zone, during the course of the second interglacial age from circa 400,000 to perhaps circa 200,000 BC, by two additional types of extremely primitive stone implement. One, a massive rounded pebble tool showing affinities with the contemporary and earlier crudest implements of South and East Africa, and two, a new type of thick, heavy chopper flake, and the cores from which such rough implements were detached. Tools and cores of the latter sort have been discovered also in Burma, Anyathian industry, Malaya, Tampanian, Java, Pajitanian, and China, in association with the remains of Peking man at Chukut, so that a broad East Asian early Paleolithic culture zone is indicated in which the northwestern quarter of India shared. During this long period, however, a much more advanced type of stone core tool had already been developed in the West in the vast Euro-African domain of the so-called Acheulean hand-axe culture, and in this development only western, central, and southeastern India participated. Two interacting yet distinct earliest Indian culture zones can therefore be recognized from as early as circa 500,000 BC, namely, a. the Soan culture zone at the northwest, employing 1. pebble tools with early South African affinities, and 2. choppers with later East Asian affinities, and b. the Madras Achul zone of western, central, and southeastern India, Bombay to Madras, represented by 3 hand axes of Acheulean type. During the Middle Paleolithic, Third Interglacial, and Last Glacial Age from 200,000 to perhaps 30,000 BC, when Neanderthal man, who now had entered the freezing regions of the north, was pursuing the woolly mammoth throughout Europe, the two basal Indian provinces above defined remained true to their respective, very slowly developing lower Paleolithic traditions, and that is the end, as far as we know, of the Paleolithic history of India, for nothing has yet been found to indicate any advance on Indian soil to the cultural level of the Upper Paleolithic, that is to say, to a true blade type of industry, such as appeared in Europe in the period of the painted Cro-Magnon caves, Lascaux and the rest, circa 30,000 to circa 10,000 BC, and progressed in Africa during the late Capsian, circa 10,000 to circa 4,000 BC, to that microlithic terminal phase just mentioned. However, as Professor Pigott notes, stone tools do not tell the whole story by any means. We seem to have, he writes, the imperishable remnant of the material culture of nomadic hunting groups, who may have been well equipped with other objects made of such impermanent substances as wood, fiber, grass, leaves, or other organic materials such as skin and leather. And Leo Frobenius many years ago made the interesting point that in our reconstructions of the earliest periods of mankind, of which only the most durable skeletal parts remain, the visible evidence must be understood to represent only a precipitation out of an otherwise unknown, invisible, once-living reality. Moreover, throughout the broad equatorial zone of man's earliest origins and diffusion, where the natural materials most available for use are perishable, nothing but the forms survive according to which materials are traditionally shaped, whereas in the northern temperate zones, stone and then pottery and metals plays a proportionately much greater part in the material constitution of a culture. so that whereas the influence of a northern upon a southern neighbor may be represented by a visible, measurable intrusion, the impact of an equatorial upon a stone, ceramic, or metal using temperate zone tradition can be revealed only by symptomatic modification of the artifacts of that northern tradition itself, which the unwary philosopher then may be led to interpret as an illustration of some vaguely conceived natural law of cultural evolution. Frobenius writes, "Our understanding of ancient history depends on documents from cultural contexts first manifest in archaeological and then later in historical forms. But all of these reports are of an essentially egoistic kind. They give information about themselves and their own little egos. Each domain, Sumer here, Egypt there, tells me about its own affairs. Whatever takes place, exists, or functions beyond the bounds of these narrow provinces is completely ignored. And if a cultural influence springs from without, it matters not whence it came, and from what alien circumstance it derived. All that matters is the fact of its arrival, never the history of its preparation elsewhere. And so we are led to believe that the great West Asiatic Egyptian culture cycle developed alone and cut off from the world, first coming into being and then developing all of itself. It is not directly evident from these monuments that beyond this realm there were silently working forces. The outer world does not appear in the minor of these documents. The outer world does not appear in the mirror of these documents. As long as scholarship was satisfied to investigate the historical character of the higher cultures, in other words, as long as the criterion adopted by the Roman period of a classification into civilized people and barbarian was accepted, this limitation was allowed. However, in the last few decades, Frobenius was writing in 1929, when the necessity of inquiring into the destiny of mankind forced upon us the question of the ultimate character and sense of culture, everything changed. Archaeology on the one hand and modern ethnology on the other demonstrate that the high cultures are the pinnacles of pyramids, the lower parts and bases of which can be reconstructed only through a search for miserable fragments. And yet such discoveries show that a brilliant cultural life has animated the world from of yore, beyond the pale of the ruins of the high cultures. The grandiose high cultures of antiquity occupied, according to our knowledge, no more of the world than a belt reaching from about 20 to 45 degrees north. That is, they were confined to an area north of the Tropic of Cancer. Over against this demonstration of archaeology, the ethnological branch of our science could not fail forever to recognize that southward of this belt, from West Africa through India, the Malay archipelago and Melanesia cultures have survived to this day, whose traits not only cannot be derived from those of the historical cultures, but also represent a world of their own, which is no less distinct from the other than the plant world from the animal. This domain of a second kind of culture is a fact. This second kind is in all and everything so different from the character of the historical cultures that it is not possible to associate it with any historical circumstance, for it offers no external key or clue to its age. Externally regarded, it exhibits only stratic vistas and perspectives. It appears to have wiled its life away, like the plant world of its homeland, without spring or winter, heights or depths. I would term this great group of cultures the invisible counterplayers, die unsichtbaren Gegenspieler, in the history of the culture of mankind. And although its existence is seldom attested in historical documents and so can hardly ever be directly demonstrated, nevertheless, I have no doubt that its effects may be recognized in the influences that it has worked upon the higher cultures from the south. And so it is that, against the hard evidence of the archaeological finds so well described for us in the works of prehistory now appearing, we have to estimate the force also of an invisible counterplayer, whose character will be indicated only by such transformations and additions as an eye not alert for signs might overlook. Professor W. Norman Brown has suggested an area some 500 to 1,000 miles east of the Indus as the possible site for a characteristic Indic culture contemporary with the earliest evidences of high culture in the Indus Valley, and as a tentative hypothesis this idea can still be plausibly offered. However, to rate its possible level of civilization above that, say, of a contemporary Melanesian village complex would be to go to considerably beyond the evidence. My own suggestion would be that in the rich peninsula of India, a local order of tropical village forms must indeed have developed, related generically to the common equatorial complex that I've described in primitive mythology, and that this can well have been of a respectable dignity and spiritual depth. But the patriotic idea cherished by many learned Indians today of a timeless wisdom revealed uniquely in India at some undefinable time, perhaps before the deluge, when, to quote one inspired author, thought proceeded by other methods than those of our logical reasoning and speech, and the Vedas came into being as a divine word that came vibrating out of the infinite to the inner audience of the man who had previously made himself fit for the impersonal knowledge. I shall have to leave, I am afraid, to those for whom the intangibility of a thought supplies the measure of its worth. For the present, I am going to ask the reader to let the measured facts of our still developing Western science, not the winds of proud Himalaya, be our guide. 2. The Indus civilization, circa 2500 to 1500 BC. No one has yet quite explained the sudden appearance in the Indus Valley, circa 2500 BC, of two large Bronze Age cities in full flower, culturally identical yet 400 miles apart and with little but villages between. Harappa in the Punjab on the river Ravi, and Mohenjo-Daro in the south, and Sindh on the Indus, to which the Ravi is tributary. Since they are in ground plan alike, the two cannot have been of independent growth. They were colonial emplacements, and what is surprising is the extent of their influence. Sir Mortimer Wheeler, their most recent excavator, has observed that the Indus civilization exemplifies the vastest political experiment before the advent of the Roman Empire. Its characteristic artifacts have been found from the Punjab nearly to Bombay. However, what is even more astonishing is the monotony of it all, for the remains exhibit no development or even variation either from first to last or from north to south, only a slow deterioration of standards following the first spectacular appearance. The cities and their civilization break into view, remain without change for a millennium, fade, and disappear like illusions in the night. It has been pointed out by Wheeler that in the period of Sargon of Akkad, circa 2350 BC, there were ships in the harbor of his Mesopotamian capital which had arrived from two remote ports, Makan and Meluha, with a pause for reprovisioning at the island known as Dilmun or Telmun, Bahrain. Somewhat later in the period of Ur III, circa 2050 to 1950 BC, Makan was still within direct reach, but not Meluha, though copper, stone, wood, ivory objects, and certain breeds of animals were somehow being obtained from there. And then finally, in the period roughly of Hammurabi, circa 1700 BC, contact was lost also with Makan. The implication of this record of dwindling trade, Wheeler writes, is that Telmun, Makan, and Meluha lay at successively greater distances from Mesopotamia, and if to this inference be added the association of the ultimate Meluha with ivory, wood, and copper, its identification with the Indus civilization, with its forests and elephants and its sources of copper in Rajasthan, becomes probable. It matches, too, with the archaeological evidence. Ivory working was an Indus craft. We may imagine, he goes on to suggest, cargoes of wood and metals and ivory, and why not also apes and peacocks, both familiar to the Indus artist, setting sail from the Indus ports in the heyday of the civilization, and in the sequel with the long drawn-out decline which is evident in later civic standards. It is easy to visualize a corresponding decline in the scope and volume of overseas traffic. Inference from the records and the material evidence are at one. Racially, the 50-odd human skeletons found among the Indus ruins have been classified for the most part in two groups. One, those showing proto-Australoid features, and two, those of Mediterranean affinity. The first have been compared with the Vadoid aborigines of Ceylon, the natives of Australia, and numerous native tribes of India itself. Current opinion tends to the view, writes Professor Stuart Pigott of this strain, that Australia received her aboriginal population by migration through Ceylon and Melanesia from southern India, where the type is well represented today. Of small stature with a dark skin color approaching black, wavy or curly but never frizzy black hair, long beads, broad flat nose, and fleshy protruding lips. These people from the main element in the South and Central Indian Aboriginal tribes of the present day, as well as largely constituting the so-called exterior castes of Hindu society. There is a bronze statuette from Mohenjo-Daro of a lanky, naked girl who is of this type, figure 32. Her coiffure, small breasts, and the distribution of her bracelets suggest comparison with a series of figurines from the Kuli culture complex of South Baluchistan, circa 3000 BC, and if, as seems likely, writes Professor Piggott in his suggestion of this comparison, she is indeed a representation of a Baluchistan type, one may note in passing that the very dark complexion associated with the Proto-Australoid group would be in accord with the name given to southern Baluchistan in classical times, Gadrozia, the country of the dark folk. It should be noted further that the principal languages of South India, which are not Aryan but of Dravidian stock, namely Tamil, the chief language of the south, of which the Malayalam of Malabar is a dialect, Telugu in the neighborhood of Madras, Kanaris, the language of Mysore, Kadagu, Badaga, Kota, and Toda, tribal tongues of the Nilgiri Hills, Gondi and its dialects, Bhil and Kolam, also Kandi and Oraon of the central provinces, Orissa and Bihar, and finally Malto in Rajmahal, have a close relative to this day in the Brahui tongue of the mountains of East Baluchistan and Sindh. In contrast, the second race, the Mediterranean, once again to quote Professor Piggott, at the present day includes a large number of groups of people stretching from Iberia to India. The characteristic type appears in late Natufian times in Palestine, circa 7500 to 5500 BC, and may have been differentiated in the southern steppes of northern Africa and in Asia, and spread westward and eastward. The pre-dynastic Egyptians certainly belong to this stock, and the purest representatives at the present day are to be found in the Arabian Peninsula. In India, it forms today a dominant element in the population of the north and is widespread elsewhere among the upper social classes. Such people are medium to tall in stature, with a complexion ranging from dark to light olive brown, a long head and face, and a narrow and relatively pronounced nose, black hair, and eyes ranging from black to brown and characteristically large and open. The body is slenderly built. The archaeological evidence shows, he then adds, that this long-headed Mediterranean type is everywhere in Western Asia, associated with the earliest agricultural settlements, and he concludes, just as the evidence from the painted pottery of Baluchistan and that lying behind the painted wares in the Harappa culture points to an eventual homogeneity among these various simple agricultural economies, so the actual physical type shows an ethnic community over the whole area, and the appearance of the early Mediterranean folk in prehistoric India must be related to expansion from the west. There is a broken statuette from Mohenjo-Daro, 7 inches high, showing a priest-like figure draped in a shawl with trefoil design that has been drawn over the left shoulder, leaving the right bare, figure 33, which is still the proper way to indicate reverence both in India and throughout the Buddhist world when approaching a shrine or holy person. Such a reverent bearing of the right shoulder is typical also, however, of the early Sumerian statues of priestly personages, and the trefoil design likewise appears in Mesopotamian art, though not in the later Indian tradition. Nor is the manner of dealing with the hair in this statuette duplicated in later Indian art. Brushed back and parted in the middle, it terminates in short locks at the nape and is bound with a narrow fillet tied at the back with 2 long hanging ends, bearing a medallion at the middle of the forehead. Beard and mustache are closely cropped, and beneath each ear is a hole that may have secured a necklace, while around the right bicep the figure wears an armlet. The long eyes appear to be half closed. The nose, well formed, has a high bridge and does not suggest in any way the derogatory epithet noseless, anasas, that was later used by the invading Aryans to abuse of the native population, whom they scorned as black-skinned devils, dasas, dasius, whose god is the phallus, Sisna Diva. Obviously, this figure is of the culturally and socially superior second race, which by the time the Aryans arrived may already have been to some extent absorbed. Among the ruins there is much to indicate that the phallic cults of the mother goddess, despised by the Aryans, were a prominent feature of the civilization. Moreover, as the ethnologist Father Wilhelm Koppers has shown, there survives in India to this day a double fold of mother goddess worship, namely, one of the proto-astroloid stratum and two of the Neolithic, while the concept of the ultimate godhead, rather as female than as male, has nowhere else in the world been so elaborately developed. It is therefore not to be marveled that human sacrifice, which is everywhere characteristic of the worship of the goddess, whether in the tropical or in the Neolithic sphere, should have survived in force in India, both in temples and in village groves, until suppressed by law in 1835. Furthermore, it must be assumed that in the Indus Valley period, rites of essentially the same kind were celebrated not only in the native villages and workers' quarters, but also in the high calendric ceremonies of state, and what such rites entailed in the way both of suffering for the victim and of excitement for the people may be learned from what we know of India in modern times on the village level. A vivid, typical lesson is supplied, for example, by the Khons, a folk of Dravidian proto-astroloid stock of Orissa, Bengal, and Bihar, see page 150, who had victims known as Maria, set apart and often kept for years, who were to be offered to the earth goddess to ensure good crops and immunity from disease, and in particular a fine, deep, rich red for the turmeric harvest. To be acceptable, such a figure had to have been either purchased or else born as the child of a Maria. The Khans, according to report, occasionally sold their own children for this sacrifice, supposing that in death their souls would be singularly blessed. More often, however, the purchase was from the neighboring Pans, a criminal weaving tribe who procured children for this purpose from the plains. In youth, the Maria was generally given as spouse another Maria, and their offspring then would be Marias too. They were regarded as consecrated beings and treated with extreme affection and respect, and were available for sacrifice either on extraordinary occasions or at the periodic feasts before the sowing, so that each family in the village might procure at least once a year a shred of flesh to plant in its field for the boosting of its crop. 10 or 12 days before the offering, the victim was dedicated, shorn of his hair, and anointed with oil, butter, and turmeric. A season of wild revelry and debauchery followed, at the end of which the Maria was conducted with music and dancing to the Maria Grove, a little way from the village, a stand of mighty trees untouched by the axe. Tied there to a post and once more anointed with oil, butter, and turmeric, the victim was garlanded with flowers while the crowd danced around him, chanting to the earth, "O goddess, we offer to thee this sacrifice, give to us good seasons, crops, and health." And to the victim, "We bought thee with a price, we did not seize thee, and now, according to custom, we sacrifice thee. No sin rests upon us." A great struggle to secure magical relics from the decorations of his person, flowers or turmeric or a drop of his spittle, ensued, and the orgy continued until about noon the following day, when the time came at last for the consummation of the rite. Sir James B. Fraser, in his summary of 4 separate accounts of eyewitnesses, writes, "The victim was again anointed with oil, and each person touched the anointed part and wiped the oil on his own head. In some places they took the victim in procession round the village, from door to door, where some plucked hairs from his head, and others begged for a drop of his spittle, with which they anointed their heads. As the victim might not be bound nor make any show of resistance, the bones of his arms and, if necessary, his legs were broken, but often this precaution was rendered unnecessary by stupefying him with opium. The mode of putting him to death varied in different places. One of the commonest modes seemed to have been strangulation or squeezing to death. The branch of a green tree was cleft several feet down the middle, the victim's neck, in other places his chest, was inserted in the cleft, which the priest, aided by his assistants, strove with all his force to close. Then he wounded the victim slightly with his axe, whereupon the crowd rushed at the wretch and hewed the flesh from the bones, leaving the head and bowels untouched. Sometimes he was cut up alive. In Chinnakimidi he was dragged along the fields, surrounded by the crowd, who, avoiding his head and intestines, hacked the flesh from his body with their knives till he died. Another very common mode of sacrifice in the same district was to fasten the victim to the proboscis of a wooden elephant, which revolved on a stout post, and as it whirled round, the crowd cut the flesh from the victim while life remained. In some villages, Major Campbell found as many as 14 of these wooden elephants, which had been used at sacrifices. In one district, the victim was put to death slowly by fire. A low stage was formed, sloping on either side like a roof. Upon it they laid the victim, his limbs wound round with cords to confine his struggles. Fires were then lighted and hot brands applied to make him roll up and down the slopes of the stage as long as possible, for the more tears he shed, the more abundant would be the supply of rain. Next day the body was cut to pieces. The flesh cut from the victim was instantly taken home by the persons who had been deputed by each village to bring it. To secure its rapid arrival, it was sometimes forwarded by relays of men and conveyed with postal fleetness 50 or 60 miles. In each village, all who stayed at home fasted rigidly until the flesh arrived. The bearer deposited in the place of public assembly, where it was received by the priest and the heads of families. The priest divided it into 2 portions, one of which he offered to the earth goddess by burying it in a hole in the ground, with his back turned and without looking. Then each man added a little earth to bury it, and the priest poured water on the spot from a hill gourd. The other portion of flesh he divided into as many shares as there were heads of houses present. Each head of a house rolled his shred of flesh in leaves and buried it in his favorite field, placing it in the earth behind his back without looking. In some places each man carried his portion of flesh to the stream which watered his fields, and there hung it on a pole. For 3 days thereafter no house was swept, and in one district strict silence was observed. No fire might be given out, no wood cut, and no strangers received. The remains of the human victim, namely the head, bowels, and bones, were watched by strong parties the night after the sacrifice, and next morning they were burned, along with a whole sheep on a funeral pile. The ashes were scattered over the fields, laid as paste over the houses and granaries, or mixed with the new corn to preserve it from insects. Sometimes, however, the head and bones were buried, not burnt. After the suppression of the human sacrifices, inferior victims were substituted in some places. For instance, in the capital of Chinnakimidi, a goat took the place of the human victim. Others sacrifice a buffalo. They tie it to a wooden post in a sacred grove, dance wildly around it with brandished knives, then, falling on the living animal, hack it to shreds and tatters in a few minutes, fighting and struggling with each other for every particle of flesh. As soon as a man has secured a piece, he makes off with it at full speed to bury it in his fields, according to ancient custom, before the sun has set, and as some of them have far to go, they must run very fast. All the women throw clods of earth at the rapidly retreating figures of the men, some of them taking very good aim. Soon the sacred grove, so lately a scene of tumult, is silent and deserted except for a few people who remain to guard all that is left of the buffalo, to wit, the head, the bones, and the stomach, which are burned with ceremony at the foot of the stake. To this day, among the Nagas of Assam, one may see a live bull running about in a bull ring, hacked gradually to bits by a tribe of shouting savages, and among the gentle-eyed Burmese in the north of the upper Chindwan district, little children purchased for the purpose used to be sacrificed annually at a festival in August to ensure a hearty crop of rice. A rope having been placed around his neck, the victim was taken to the houses of all the relatives of his purchaser. At each house a finger joint was cut off, and all persons in the house were smeared with the blood. They also licked the joint and rubbed it on the cooking tripod. The victim was then tied to a post in the middle of the village and killed by repeated stabs of a spear, the blood from each stab being caught in a hollow bamboo, to be used afterwards for smearing on the bodies of the purchaser's relatives. The entrails were then taken out and the flesh removed from the bones, and the whole was put in a basket and set on a platform nearby as an offering to the god. After the blood had been smeared on the purchaser and his relatives, who danced and wept meanwhile, the basket and its contents were thrown into the jungle. Such rites are endemic to the culture zone of the invisible counterplayer and have already been considered in primitive mythology. The underlying myth is of a divine being, slain, cut up, and the parts buried, which thereupon turn into the food plants on which the community lives, and the leading theme, as I have said in my earlier work, is the coming of death into the world, the particular point being that it comes by way of a murder. The second point is that the food plants on which man lives derive from that death, and finally the sexual organs, according to this mythology, appeared at the time of that coming of death, for reproduction without death would have been a calamity, as would death without reproduction. Hence we may state now once again that the interdependence of death and sex, their import as the complementary aspect of a single state of being, and the necessity of killing, and eating for the continuance of the state of being, which is that of man on earth and of all the things on earth, the animals, birds, and fish, as well as man, this deeply moving, emotionally disturbing glimpse of death as the life of the living is the fundamental motivation supporting the rites around which the social structure of the early planting villages are composed. And it was also, we have now to add, the fundamental motive out of which the entire mythology, civilization, and philosophy of India has grown. For the calmly ruthless power of the jungle and consequent orientation of its folk, the proto-astroloid aborigines of that world of static vistas with no history but duration, has supplied the drone base of whatever song has ever been sung in India of man, his destiny, and escape from destiny. New civilizations, races, philosophies, and great mythologies have poured into India and have been not only assimilated but greatly developed, enriched, and sophisticated. Yet in the end, and in fact even secretly throughout, the enduring power in that land has always been the same old dark goddess of the long red tongue who turns everything into her own everlasting, awesome, yet finally somewhat tedious self. Oh, she plays in different ways, we have been told, for instance, by her great devotee of recent times, Sri Ramakrishna, 1836 to 1886. It is she alone who is known as Mahakali, mighty time, Nitya Kali, endless time, Smasana Kali, Kali of the burning ground, Raksa Kali, guardian Kali, and Siyama Kali, the black one. Maha Kali and Nitya Kali are mentioned in the Tantra philosophy when there were neither the creation nor the sun, the moon, the planets, and the earth, and when darkness was enveloped in darkness. Then the mother, the formless one, Mahakali, the great power, was one with Mahakala, the absolute. Syama Kali has a somewhat tender aspect and is worshipped in the Hindu households. She is the dispenser of boons and the dispeller of fear. People worship Raksa Kali, the protectress in times of epidemic, famine, earthquake, drought, and flood. Smasana Kali is the embodiment of the power of destruction. She resides in the cremation ground, surrounded by corpses, jackals, and terrible female spirits. From her mouth flows a stream of blood, from her neck hangs a garland of human heads, and around her waist is a girdle made of human hands. After the destruction of the universe, at the end of the great cycle, the Divine Mother garners the seeds for the next creation. She is like the elderly mistress of the house who has a hotchpotch pot in which she keeps different articles for household use. After the destruction of the universe, my Divine Mother, the embodiment of Brahman, gathers together the seeds for the next creation. After their creation, this primal power dwells in the universe itself. She brings forth this phenomenal world and then pervades it. Is Kali, my Divine Mother, of a black complexion? She appears black because she is viewed from a distance, but when intimately known, she is no longer so. Bondage and liberation are both of her making. By her Maya, worldly people become entangled in women and gold, and again, through her grace, they attain their liberation. She is called the Savior and the remover of the bondage that binds one to the world. She is self-willed and must always have her own way. She is full of bliss. As Exhibit A in evidence of the role of this mighty goddess in the early Indus Valley, we may take a ceiling discovered in Harappa, to which Sir John Marshall, director of the first excavation of the site, early drew attention. Figure 34. It exhibits on the right of the observed face a nude female, upside down, legs apart, and with a plant issuing from her womb. On the left of the same face is an opposed pair of animal genii, and between these and the nude female is an undeciphered inscription of 6 signs. On the reverse, the inscription is repeated, and to its left, as Marshall points out, are the figures of a man and woman, the former standing with a sickle-shaped knife in his right hand, the latter seated on the ground with hands raised in an attitude of supplication. Evidently, Marshall observes, the man is preparing to kill the woman, and it is reasonable to suppose that the scene is intended to portray a human sacrifice connected with the earth goddess depicted on the other side, with whom we must also associate the 2 genii, whom I take to be ministrants of the deity. Although unique as far as I'm aware in India, this striking representation of the earth goddess with a plant growing from her womb is not unnatural and is closely paralleled by a terracotta relief of the early Gupta age, circa AD 330 to 650, from Shita in the United Provinces, on which the goddess is shown with her legs in much the same posture, but with a lotus issuing from her neck instead of from her womb. A second ceiling, figure 35, carries the matter further. It shows again our nude goddess, but she is now standing between the parted limbs of a sacred peepal tree, which, as Marshall has pointed out, is the tree of knowledge, Bodhi or Bo-tree, under which the Buddha gained enlightenment. A sort of sphinx, part bull, part goat or ram with human face, stands behind the half-kneeling figure of what appears to be a suppliant before her, while in the field below there is a line of 7 female attendants, each with a plume or perhaps branch in her hand and in her hair, and a long braid falling down her back. Many Mesopotamian seals show a votary led by a god into the presence of a higher god. I take it that this seal is of the same order. We note also that both here and in Mesopotamian seals, horn crowns embellish certain figures, who in the Mesopotamian series always represent divinities. On this analogy, the present scene would represent a god conducting a sphinx into the presence of the nude goddess of the tree, and since we know that in Egypt the sphinx was symbolic of the pharaoh, capital P, it is difficult not to see in this scene the presentation of a divine king, ritual regicide to the goddess who is to be fructified, in which case the 7 would perhaps be Suti maids, and has the tree been split, as for the ritual murder of the Khans. No burials have been found in association with the Indus Valley complex, so that we cannot state with certainty that a regicide was practiced. However, as already noted, in Malabar as late as the 16th century AD, a king was observed standing on a platform, slicing himself to bits and tossing the pieces about to his waiting folk, until, when about to faint, he slit his throat. The first observation to be made with respect to Indian mythology, therefore, is that its deepest root is in the soil of the timeless equatorial world of the ritual death from which life proceeds, and in the period of the enigmatic Indus Valley cities, a Neolithic counterpart of this primitive reading of the mystery of being arrived with its own version of the goddess from the Near East, together with the arts of a literate civilization, writing, and no doubt calendric mathematics, kingship, and the rest. Furthermore, unless the evidences of both archaeology and ethnology have deceived us, there was practiced in these cities a ritual of regicide and suti, from which at least some, and possibly all, of those major Indian traditions of human sacrifice are to be traced, records and accounts of which abound not only in the notes of Western voyagers, but also in the monuments, chronicles, myths, and fashionable tales of India itself. A second theme, no less typical of timeless India, strikes the eye in the imagery of a series of about half a dozen Indus seals showing figures in yoga posture, of which 2 examples will suffice for our present views. The first, figure 36, shows a personage, apparently with 3 faces, seated in yoga on a low dais, before which stand 2 opposed gazelles. 4 beasts surround him in the 4 directions: a tiger, elephant, rhinoceros, and water buffalo. His immense headdress of horns with its towering crown between suggests, like the headdress of the goddess in the tree, the form of a trident, Trisula, and the phallus exposed is erect. All who have commented on this figure have perceived in it a prototype of Shiva, the god who in India to this day is the consort of the goddess Kali. For Shiva is the lord of yoga, of cremation grounds, of the beasts of the wilderness, who are quelled in their ferocity by his meditating presence, and of the lingam, the phallus. His symbol is the trident. In his character as Mahesvara, the great lord, he has 3 faces. Moreover, his particular animal is the bull, and among the numerous beasts represented on the Indus Valley seals, the bull preponderates by far, frequently standing before a censor, which suggests that, like the Apis bull of Ptah, it was regarded as divine. However, Shiva is not the only great figure of later Indian myths suggested by this form, for the 2 gazelles before the dais are posed as in the classic imagery of the Buddha preaching his first sermon in the deer park of Benares. The form of the headpiece, furthermore, is familiar in Buddhist art as symbolic of the so-called 3 jewels, the Buddha, the law, and the order. In the second seal of this yoga series, figure 37, a pair of serpents lift their bodies at either side of the meditating form to the height precisely of the crown of his head, while kneeling worshippers pay him honor at either hand. Numerous phallic symbols have been found among the Indus ruins, ranging from half an inch to a foot or thereabouts in length, and with these are associated a curious series of so-called ring stones. In size, wrote Marshall of the latter, they range from half an inch to nearly 4 feet in diameter. All the larger specimens are of stone. The smaller ones of the same material are of faience, shell or imitation cornelian. The most typical of them have their upper and lower surfaces undulating. In others, the lower surface is flat, and the top takes a quatrefoil form. In ring stones of much later date, unearthed at Taxila, which is also in the Indus Valley, he adds, nude figures of a goddess are significantly engraved inside the central hole, thus indicating the connection between them and the female principle. The classic Indian lingam and yoni symbols, which are the most numerous sacred objects by far in the whole range of contemporary Indian religion, are clearly anticipated in these late Stone and High Bronze Age representations. And when the figures on the one hand of the meditating divine yogi and on the other of the goddess mother of the plant world are added to this evidence, there can be no doubt of the antiquity in India of the great god and goddess known today as Shiva and his blood-consuming consort Kali, the Dark One, Durga, difficult of approach, to whom sacrifices pour. Their cult, moreover, is 2-ply, on one level of an extremely primitive order, proto-Australoid, and joined in affinity with the village cults of Melanesia, New Guinea, and other jungle areas of the world, but on the other, derived from the Near Eastern matrices of civilization, where the leading concept was of the goddess of an eon mathematically marked by the passages of the 7 spheres, and the king ritually slain was the incarnate god, here ever living, ever dying spouse. Now it has been found that along the western edge both of Harappa and of Mohenjo-Daro, guarding the quarter from which the builders of this culture province had arrived, and from which in time the Aryan warrior folk also would come who were to terminate their day, there stood a formidable citadel of packed earth, well faced with brick, about a quarter of a mile long, north to south, 50 feet high and 200 yards wide. On top were gates and platforms suggesting processions, fortifications, watchtowers, halls, and areas of various sort, and at Mohenjo-Daro, a public bath, 39 feet long, 23 feet wide, and 8 feet deep, complete with dressing rooms. 2 major avenues, 30 feet wide, ran eastward from each end of these great citadels, cut across in each case by 3 broad streets running north to south, at intervals of about 250 yards, so that the cities, quadratically planned, were neatly blocked in 12 precincts, within each of which a rat's maze of narrow alleys threaded between unrelieved brick walls. In certain quarters of the cities, considerable luxury is suggested by the floored bathrooms, covered wells, and elaborate systems of sanitation which are roughly comparable, though on a larger scale, to those unearthed in Crete. Certain other quarters, however, have suggested to the excavators comparison with the coolie quarters of modern Oriental slums. The workers' quarters at Harappa, for example, consisted of ranges of identically planned structures, each 20 feet by 12 feet internally and divided into two rooms, one twice the size of the other. Nearby were the metal workers' furnaces and the circular grain-pounding areas of well-fired brick, where barley was ground that is generally thought to have been derived from the Near East, but also a bread wheat of 21 chromosomes developed in or near the valley itself. Comparably, although the species of pig, goat, ox, sheep, and ass here known had already belonged for 3 millenniums to the Fertile Crescent complex, a number of local breeds and beasts were also domesticated. The humped bull or zebu, already noted for Baluchistan, the camel and horse, also apparently from that zone, the elephant, water buffalo, and barnyard fowl, which are definitely of Indian and Southeast Asiatic provenance, and finally a large dog akin to the Indian pariah dog and Australian dingo. And to all this, the evidence of the two races already remarked and the main historic situation is apparent. There was no defense needed eastward, for the natives were undeveloped. Mesolithic or even Paleolithic primitives, they could be trained, however, to labor, and so we find in India, as nowhere else in the ancient world, not only a two-ply cult of the goddess, but also the preconditions of caste. Nowhere else was there such a racial and cultural breach between the upper, conquering, and lower, subjugated races. And to this day that breach, with its characteristic heritage mixed of inhumanity and tolerance, remains. 3. The Vedic Age, circa 1500 to 500 BC. It is difficult to realize that before the second millennium BC, wherever man went, unless by coracle or boat, he traveled on his own 2 feet. The cultural drift, therefore, was centrifugal, a trend away and into distance, there to remain. And the result for mythology was continuous differentiation. Themes, characters, episodes, entire systems were carried to new lands where, by a sensitive process that I have termed, following Dr. Ananda K. Kumaraswamy, land nama, land naming or land taking, the features of the newly entered world were assimilated to the imported heritage of myth. With the mastery of the horse, however, all things changed, and we see the first signs of the new force in the sudden appearance, shortly following circa 2000 BC, of the light two-wheeled chariot drawn by a pair of well-trained steeds. The wheel, as we know, had already appeared in Sumer, circa 3200 BC, and there is a quaint mosaic of shell, lapis lazuli, and red sandstone from the royal tombs of Ur, figure 38, that shows, as Sir Leonard Woolley, who discovered it, declares, the armament and the organization of the earliest field army of which we have any knowledge. Chariots are to be seen on this piece, but they were clumsy four-wheeled affairs drawn by teams of 4 donkeys or onagers. The wheels were solid, writes Professor V. Gordon Childe, describing the vehicles of that time, being formed of solid pieces of wood fixed together by struts and bound with leather tires. Attached with copper nails, they turned in one piece with the axle, which was fastened to the body of the car by leather thongs. Obviously not an easy vehicle to maneuver. At some point in place and time, however, roughly circa 2000 BC and probably north of the Caucasus Range, the light two-wheeled chariot, figure 39, drawn by 2 swift horses, came into use, and the wheels, which now were spoked, revolved freely on their axles so that the cars could be readily turned. And with the advantage of this mobile military arm, new empires suddenly came into being in unforeseen parts of the world, as for instance the empire of the Hittites in Anatolia, circa 1650 BC, who moreover had already moved ahead to the use of iron, or that of the Shang in China, circa 1523 BC, still using bronze. The Hyksos, who ruled without Re, brought the vehicles to Egypt circa 1670 to 1570 BC, and it came with the Indo-Aryans to India circa 1500 to 1250 BC. Furthermore, in southeastern Europe circa 1500 BC, a new weapon, the sword, appeared, contrived for slashing from the saddle. From somewhere men were coming who had learned to ride. Now, to all who acquired the use of them, these new weapons gave a powerful horizontal thrust that carried all before it, and the older, basically peasant, land-rooted civilizations were simply helpless. But not only a new striking power, a new arrogance too had arrived. For is there anything more flattering to a man of simple character than a good seat on a splendid horse? The words cavalier, caballero, chivalry, and chivalrous tell the tale. The day of the peasant afoot and the nobleman a horse had dawned, which the machine age only now has ended, and it was to last for about 4,000 years, gradually welding by violence and empire the far-flung provinces of the earlier centrifugal ages, so that the world that formerly had been dividing was now gradually being brought together, but with a radical split horizontally between those who cry victory and those who weep. All the way from the Nile to the Yellow River, the lesson of the inevitability of sorrow thus was learned by those in the role of the anvil from those with the metal to be hammers, and with that the golden age of the children of the Earth Mother was of yore. Groups of skeletons left lying, skeletons of men, women, and children, some bearing sword and axe cuts, have been found on the topmost level of the Mohenjo-Daro site. A raiding party had passed through, and it was of a race so little interested in cities that once they had gained the mastery, there were no cities more in the Indus for 1,000 years. At Chanhu-Daro, some 80 miles to the south, and at several other sites, a squatter folk of lower grade raised shoddy shacks upon the ruins, the so-called Jukar culture, and in the most southerly reaches of the once vast cultural domain, the peninsula of Kathiawar, there remained a sort of vestigial pocket. However, as far as the vastest political experiment before the advent of the Roman Empire was concerned, fuit ilium, his day was done. Some sense of the brilliance of the new nomadic fighting race that had arrived, chanting magically potent verses to a pantheon of chariot-driving fighting gods, can be gained from the following typical hymn from the Rig Veda. I call upon Agni first for welfare. I call upon Mitra Varuna here for aid. I call upon night who brings the world to rest. I call upon the god Savitra for support. Rolling this way through a darkling space, laying to rest both the immortal and the mortal, in his golden car Savitra comes, the god beholding all things. Savitra's name is from the Sanskrit verbal root su, to excite, stimulate, incite, impel, and denotes, according to an ancient commentator, the stimulator of everything. Golden-handed Savitra, the active one, fares between heaven and earth. He banishes disease, directs the sun, and through the spaces of darkness reaches heaven. By a downward path, by an upward path he goes, adorable he goes, with his two bright steeds. From afar comes the god Savitra, dispelling all tribulation. By thine ancient paths, O Savitra, dustless and well made in the air, faring by those paths readily traversed, protect and speak for us, O God, this day. For about a century and a half, scholars of immense learning have been arguing the origin of the Aryans who thus arrived, and although a number of important points remain unsolved, the main lines of a general theory of the prehistory of the so-called Aryan, Indo-European, or Indo-Germanic family of peoples, languages, and mythologies have pretty well emerged. Briefly, two prehistoric stages of development from what may or may not have been, at first, a fairly homogeneous nuclear community are to be distinguished. One, a stage of common origins somewhere in the broad grazing lands, either between the Rhine and Don or between the Rhine and western Turkestan. Two, a stage of division between western congeries of tribes, centered possibly in the plains between the Dnieper and Danube, from which there were presently derived the earliest Greek, Italic, Celtic and Germanic diffusions, and B, an eastern division centered possibly north of the Caucasus, possibly around the Aral Sea, from which there stemmed in time the Armenians and various Balto-Slavic tribes, Old Prussians, Latvians, and Lithuanians, Czechs, Poles, Russians, etc., as well as the early Persians and their close relatives, the Indo-Aryans, which latter, pressing through the passes of the Hindu Kush, broke into the broadly spreading, rich, and waiting Indian plain. No one knows when the separation of the two main divisions, A and B, occurred, or where the group was when it went apart, if indeed it can be said to have gone apart at all, or even to have been at any time a single homogeneous group, for the broad northern grasslands from which they appeared had been a Paleolithic hunting ground for some 200,000 years before the new arts of the nuclear Near East arrived, gradually and spottily, to make herdsmen out of hunters. One may think of a toiling peasantry pressing eastward and westward from the early centers of the Neolithic, circa 4500 to 2500 BC, and the older Paleolithic tribes pressed back. But after assimilating a portion of the new arts in their own way, the latter turned, and with their mastery of the chariot became terrific. Herds primarily of cattle were their chief possession. They were polygamous, patriarchal, proud of their genealogies, tent-dwellers, filthy and tough. And since the women of their conquests were added gladly to their baggage trains, the Aryan races, if they can be called such, can have been evolved only by a process of constant mixing, blending, and splitting. Indeed, as Professor C.C. Uhlenbeck has shown, even before the two divisions went apart, their mother tongue was mixed of elements that suggest affinities on the one hand with the peoples of the Caucasus, and on the other with the Eskimo. The gods of the various Aryan pantheons are, for the most part, disengaged from local associations. They are not specifically identified with this or that particular tree, pond, rock, or local scene, like so many divinities, both of primitive and of advanced settled cultures, but are the powers made manifest rather in such phenomena as the ranging nomads could experience or transport here, there, and everywhere. For example, of the 1,028 hymns of the Indo-Aryan Rig Veda, no less than 250 were addressed to Indra, king of the gods, who was the wielder of the lightning bolt and giver of rain. 200 to Agni, the deity of fire, who in the fires of their hearths guarded the families, and in the fires of their altars received the homage of their sacrifices, which he carried in his mouth of flame to the gods. And 120 went to Soma, the liquor of the sacrifice poured into Agni's mouth. Hymns addressed to the sun, the wind, the rain god, and gods of storm were numerous. The brilliant Father Heaven and the broadly spreading Mother Earth, together with their daughters, lovely Dawn and Night, also were celebrated. However, in majesty above all, though hardly a dozen hymns were addressed to him exclusively, was the deity Varuna. Varuna's name is from the verbal root ver, to cover, to encompass, for he encompasses the universe, and his attribute is sovereignty. Varuna placed fire in the waters, made the golden swing the sun to fly above, regulates and keeps day and night apart, and the rhythm of his order, Ruta, is the order of the world. Standing in the air, he measures out the earth through his occult creative force, Maya, using an instrument, the sun. He made in this way 3 worlds, in all of which he abides: heaven, earth, and the interspace of air, where the wind that resounds in Varuna's breath. His golden abode is in the zenith, a mansion of 1,000 doors, where he sits observing all deeds, while around him sit his spies who survey the world and are undeceived. The fathers also see him there, and the all-observing sun, rising from his own shining house, proceeds to that high dwelling to report the deeds of men. Manifestly, this deity is by no means such a mere nature god as many have wished to see in the figures of the Vedic, as well as the Greek pantheon. Nor is it proper to apply systematically any theory of religious evolution to this collection of poetic hymns, and accordingly to classify as early all those addressed to the actual fire burning on the altar, the shining sun itself, the lightning flashing from the cloud, or the rain pouring from the sky, and then, as of later growth, those in which the powers behind these phenomena have been personified. For in the first place, there is no firm evidence anywhere in the world of any such tendency of mythology to evolve from a direct view of the phenomenon to a personification of its inhabiting power. Already in the myths of the pygmies of the Andamans, which are about as simple as any known, personifications appear throughout, as, for example, in the figure of Biliku, the northwest monsoon, and in the second place the Aryans, already possessed of domesticated beasts, chariots, and bronze, were far indeed from primitive. The fundamental structuring forms of their Vedic order show that they were derived, together with agriculture, animal husbandry, and the decimal system of mathematical reckoning, from the primary center of all higher civilization whatsoever, namely Sumer. Heaven, earth, and the air between are the realms of An, Ki, and Enlil. Soma, the sacrificed, is a counterpart of Tammuz and even carries the same associations. For this god, too, is identified with the waning and waxing moon, the bull tethered to the sacrificial post, the fructifying sap that flows through all life and in the form of an intoxicating drink fermented from the juice of the soma plant is the ambrosia of immortal life. Moreover, the principle of order, rata, course or way, according to which Varuna governs all things, is the Vedic counterpart, exactly of Egyptian Ma'at, Sumerian May, and like Ma'at and May, the term designates not only a physical but also a moral order. Wrote Professor Hermann Oldenburg of this governing principle of the universe in his classic study of Vedic thought. Rata makes the rivers flow. According to Rata, the heaven-born dawn arises. The world-governing fathers, according to Rata, have raised into the sky the sun, which is itself the radiant visible countenance of Rata, while the darkness of an eclipse which obscures the sun in violation of the natural order is a thing contrary to law. Around the sky there rolls the 12-spoked wheel of Rata, which never grows old, the year, and the force of Rata is particularly visible where any surprising, apparently contradictory circumstance becomes an ever-renewed occurrence, as, for example, in that marvel to which man is indebted for his nourishment, that the dark-colored cow should produce white milk, the raw cow a drink already cooked, which is by the Vedic poet celebrated as the Rata of the cow, controlled by Rata. Rata and truth are terms in constant combination, and as an antonym to truth, the term antra, what is not Rata, is often used. The man who does injury to his fellow through deceit or malicious magic is placed in opposition to the honorable man who strives according to Rata. For the one who follows Rata, the path is lovely underfoot and without thorns. It is true that a certain tinge of concreteness inheres in Rata. There even are touches of a sort of vague localization, as when we read that the dawns come awakening from the residence of Rata, or when the place of the sacrifice is represented as the seat of Rata. There are paths of Rata, and this understandably is a favored expression, since Rata in fact implies the idea of a direction in events. There are charioteers of Rata, boats of Rata, cows, and the milk of Rata, yet with a few inconsequential exceptions, no one has ever prayed to Rata or brought to it sacrificial gifts. It is to be remarked, however, that although an obviously massive influence from the primary culture matrices of the Near East is responsible for the architectural grandeur of the mythology of the Vedas, there is a totally different spirit and line of interest throughout these hymns from anything known to the prayers and myths either of Sumer or of Egypt. For like the Semites, the Aryans were a comparatively simple lot, and when they borrowed from the priestly orders of the great temple cities of the settled states, they applied the material to their own purpose, which was not the articulation of a complex social unit, since they governed no such state, but specifically power, victory and booty, aggressive productivity and wealth. Now, as we have seen, the mythological foundation of the Indus civilization, overthrown by the Aryans, appears to have been a variant of the old High Bronze Age vegetal lunar rhythmic order, wherein a priestly science of the calendar required of all submission without resistance to an ungainsayable destiny. The goddess mother, in whose macrocosmic womb all things were supposed to live their brief lives, was absolute in her sway, and no such puny sentiment as heroism could hope in the field of her dominion to achieve any serious result. She is self-willed, said Ramakrishna, and must always have her own way. Yet for those children who submit without tumult to their mother's will, she is full of bliss. All life, all moments terminate in her insatiable maw, yet in this frightening return there is ultimately rapture for the one who, in trust, can give himself, like the perfect king, the son and yet the bull of his cosmic mother. Is Kali, my mother, really black? So chants an Indian devotee. The naked one of blackest hue lights the lotus of the heart. In the hymns of the Veda, on the other hand, there rings a totally different song, with a vivid, colorful delight in the bounty of life's onward flow. These magical verses reach for it with the brilliance of a sunrise or of their favorite young goddess, Dawn, who is celebrated in some 20 hymns. Glorious to behold, she wakes the world of men, riding ahead, opening the way, and her lofty car, majestic, delighting all, spreading light at the break of day. As though proud of the loveliness of her body, freshly bathed, the young dawn stands upright to be seen. Darkness, the enemy, is expelled when heaven's child appears, spreading light. Heaven's daughter, like a fair bride, lets fall the veil from her breast, reveals brilliant delight. To him who adores her, as of old she came, so the young dawn stands again, spreading light. One hears the rumble of war chariots, cracks of whips, and the clang of bronze on bronze in the cadences of these potent verses, in which the power of the gods themselves was felt to have been caught, a recognition of fate as something that a manly spirit can well bear in true and patient devotion, with a prospect of a good result in the end, ignites each line, and as the sunrise, the flash of lightning, and the blaze of Agni's fire tongues on the altars are their prime symbolic images, so throughout these hymns there is a confidence in the capacity of aggressive fire to make way everywhere for its own victory over darkness. The gained speed of the newly harnessed horse, the new weapons, and the power therewith achieved to ride without defeat over cities, plains, everywhere at will, had given to the warrior folk a new sense of autonomy, so that even the lesson of the cosmic sacrifice now was read as a lesson not in submission but in gained strength. Soma, the lunar victim, was poured into the fire in the form of the juice of the plant Soma as a drink fit for the gods. But the same intoxicating brew was poured also into the warrior's own gullet, where it ignited the warrior courage of his heart in a manner all its own. Wisely we hear. Wisely have I partaken of the sweet food that stirs good thoughts, best banisher of care, to which all gods and mortals, calling it honey, come together. We have drunk Soma, we have become immortal, we have gone to the light, we have found the gods. What can hostility do to us now? And what the malice, O immortal one of mortal man? O you glorious freedom-giving drops, you have knit me together in my joints as straps a car. May these drops protect me against breaking a leg and save me from disease. Like fire kindled by friction, do inflame me. Illumine us, make us rich, for in the intoxication that you render, O Soma, I feel rich. Now entering into us, make us really rich as well. The Aryans, we have said, were like the Semites, a comparatively simple lot, And just as in the mythology of the Semites, the priestly concept of the irresistible eon became transformed into a function of the pliant will of a personal god, subject to wrath but also to petition, so likewise in the Vedic sphere, the cyclic order Rata of Varuna, though recognized with piety, was not allowed to stand in the foreground of the system. As hunters, herders, and warriors, the Aryans knew too well the power of the autonomous deedsman to shape destiny, to have allowed the dead and killing weight of a mathematical priestly vision to grind them into pap with all the rest. The rhythmic order of Varuna consequently moved back, and to the foreground of their mythic cosmic scene there drove in a battle chariot drawn by two snorting tawny steeds with flowing manes of peacock feather hue, the greatest Soma drinker of them all, the god of battle, battle courage, battle power, and battle victory, hurler of the many-angled bolt, whose tawny beard was violently agitated when he had quaffed and was full of soma, like a lake, Indra, like the sun, whose long arms flung the bolt by which the cosmic dragon Vrtra was undone, a snorting serpent hissing, having thunder, lightning, mist, and hail at his command. Vrtra, the archdemon without hands or feet, reposed amid distant fortresses, couching on the mountains, having hoarded to himself the waters of the world, so that the universe, deprived for centuries of all fluid whatsoever, had become a wasteland. But of Indra's deed, who has not already heard? Like a vehement bull, he took to himself the soma, drank the pressed drink from 3 mighty bowls, picked up his weapon, the fiery bolt, and slew the firstborn dragon. The deed is sung, as we have said, in at least 1/4 of the hymns of the collection. Moreover, and here is a point that I believe has not been sufficiently stressed in the commentaries, the name of the dragon exploded by the bolt is from the verbal root ver, to cover, to encompass, which the reader recalls is the root from which the same Varuna also was derived. In other words, 1. The antagonist in this Aryan mythology is the negative aspect of the priestly cosmic order itself, as it affects the world of life. 2. The drought brought about by the coiled serpent Vrtra, the enveloper, is the counterpart in the mythology of the deluge in the Mesopotamian myth system. 3. As in the Semitic version of the deluge, so in this Aryan version of the drought, the cosmic catastrophe is interpreted not as the automatic effect of an impersonal rhythmic order, but as the work of an autonomous will. 4. In contrast to the Semitic view, however, the Indo-Aryan myth has portrayed Vishnu, the worker of the negative deed, not as a god to be honored, but as a thing to be despised. Footless, handless, he gave battle to Indra, who flung the bolt onto his back, and the gelded bull who had sought to equal the virile bull. Vrtra lay scattered in many places, and over him who lay there like a slaughtered offering the flood of the waters climbed, which he by his might had formerly enclosed. Beneath its course now the great dragon lay. 5. Accordingly, whereas in the Mesopotamian development the highest god may be unfavorable to man, a jealous, dangerous, touchy god who, if displeased, becomes malignant, the Vedic gods in the main are genially disposed, readily pleased, and if neglected, simply turn away, as Professor Vinternes states the contrast. The Vedic singer looks up to the god whom he celebrates, neither with the profound awe nor with the stone-hard belief of the psalmist of Jehovah, nor do the prayers of the priestly singers of ancient India leap up to heaven like the psalms from the innermost depths of the soul. These poets stand on a more familiar footing with the gods they celebrate. When they sing praise to a god, they expect that he will reciprocate with a wealth of cows and heroes' sons, and do not hesitate to let him know it. I give that thou shouldest give, do ut des, is their stand, and so there sings a Vedic singer to Indra. If I, Indra, like thee, were the sole lord of all goods, the singer of my praise would never be without cows. I would aid him gladly, give the wise singer his due, if, O bounteous God, I were, like thee, the lord of cows. But now there is one more point to be made, namely that in the buoyant life and will to earthly power of these hymns we find nothing either of the spirit or of the mythological world image of the later Hinduism, which, ironically, is supposed to have been derived from the Vedas. There is, for example, no idea of reincarnation, no yearning for release from the vortex of rebirth, no yoga, no mythology of salvation, no vegetarianism, non-violence, or caste. The old Vedic word for war, gavisti, means desire for cows, and the cows of the Aryan herdsmen were slaughtered, flayed for leather, and eaten as well as milked, all of which would be difficult to explain if inconsistency and both wishful and willful misreadings were not normal to religious traditionalism throughout the world. However, the meaning is simply that the mythology of later India is not in substance Vedic or at all, but Dravidian, stemming in the main from the Bronze Age complex of the Indus, for in the course of years the Aryans were assimilated, though not, unfortunately, their cows. And the principle of order of the cosmic god Varuna, which had been derived, like the Indus forms themselves, from the mathematics of the Near East, assumed supremacy over the principle of the autonomous will of Indra. Varuna's Rata became Dharma, Varuna's creative Maya became Vishnu's creative Maya, and the cycles of eternal return, ever returning to grind on forever, so that the act of will and virtue of the greatest hero god of the Vedas became only something that should not have occurred. For that dragon, as we now are to hear, had been a Brahmin, and since the killing of a Brahmin, according to later Indian thought, is the most heinous of all crimes, Indra's killing of the Brahmin Vrtra was a crime that he could be able to expiate only by the performance of an odious penance. We read, therefore, in the Mahabharata, a full millennium at least later than the period of our Vedic hymns, the following transformed account of the killing of the cosmic dragon by the Vedic god. Let us hear, O sage, so runs the invocation to the storyteller at the opening of this passage. Let us hear of the great dedication to virtue, Dharma, of that immeasurably brilliant Vrtra whose wisdom was unequaled and devotion to Vishnu beyond account. The transformed tale now begins. In those days, the puissant chariot-riding king of gods, surrounded by his army of celestials, saw before him the great Titan, standing mighty as a mountain, 4,500 miles tall and in girth a full 1,500. Whereupon, perceiving that prodigious form which the powers of all three worlds together would have been impotent to undo, the entire celestial host was paralyzed with fear, and their leader, discerning the contour of his foe, lost the use of his limbs from the waist down. A noise of beaten drums, trumpets, and other sounding instruments went up on all sides, and the Titan, taking notice of the army of the gods and its king before him, was neither astonished nor appalled, nor did he feel that he would be called upon to make use of all his powers in this fight. The war commenced, and it terrified all three worlds, for the entire sky was covered with the warriors of both sides, wielding swords, javelins, dirks, and axes, spears and heavy clubs, rocks of various size, bows of loud sound, numerous types of celestial weapons, fires, and burning brands. And there assembled to watch, gathering in their best chariots, all of those blessed seers to whom the Vedas had in times of yore been revealed, likewise yogis fully realized, and heavenly musicians in their own fair cars, wherein were also celestial mistresses. Moreover, shining above all was the creator and governor of the world, the great god Brahma himself. Then Dharma, supporting Vrtra, deftly overwhelmed both the king of gods and the entire world of air with a dense shower of rocks, and the gods, burning with anger, pouring a shower of arrows at those rocks, dissolved them. But the Titan, mighty in his Maya power as well as in his strength, completely stupefied the king of gods by virtue of his Maya. And when the god of 100 sacrifices, numbed by that Maya power, stood without moving, the Vedic sage Vasishtha, who in contemplation had heard and so composed all the hymns of the 7th book of the Rig Veda, restored him to his senses by chanting at him Vedic verses. "You are the leader of the gods," said the sage. "Within you is the power of all three worlds. Why, therefore, do you falter? Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer of illusion, as well as glorious divine Soma, and all the Vedic seers are watching. Do not collapse here like a mere mortal. All three of Shiva's eyes are upon you. And do you not hear the Vedic saints lauding you in your victory with hymns?" Thus recalled to his senses, the god, becoming confident, applied himself to yoga and so dispelled the maya by which he had been stupefied, whereupon the seers who had now been witness to the prowess of the Titan turned to Shiva, Lord of the universe, in prayer, and the great god in response sent his energy into Vrtra in the form of a terrific fever. Simultaneously Vishnu entered Indra's weapon, and the whole company of seers, turning to Indra, bade him attack his foe. The god Shiva himself addressed him. "Before you is your foe, Vrtra, supported by his army, the very self, Atman, of the universe, ubiquitous and of immense deluding power. For 60,000 years that Titan applied himself to severe ascetic austerities for the acquisition of this strength until in the end Brahma was compelled to grant the boons he wished, and these were the greatest to be gained by yoga, namely the power of creating illusions at will, unconquerable force and energy without end. However, I am now committing to you my energy and force. Therefore, with yoga to assist you, slay the enemy with your bolt." Said then the king of gods, "O greatest God, before thy blessed eyes, endowed with the boon of thy grace, I shall now with my thunderbolt slay that invincible son of the mother of demons." And the gods and all the saints, seeing the enemy struck with that fever, lifted a roar of great joy. Rolling drums, kettle drums, conchs, and trumpets, thousands upon thousands, everywhere began to beat and blow. The demons lost their wits, their powers of delusion left them, and the form that the king of gods then assumed on the point of the great moment of his victory, seated in his car, amid the shouts of acclaim of the Vedic seers, was such that none could look at it without fear. But let us tell first of the stricken Titan. When he had been filled with that burning fever, his immense mouth gave forth a blast of flame. His color disappeared. Everywhere he trembled, he could scarcely breathe, and each hair of his body stood erect. His mind came through his jaws in the shape of an evil, hideous jackal, and meteors burst blazing from his sides, both right and left. And the king of gods, praised and worshipped by the gods, handling his bolt, watched the monster who, when he had been ravished by that fever, yawned wide with a great howl, and while his great mouth was open, still the god let fly into it his bolt, filled with no less energy than the fire that consumes the universe at the end of a cosmic cycle, which blasted Vrtra prodigiously forthwith. The gods were in ecstasy, and the king of gods, recovering his bolt, made away in haste in his chariot toward the sky. But that heinous crime, Brahminicide, dreadful, ominous, striking fear into all the worlds, came forth from the body of the murdered Titan, with teeth projecting terribly, of an aspect furiously contorted, tawny and black, with disheveled hair, appalling eyes, and a garland of skulls around her neck, bathed in blood, clad in rags and in the bark of trees. And she went after the master of the bolt, overtook his chariot, seized him, and from that moment Brahminicide was stuck to him. Terrified, he fled into a lotus stalk, where he stayed for years, with it clinging to him still, trying every way to be quit of her. But all his attempts were in vain, until at last, with that fiend still attached, the miserable king of gods approached and obeisance Brahma, the creator, who, knowing the crime, commenced to ponder the question of how the king of gods might be set free. Now surely there is nothing Vedic about this episode but the names, and names alone, of its two contenders. Their characters are changed, their powers too, even their virtues are reversed. We cannot but note that the puppet hero's courage is derived not from Soma but from yoga, which, as we have learned from the Indus seals, was a feature of the Indus civilization. Furthermore, the final credit for the victory has been assigned to Shiva, the lord of yoga, likewise prefigured in those seals, so that manifestly in the course of the centuries between the entry of the Aryans and the composition of this piece, The Vedic pantheon was adjusted to a theology derived, in certain features at least, from the earlier native Indian system in which yoga played a paramount role. Indeed, even the power of the antagonist is here attributed to an exercise in yoga in which he persisted for 60,000 years. We note further an emphasis on dharma, which is interpreted as virtue in accord with cosmic law, precisely ma'at, me, rata, Tao. The Bronze Age principle of order, in other words, has come again to the foreground, fading out the Vedic hero theme of the individual deed, and in fact a contrary, unheroic theme has become paramount in this account, which is strongly stressed throughout the Mahabharata, namely of an alternation of power between a company of titans and a company of gods, an illustration of the principle of the cycle of dark and light, so that much as in certain modern views of history, as for example that of Tolstoy or of Marx, it is the tide of history itself that is represented as bearing apparent heroes, Napoleons, Bismarcks, Indras, etc., upon its irresistible crest, not the hero who makes it history. However, in contrast to the somewhat Levantine system of Marx, there is to be in this mythology no messianic age in which the laws of history as we know them cease to function, for according to this view there inheres in the victory of each side an intrinsic limitation. Alternation is of the essence. Brahma, the creator of the world illusion, gives the power of illusion to the villain of the piece. Shiva gives to Indra his energy and force for the destruction of that illusion, but when the hero god has then slain his man, he finds that he has become, so to say, a war criminal, though still the savior of the world. There is thus an echo here of Prometheus, an echo also of Christ crucified with the sins of the world upon his shoulders, Christ on his cross, Prometheus nailed to the world mountain, Indra in his lotus stem. We have touched once again that archaic mythological vein which first appeared to us in the figures of Horus, Seth, and their secret of the two partners. See pages 77 to 78, Beyond Good and Evil. Yoga and the principle of that cycle then were already apparently features of the earlier system of the Indus. The motif, however, of the chanting Vedic seers belongs to the Vedic side of the picture presented in this myth, and the notion of a trinity of gods comprising Brahma as the creator of the world illusion, Vishnu its preserver, and Shiva with 3 eyes, the lord of yoga, as destroyer of the world illusion, is a late, very late conception, which does not appear in Indian art and myth until circa AD 400. We treat of this later age in chapter 6, and meanwhile shall follow the course by which the sunny Vedic gods first were joined to the unheroic system of the phallic worship they despised, and then ironically converted to the service of that world-negating doctrine of which Nietzsche termed the dwarfing virtue, by which the great are made small, the little great, and the teachers of resignation gain the glory for themselves. 4. Mythic power. The means by which the priestly caste in India gained the mastery over the nobles, gradually perhaps, but surely and securely, was the awe that they managed to inspire and all around them by the chanting and apparent power of their Vedic charms. In the earliest period the gods were implored, but when it was reasoned that since the gods could be conjured to man's will, the power of the conjuring rites must be greater than that of the gods, the deities were no longer implored, but compelled to yield their boons to the warrior clans, and the magic of the Brahmins, the knowers of the potent spells, became recognized as the mightiest and most dangerous in the world. The word Veda, knowledge, is from the root vid, compare Latin video, I see, which means to perceive, to know, to regard, to name, to find out, to acquire, to grant. The Vedic hymns, it was supposed, had not been humanly composed, but heard, sruti, as by revelation by the great seers, rishis, of the mythic past. They were therefore a treasury of divine truth and consequently power to be studied, analyzed, and contemplated. The works of theology devoted to their interpretation are the so-called works of the Brahmins, Brahmanas, the earliest of which may be dated circa 800 BC. In these, the Vedic hymns and rites are treated not as product of man's thoughts and action, but as fundamental factors of the universe. In fact, the Vedas, it was now supposed, anteceded the universe, for they contained those potent, creative, eternal syllables out of which the gods and the universe had proceeded. We read, for example, the imperishable syllable is all this, that is to say, all that is past, present, and future is and what is beyond threefold time, that too is Though his knowledge and control of the power in the Vedic hymns, the learned Brahmin could bring about, just as he pleased, either benefits to his friends or disaster to his foes, simply by appropriate manipulations of the verses. For instance, if he desire of a man, let me deprive him of expiration, he should recite the triplet to Vayu, the wind god, in confusion. He should pass over a verse or line, thereby it is confused. Verily, thus he deprives him of expiration. If he desire of a man, let me deprive him of expiration and inspiration. He should recite for him the triplet to Indra and Vayu in confusion. He should pass over a verse or line, thereby it is confused. Verily, thus he deprives him of expiration and inspiration. If he desire of a man, let me deprive him of strength. He should recite for him the triplet to Indra in confusion. If he desire of a man, let me deprive him of limbs. He should recite for him the triplet to the all-gods in confusion. But if he desire of a man with all his members, with all the self, let me make him prosper. Verily, let him recite for him thus in due and proper order. Verily, thus he makes him prosper with all his members, with all his self. With all his members, with all his self, he prospers who knows thus. The gods derived their strength from the sacrifice. The sacrifice, it was said, is the chariot of the gods. Consequently, the Brahmins were the masters, not of men alone, but also of the gods. There are verily, we read, two kinds of God. That is to say, the gods are gods, and the learned, well-instructed Brahmins are human gods. Between these two, the offering is shared. The sacrifices are for the gods, and the fees are for the human gods, the learned, well-instructed Brahmins. The person giving the sacrifice gives pleasure to the gods with this sacrifice, and to the human gods, the learned, well-instructed Brahmins, with the fees. And when they are well pleased, these two kinds of God translate him to the beatitude of heaven. Should the question arise, however, as to which of the two kinds of God is the greater, the answer is at hand. The Brahmin, descended from a great Rishi, is himself verily all the gods, and again the Brahmin is the highest God. Now, of all the mighty ceremonies through which the Brahmins were prepared to magnify their patrons, the greatest was the pageant-filled horse sacrifice, Asva Meda, designed and reserved for kings and for which a vast number of skilled Brahmins were required. These Brahmins were of four classes. 1. The Hoter, or invoker, who in the earlier period, circa 1000 BC, may have been both chanter and sacrificer, but in the high period of the later Brahmanas, circa 800 to 600 BC, had the particular task of calling to the gods, summoning them from their several stations to participate in the feast and receive the offered morsels from the fire. 2. The Advaryu, or sacrificer, whose task was to supervise the offerings, and whereas the Hoder is praised as beautiful-tongued, the Advaryu is beautiful-handed. The handbook of the Hoter, the Rig Veda, that of the Advaryu, the Yajur Veda, and at all great rites these two were the chief functionaries, each with a number of assistants depending on the magnitude of the occasion. 3. The Udgater, or chanter, who intoned selections from another collection, the Sama Veda, where the hymns, many of which are the same as those of the Rig, are accented for his use. And finally, 4. The supervising Brahmin, who was often but not necessarily the chief house priest of the king. The symbolism of the horse sacrifice was in many parts coarsely sexual, for the rite was derived by adaptation from the earlier Bronze Age rituals of the bull, which had served in cults primarily of vegetal fertility. However, even the most overt of the phallic aspects were here supposed to yield not fertility alone, but above all supreme royal power and authority over, in the best case, the entire world. The rite commenced either in spring or in summer, and the animal had to be a stallion of pure breed, distinguished by special marks. When chosen, he was set apart ceremonially, tethered to a sacrificial post. The sacrificial post, we read, is yonder sun, the altar is the earth, the strew of sacred grass represents the plants, the kindling wood, the trees, the sprinkled waters are the waters, the enclosing sticks, the four quarters. Every aspect of the sacrifice had its counterpart in the structure of the universe, every act a cosmic reference, and the power of the right to work effects upon the world derived from the precision of these analogies. The power of the Brahmin caste, in fact, lay in its knowledge of such accords. Basically, the principle involved was that of Fraser's imitative magic. However, whereas on the primitive level the implied analogies of magic are usually obvious to the eye, those of the Brahmins were extremely recondite and often brilliantly poetic. The horse, following its tethering at the post, was driven with a broom into the water to be bathed, while the son of a whore clubbed a four-eyed dog to death, that is to say, a dog with a dark patch above each eye, suggesting the guardian dogs of the land of the dead, which then was floated off in a southerly course beneath the belly of the horse and away toward the land of the dead. "Let Varuna advance against anyone who would presume to attack this steed," cries the killer of the dog. "Away the man, away the dog." The killed dog in this curious rite is symbolic of misfortune, which is magically dispelled by a being who not merely represents but actually is an effect of the power of sheer sex, the offspring of a whore. The power of sex, then, is to play its part in this rite, no less than the powers of military arms and the knowledge of Brahminical lore. The horse now is released and allowed to run at will for 1 year in the company of 100 nags, but no shining mares, followed by a cavalry of 100 princes, another 100 sons of officers of high rank, and 100 sons of lower rank, so that if anyone should offer to make off with the gallant mount or prohibit its entrance into his kingdom, that king would have to fight. Whereas, on the other hand, if any king submitted to the passage of this horse, he therewith conceded overlordship to the great monarch who had set him loose, and who was now very busy at home with a ceremony of considerable magnitude and magical importance. Gifts were being offered daily to the god Savitra in the way of sacrifice. Daily also, at a festive gathering before the king and his court, the Hotra priest was staging recitals with dramatic presentations, song and music, dance, and the recitation of epic tales, together with impromptu verses sung by a noble bard in honor of the king, and in accord with the matter of the day, the audiences were chosen, whether for old or for young, for snake charmers, fishermen, and bird catchers, for robbers and usurers, or for sages. Moreover, as the horse during this year was to have no joy of sex, so too the king, for whom, however, the austerity was rendered the more difficult through his requirement to sleep every night between the legs of his favorite queen, and a college of 36 advariu priests every fortnight or so, sitting each on a bench of ashvata wood. A pun is involved here on the word asva, horse, whiled away the night by pouring products of the field and dairy into a fire, butter, barley, milk, and rice. The year ended with a festival of 3 days, when the horse, with his fellowship, returning, galloped gallantly into the fair ground and sang out the Sama Veda chant. This wonder of animal voice was achieved when the Ugatra priest broke off his own chant. A mare was trotted forth and the perfect stallion neighed. That was known as the Udgitha of the stallion. The perfect mare replied, and that was the Udgitha of the mare. Apparently, in earlier Vedic times, the only beast sacrificed in this rite besides the horse was a ram, representing the god Pushan, messenger of the sun. However, in the Mahabharata, the following spectacle is described. The priests, learned in the Vedas, performed accurately all the rites, duly moving about in all directions, perfectly trained and all perfectly wise. Nor was there any infringement of ordinance, nothing was improperly done. Among the multitude, furthermore, none could be found who was without cheer, none poor, none starved, none in grief, and none who was vulgar. Food was available to all who wished to eat. Every day the priests, versed in every category of sacrificial lore, precisely following scriptural injunctions, performed the necessary acts for the consummation of a mighty rite, and there was none who was neither a master of Vedic lore nor perfectly an observer of his vows. And when the time had come for the setting up of stakes, 6 were of Vilva wood, 6 of Kadira, 6 of Sarva-Varnan, 2 of Davadiro, and 1 of Shleshmataka, 21 stakes in all. Furthermore, for the sake of beauty only, others were lifted that were of gold, and those stakes adorned with pennants given by the king shone as Indra surrounded by the deities of his court, together with 7 celestial seers standing round about. Moreover, bricks of gold were supplied for the building of a tower, beautiful as any built in heaven, 18 cubits high and of 4 stories, upon the pinnacle of which a large triangular bird of gold was placed in the shape of Garuda, the sunbird. Whereupon the priests, following perfectly all scriptural injunctions, tied animals and birds to those stakes in accordance with the deity of each. Bulls of proper mark, as indicated in the scriptures, aquatic animals too, were affixed properly to those stakes after the kindling of the sacrificial fire, and in preparation for that sacrifice 300 beasts were thus fastened to those stakes, including that foremost of all perfect steeds. And the entire sacrificial field therewith was gloriously bedight, like a place alive with celestial seers, together with troops of celestial musicians and their mistresses, the dancing girls. The king's 3 or 4 wives, one of whom could be of the Sudra caste, now approach and circumambulate the horse, after which they prepare it for immolation, oiling, rubbing down the beast, and hanging garlands about its neck, while the Hotra priest and the supervising Brahmin perform a symbolic, comical enigma play. The horse thereafter is led back to its post, covered with a cloth and suffocated, whereupon the king's chief queen approaches, and the curious, almost incredible, archaic rite begins of a queen's marriage to a dead beast, symbolic of the ever-living great god Varuna, master of the order of the world. She lies down beside the dead horse, and the Advariyu priest covers the two with a cloth. He prays, "In heaven be ye covered both, and may the manfully potent stallion, seed bestower, bestow the seed within." The queen is to grasp and draw forth the sexual organ of the stallion, pressing it to her own. "Oh, mother, mother, mother," she cries out, "nobody will take me, the poor nag sleeps. Me, this wonderful little thing, all dressed in the leaves and bark of the Kampala tree." The Hodar priest, "I shall incite the procreator. Do thou, too, incite the procreator." Whereat the queen says to the stallion, "Come, let the 2 of us stretch out our limbs." The priest prays to incite the god, "Come, lay thy seed well in the channel of the one who has opened to thee her thighs. O thou, potent of manhood, set in motion the organ that is to women the nourisher of life." It darts into the sheath, their hidden lover, darkly buffeting back and forth. The queen, "Oh, mother, 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 no one is taking me." The king adds an enigmatic metaphor, "Heave it high, like someone leaning a load of reeds against a hill. It will then be at ease in the midst, like someone winnowing in a fresh wind." The priest turns to an attendant princess, pointing to her sex. The poor little hen there is splashing about in a flurry. The yard runs deep into the cleft. Eagerly the sheath swallows. And the princess says to the priest, pointing to his sex, "The poor little cock there is splashing about in a flurry, just like thy great big talkative mouth. Priest, hold thy tongue." Once again the queen, "Oh, mother, 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 no one is taking me." The supervising Brahmin calls down to her, "Thy father and thy mother once climbed the top of the tree. Now, called thy father, I am going to come across," and he worked the yard in the deep cleft, going back and forth. The queen, "Oh, mother, 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 no one is taking me." The Hodar priest turning to one of the other queens, "When that big thing in that narrow cleft bumps against the little thing, the 2 large lips stir like 2 little fish in a puddle in a cow path." The addressed queen turns to the Advariyu priest, "If the gods grant joy to that dripping spotted bull, the woman's lifted knees will show it as clearly as a truth before your eyes." And the queen again, "Oh, mother, 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 no one is taking me." The Lord High Steward now to the 4th wife, the Sudra, When the noble antelope feeds on the barley seed, no one thinks of the village cow that fed upon it before. When the Sudra's lover is an Aryan, she forgets the prostitute's fee. Crude and difficult to associate with the fine titles of those from whose noble mouths they issue, these ritualized obscenities are entirely in keeping with the magic lore of the archaic Bronze and Iron Age religion. For as Professor J.J. Meyer, in his massive study of the vegetation cults of India, writes, thanks to the principle of analogy, such verbal coitus works no less salubriously in its magic than actual ritual intercourse, or indeed sexual intercourse of any kind. The symbolized act of the sacrificed dead Horus corresponds to that of the Osiris dead begetting Horus, the young Apis bull, see page 50, and the right of a queen united with a beast is readily matched, as Meyer notes, in the hieros gamos of the queen of Athens with the fertility god Dionysus, celebrated in the cattle stall where the god must have approached her in his bull form, just as here Varuna came to the great queen, Mahisi, in his stallion manifestation. All the queens, including the one who has lain with the sacrificial horse, now stand and recite in unison a verse from the Rig Veda addressed to a divine flying steed named Dadhi Kravan, he who scatters curdled milk. Of Dadhi Kravan the praises let me sing, the potent swift steed of many victories. May he lend fragrance to our mouths, may he give length of days to our life. They wash themselves ceremonially, addressing with the following words, likewise from the Veda, the waters which are to be conceived as rushing, like all the waters of the world, to Varuna. O thou water, be to us quickening, and bring to us fresh power, that there may be known to us great joy. What fluent benison is thine, let us partake of it here, like the loving divine goddess mothers. Thee we approach in the name of him, to whose dwelling thou dost speeding go. Give us, O water, of thy strength. After butchering the horse, we next read in the version of the Mahabharata, they caused the queen of high intelligence, who was endowed with sacred knowledge, also property and equally devotion, which are the prime qualities of a queen, to sit beside the cut-up beast, while the Brahmins, cool and composed in mind, taking the marrow, duly cooked it, whereupon the king, still following scripture, sniffed the steam of that marrow so cooked which is potent to purge sin. The remaining limbs of the beast were then cast into the fire by the 16 learned priests, and the horse sacrifice of the world monarch was complete. Homer's legend of the Trojan horse by rebirth through which the Greek heroes conquered Troy must have been a reflex of some such potent rite as this, a greatly simplified horse sacrifice involving also the killing of a white ram as the messenger of the god, but with omission of the sexual as well as imperial motifs, was observed as recently as 1913 among the Finnic Cheresmis people of the Volga region. The rite is of the heritage of the northern steppe folk, among whom the horse was first mastered and of whom the Vedic Aryans were a branch. And in the context of the later Indian tradition, it is a prime token of the Brahminical Aryan strain, as the rites of human sacrifice are of the older, non-Vedic mythic order of the goddess and her spouse. 5. Forest philosophy. Brahmavarta, the classic holy land of the Vedas, was in the northeast portion of the plain between the rivers Jumna and Sutlej, roughly between Delhi and Lahore, while Brahmarshidesha, the country of the holy seers, where the hymns were collected and arranged, lay a little southeastward of this zone, in the upper portion of the Doab, the land between Jumna and Ganges, and in the regions around Mathura. The tiger of Bengal is not mentioned in the Rig Veda, nor is rice, which is a product of the south. The place of honor goes to the lion, which at that time prowled the vast deserts eastward of the Sutlej, and the grain of the cattle herders appears to have been wheat. The classic country of the Buddhists, on the other hand, lies far eastward of these early Aryan centers, down the Ganges, below Benares, in the neighborhood of Oudh and Bihar, reaching northward to Nepal and southward to the dangerous Chota Nagpur jungles, the lands of the Bengal tiger and of rice. We may let these two worlds stand as symbolic poles representing the interplay of the contrary mythologies of the newcomers and the older inhabitants of the land. for not only the Buddhists and Jains, but also a considerable galaxy of unaffiliated, world-negating forest sages had their own classic holy land in this latter part of India. Benares was the city of the god Shiva, the lord of yoga, and there is, in fact, a possibility, as noted earlier, see page 147, that this may have been the center from which the yoga postures represented in the Indus Valley seals ultimately derived. We may take it hypothetically to be a mythogenetic zone of unfathomed past. Now the Brahmins, we have heard, were the greatest of the gods. However, there was a considerable breach in the magical fortress of their Olympus, and this breach did not become known to them until the Aryan master of the Gangetic plain had reached the neighborhood of Benares, say about 700 to 600 BC, as we read in the earliest of the Upanishads. There was once a proud and learned Brahmin of the Gargya family, Balaki by name, who went before the king Ajatasattu of Benares. "I will tell you," said he, "about Brahman." The king replied, "For such instruction I will give you 1,000 cows." And the Brahmin Gargya said, "That person who is in the sun I honor as Brahman." But Ajatasattu said, "Do not talk to me about him. I already revere him as the supreme head and king of all beings. Anyone revering him as such becomes the supreme head and king of all beings." Gargya said, "That person who is in the moon I honor as Brahman." But Ajatasattu said, "Do not talk to me about him. I already revere him as the great white-robed King Soma. Anyone revering him as such receives abundant Soma continually pressed out every day. His food does not fail." The Brahmin tried in the same way to preach of lightning, space, the wind, fire, and water, the being beheld in a mirror, the sound of a man walking, the four quarters, the shadow, and the body, to each of which suggestions he received the same rebuff, whereupon he became suddenly silent. The king said, "Is that all?" Gargya said, "That is all." The king said, "But that is not enough for the knowledge of Brahman." The Brahmin said, "I approach you as a pupil." And the king said, "But surely it is extraordinary that a Brahmin should come to a Satriya thinking he will tell me about Brahman. Nevertheless, I shall instruct you." And the king rose, took Gargya by the hand, and walked with him to a man asleep. Ajatasattu said to that sleeping man, "O thou great white-robed King Soma." He did not rise. The king pushed him till he woke. The man got up, and Ajatasattu said, "Where, when this man slept, was the person who consists of understanding, and whence did he come when he returned?" Gargya could not say. Ajatasattu said, "When a man sleeps, the person who consists of understanding rests in the space within the heart, having through his understanding taking to himself the understanding of the senses. And when that person has in this way absorbed the senses, one is said to be asleep. The breath is absorbed, the voice, and the faculties of eye, ear, and intellect, and when a man thus sleeps, the whole world is his. He becomes a Maharaja, as it were. He becomes a great Brahmin, as it were. He enters the high, as it were, and the low. For just as a Maharaja, taking with him his people, moves around in his own country as he pleases, so this person asleep, taking with him his senses, moves around in dream in his own body as he pleases. But when he then goes further and falls sound asleep, knowing nothing at all, he is at rest throughout his body, having crept out of that space within the heart through 72,000 veins which lead from the heart into the body, and then, as a Maharaja might rest, a great Brahmin or a child, when he has reached the summit of bliss, that person rests. For as a spider comes out along its thread, or as spark pours from a fire, even so from this self, Atman, come forth all the senses, the worlds, the gods, and all being. And the secret name, Upanishad, thereof is the reality of reality, Satya Siya Satya, the being of being, the truth of truth. The sense world is a reality indeed, and its reality is this. A striking feature of this teaching is that of the nerves or veins going out from the heart. together with the mystical association of this interior anatomy with the states of dream sleep and dreamless sleep, this lore of the being of being belongs without question to a psychosomatic doctrine of yoga already well developed here, circa 700 to 600 BC, although we have heard nothing of it in the Vedas. The doctrine of Atman, the spiritual self, also is fully formed in this text and associated furthermore not with the Brahminical lore of the sacrifice, but with a doctrine of introverted dream and dreamless states. Let me call attention further to the number 72,000. The Mesopotamian year, we have seen, was composed of 72 five-day weeks. Moreover, in Plutarch's account of the killing of Osiris, the dead and resurrected god who is identical with the self, see pages 86 to 87, was clapped into his coffin, sent, that is to say, into the state of deep sleep, by 72 associates of his brother Seth. The number is of a Mesopotamian context in which macro and microcosmic equivalences are assumed. It is a mythic magnitude related to a science rather of a symbolic than of a strictly factual order. The idea then of 1. Atman, 2. Deep sleep, dream, and the waking state, 3. Yoga, and 4. A psychosomatic system symbolically related to 5. A cosmic system derived apparently from Bronze Age Mesopotamia comes suddenly to view in the first Upanishad out of a clear sky. They are to remain as basic thoughts of the entire subsequent development of Oriental philosophy and religion, and they are introduced to the world history of thought. Let us note neither by a Brahmin nor by a monk, but by a king, non-Aryan possibly, to whom the proud Gargia had gone as a missionary, and, like many of the best missionaries, learned what he should have taught, namely, that he was not in control, after all, of the entire field of truth. A second, rather charming Brahmin, who is a favorite of all teachers of the wisdom of the Orient, received a like surprise when he sent his son to a certain royal house to attend an assembly of sages. The learned youth Svetaketu arrived, and the king Pravahana Jebali said to him, "Young man, has your father instructed you?" "Yes, sir, he has." "Do you know where creatures go when they pass away?" "No, sir." "Do you know how they come back?" "No, sir." "Do you know where the two ways separate, one going to the gods, the other to the fathers?" "No, sir." "Do you know why the yonder world never is filled?" "No, sir, I do not." "Do you know how it is that in the fifth libation water comes to be called man?" "No, sir, no indeed." "Then pray, why did you tell me that you were instructed? How could anyone ignorant of such matters call himself instructed?" Distressed, the young man returned to his father. "Venerable sir, you let me think you had instructed me when you had not. That fellow of the princely class put to me 5 questions of which I could not answer." The father, told the questions, said to him, "But I do not know a single answer either. Had I known, I should have taught you." And he went therefore to the palace of the king. The king said to his guest, "Venerable Gautama, you may choose for yourself any boon you wish of human wealth." But he answered, "Human wealth be yours, O king. I have come to ask rather of those questions you put to my son." And the king thereupon became troubled. "Wait," said he, "this knowledge has never before been given to a Brahmin. That is why in all the world up to now sovereignty has remained with the Satriya caste alone." Nevertheless, the king Jebali proceeded to instruct, and the doctrine that he taught is one of those most central to Oriental mythic thought. It is termed here the doctrine of flame and smoke, or the parting of the two spiritual ways. On the one hand, the road of flame, which leads to the sun and therewith the gods, there to abide, but on the other hand, the road of smoke, to the moon, the fathers, and reincarnation. "Those who know this lore," said the king, "and those who, dwelling in the forest, meditate with faith and austerity, pass into the flame of the cremation fire, and from the flame into the day, from the day into the fortnight of the waxing moon, from that into the 6 months of the sun trending north, thence into the year, and from the year into the sun, from the sun into the moon, and from the moon into the lightning, where there is a non-human Amanava person, Purusa, who leads them beyond to Brahma. This is the way to the gods. But those who in the village reverence, sacrifice, merit and almsgiving pass into the smoke of the sacrificial fire, and from the smoke into the night, from the night into the latter fortnight of the month, from that into the 6 months of the sun trending south, which do not culminate the year, from those months into the world of the fathers, from the world of the fathers into space, from space into the moon. That is King Soma, that is the food of the gods, that is what the gods eat. And so remaining in that place just as long as the merit of their good works last, they return along the course by which they came. They move into space, and from space into wind. Having been wind, they become smoke, and after being smoke, they become mist. After mist, they become cloud. After being cloud, they fall as rain and are born as rice or barley, herbs, trees, sesame, or beans, from which condition it is difficult indeed to emerge, for only if someone or other eats him as food and then emits him as semen can anyone so caught develop further. For those who have been of pleasant conduct here on earth, the prospect then is, however, that they will enter a pleasant womb, either of a Brahmin, Satriya, or Vaisya. But for those who are of stinking conduct here, the prospect is indeed that they will enter a stinking womb, either of a dog, a pig, or an outcast. But then, finally, on neither of these ways go those small, continually returning creatures, of whom it is said, be born and die. Theirs is a third state, and that is why the yonder world never is filled. That is why one should be ever on one's guard. He who knows this never is stained with evil. He becomes pure, clean, the possessor of a pure world. He who knows this, yea, he who knows this. And there we have it, the whole thing. Caste, karma, the wheel of rebirth and escape from it, an association of the moon with the cycle of death and birth, and of the solar door with release, disciplines of secular piety, sacrificial rites, almsgiving, etc., as the means to a favorable birth, as well as to a pleasant heavenly sojourn among the fathers, and, on the other hand, disciplines of austerity practiced in the forest as the means to release. Add to this the teaching of yoga, Atman, deep sleep, dream, and waking, given by the other king, and there is little more of basic Hinduism to seek. As Professor Paul Deussen remarked in his classic discussion of this topic, when it is considered that in these passages on the knowledge of Brahman as Atman, of Atman as the all-ensouling principle, and of the destiny of the soul beyond death, the most important points of the doctrine of the Upanishads are announced, and that in these not only are the kings portrayed as the knowers, but the Brahmins specifically shown to have been the non-knowers or wronger knowers. The texts, moreover, being communicated by the Vedic schoolmen who were Brahmins themselves. Then one can only draw the conclusion, if not with absolute surety, at least with considerable likelihood, that the doctrine of Atman, which is actually opposed to the whole spirit of Vedic ritual lore, even though it may at first have been designed by Brahmins, nevertheless was taken up and cultivated not in the circles of Brahmins but of Satriyas, and only later adapted by the Brahmins. Deussen wrote in the late 19th century, before anything was known of the Indus civilization, yet he recognized already, as no Indians seem ever to have seen, that between the Vedic and Upanishadic views the difference is so great that the latter could not possibly have been developed out of the former. One was outward turned and liturgical, the other inward and psychological. One was Aryan, the other not. Indeed, as one further text will show, the patriarchal Aryan gods were now to be exposed as mere punies in wisdom, in contrast even to the goddess, the old Neolithic Bronze Age goddess. She appears for the first time in any Indo-Aryan document in the following Upanishad of circa 600 BC. The legend of the goddess and the Vedic Aryan gods. Brahman had won a victory for the gods, Brahman, the holy power. They, however, exulting in that victory of Brahman, imagined it to have been their own thinking. Ours indeed is this victory, ours the glory. Brahman therefore understood their pride and appeared before them, but they did not know what Brahman was. What sort of spectre, yaksa, can this thing be, they asked, and they said to Agni, O thou almost omniscient one, find out what this thing is. Yes, said he, and he ran to it. Brahman asked, Who are you? I am the famous Agni, the almost omniscient one, he said. Brahman asked, What power in you warrants such fame? And the god replied, I can burn things up, whatever there is on earth. Brahman put a straw down before him, burned that. Agni came at it with all his force. He was unable to burn it. He returned to the gods. I have not been able to learn, said he, what that spectre is. The gods then said to Vayu, O thou wind, find out what this spectre is. Yes, said he, and he ran to it. Brahman asked, Who are you? I am the famous Vayu, the one who moves through the sky, he said. Brahman asked, What power in you warrants such fame? And the god replied, I can carry things away, whatever there is on earth. Brahman put a straw down before him. Carry that away, said Brahman. Vayu came at it with all his force. He was unable to carry it away. He returned to the gods. I have not been able to learn, said he, what that spectre is. Then the gods said to Indra, O thou worshipful one, find out what that spectre is. Yes, he answered, and he ran toward it, but it vanished before him. In that very place he came upon a woman of great beauty, Uma Haimavati, the daughter of the snowy mountain. He asked her, What was that spectre? She answered, Brahman. Through the victory of that Brahman you attained the glory in which you take such pride. From this Indra learned of Brahman. The goddess was no initiate in Vedic wisdom, wrote Heinrich Zimmer in comment on this allegorical legend. Nevertheless, she, not the Vedic gods, knew Brahman, and she taught them to know the divine essence, so that these three then became the greatest of the gods, because they were the first to know Brahman. By this text we see that already at a comparatively early period, 7th century BC, it was the goddess and not the seemingly dominant masculine divinities of the Vedic pantheon who was the real knower of that hidden, central, holy power of the universe by which all victories are won in the unending drama of the world process. For she herself was that self-same power. She is Brahman, the life force of the universe that secretly dwells within all things. In this episode of the Kena Upanishad, where the mother goddess appears for the first time in the orthodox religious and philosophical tradition of India, she, womanhood incarnate, becomes the guru of the male gods. She is represented as their mystagogue, their initiator into the most profound and elementary secret of the universe, which is, in fact, her own essence. When the term Brahman, holy power, from the root bur, to grow, to increase, to roar, appears in Vedic hymns, it is only with reference to the power inherent in the words and meter of the prayer. Its meaning is specifically this stanza, verse, or line, as for example, by this stanza, Anina Brahmana, I make you free from disease. The god Burhaspati, priest of the gods, is therefore the Lord Pati of the roaring power, Bur, the power of the magical stanzas, and the Brahmins are his counterpart among men, great gods because they have the knowledge and control that apply that power. The employment of the term Brahman, however, with reference to a metaphysically conceived ground of all being, antecedent to and independent of the Brahminical utilization of that power, we do not encounter until the period of the Brahmanas, and even then only rarely and in the latter so-called forest books. There can be no doubt about it. An alien constellation has made itself known to the Brahmins and is in the process of being assimilated, nor can it be doubted that the background of this influence stands revealed in the cities of the Indus Valley, in contrast to the liturgical, outward-directed, imitative magic of the Brahmins, first imploring and then conjuring the powers of heaven, earth, and the air between. Through the world-controlling focal center of the fire altar, this other was an essentially inward-turned psychological system of thought, magic, and experience in which much of what today is known of the unconscious was anticipated and even to a certain extent, along a certain line, surpassed. 6. The immanent transcendent divinity. We have already compared two components of the Indian mythic complex, that of the early Indus Valley, in which the bull was the foremost symbolic beast and the figures of both Shiva and the great goddess were anticipated, and the system of the Vedas, where the place of honor went to the lion, which eats up the bull, as the warrior drinks soma and the sun consumes the light of the moon. We have now to regard a third component, yoga, which in terms of our present subject may be defined as a technique for inducing mythic identification. The appearance of figures in a classic yoga posture on the Indus Valley suggests a connection of the system with the early Bronze Age mythology of the ritual regicide, where the king was identified with the dying and resurrected moon, and the association of yogic thought in later centuries with the idea of the ever-returning cycle, as well as with Shiva and the goddess, tends to enforce this indication. Numerous signs, in fact, suggest a particularly close connection with the world-feeling and symbolic system of the priestly order of the great Egyptian Ta, so that it might be arguable that the Indian development of yoga was colonial to Memphis. However, in view of the fact that every line of yogic literature betrays a depth of psychological insight surpassing anything of which we have direct knowledge from Egypt, and of the further fact that there is no archaic evidence anywhere westward of the Indus of such a yogic posture as that of the little figures on those seals, it would seem more sensible to assume, tentatively at least, that yoga must have been indigenous to India, and to treat it consequently as a third and separate force. Hypothetically, yoga might be supposed to have been developed from local shamanistic techniques for inducing trance and possession, for, as Professor Mircea Eliade has shown, the production of inner heat, tapas, by retention of breath is a widely disseminated technique among primitive peoples, which is commonly associated with the mastery of fire, a feat of fakirdom that must, as he declares, be regarded as the most archaic and most generally disseminated element of the magical tradition. Aboriginal India, then, as he concludes, may have known a number of immemorial traditions regarding the means for obtaining magical heat, ecstasy, or divine possession. The Indus Valley seals, in that case, would mark an assimilation of the yogic tradition to the mythic order of the early Bronze Age, when the latter reached the Indus Valley circa 2500 BC. And the passages previously cited from the Upanishads would mark a similar affiliation of its technique to the iconography of the Vedic Aryans. In association with the Indus system, the ultimate term of identification would have been the ever-dying lunar god, the object of destiny, the sacrificed king Soma, whereas in the Aryan system, on the contrary, the ultimate term of identification was the subject of destiny, the fiery power by which the sacrifice is consumed. Identified with the former, the yogi or devotee dies and returns by the way of smoke, continuing in the round, whereas the one identified with the latter moves to the realm of eternity by the way of a consummate mythic identification, either with an all-consuming sun, lightning, or fire god, or with some such abstraction as, for example, Brahman, the pure subject, Atman, or, as in Buddhism, the void. A number of points of support for an immediate organic graft of the Vedic outturned hemisphere of myth and the inward non-Vedic of yoga were supplied by numerous deities and principles of the Vedic system itself, and the Brahmins, who at this juncture proved themselves to be the most creatively alert interpreters of myth the world had ever known, were quick to perceive the possibility. The Vedic god Savitra, for example, celebrated in the first hymn cited above, page 166, who suggests in many ways the sun is actually a power beyond the sun, as Professor Oldenburg has stated of this god and the Vedic system of which he is to this day a leading symbol. Since in itself the sun epitomizes the chief moving force in the universe, and so controls every other movement, Savitra naturally stands to it in a particularly close relationship, and there is a tendency to transform to him the attributes of a solar deity. However, to attempt therefore to interpret the original and even the Rig Vedic Savitra as a sun god is to misunderstand the structure of this entire complex of ideas. The essential point in the conception of Savitra is not the idea of the sun, nor is it the idea of the sun serving a certain function inasmuch as it stimulates life and movement. On the contrary, the main thing here is the abstract thought of this stimulation itself. This supplies the frame that includes all of the ideas associated with this god. The name Savitra, as we have seen, is from the root su, to excite, incite, stimulate, and impel, and means, according to an ancient commentator, the stimulator of everything. We read in a verse addressed to him, "All immortal things rest upon him, as on the axle end of a chariot." And again, "In the lap forever of Savitra, the god, the settlers, and all peoples rest." Savitra bestows length of life on man, immortality on the gods. The waters and winds obey his ordinance. No being, not even the greatest god, can resist his will, and he is the Lord both of what moves and of what stands. With bonds he has fixed the earth. He made the sky firm in rafterless space, and he observes fixed laws. A second Vedic figure who supplied a point of juncture with the other system was the fierce god Rudra, to whom but 3 Vedic hymns are assigned, and whose name from the root rud, to cry out, seems to mean howler. He became identified in later cult with the meditating Lord of Beasts, figure 36, discussed above as a proto-Shiva. The epithet Shiva, auspicious one, is itself a Sanskrit word, and so cannot have been the name of that god in pre-Vedic times. It is addressed in the Vedas, however, to the god Rudra, who, though terrible and destructive, is beneficent as well. He is called a bull and is the father of a great golden troop of young male gods, the Maruts, whose mother was a cow. These hold the lightning in their hands, are decked richly with ornaments, and are as broad as the sky through which their chariots thunder, spilling rain. O Rudra, wielder of the bolt, the best of what is born in glory, mightiest of the mighty, transport us in all safety to the farther shore, beyond distress, warding off all threats of mischief. The yonder shore beyond ill, the mighty bolt, the howling host, the bull and cow, the fierce and yet protective character, and the universal rule of the god Rudra. Ever young, these are all attributes of the Shiva of later days. However, the emphatically phallic character of the later Hindu god cannot have been derived from any argument from the Vedas, nor his character as the Lord of Yoga. Likewise, the minor Vedic deity Vishnu, to whom but half a dozen hymns are addressed, is in later cult developed into one of the richest, most sophisticated deities of the Hindu pantheon. In the Veda, as a conqueror of demons, he is allied with Indra and celebrated particularly for his 3 strides, 2 of which are visible to men, whereas the last is beyond the flight of birds. With these he measured, i.e., brought into being, the earth, the air, and heaven. Moreover, his name from the root vis, to be active, is allied in sense to that of Savitra, and so in him once again we may see by what readings in depth beyond their poetically imaged mythic forms, the Vedic gods became eligible to be viewed as manifestations of the all-inhabiting Brahman of the native faith. To Vishnu let my inspiring hymn sing forth, to that widely pacing, mountain-dwelling bull, who alone with but 3 paces measured out this immense, far-extended gathering place. O would that I might go to that dear domain of his, where those devoted to the gods are dwelling in joy, for that place, supremely akin to the wide strider, is a wellspring of ambrosia, Vishnu's highest step. And finally, the god Soma, the sacrifice, was another Vedic figure well fitted for adaptation to the idea of an all-suffusing self. Cut up yet living in all things, he is consumed by Agni in the fire of the altar. Analogously, when food is eaten, the fire of the stomach digests, i.e., cooks it. The fire in the stomach is Agni, the food therefore is Soma, and when the individual dies, he in turn becomes Soma, for Agni consumes him on the funeral pyre and in the maggots, so that this entire world is a never-ending Soma sacrifice, immortality poured forever into the fire of time. All things, O priest, said the Buddha in his famous fire sermon, are on fire, and with what are they on fire? With the fire of passion, say I, the fire of hatred, infatuation, birth, old age, death, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair. And perceiving this, O priest, the learned and noble disciple conceives an aversion, but that was not the mood of the earlier Vedic Upanishadic view of the dancing flames. There we read rather, O wonderful, O wonderful, O wonderful! I am food, I am food, I am food. I am a food eater, I am a food eater, I am a food eater. I am a fame maker, I am a fame maker, I am a fame maker. I am the firstborn of the world order, Rata, antecedent to the gods in the navel of immortality. Who gives me away, he indeed had aided me. I, who am food, eat the eater of food. I have overcome the whole world. He who knows this has a brilliantly shining light, such is the mystic Upanishad. And so we are brought to the great theme and problem of the fourth component of the Indian mythic view of life, the rejection with loathing by the forest sages of the period of the Buddha of all that had formerly been affirmed, even the wonder of that immanent transcendent divinity of being which had been the glory of the late Vedic view. 7. The Great Reversal. The dead is the head of the sacrificial horse, the sun its eye, the wind its breath, cosmic fire its open mouth. The year is the body of the sacrificial horse, heaven its back, the interspace its belly, the earth the underpart of its belly, the quarters its flanks, the intermediate quarters its ribs, the seasons, its limbs, the months and half-months, its joints, days and nights, the feet, stars, the bones, clouds, the flesh. Sand, moreover, is the food in its stomach. Rivers, the entrails. Mountains are its liver and lungs. Herbs and trees, its hair. The rising sun is its forepart. The setting sun, its hind part. Its yawn is lightning. The shivering of its body, thunder. Its urination is rain, and its voice, the creative word. Identified as the horse, the universe, like the horse, is now to be sacrificed by the sage in his mind and heart. This we shall term the interiorization of the sacrifice. It is a fundamental yogic act, and as the horse sacrifice both fructified the king's realm and established him as a world monarch, so this sacrifice, interiorized, fructifies the self, brings the lotus of the self to flower, and establishes the sage on his corolla as king. O priests, declared the Buddha in his fire sermon, the learned and noble disciple conceives an aversion for the eye, conceives an aversion for forms, conceives an aversion for eye consciousness, conceives an aversion for the impressions received by the eye, and whatever sensation, pleasant, unpleasant, or indifferent, originates in dependence on impressions received by the eye, for that also he conceives an aversion. He conceives an aversion for the ear, conceives an aversion for sounds, conceives an aversion for the nose, conceives an aversion for odors, conceives an aversion for the tongue, conceives an aversion for tastes, conceives an aversion for the body, conceives an aversion for things tangible, conceives an aversion for the mind, conceives an aversion for ideas, conceives an aversion for mind consciousness, conceives an aversion for the impressions received by the mind, and whatever sensation, pleasant, unpleasant, or indifferent, originates in dependence on impression received by the mind, for this also he conceives an aversion, and in conceiving this aversion he becomes divested of passion, and by the absence of passion he becomes free, and when he is free he becomes aware that he is free, and he knows that rebirth is exhausted, that he has lived the holy life, that he has done what it behooved him to do, and that he is no more for this world. The way is consummated therewith to the gaining of absolute security through introversion. However, it is by no means certain that the earliest aim of yoga was to bear the sage along this road to release from the vortex of rebirth. Yoga is not intrinsically, necessarily, or even usually associated with negation. It is by no means certain, therefore, that because the earliest scriptures known to us in which yoga is analyzed describe it as a discipline of disengagement, the figures on the Indus Valley seals were in their time associated with any such ideal. In fact, in the popular mind to this day, yoga is largely associated rather with the acquisition of powers, siddhi, than with the forcing of an exit from the world arena, and these powers by which the concrete obstacles of the world are magically overcome are 8, as follows. 1. The power to become small or invisible, anima. 2. The power to swell to immense size and so to reach even the most distant object, for example, the moon with the tip of one's finger, mahima. 3. The power to become light, and so to walk on air, to walk on water. 4. The power to become as heavy as the world, garima. 5. The power of obtaining everything at will, including knowledge of others' thoughts and of the past and future, prapti. 6. The power of infinite enjoyment, prakamya. 7. The power of mastering all things, including death, isitva. And 8. The power of bewitching, fascinating, and subduing by magical means, vasitva. In fact, even a little yoga practiced by a man who knows the proper means can bring about these miraculous effects. For example, as we read in the last chapters of the classic Indian work of politics, Kautilya's Artha Sastra, the textbook of the art of gaining ends. Having fasted for 3 nights, one should obtain on the day of the constellation known as Pushya the skull of a man who has been murdered with a weapon or put upon the gallows, and having filled that skull with soil and barley seed, one should irrigate these with the milk of goats and sheep. Then, putting on a garland made from the shoots of that barley crop, one can walk invisible to others. Or again, having fasted 4 nights, one should, on the 14th day of the dark fortnight of the moon, obtain the figure of a bull fashioned from a human bone, and worship it with the following mantra: with the god of fire I take refuge, and with all the goddesses of the 10 quarters. May all obstructions vanish, and may all things come under my power. Oblation. A cart drawn by 2 bullocks then will come before the worshipper, who, mounting it, can drive in the sky and everywhere about the sun and the other celestial orbs. The chronicles are full of accounts of magic of this kind, practiced by yogis throughout the history of India. Moreover, the power to which a really great dedication to yoga may lead, say, after some 60,000 years, we have already seen, see page 177. However, in the light of the wisdom of those who are truly wise, as the following anecdote will prove, all power, natural or supernatural, that aids to one's enjoyment of the world is but straw added to the fire that one should be striving with all zeal to quench. The tale I would tell is of a great sage, Saubhari by name, who, like all of the great sages of India, was learned in the Vedas and devoted only to the highest virtue. He had spent years, therefore, immersed in a certain piece of water, far from the world of man, nor was it any man, king, woman, or friend or fiend, who lured him back to the world of delusion, but the presence only of a certain fish of considerable size, who inhabited the water of the saint's element. With his numerous progeny of children and grandchildren flocking around him in all directions, this fish lived among them very happily, playing with them night and day, and Saubhari the sage, being disturbed in his concentration by their splashing, noted the patriarchal felicity of the monarch of the lake, and allowed himself to think, how enviable this creature, who, though born in such a modest state, is nevertheless sporting cheerfully among his offspring and their young. He wakens in my mind the wish to partake likewise of such pleasure, making merry thus among my children. And having so resolved, Saubhari left the water and went to the palace of a certain mighty king, Manhatri, to ask for one of his daughters. The king, told of the saint's arrival, rose from his throne and offered the usual hospitality, treating him with profound respect, and Saubhari then said to the king, I have determined, O king, to marry. Do you therefore give me one of your daughters? It is not the practice of the princes of your race to refuse the wishes of those who come to them for aid, and so I know that you will not disappoint me. Other kings dwell upon the earth to whom daughters have been born, but your family is above all renowned for its practice of liberality. You have 50 daughters. Give to me but one. And the king, regarding the person of the sage, emaciated by austerity and old age, felt disposed to refuse consent, but dreading to incur the anger and imprecation of the holy man, he was much perplexed, and, declining his head, remained lost a while in thought. Whereupon the sage, observing that hesitation, said, On what, O Raja, do you meditate? What have I asked that cannot be readily accorded? If I am pleased by the daughter whom you now must give to me, furthermore, there will be nothing in the world for which you may wish that you will not gain. But the king, greatly afraid of his displeasure, replied, Grave sir, it is the usage of our house to wed our daughters only to such as they themselves choose from suitors of fitting rank. And since your request has not yet been made known to my children, I cannot say whether it will be as welcome to them as it is to me. That is the reason for my thought. I do not know what to do." The sage understood. This, he thought, is merely a device of the king to evade me. He sees that I am old, having no charms for women, and not likely to be chosen by any of his daughters. Well, so be it. I shall be a match for him. And he said, "Since that, O mighty prince, is the custom of your house, command that I be led into the harem. Should any of your daughters be willing to take me as her bridegroom, I shall have her for my bride, and if none be willing, then let the blame attach to the years that I have numbered, and to them alone." Manhatri, greatly fearing him, was thus obliged to command the eunuch to lead him to the inner chambers, where the sage, as he entered, put on a form of such beauty that he far exceeded anything mortal, or indeed even the charms of the heavenly beings. And the eunuch said, "Your father sends to you this pious sage, young ladies, who has come to him for a bride. And the king has promised him that he will not refuse to him any one of you who shall choose him for her husband." The girls, beholding him and hearing this announcement, were inspired immediately with desire, and like a troop of female elephants disputing the favors of the master of the herd, cried out, pushing at each other, "Away, sister, away! He is my choice. He is mine. He is not for you. He has been created by Brahma for me, and I for him. I saw him first. You cannot come between us." So that a violent feud arose, and as the blameless sage was thus fought for by the many screaming princesses, the eunuch returned to the king and with downcast eyes reported the quarrel. The king was amazed. "What?" he exclaimed. "Can it be possible? And what am I to do now? What was it that I promised?" And in keeping with his promise, he had now to marry to the old visitor all 50. And so, having wedded, according to the law, all 50 of the king's daughters, the sage went off with them to his forest, where he caused the master craftsman of the gods, Visvakarman himself, to build for him 50 palaces, one for each of his wives, providing each luxuriously with couches, elegant seats, and other furniture, gardens, pleasant groves, and reservoirs of water, where the wild duck and other waterfowl should play among the lotuses. And finally, in each there was an inexhaustible larder and treasury, so that the princesses could entertain their guests and waiting maids with choice drinks and viands of all kinds. Then, after a time, the king Manhatri, yearning for his daughters and concerned to know how they were faring, set off on a visit to the hermitage of Saubhari. He saw before him, however, when he arrived, a galaxy of crystal palaces, shining in a row as brilliantly as 50 suns, amid lovely gardens and reservoirs of pellucid water. Entering one, he found and joyfully embraced one of his daughters. "Dear child," he said, with affectionate tears trembling in his eyes, "tell me how it is. Are you happy? Does the great sage treat you kindly, or do you brood with regret on your early home?" She answered, "Father, you see yourself in what a beautiful palace I am living, surrounded by lovely gardens and lakes where the lotus blooms and the wild geese call. I have the most delicious food, the rarest unguents, costly ornaments and beautiful clothes, soft beds, and every enjoyment that affluence can afford. Why then should I call to memory the palace of my birth? To your favor I owe all that I now possess. I have only one anxiety, however, which is this, that since my husband is never absent from my palace, but is solely attached to me and ever at my side, it must be that he never goes near my sisters. I am concerned to think that they must feel mortified by his neglect. That is the only thing to give me cause for worry." The king proceeded one by one to his other daughters, embracing each in turn, and sitting down, put the same question, to which all gave the same reply. And the king, with his heart overflowing with wonder and delight, then repaired to the wise Saubhari, whom he found alone. He bowed before the sage and gratefully addressed him. "O holy sage, I have beheld this marvelous evidence of your mighty power. The like miraculous faculties I have never known any other to possess. What a great reward for your devout austerities." The king, greeted respectfully by the sage, remained with him for some time, partaking abundantly of the pleasures of the marvelous resort, and then returned, well pleased, to his capital. The daughters bore in time thrice 50 sons, and day by day Salbhari's affection for his children grew, so that his heart was wholly occupied with the sentiment of self, mamata, mindness. These my sons, he loved to think, charm me with their infant prattle. They will learn to walk, they will grow to youth and manhood. I shall see them married, and they will have children, and then I shall see the children of those children. He perceived, however, that every day his anticipations outstripped the course of time, so that at last he thought, "What a fool! There is no end to my desires. Even though for 10,000 years or 100,000 years all that I wish should come to pass, there would still be new wishes springing to my mind, for I now have seen my infants walk, beheld their youth, manhood, marriages, and progeny, yet expectations still arise, and my soul yearns to behold the progeny of their progeny. As soon as I see those, a new wish will arise, and when that is accomplished, how am I to prevent the birth of still further desires? I have at last discovered that there is no end of hope until it terminates in death, and that the mind perpetually engrossed in expectation cannot be attached to the Supreme Spirit. My devotions when I was immersed in water were interrupted by attachment to my friend the fish. The result of that connection was my marriage, and the results of my married life is insatiable desire. Separation from the world is the only path of the sage to final liberation. From commerce with the world there can arise only innumerable errors. I now, therefore, shall exert myself for the rescue of my soul." And having thus communed with himself, Salbhari abandoned his children, his home, and all his splendor, and accompanied by his wives, entered the forest, where he daily practiced the observances prescribed for those authorities having families, until he had cleansed away all attachments. Then his intellect having attained maturity, he concentrated in his spirit the holy fires and became a religious mendicant, after which, consigning all his acts to the Supreme, he won to the condition of solidity, akyuta, not dripping, not leaking, not perishable, which knows no change and is not subject to the vicissitudes of birth, transmigration, and death. The moral is obviously that for your true Indian the world is not enough, even at its best, even beyond its best. His paramount aim, therefore, is beyond this world, and yet the creatures and doings of the world have for him certain fascinating allures, which take hold of his faculties like snares. The forest, therefore, is the first resort of his yearning heart, but even the forest teaches delight. Hence the doors of the senses themselves must be closed. Within, however, even the breathing teaches delight, and further within, let us seek and follow the yogi on his road of flame. 8. The road of smoke. First, to understand from what sea of pain the Indian sage desires release, let us consider in some detail one of the several Indian versions of the archaic, mathematically structured myth of the ever-returning cycle. Let us choose, because of its clarity, the world cycle of the Jains, who, though today a sect small in number, were in the past both numerous and of great influence. Their most celebrated teacher, Mahavira, who died circa 485 BC, was a contemporary and formidable rival of the Buddha. Both were natives of that lower Ganges country below Benares that we have called the classic Holy Land of the forest sages. Both were of Satriya, not Brahmin, descent, and after marriage left the world to become the wandering saviors of ascetic companions of disciples. And both taught doctrines of release, moksha, from desire, kama, and death, mara, by way of a gradually progressed system of vows. However, whereas the Buddha's was in every sense a middle way, that of the Mahavira could not have been more extreme. It bore the traits in every aspect of an archaic, dualistic notion of absolutely opposed matter and spirit, extreme loathing toward the mixture of the two principles in the organism of the universe, an unrelenting will to extricate one's own immortal spirit from the vortex, and yet an extraordinary gentleness toward all things whatsoever, since all, sticks, stones, air, water, and all, were living spirits trapped by their own misdirected will in the profitless, cruel round of rebirth in the ever-revolving vortex of this world of pain. The Buddha preached a new doctrine, Mahavira, however, taught one that in his time was already old. His parents before him had been Jains, followers of the teachings of an earlier savior, the Lord Parsva, whose symbolic animal had been the serpent, because at the moment of his achievement of perfection, standing absolutely naked, sky-clad, digambara, in the upright posture known as dismissing the body, Sarga, having pulled out with his own hands every bit of his hair and torn out by the root every impulse to exist, he was attacked by a demon, but protected on each side by an immense pair of cosmic serpents. The demon, whose name was Mega Malin, cloud enveloped, had sent tigers, elephants, and scorpions against the inwardly absorbed saint, which, however, slunk away ashamed when they entered the field of his immobile presence. Then a dense and terrible darkness was conjured up. A cyclone arose. Trees, shattering, hurtled through the air. Peaks fell. The earth with a roar opened, and rain descended, becoming a torrent. Yet the figure of the saint remained unmoved. The monster, wrathful, became hideous, face black, mouth vomiting fire. With a garland of skulls, he resembled that god of death, Mara, who assailed the Buddha in a like situation. But when he came rushing, shining in the night, shouting, "Kill, kill," the Lord Parsva remained, as ever, absolutely unmoved. Then it was the serpent king beneath the earth, whose heads with many hoods support the plane of the earth, emerged from beneath this earth, together with his queen, the goddess Sri Lakshmi, who, like himself, was now in serpent form. The two snakes made obeisance before the Lord, who remained unaware of the arrival, and stationing themselves at either hand, spread their hoods above him, whereupon the demon, terrified by their magnitude, turned in his chariot and fled, when the two, once again bowing to the Lord, returned to their abode. The scene suggests the Indus seal with the two serpents, figure 37, and there may in fact be a connection, for the Lord Parsva, whose dates have been estimated to have been circa 872 to 772 BC, was not the first world savior of the Jains, but, according to Jain tradition, the 23rd. And if there were really 22 before him, or even only a quarter of that sum, the line could easily have stemmed from the period of those seals. However, the Jain style of mathematical reckoning does little to assure us of the accuracy of their calculations, for, according to their legend, Aristanemi, the savior before Parsva, anteceded him by 84,000 years, which lands him in the period of Neanderthal man. Nambi, number 21, is placed circa 134,000 BC, and Suvrata, number 20, circa 1,234,000 BC, which is a good 800,000 years before Homo erectus. With saviors earlier still, we pass beyond even geological time, and the fact becomes clear that, as in the case of the Mesopotamian kings and biblical patriarchs before the flood, the reckoning now is in mythical, not in earthly terms. In the cosmic image of the Jains, the order of time is depicted as a wheel of 6 descending avasarpini and as many ascending utsarpini spokes. During those descending, of which the long age of the 24 world saviors was the 4th, and our own age, following the death of Mahavira, constitutes the 5th, good gives place to bad, but on the other hand, during the subsequent ascending ages, bad gives place to good, and the whole world returns inevitably to virtue. At the beginning of the first descending period, people attained a stature of 6 miles, had 256 ribs, and were born as twins, always boy and girl, who became man and wife and lived for 3 palyas, 3 periods of countless years. 10 wish-fulfilling trees answered all desires, one abounding with delicious fruits, another with leaves that formed pots and pans, while the leaves of a third continually rendered sweet music. A fourth shone at night with a bright light, and a fifth with the radiance of many little lamps. The flowers of a sixth were not only glorious, but filled the air with a lovely scent, and a seventh gave food both of great beauty and of many interesting tastes. An eighth produced jewelry, a ninth was a many-storied palace, and the bark of the 10th supplied clothes. The earth then was sweet as sugar, the waters were delicious wine, and when each couple in its time gave birth to one pair of twins, the elders, after a period of 7 times 7 days, passed directly to the regions of the gods without ever having heard of religion. This age, known as very beautiful, Susama Susama, lasted 400 billion oceans of years, each ocean consisting of 100 million times 100 million palyas, each palya being a period of countless years, and gave place to that known as very beautiful Susama, which, as the name suggests, was exactly half as fortunate as the former. The wish-fulfilling trees, the earth, and the waters were only half as bountiful as before. Men and women were only 4 miles tall, had only 128 ribs, lived for only 2 periods of countless years, and passed to the world of the gods when their twins were only 64 days old. This period lasted 300 billion oceans of years, declining gradually but inevitably to the stage called sorrowfully very beautiful, Susama Dusama, when joy became mixed with grief. The twins now were 2 miles tall with 64 ribs and lived for only 1 period of countless years. Furthermore, the wish-fulfilling trees had become so sparing in their yield that people laid claim to them severally as property, and so a need for government arose. A lawgiver was therefore appointed, Vimala Vahana by name, and the last patriarch of his long line, Nabhi, was the father of the first Jain savior, Sabanatha. For there was need now not only for government but also for a guide to release from this already sorrowing round. Sabanatha, whose name means the Lord Natha Bul Risaba, was born in the capital, Ayodhya, of his venerable father, enjoyed as a young prince the pleasures of the court for 1,000,000 times 2,000,000 years, and when he became king, perceiving that the wish-fulfilling trees would presently be insufficient in their yield, he taught during the 1,000,000 times 6,300,000 years of his reign the 72 sciences, of which the first, we are told, is writing, arithmetic, the most important, and the science of divination, the last. Also 100 useful arts, 3 masculine occupations, and 64 feminine perfections. He had 100 sons, to each of whom he gave a kingdom, and then, turning to his final work, he renounced the world, gave himself to the practice of austerities for 1,000 times 1,000,000 years, and achieving in the end illumination beneath a banyan tree in the park known as Dirty Face, Sakatamuka, near the town of Purimatala, he preached to 84 chief disciples throughout the remaining 99,000 times 1,000,000 years of his life, saw the growth of an order of 84,000 monks, 300,000 nuns, and 850,000 lay disciples, 305,000 male and 554,000 female, departed finally to the summit of Mount Astapada, where after a full career of 8,400,000 times 1,000,000 years, his golden body was let drop by its monad, precisely 3 years, 8 months and a half before the end of the sorrowfully very beautiful period of the world, and beginning the very beautifully sorrowful Dusama Susama. For with the 4th age of the descending series, the unpleasant aspects of existence began to preponderate over the pleasant, and this circumstance got worse with every passing 1,000,000 years. The age before had lasted 200 billion oceans of years. This would last only 100 billion oceans, minus 42,000 common years, and whereas people at the opening of the period were 1,000 yards tall, had 32 ribs, and lived for 10,000,000 years, at the close, which is precisely dated 522 BC, they were but 9.5 feet tall and lived no more than a miserable century. The Jain religion, however, was during this time renewed repeatedly for their rescue by the long line of 24 world saviors or passage makers, Tirthankaras, to the yonder shore. the last of whom passed away 3 years, 8 months and a half before the commencement of the 5th descending age, which is our own. When the gate to release is gradually closing, the religion of the Jains will soon disappear, and there will come no more Tirthankaras to preach to a deteriorating humanity now below the level of capacity necessary for achievement. This is the age known as sorrowful, Dusama, and though to certain foreigners and aborigines it may appear to be a period of auspicious change and opening horizons, to the wise who have been devoting themselves to the reading of sacred texts rather than to the vain learning of the world, and who therefore know not only what a wonderful thing life was millions of oceans of years ago, but also that even that blessed state bound to the wheel of delusion is surpassed infinitely in the unconditioned condition of nirvana. This world, with all its tawdry glory of merely visible trees, mountains, oceans, stars, and galaxies of amazement, is a miserable vale of tears indeed. For look now, the tallest men are but 10.5 feet tall, and their lifespans no more than 125 years. People have only 16 ribs, and they are selfish, unjust, violent, lustful, proud, and avaricious. The age is to endure for 21,000 years, and before its close the last Jain monk, who will have been named Dupa Sahasuri, the last Jain nun, Falgushri, the last Jain layman, Nagila, and the last lay woman, Satya Shri, will have died unilluminated, and then the last descending age, to be known as sorrowfully sorrowful, Dusama Dusama, will arrive. The longest life then will be 20 years, 18 inches the greatest stature, and a mere 8 the number of ribs. The days will be terribly hot, the nights freezing, disease will be rampant, and chastity non-existent. Tempests will sweep over the earth, and toward the conclusion of the period these will increase. In the end, all life, human and animal, and all vegetable seeds will be forced to seek shelter in the Ganges, in caves, and in the sea. The descending series of 6 ages will terminate, and the ascending Utsarpini begin, when the tempest and desolation will have reached the point of the unendurable. Then for 7 days it will rain, 7 different kinds of rain will fall, the soil will be refreshed, and seeds will begin to grow. The improvement will commence during the dark fortnight of the moon in the month of Shravana, July-August. Out of their caves the horrible dwarf-like creatures of the arid earth will venture, and very gradually there will be perceptible a slight improvement in their morals, health, stature, and beauty, until in time they will be living in a world such as the one we know today. A savior named Padmanatha, Lord Lotus, will be born to announce again the religion of the Jains. The stature of mankind will approach again the superlative, and the beauty of man will surpass the splendor of the sun. At last the earth will sweeten, and the waters turn to wine. The wish-fulfilling trees will yield their bounty of delights to a blissful population of perfectly wedded twins, and the happiness of this community again will be doubled, and the wheel, through 10 millions of 10 millions of 100 millions of 100 millions periods of countless years, will approach the point of beginning the downward revolution, which again will lead to the extinction of the eternal religion and the gradually increasing tumult of unwholesome merrymaking, warfare, and pestilential winds. The earliest recorded mythology of such a cycle of world ages we have found it in ancient Mesopotamia, where, however, no signs appear of any such systematic rationalization of world-loathing as in this mythology of the Jains. Nor am I aware of any early Mesopotamian concept of the shape of the universe that quite matches that of the Jains, which is of a colossal human form, usually female, with the earth plane at the level of the waist, 7 hells beneath in the pelvic cavity, legs and feet stratified as in Dante's vision, 14 celestial stories above in the chest cavity and shoulders, neck and head, while soaring above in the shape of an umbrella of luminous white gold, 14,230,250 yoganas. In circumference, 8 yoganas thick at the center and tapering to the tenuity of a gnat's wing at the edge, is a place of unalloyed perfection called slightly tilted, Isat Pragbhara, to which the released soul ascends when the last least taint of a trace even of heavenly attachment has been burned away through the practice of yoga. One yojana is variously described as equivalent to about 2.5, 4 or 5, 9 or 18 miles. On the plain at the level of the waist, a number of circular continents arranged like the rings of a target with oceans between are thought to circumscribe an axial mountain, Mount Meru. The circular continent of the rose apple tree is the innermost. It has 2 suns and as many moons, and in its southernmost part is India. It is surrounded by the salty ocean, which has 4 suns and 4 moons. Next is the continent of the purple willow tree with 12 suns and moons, surrounded by the black ocean with 42. The circle of the lotus, which is next, has 72 pairs of luminaries and is the ultimate continent inhabited by man. Beyond is the ocean of the lotus, and thereafter, in expanding series, the circle of the god Varuna and the ocean of Varuna, the circle of milk and the ocean of milk, circle of clarified butter and ocean of clarified butter, circle of sugar cane and ocean of sugar cane, on through many more to finally the land of the joy of being oneself, and beyond the ocean of the joy of being oneself, which has a diameter of 1 infinitude, Raju, and fills the breadth of the waist of the cosmic being. Now this great being has no will, no joy, no power, indeed no being of its own, for it is merely a magnitude of matter, ajiva, blown into shape, so to say, by the force and vitality of an infinite number of diluted monads, jivas, swarming like maggots through every particle of its otherwise inert substance, trapped and circulating through the vast limbs and organs. These put on and off the forms of the various orders that we know as life, seemingly born, seemingly passing away, yet actually merely transmigrating from one state to another in a piteous, helpless round. And these numerous, greatly differing orders of appearance are classified by the Jains minutely in what is really an amazing system of psychologically graded categories, a little tedious to review, perhaps, but of consequence for not only Jainism but also Buddhism, Hinduism, the whole Orient touched by the Buddhist law, Zoroastrianism, and even Dante, as an image of la condition humaine. Furthermore, it is about as dismal and bizarre as anything the mad mind of man has ever conceived. At the level of the waist of the great cosmic being, where the passage of time is marked by the ever-returning cycle of 12 stages already reviewed, the incarnations through which we all have passed many times and are still passing are as follows. 1. Earth incarnations. 1. Numerous varieties of dust particle. 2. Sand, pebbles, boulders, and rock. 3. Various metals. 4. The various precious stones. 5. Clays, sulfur, and the various salts, talc, alum, realgar, saltpeter, natron, orpiment, cinnabar, etc. Monads endure in these forms for periods of from less than a second to some 22,000 years, and while remaining on this level may experience as many as 700,000 incarnations, besides appearances in gross matter, Satula. Others occur in subtle matter, Suksma, for example, in the scenery of the heavens and the apparitions of dreams. 2. Water incarnations. 1. Seas, lakes, rivers, etc., and rains of various sort. 2. Dew and other exudations. 3. Hoarfrost. 4. Snow, hail, and ice. 5. Clouds and fog. Such may last from less than a second to 7,000 years, and for a single monad may number as many as 700,000, whether gross or subtle. 3. Plant incarnations. 1. Plants propagating by gemation, asexual reproduction by production of gemme, budding, lichens, mosses, onions, and other bulbous roots, aloes, spurges, saffron, bananas, etc. 1.4 million incarnations may be experienced by a single monad in this sphere. 2. Individual plants produced from seed, trees, shrubs, and lianas, grasses, grains, and aquatic plants. In these the monad can appear but 1 million times. All incarnations of these 3 divisions of earth, water, and plant are known as immobiles, Another multitude, also in 3 divisions, are the mobiles, namely 4 fire incarnations, 1 flames, 2 embers, 3 lightning flashes, 4 thunderbolts, 5 meteors and bolides. Such never last longer than 3 days and are usually briefer than a second. A single monad may experience 700,000. 5 wind incarnations, 1 breezes, 2 gales, squalls, storms and tempests, 3 whirlwinds, 4 freezing blasts, 5 the inhalations and exhalations of living beings. Whether mobile or immobile, all of the beings so far named possess 4 life powers: a body, length of life, respirations, and the sense of touch. The following in ascending scale have additional life powers. 6 organisms, all of which have the power to make a sound. Vak. 1 beings with 2 senses, touch and taste: worms, leeches, conches, cowries, barnacles, clams, and other shellfish. 2 beings with 3 senses, touch, taste, and smell: fleas and lice, mealworms, roaches, earwigs, crawling bugs, ants, spiders. These live no more than 49 days. 3 beings with 4 senses, touch, taste, smell, and sight: butterflies, bees and wasps, flies and mosquitoes, scorpions, crickets, grasshoppers, and other highly developed insects. These may live as long as 6 months. And finally, being possessed of 5 senses, which are classified in 2 categories, each, however, subdivided. A. Animals. I. Aquatic: fish, sharks, dolphins, porpoises, crocodiles, and tortoises. 2. Terrestrial. A. Animals. I. Aquatic: fish, sharks, dolphins, porpoises, crocodiles, and tortoises. I. Terrestrial: mammals, some with hooves, some claws, lizards and ichneumons, serpents. I. Aerial: feather-winged, parrots, swans, etc., leather-winged bats, having wings in shape of round boxes. These are never seen by human eye, but dwell on other continents. Those never touching the earth, but soaring and even sleeping aloft on wings ever extended. These are never seen either. B. Mankind. I. People of descent lineage, Aryan. These are of many kinds, for example, handsome and ugly, sickly and well, wise and thoughtless, rich and poor, with few or many relatives, celebrated or unknown, powerful or of low degree, speaking this language or that, owning fields, houses, cattle, slaves, gold or other goods, merchants, potters, weavers, bankers, scribes, tailors, warriors, priests, and kings, great kings and universal monarchs. The last, furthermore, being subdivided as to either lunar dynasty or solar, and finally a radical distinction is made between those inhabiting the so-called realms of action, which are in the extreme south and north as well as center of the continent of the rose apple tree, and those inhabiting the realms of delight in certain other parts of the earth. In the latter, men are giants twice as tall as those that we know, but since they pay no attention to the laws of virtue, are subject to innumerable incarnations. Barbarians, Malekas. These are the residue of mankind, and among them are fabulous races living on remote, unvisited isles, some having horns and tails, others hopping about on one leg, all with monstrous faces, some with immense ears, which, when they sleep, they fold across their eyes. Incarnations at the level of the waist do not constitute the whole story, however, for the hells and heavens also are alive with monads, those below suffering the punishments and those above the rewards of their lives on earth. Below in the 7 hells are figures terrible to behold, like immense birds deprived of feathers, sexless and having bodies of a type known as changeable, Vikriyaka, for they are without bones or tendons and very loosely put together. In the lowest hell they are 1,000 yards tall, 500 danus, a danu being 4 hastas, hands, the measure from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger, about 18 inches, what the book of Genesis called a cubit. In the next 500, the fifth, 250, in the fourth 125, next 62.5, the second 31.25, and in the first or uppermost hell 46 feet 10.5 inches. Those of the lowest 3 hells are black, the next 2 dark blue, and the upper 2 the gray of smoke, all being subject to the 4 cardinal passions of pride, wrath, delusion, and desire. All being subject to the 4 cardinal passions of pride, wrath, delusion, and desire. They torment and mangle one another horribly with arrows, javelins and tridents, clubs and axes, knives and razors, tossing one another to beasts and birds endowed with claws and beaks of iron, or into rivers of corrosive liquid or of fire. Some are hung head downward into boiling vats of blood and filth. Others are being roasted alive. More, pinned through the head to great moaning trees, are having their bodies sliced to ribbons, and the food of this company is poisoned, sizzling grease and ordure, while for drink they have molten metal. The upper three hells are blazing, the next two mixed of hot and cold, and the deepest freezing, as in Dante's view. Furthermore, to the upper hells 15 deities of a coarse and lusty ilk known as asuras are assigned, who are not miserable at all in this domain, but on the contrary take fiendish delight in administering pain. But deities in the Jain view, whether fiends in hell or celestial beings, are themselves merely monads caught in the vortex of rebirth, happy for a time but destined to pass to other forms, and they are of four chief but finely subdivided categories. 1. Gods supporting the earthly order. 1. Fiends of the upper hells, asuras. 2. Divine serpents. 3. Lightning deities. 4. Golden-feathered sunbirds. 5. Fire deities. 6. Wind deities. 7. Thunder gods. 8. Water gods. 9. Gods of the continents. 10. Gods of the quarters. 2. Wilderness or jungle sprites. 1. Kinnaras, the name means what sort of man, bird-like musicians having human heads. 2. Kimpurushas, a name also meaning what sort of man. These are of human form with the heads of horses. 3. Maharagas, great serpents. 4. Gandharvas, celestial man-like musicians. 5. Yakshas, powerful earth demons, usually benign. 6. Rakshasas, malignant and very dangerous cannibal demons. 7. Bhutas, cemetery vampires. 8. Pishachas, malignant mighty imps. 3. Heavenly bodies. 1. Suns, numbering in the worlds inhabiting by man, 132. 2. Moons, likewise, 132. 3. Constellations for each sun and for each moon, 28. 4. Planets for each sun and for each moon, 88. 5. Stars for each sun and for each moon, 600 billion 697 million billion 500 billion. 4. Dwellers in the mansions of the storied heavens of two orders subdivided in ascending series. 1. Those within the temporal sphere. A. Masters of the true law. B. The lordly powers. C. The ever youthful. D. The great kings. E. Dwellers in the casual world. F. Lords of the mystical sound. Va. G. The greatly brilliant. H. Those of 1,000 rays. I. The Pacific. J. The revered. K. Those delighting in the abyss. L. The imperishable. Acutas, not dripping. And 2. Those beyond the temporal sphere in two subdivided classes. A. Those residing in the cosmic neck. I. Delightful to see. I. Of noble achievement. I. Delighting the mind. IV, universally benign. V, illustrious. VI, well-disposed. VII, auspicious. VIII, giving joy. IX, giving bliss. B, those residing in the head. I, the victorious. II, the carriers of banners. III, the conquerors. IV, the invincibles. V, the fully realized. Each of these 49 suborders of divine being is organized like an Indian kingdom in 10 grades. 1. Kings, Indras. 2. Princes. 3. 33 high functionaries. 4. Court nobles. 5. Bodyguards. 6. Palace guards. 7. Soldiers. 8. Citizens. 9. Slaves. 10. Criminal classes. All deities dwelling below the sphere of the neck delight in sexual play, and as in the hells, so here the life monads are of colors according to kind. Those of categories 1, 2, and 3 are black, dark blue, and the gray of smoke. Those of 4, suborders 1A and B, flame red, C to E, yellow, and the rest increasingly white. Gods of orders 1, 2, and 3, furthermore, and of 4, 1A and B, are 10 feet 6 inches tall. 4, 1K and L, and the gods dwelling in the neck, 3 feet tall, while the beings at the top, the victors bearing banners, conquerors, invincible and fully realized, are all less than 18 inches tall. Contrast the beings in the lowest hell with a stature of 1,000 yards. One of these gods would stand very prettily on one's desk. And so, above the earth as well as beneath, there is imagined only a manifold of monads, no god nor even God, either in the usual Occidental sense of these terms or in the early Vedic sense. For even in their highest banner-bearing day of victory in the luminous heavens of the head, these are but souls, monads, temporarily well placed because of deeds well done in lives before, but destined to move along when their merit has been served. Nor again is there any judge numbering those deeds to assign due punishment and reward. The effects of action are automatic. Deeds of violence automatically draw weight and darkness into the soul. Those of gentleness lighten both its color and its weight, so that the monad falls and rises of itself, and there was never a creator of this world. It has been as it is from all eternity. Thus Jainism is a religion without God. One might also term it mechanistic, scientific, even though it is surely obvious that, in spite of its grand show of meticulous numeration, this image is, to say the least, inaccurate as to fact. Such as effort to read a consistent order into the entire spectacle of nature is far from primitive. It represents an already highly developed search for laws that should be constant throughout time and space. However, in its mad nightmare of a system, the indispensable scientific attitude toward evidence, checking, testing, criticizing, carefully sorting fact from fancy, is absolutely missing, and the result is a world that never was, to which the individual, nevertheless, is urged to shape his life, thoughts, meditations, dreams, and even basic fears and delights. Moreover, whatever the aim and attitude may have been of the early proto-scientists to whom the origins of this attempt to classify the phenomenology of both the gross world and the visionary in purely psychological terms may be due in the Jain system and throughout the latter religious usages of such archaic cosmological organizations, there is no interest whatsoever in relevancy to fact, projected from the mind onto the actual universe like a movie onto a screen. This image has been for centuries employed to elicit further research, but to blot the universe out. Its function is psychological, the unsettling and disillusion of the will to live and the guidance of the sentiments away from their natural earthly concerns, even past all the usual religious imageries of hope and fear, hells, heavens, and the rest, to an absolutely transcendent, absolutely inconceivable goal to which every effort of the will is to be turned. No one cares at all whether such a vision, competent to lure the mind and heart away from earth, corresponds as science to earthly fact. The judgment of its truth and value is pragmatic. If it works upon the psyche, it is true enough. And so we have in this mythology of the Jains an example of something absolutely new in the history of our subject, at least as far as the evidence goes, namely a mythology designed to break, not foster, the will to live, and to blot out, not enhance, the universe. Among the Greeks, it is true, there was an ascetic strain also in the line of the Orphics, Pythagoras, Eleatics, and Plato, but there is nothing anywhere in Greek philosophy, or indeed anywhere in the known history of our subject, to match the absolute no of the religion of the Jains. The peculiar melancholy of their alienation from this life and death that will never end goes infinitely farther than the Greek, as does their vision of the reach of time and space and therewith of cosmic misery. For the Greek view of the world, as Spengler well showed in his discussions of the Apollonian soul in the decline of the West, placed all its emphasis on visible, tangible bodies. The Greek tongue possessed no word for space. The far away and the invisible were ipso facto not there. The Greek term cosmos referred not to a field of space and force, but to a sum of harmoniously ordered bodies, well defined, Euclidean, measurable, and perceptible. Euclidean number was a definition of bounds, so that inevitably, as Spengler declared, the classical became by degrees the culture of the small. The reach into boundlessness of the Indian mind, on the other hand, which is well epitomized in its, to us, ridiculous integer, the palya, a period of countless years, by which even precise numbers are rendered imprecise, has so dilated the cosmic spectacle that the actualities at hand are simply unworthy of the notice of the wise. In contrast to the Greek, whose reading of the cosmos began with the visible and pressed only a little into space, the space of which his eye might become aware, the Indian opened his cosmology with space, akasa, and produced from that a universe no one had ever seen. Moreover, a universe pierced through with such a magnitude of sorrow that the actual sorrow and suffering of those ephemeral beings immediately present to the eye, one's neighbors, for example, of lower caste, hardly merited a thought. The sage, already saturated with his knowledge of the world's sorrow, could see in them only illustrations of a cosmic and incorrigible state, and in the light of this knowledge all that was surely evident was the infinite importance to the infinite individual of the spiritual task of getting out of this exquisite nightmare, in which even heaven is only a net of perfumed gossamer of gold, to catch and lure the jiva back into the calamitous round. The peculiar force and melancholy of the Indian alienation from this life and death that will never end is a function of the Indian mind itself, which, in its fabulous reach, has found infinity at every hand and filled it, not with rational observation, but with a rationalized nightmare of its own production. There never was a time when time was not, nor will there come a time when time will have ceased to be. This sorrowful world as it is will go on sorrowful forever. Moreover, the sorrow that meets the eye does not represent by any means the magnitude and depth as well as breadth of the whole, the misery of man and the beasts around him, the plant world and supporting earth, the rocks and waters, fire, wind, and flying clouds, indeed space itself with its luminaries, constitutes but the least fraction of that ever-living, ever-diluted body and conglomerate of misery which is the universe in its total being. Welcome to Will Read. 9. The Road of Flame. As a large pond, we read in Jain text, when its influx of water has been blocked, dries up gradually through consumption of the water and evaporation, so the karmic matter of a monk, which has been acquired through millions of births, is annihilated by austerities, provided there is no further influx. The first task of the Jain teacher, therefore, is to block in his student the karmic influx, which can be achieved only through a gradual reduction of the sphere of life participation. And the second task, when the student has finally closed and locked every door, is to have him burn out through asceticism the karmic matter already present. The normal Sanskrit term for this discipline is tapas, a word meaning heat. The Jain yogi, through his fierce interior heat, is supposed literally to burn out karmic matter, and thus to cleanse and lighten his precious monad, so that, rising through the planes of the cosmic body, it may ultimately ascend beyond to peace and isolation, kaivalyam, beneath the umbrella slightly tilted, where the individual life monad, perfectly clear at last of all coloring matter whatsoever, will shine forever in its own translucent, crystalline, pure being. To begin seriously and systematically the great ascent, which may require many future lives, the mere man of the world, the layman, heavily stained and weighted with the matter of the world, yet desiring to be disengaged, must first renounce 5 faults. 1. Doubt concerning the validity of the Jain view of the universe, the achievement of the world saviors, makers of the crossing to the other shore, and the efficaciousness of Jain practice. 2. Desire to embrace any other faith. 3. Uncertainty concerning the deleterious effects of action. 4. Praise of deceivers, i.e., people who have not renounced the 5 faults. And 5. Association with deceivers. The next step is to assume progressively, according to capacity, 12 vows. 1. The 5 basic vows of the Jain layman. 1. Nonviolence. 2. Truthfulness. 3. Non-theft. 4. Chastity. 5. Non-acquisition of possessions. 2. 3 vows to increase the force of the basic 5. 6. To limit one's moving about. 7. To limit the number of things used. 8. Not to wish evil to anyone or to use one's influence for evil, to endanger life by carelessness or to keep unnecessary knives and weapons. 3. 4 vows to initiate positive religious practice. 9. To meditate at least 48 minutes a day. 10. To limit further for a day, occasionally, the limits already imposed. 11. To engage 4 days a month in a monk-like fast and meditation. 12. To support monasteries and monks with donations. And the ideal layman's life toward which one should be striving through all this is to include the following 11 orders of virtue. 1. Virtues of belief. Firm belief in Jainism, reverence for one's religious teacher, guru, worship of the 24 crossing makers, tirthan, and avoidance of 7 bad deeds, to wit, gambling, meat-eating, the drinking of intoxicants, adultery, hunting, thieving, and debauchery. 2. Virtues of dedication, strict observance of the 12 vows and the reception of death when it comes in absolute peace. 3. Virtues of meditation, the raising of the number of meditation periods of at least 3 times a day. 4. Virtues of monastic effort, the raising of the periods of monk-like fast to at least 6 times a month. 5. The virtues of non-injury to plants, avoidance of uncooked vegetables, care never to break a mango from its tree or to eat a mango before someone else has removed the stone, etc. 6. The virtue of non-injury to minute insects, never to eat between sunset and sunrise, or to sip water before daylight, lest there should be some unseen insect in the drink. 7. The virtue of perfect chastity, avoidance even of one's wife and of the scenting of the body, lest she be aroused. Then avoidance of all gods, human beings, and animals of the opposite sex, in thought and speech as well as in life. 8. The virtue of renounced action, never beginning any enterprise that might involve the destruction of life, viz. The building of a house or the digging of a well. 9. The virtue of renounced possession, renunciation of ambition, dismissal of all servants, transfer of property to one's children. 10. The virtue of renounced participation, one eats no meals but only the remains from the dining of others. One gives no worldly advice, and so one is prepared at last for the great step. 11. The virtue of retreat. One dons the garb of an ascetic, withdraws to some religious building or to the jungle, and lives according to the scriptural rules for a monk. Having said farewell to his kindred, we read in a Jain text, being released by his family, wife, and sons, having applied himself to the practice of knowledge, intuition, conduct, asceticism, and courageous concentration, then, before a qualified monk, a leader rich in merits, of distinguished family and pure complexion, of mature age and highly approved by other monks, he makes a bow and, after saying, "Accept me," receives approval. Vows, religious observances, restraint of the senses, removal of all hair, daily duties, nakedness, and avoidance of bathing, these are the fundamentals of monkhood, prescribed by the best of the victors, jinas. Also, sleeping on the ground, not brushing the teeth, reception of food in a standing posture, and 1 meal a day. If the renunciation is not absolute, then there is for the monk no purification of karmic influx, and in the mind of the unpure, how can karma be annihilated? During the earliest stages of monastic effort, anger is quelled, pride, deceitfulness, and greed are reduced to mere traces, the need for sleep is overcome, the power of meditation grows, and a new joy enters the life. Presently, pride vanishes, and with this the power of meditation vastly improves. Women, it is said by some, cannot progress beyond this point, hence they are not allowed to enter into the so-called sky-clothed naked state. Infatuation, aversion, fear, disgust, and various kinds of deceit, maya, are ineradicable from the minds of women. A Jain guidebook to nirvana states, "For women, therefore, there is no nirvana, nor is their body a proper covering, therefore they have to wear a covering. In the womb, between the breasts, in their navel and loins, a subtle emanation of life is continually taking place. How then can they be fit for self-control? A woman may be pure in faith and even occupied with the study of the sutras or the practice of a terrific asceticism. In her case, there will still be no falling away of karmic matter. As deceitfulness is natural to women, states another guide, so are standing, sitting down, roaming about, and teaching the law natural to sages. The next passion to be quenched then is that urge to play a part in the game of life which is called deceitfulness by the Jains and which in women is never overcome. When this disappears, the character becomes virtually sexless, and absolute detachment is hampered only by the memory of things pleasant or unpleasant that one did and saw before becoming an ascetic. Meditations grimly pursued, therefore, must now eradicate not only all sense of pleasure in the beauty of forms and sounds, but also revulsions from ugliness and foul smells and even pain. And when this prodigy of purgation has been accomplished, the sage is completely humorless and the last glint of his humanity dead. And yet the chemistry of the body still is clinging to the first and at last elementary link of the life monad to matter. The terms greed, avidity, or on the chemical level valence, on the physical atomic level binding power, might be used to characterize this sheerly physiological grip that must now be loosed. For if it is not broken but only weakened or relaxed, not only will the final escape to absolute freedom never be achieved, but there will remain the latent danger that with even a slight failure of ascetic concentration, the nearly dead fire may burst into flame. Then the whole series in a chain reaction will be again ignited, pleasure and pain, memories, pride, anger, and the rest, so that the monad on a blazing tide will be swept again into the maelstrom, as it was in the case of the yogi with the 50 young wives who had allowed his one-pointedness to be broken by the splash of a fish. For the one who has achieved this step, on the other hand, and so attained the condition of annihilated infatuation, only two further stages remain, namely, one, that of self-identity in yoga, and two, that of self-identity without yoga. And as the Jain view of the misery of the universe was a mythic, supernormal image designed to inspire revulsion, so is the view now of achievement no less mythic, designed, however, to inspire zeal. We learn, for example, of the world savior Parsva, that when the demon Megamalin, who had assailed him with darkness, storm, and the form of the very god of death, had been dispelled by the pair of cosmic serpents, the saint, who, in contrast to the one who had been distracted by a fish, had remained unmoved even when the earth opened, mountains fell, and a forest shattered around him, acquired self-identity in yoga. All connection with the outer world having dissolved, his energy and light were at rest, infinitely radiant within the monad. Showers of celestial blossoms thereupon descended. The seats of all of the gods of the universe shook. The heavenly choirs sang, and there came pouring from all directions deities with fly whisks, deities of all categories, to build for the world teacher an assembly hall of 12 parts called the flocking together, in which there was to be an allotted place for every species of being. The lion-shaped throne was furnished for him, the umbrella of world rule and a shining halo. His royal father, mother, and former queen arrived, chanting hymns in his praise. There was a beating of celestial kettle drums, and he preached to all the cosmic sermon, wherein the fourfold discipline was taught of the way to the shore beyond sorrow, namely charity, piety, asceticism, and character. Many, including the demon who had assailed him, were converted. Some even achieved perfection. Father, mother, and queen took vows. A black, four-armed, elephant-faced demon arrived, riding on a tortoise, protected by the hood of a large cobra, bearing in his two left hands, respectively, an ichneumon and a serpent, in his right a citron and a serpent, after which a four-handed golden goddess in a chariot drawn by a winged serpent appeared, in her two right hands a noose and lotus, in her left a hook and fruit. And the Lord, followed by the whole vast assembly, began to walk, with the demon on one side and goddess on the other. Before him the wheel of the law aloft and a great drum sounding in the air. Served by an umbrella and by chowries, he went striding upon golden lotuses which emerged before him as he proceeded, while the trees bowed in homage, diseases fled to great distances, the seasons, birds, and winds were glorious, and throughout the world hostilities ceased. Then, knowing that his nirvana was at hand, the Lord Parsva ascended a certain mountain, dropping off his great company gradually on the way, till he arrived at the summit with only 33 illuminated sages who, together with him there, practiced yoga for a month, and when no more time remained to him on earth than would have sufficed for the utterance of the 5 vowels, he passed into the stage of self-identity without yoga. 70 years before, his destructive karmas had been destroyed. Now the 85 ties associated with the 4 modes of non-destructive karma were annihilated. This took place on the 17th day of the bright fortnight of the moon of the month, Shravana, July through August, and the Lord passed immediately to his liberation. The radiant life monad rose from the earth, greater and more brilliant than the sun, yet without color, crystalline, immortal, omniscient and omnipotent, boundless and without weight, passing upward through all the heavens within the temporal sphere of the great cosmic thorax, on beyond, through those of the neck and head, out through the cranium, to ascend to and remain forever in that more than supernal place without wind, nirvana, where the great umbrella soars. The released, weightless monad is not to be reached by any prayer. It is indifferent to the cycling maelstrom far beneath. It is all aware, though unthinking, alone yet everywhere. It is without individual character, personality, quality, or definition. It is simply perfect. And the body which had been dismissed lay deprived of life on the summit of the mountain. The seats of all the gods trembled, showers of celestial blossoms fell, heavenly choirs sang, the kettle drums again rolled, deities with fly whisks arrived from every quarter, divine serpents, lightning deities, golden-feathered sunbirds, fiends from the upper hells, carriers of banners from the heavens of the head, all came. They bathed the body in the blessed fluid of the cosmic milky ocean, decked it with godly ornaments, placed it on a pyre of sandal and aloe wood, whereupon from the head of the god of fire a blaze shot forth, and the body was consumed. Cloud youths quenched the pyre. The gods and goddesses rubbed the ashes upon their heads and persons, built over the bones a pagoda of gems, and finally, with songs and dances, marched in all directions triumphantly back to their hidden homes. Chapter 5. Buddhist India. 1. The Occidental and the Oriental Hero. 4 decades ago, Miguel Assin y Palacios, a Catholic priest and professor of Arabic at the University of Madrid, delivered a shock to the European world of scholarship by showing in Dante's Divine Comedy an influence of Muslim sources. Reviewing in detail the literature of the legend of Muhammad's nocturnal visit to purgatory, hell, and heaven, he demonstrated parallels enough to prove decisively a relationship, referring also to the lore of Zoroastrian Persia and, beyond that, the judgment of the soul before Osiris in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. And of particular interest to our present purpose is the notice in his work of the Persian background of the torture by cold in the lowest Dantean circle. It need hardly be remarked, states Father Assin, that biblical eschatology makes no mention of any torture of cold in hell. The Muslim doctrine, however, places this torture on the same footing as torture by fire. Its introduction into the Muslim scheme of hell was due to the assimilation by Islam of a Zoroastrian belief. It is probable that it had been introduced by Zoroastrians converted to Islam. Torture by cold, he adds, also occurs in the Buddhist hell, and, as we have just discovered, it occurs too in the Jain. The ultimate background of both the Oriental and the Occidental storied heavens and pits of hell, with the world mountain between, is the Mesopotamian concept of the architecture of the universe, where, as we have found, there is an axial cosmic mountain symbolized by the ziggurat oriented with its sides to the quarters, above which in the highest heaven sits a supreme god, amidst a brilliant company of deities. The plant of birth and the bread and water of immortality are in that lofty sphere, below which in the middle sky is the divine archetype and lord of royal rule, whose role in the long course of Mesopotamian history with its fluctuation of empire was played by a number of incumbents. First, apparently, Enlil, the patron deity of Sumerian Nippur, then Bel-Marduk of Hammurabi's Babylon, Assur of Assyria, and among numerous others, Yahweh of the early Hebrews. In his court of many shining gods, or angels, the tablets of fate were annually indited, and the seven heavens of the plants revolved below in stages which in the period of Assyria, circa 1100 to circa 630 BC, were represented by seven terraced stories on the mountainside of the ziggurat, while beneath the earth in the abyss the terrible goddess Ereshkigal of the land of no return was approached through seven gates. In her domain of darkness called Arula, a horde of monsters and of unfortunate souls deprived at death of the last rites of burial wandered horribly in the forms of unsightly birds. Thus, in the iconography of the earliest centers of civilization, the Sumerian cities of riverine Mesopotamia, which flourished circa 3500 to 2000 BC, and brought into being the symbolic order of the hieratic city-state, is to be seen the common source of both the Oriental and the Occidental mythological visions of the universe. A differentiating process clearly separated and transformed the two, however, in the course of time. For one notes in the West, in conformity with our characteristic stress on the dignity of the individual life, for each soul, one birth, one death, one destiny, one maturation of the personality, that whether in heaven, purgatory, or hell, the visiting visionary readily recognizes the deceased. Mohammed in heaven spoke to his brave and loyal friends, just as Dante both to the damned and to the saved in the course of his adventure. And in the classical Greek and Roman visits to the underworld as well, both Ulysses and Aeneas talked with their departed friends, whereas in the Orient there is no such continuity of the personality. The focus of concern is not the individual but the monad, the reincarnating jiva to which no individuality whatsoever intrinsically pertains, but which passes on like a ship through waves from one personality to the next, now a mealworm, now a god, demon, king, or tailor. Hence we find, as Heinrich Zimmer has remarked, that in the Oriental hells and heavens, though multitudes of beings are depicted in their agonies and joy, none retains the traits of his earthly personality. Some can remember having once been elsewhere and know what the deed was through which the present punishment was incurred. Nevertheless, in general, all are steeped and lost in their present state, just as any dog is absorbed in the state of being precisely whatever dog it happens to be, fascinated by the details of its present life, and as we ourselves are in general spellbound by our own present personal existences, so are the beings in the Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist other worlds. They are unable to remember any former state, any costume worn in a previous existence, but identify themselves exclusively with that which they are now, and this, of course, from the Indian point of view, is just what they are not. Whereas the typical Occidental hero is a personality and therefore necessarily tragic, doomed to be implicated seriously in the agony and mystery of temporality, the Oriental hero is the monad, in essence without character but an image of eternity, untouched by or else casting off successfully the delusory involvements of the mortal sphere. And just as in the West the orientation to personality is reflected in the concept and experience even of God as a personality, so in the Orient, in perfect contrast, the overpowering sense of an absolutely impersonal law suffusing and harmonizing all things reduces to a mere blot the accident of an individual life. An obscure and as yet completely unsolved problem in the history of the break between the two worlds envelops the figure of the Persian Zoroaster and the origins of his progressive, ethically oriented, strictly dualistic mythology, which, as far as its spirit is concerned, is entirely on the western side of the cultural watershed, and yet in its origins clearly has stemmed, in part at least, from the same mythology as the Vedas, A discussion at some length will be reserved for my Occidental volume. But in relation to India and the influence of Persian thought upon both Buddhism and Hinduism, it is necessary at this time to point out a few of the chief contrasts that immediately set the doctrine of Zoroaster, and therewith the West, apart. The first and most radical of the innovations, which as far as I know appears here for the first time in the history of mythology, is the progressive, not deteriorating world cycle. As already remarked, see pages 8 through 9, the Zoroastrian version of the world course presents a creation by a god of pure light into which an evil principle entered, by nature contrary to and independent of the first, so that there is a cosmic battle in progress, which, however, is not to go on forever, but will terminate in a total victory of the light, whereupon the process will end in a perfect realization of the kingdom of righteousness on earth, and there will be no continuation of the cycle. There is no idea here of eternal return. A second radical innovation, setting this mythology apart particularly from India, is to be seen in the responsibility that it places upon the individual to choose of his own free will whether and how he shall stand for the light in thought, word, and deed. Hear ye then with your ears, see ye the bright flames with the eyes of the better mind. It is for a decision as to religions, man and man, each individually for himself, before the great effort of the cause. Awake ye to our teaching. And finally, a third principle, essential to the Zoroastrian worldview, which sets it not merely apart from, but diametrically opposed to the Indian, is that of engagement, not disengagement, as the way to the ultimate goal. The individual who, of his free will, has taken upon himself to think, speak, and act for the better, applies himself with all zeal to the work, not of the forest, but the village. The cause of the world is by no means hopeless, and I think it greatly worth noticing that in the iconography of the later Zoroastrianism, the figure epitomizing all evil on earth, the dark antagonist of the moral order, is the tyrant king Dahaka, the fiendish snake, who is actually represented with serpents springing from his shoulders, like the Lord Parsva in the art of the Jains. I am inclined to see in this no mere accident, for, like Jainism, the religion of Zoroaster is an absolute dualism without compromise. There is in neither of these opposed systems any sense of an implicit secret of the two partners, by which the better and the bad in Zoroastrianism, Jiva and non-Jiva in Jainism, should ever be reconciled behind the scenes of the world stage on which their drama is being played out. The two religions are opposed twins, for each the other represents perfectly the deceiver, and whereas in the Indian system the only possible way to salvation lay in a disengagement of the monad from the world and its feudal round, the way of the Persian was precisely engagement in the common struggle of God and man toward an attainable, not at all futile, aim of righteousness on earth. We find, in fact, in Zoroastrian literature an explicit, direct, and intentional attack on the ideals of such a philosophy as that which we have just viewed in our study of the Jains. Verily I say unto thee, declared the Lord of Light, Ahura Mazda, to his prophet Zoroaster, the man who has a wife is far above him who begets no sons. He who keeps a house is far above him who has none. He who has children is far above the childless man. He who has riches is far above him who has none. And of two men, he who fills himself with meat is filled with the good spirit much more than he who does not do so. The latter is all but dead. The former is above him by the worth of a dirham, by the worth of a sheep, by the worth of an ox, by the worth of a man. It is this man that can strive against onsets of death, the bone divider, death, the self-moving arrow, that even with the thinnest garment on can strive against the winter fiend, that can strive against the wicked tyrant and smite him on the head. It is this man that can strive against the ungodly deceiver and deceived, who does not eat. Zoroaster's dates, as we have said, are unknown. Even the question that Professor James Darmesteter proposed as early as 1880 as to whether Zoroaster was a man converted into a god or a god converted into a man remains unanswered. About all that is secure as to date is the fact that Darius I reigned 521 to 486 BC, who was an exact contemporary of Mahavira, died circa 485 BC, and the Buddha 563 to 483 BC. Aeschylus 525 to 456 BC, and Confucius 551 to 478 BC, wrote himself down 520 BC in a trilingual cuneiform inscription at Behistun, composed in Persian, Elamite, and Akkadian, as a dedicated Zoroastrian. By the grace of Ahura Mazda, I am king. At this time, the Persian Empire reached from the Greek Ionian Isle, satrapy 1, to the Punjab and the Indus, satrapy 20. All the ancient worlds of Egypt, Mesopotamia, Phoenicia, the Asiatic Greeks, and the Indus Valley had been absorbed into one progressively and aggressively inspired international nation, the first of its kind in the history of the world. The Persian answer to sorrow, therefore, contemporary with the tragic of Aeschylus, ascetic of Mahavira, and prudent of Confucius, was the building of a soundly governed, progressive world empire under God. Viable roads and a lively commerce ran from India to Greece. A general policy of tolerance fostered the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem, which the Chaldeans had destroyed. The gods of many broken peoples were restored, the arts flourished, new cities and courts arose throughout the realm, and for a time it looked as though the universal monarch had, in the Persian king of kings, indeed come into being. 2. The new city-states, circa 800 to 500 BC. The Aryan warrior herdsmen whose covered wagons rumbled into India during the second millennium BC were matched in Greece, as we have seen, by the numerous and various hunting and herding warrior groups, great and small, whose devastations the archaeology of the Aegean has disclosed for the long period from circa 1900 to circa 1100 BC. Writing of those who left their mark on the shores of southern Greece and in Crete, Professor H.G.L. Hammond writes, "Some negative conclusions are permissible. The invaders brought no distinctive painted pottery or other mark of a developed civilization. They did not take to urban life. They were probably nomadic at first, living in tents and huts, using wooden utensils and worshipping wooden statues. Their early village settlements were small. They showed no reverence for the standards of Mycenaean civilization and therefore presumably came from outside the limits of the Mycenaean area. They must have been physically tough and ably led in order to overthrow the centers of Mycenaean power. They may have had some superior weapons, but in the arts they were inferior to those they conquered." Undoubtedly, the same general description can be applied to the pastoral tribesmen who entered and crossed through the Indus Valley at the time of the fall into ruins of the two earlier High Bronze Age cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. However, whereas the invaders of the Aegean were entering a world of still powerful archaic empires, those of India, having passed and left behind two crumbling citadels of an already worn-out colonial establishment of some kind, saw before them only comparatively rude jungle planters, hunters, and collectors, the Dacius of their deep disdain. Furthermore, the Greeks by 1200 BC had iron, the Indian Aryans did not, and finally the pleasant open waters of the ship-filled Mediterranean beckoned the Greeks to learn of distant lands and to keep their eyes alert, whereas the land and mountain vastness of Asia, never overcome by man, always threatening to reply to his little victories with a force infinitely surpassing anything humanly imaginable, kept before the mind the aspect of the universe that is experienced rather as sublime than as beautiful. So that whereas in the European sphere the gods and myths of the archaic inheritance became, with the increased assurance of man in a world where he could feel at home, increasingly developed on the anthropomorphic side, in India the aspect of awe, great fear and power, superhuman force, and transcendent sublimity was carried to such a point that even in the heart of man humanity dissolved, and there entered the inhumanity of God. The old world of the hieratic city-states now was a memory, and for the most part very dim. But though many cities had fallen, many also remained, that is to say, in the West. In India, on the other hand, there were none. Hence, the Greeks soon were rebuilding on the ruins of the past, building in brick, plaster, and stone, while the Vedic Aryans of the Punjab and Gangetic Plain were building in no material permanent enough to have left to us any physical remains. Their period to circa 800 BC is an archaeological blank, nor have they left any literary tokens of their way of life. From the Iliad and Odyssey, a fairly dependable image can be drawn of the Greek heroic age, for which we have, besides, considerable archaeological support. From the Indian epics, on the other hand, which, as we have seen, show traits and deep alterations from as late as the 5th century AD, only a mirage-like, greatly idealized priestly vision can be drawn of the world and people of the Vedic age, while tangibly to let us see, instead of merely hear about, the household, ritual, and battle gear of those for whom Indra slew the dragon, released the 7 streams, made subject the dark Dasa folk, and made their color disappear, we have exactly nothing. For the period immediately following the Vedic Aryan, however, a promising archaeological breakthrough occurred in the upper Ganges area in the 1950s when a well-stratified mound was explored some 80 miles northeastward of Delhi at Hastinapura, where a sequence of 3 distinct ceramic wares appeared as follows. 1. Ochre-colored ware, apparently of circa 1000 BC, with which copper implements are associated. The impression, for the moment, states Sir Mortimer Wheeler, is that these precede the full development of urban life in the region. 2. Painted gray ware, dated by Wheeler about 8th to 5th centuries BC, a distinctive Bronze Age ware concentrated in the two-river Doab, Jumna, Ganges area, but with extensions westward to the Punjab and southward as far as Ujjain. Wheel-turned and well-fired with painted linear and dotted patterns, concentric circles, spirals, sigmas, and swastikas, generally black but occasionally red. If Aryans must be dragged into this picture, Wheeler writes, it is possible to suppose that the PG ware may represent the second phase of their invasion of India, when from the Punjab they entered and Aryanized the middle country of the Ganges, Jumna, Doab, after picking up ideas and doubtless craftsmen in the Indus Valley and the Baluch borderland. This was the period of the Brahmanas and chief Upanishads, King Ajatasattu and Jabali, and possibly also that great war whose echoes have come to us in the Mahabharata, which, like the Wars of the Roses in England, represents the end of an aristocratic feudal age. Following that disaster, the term Veera, hero, was no longer applied primarily to chariot fighters but to yogis, as for example in the name Mahavira, the great Maha, hero, Veera, the last of the world saviors of the Jains. 3. Northern black polished ware, an elegant, wheel-turned, highly polished ware of steel-like quality, associated with iron, ascribed schematically and still tentatively to the 5th to 2nd centuries BC, the period of the Buddha, 563 to 483 BC, to the Emperor Asoka, reigned circa 268 to 230 BC. Apparently dominant in Bihar, the area of the Buddha's early teaching, whence it may have been carried by the victories of Asoka and his immediate predecessors westward to the upper Punjab, Taxila, eastward to Bengal and Orissa, and southward to Amaravati and Nasik. It is only with the last 2 of these wares that the rise of cities in India is to be associated, cities not of brick or stone but of wood, and with stockades of prodigious beams and logs. In association with the painted gray ware, we may imagine, Wheeler suggests, a comfortable and organized city life in the Jumna Ganges basin sometime in the first half of the first millennium BC. The general urban background of the Mahabharata, a picture of wealthy and jealous dynasties and politics based upon a limitless and fertile soil and serviceable river communications. And then about 500 BC, in association with the northern black polished complex, a knowledge of ironworking spread through the region, doubtless introduced from Persia, where iron smelting had been familiar for 5 or 6 centuries. The introduction of coinage, also from Persia, betrays a quickening of the commercial sense. And as Wheeler concludes, this Ganges civilization, which the northern black polished ware marks for us once it had been established, endured through the centuries with a changelessness which the modern age has not altogether shaken. We may register then with a glance again at Greece beyond the other bound of the Persian Empire, a gradual rise and flowering from circa 800 to circa 500 BC of a multitude of secular, in contrast to hieratic monarchic states across the whole domain from Athens to Bengal. Literally hundreds of tiny sovereign powers, each with its capital, fortress, town, or city, governed by a princely family and with councils of elders, citizen assemblies, palace army, temple clergy, peasantry, and trading gentry, shops, dwellings, and among the more prosperous, monuments and parks. And behold, at a certain time there began appearing in these pleasant little capitals wandering, teaching sages, each with his cluster of devotees, and each supposing himself to have solved, once and for all, the mystery of sorrow. Kapila, perhaps circa 600 BC, Gosala, 535 BC, Mahavira died circa 485 BC, the Buddha, 563 to 483 BC, Pythagoras, 582 to 500 BC, Xenophanes and Parmenides, both also of the 6th century, and Empedocles, circa 500 to 430 BC, the wonder worker who went about among man as an immortal god crowned with fillets and garlands. Behind these there loom more shadowy figures of whom it cannot be said whether they were men or gods. Parsva, 872 to 772, and Risabha, Orpheus, date unknown, and Dionysus. Furthermore, in the teachings of these sages in both India and Greece, a number of characteristic themes appear that were unknown to the myths of the early Aryans. For example, the idea of the wheel of rebirth, which is fundamental to Orphism as well as to India, the idea of the soul in bondage to the body a tomb, said the Orphics, and deliverance through asceticism, sin leading to the punishments of hells, virtue to ecstasy, and thence to absolute knowledge and release. Heraclitus flourished 500 BC, spoke of life as an ever-living fire, as did the Buddha, same date, in his fire sermon. The doctrine of the elements is common to the two traditions: fire, air, earth, and water among the Greeks, ether, air, fire, water, and earth in the Indian series. The Orphics, as well as Indians, knew the image of the cosmic egg, also the cosmic dancer. Already, in the words of Thales, circa 640 to 546 BC, the idea is announced that the universe, possessed of a soul, is full of spirits, and in Plato's Timaeus, the body of the universe is described very much in the way of the Jains, as a living creature of which all other living creatures, severally and in their families, are parts. We have already remarked among primitive hunting peoples the idea of the immortality of the individual soul, which neither dies nor is born, but simply passes back and forth, as it were, through a veil, appearing in bodies and departing. We have observed also the development in the ancient Near East of the idea of the hieratic city-state, governed in every phase of life by the model of a cosmic mathematical harmony that is revealed and illustrated by the celestial spheres. And we have noticed circa 1750 BC in the two leading centers of that time, Mesopotamia and Egypt, a literature of lamentation, doubt, and questioning. A turbulent millennium had intervened. The old, largely rural Bronze Age situation had given place over a broad domain of maturing civilization to a galaxy of cities governed by secular, not divine kings. And in these the folk were no longer largely farmers. We hear of merchants, professional thieves, moneylenders, artisans of all kinds, judges and a class of clerks, mariners, caravan personnel, innkeepers, mining supervisors, and military officers. For such, the old rites of a rural religion of the fertile soil or kingly of the magic of victory simply had no force. They were out of date. A broad zone of readiness had therefore been established for the reception of a new approach to the problem of man's highest good. Dislodged from the soil as well as from the old necessities of the hunt, a rather sophisticated urban population had appeared with a certain leisure, considerable luxury, and time. Consequently, for neuroses, inevitably the new initiators appeared who had, themselves in their own experience, faced out the new anxieties, the first systematic psychologists of all time, and in many ways perhaps the best. And their basic tools were everywhere the same, the old ritual lore inherited from the hieratic past, with its concept of a hidden harmony and equivalence uniting the microcosm and the macrocosm, and of a consequent resonance conducive to magical effects. However, now the chief concern was no longer magical, the weather, crops, abundance of goods, and long years, but psychological, the détente and harmonization of the psyche, and sociological, the integration of the individual with a new society based on a secular instead of hieratic tradition. Thus, a perfect mythogenetic zone had been established, a limited yet sufficiently broad area of the Earth's surface, relatively uniform in character, where a large population of closely related individuals, here those inhabiting the broad domain of the late High Bronze and early Iron Age societies, became affected simultaneously by roughly comparable imprints, those of an emergent urban domesticity, and where, consequently, psychological seizures of like kind were everywhere impending and, in fact, became precipitated in a context of ritualized procedure and related myth. In such a zone of readiness, ideas and practices may appear spontaneously in more than one place at a time and spread as quickly as a flash of fire. Detached from their background of original, tribal-bound, widely distributed men's rites, states Dr. Karl Karenyi, writing of the Orphic rites of spiritual initiation, which in Greece became a la mode in the 6th century BC, they offered their arts revised to the religious requirements of a new age, and in this historical process both the sense and the character of the initiation changed. They became divided into a lower, merely ritualistic, and a higher, purely spiritual direction, where philosophers, first the Pythagoreans and then others also, and not all in the ceremonial fashion of an Empedocles, became the initiators. And so it was in India too, with the old rites of the pre-Aryan cities furnishing the basic themes of rebirth and death and asceticism, psychological detachment and mythic identification. In perfectly parallel courses the new teachings arose, perhaps, though also perhaps not, cross-fertilized by way of Persia. All that can now be affirmed in the light of the very sparse evidence at hand for the period is that in both India and Greece, as well as in Persia, between the basic motifs of an early dualistic mythological philosophy abruptly appeared in new forms, about simultaneously and immediately spread. 3. The legend of the world savior. It is impossible to reconstruct the character, life, and actual teaching of the man who became the Buddha. He is supposed to have lived circa 563 to 483 BC. However, his earliest biography, that of the Pali Canon, was set down in writing only 80 BC in Ceylon, 5 centuries and 1,500 miles removed from the actual historic scene, and the life by then had become mythology, according to a pattern characteristic of world saviors of the period from circa 500 BC to circa AD 500. Whether in India as in the legends of the Jains or in the Near East as in the gospel view of Christ. Schematically summarized, this archetypal savior biography tells of 1. The scion of a royal line, 2. Miraculously born, 3. Amid supernatural phenomena, 4. Of whom an aged holy man, Simeon, Asita, shortly following the birth, prophesies a world-saving message, and 5. Whose childhood deeds proclaim his divine character. In the Indian series, the world hero then 6. Marries and begets an heir, 7. Is awakened to his proper task, 8. Departs either with the consent of his elders, Jain series, or else secretly, the Buddha, 9. To engage in arduous forest disciplines, 10. Which confront him finally with a supernatural adversary over whom, 11. Victory is achieved. The last named, the adversary, is a figure that in Vedic times would have appeared as an anti-social dragon, Virta, but in accord with the new psychological stress represents those errors of the mind that the world Savior's plunge into his own depth brings to light and against which he is striving, both for his own victory and for the rescue of the world. In the Christian legend, the years of youth represented by stages 6 to 8 are unrecorded. However, the culminating episodes 9 to 11 are represented by the fast of 40 days in the wilderness and confrontation there with Satan. Further, it might be argued that the earlier infant scenes of King Herod's slaughter of the innocents, the angelic warning to Saint Joseph and the Holy Family's flight into Egypt, correspond symbolically to 6, the efforts of the future Buddha's kingly father to frustrate him in his mission by confining him to his palace and causing him to marry, after which 7, he was awakened to his task by the sight of an old man, a sick man, a corpse, and a yogi, whereupon 8, he contrived to escape, for in both cases the narrative is of a kingly enemy of the spirit, striving with all his resources, whether malevolently King Herod or benignly King Sudonda, to frustrate the infant Savior in his predestined task, to no avail. Following his face-to-face encounter with and conquest of the antagonist, the world Savior, 12, performing miracles, walking on water, etc. 13, becomes a wandering teacher. 14, preaching a doctrine of salvation. 15, to a company of disciples. And 16, a smaller elite circle of initiates. 17, one of whom, less quick to learn than the rest, Peter Ananda, is given charge and becomes the model of the lay community, while 18, another, dark and treacherous, Judas Devadatta, is bent on the master's death. In various versions of the legend, different readings are given to the shared motifs to accord with differences of doctrine. For instance, 2, whereas the Virgin Mary conceived of the Holy Ghost, Queen Maya, the mother of the Buddha, was a true spouse of her consort, nor was the world Savior that she bore an incarnation of God, the creator of the universe, but a reincarnating jiva. For instance, 2, whereas the Virgin Mary conceived of the Holy Ghost, Queen Maya, the mother of the Buddha, was a true spouse of her consort, nor was the world Savior that she bore an incarnation of God, the creator of the universe, but a reincarnating jiva, entering upon the lasts of its innumerable lives. Likewise, items 10 through 11, whereas the Buddha life reached culmination in the victory over Mara beneath the Bodhi tree, the Christian legend transfers the tree of redemption to 19, the death of the Savior, which in the Buddha life is but a peaceful passage at the end of a long career as teacher. For the main point of Buddhism is not, as in the earlier Soma sacrifice, the physical immolation of the Savior, but his awakening, Bodhi, to the truth of truth, and therewith release, moksha, from illusion, maya. And the main point for the individual Buddhist, consequently, is not whether his legend of the Buddha corresponds to what happened actually and historically, circa 563 to 483 BC, but whether it serves to inspire and guide himself to enlightenment. 4. Mythic eternalization. Thus it is told, with little concern for relevancy to fact, that there was once upon a time a good king, Suddhodana, of the dynasty of the Sun, who ruled in the city of Kapilavastu, where the sage Kapila once had taught. Legendary episode. The dynasty of the Sun, as the reader knows, stands for the principle of sheer light. The light of the sun is pure. The light of the moon, on the other hand, partakes of darkness. The light of the sun, furthermore, is eternal, whereas that of the moon, waning and waxing in counterpoise to its own dark, is at once mortal and immortal. The gods Tammuz and Osiris, and in the Vedic system Soma, were manifestations of the lunar mystery, and the god Shiva, too, we have seen, was a deity of this context. His animal is the bull. In his hair is the crescent moon. We have linked his iconography with that of the yogi of the Indus seals. The mythology of the Buddha, on the other hand, is of the sun. He is termed the lion of the Sakya clan, who sits upon the lion throne. The symbol of his teaching is the sun wheel, and the reference of his doctrine is to a state that is no state, of which the only appropriate image is light. In Egypt, with the rise of Dynasty 5, circa 2480 BC, the mythology of the sun superseded the lunar system of Osiris, and the pharaoh in the lunar role was called the son of the sun god Re. Thrones and couches with the legs of bulls were superseded by those with the legs of lions. Among the Semites, the sun god Shamash, Sumerian Utu, was a deity of supreme power, and among the Aryans everywhere the sun has been a mighty force. In the brilliant city of Persepolis of the Persian king of kings, built by Darius I, 522 BC, and destroyed 330 BC by Alexander, the solar principle of the Lord of Light of the Aryan prophet Zoroaster shone with the radiance of the sun itself on the earth, sending forth its rays. And now we hear as well that the good king, father of the Buddha, was of the dynasty of the sun, ruling in the city where the sage Kapila once had taught. Kapila was the founder of the so-called Sankhya philosophy from which the Buddha took his departure. Like Jainism and Buddhism, the Sankhya is non-Vedic, and like Jainism, but not like Buddhism, it treats of two contrary principles. One, matter, which it terms prakrti, and two, the monad, which it terms purusa, the person. Whereas in Jainism, however, the monad is conceived to be physically contaminated by matter. In the Sankhya view, there is no actual contact. The person, like the sun, stands apart. Its radiance activates the inert principle of matter, which is like an agitated water on which solar light is flashing, and each flash imagines that itself is the person and should therefore be eternal. Hence, anxiety is experienced, together with sorrow and the rest. When through yoga, however, the portion of the agitated matter that is within the individual mind, the mind stuff, is stilled, as in the yoga of Patanjali, described in our first chapter, see pages 26 through 28, the unbroken image of the true person is beheld. The false idea of the mere reflection, ego, aham, disappears, and one's actual identity with that undying sun-like entity is recognized, which, ironically, one has been without knowing it all the while. The yoga of Patanjali, described above, so different in both aim and method from the psychophysical suicide of the Jains, is the discipline of this philosophy, and the classic fable told to illustrate its central theme is that of the king's son, who was removed from his father's palace while a babe and reared in ignorance of his true nature by a primitive hill tribesman. However, when the king died without other issue, a certain minister of state, ascertaining that the boy was alive, traced him and gave him this instruction: "You are not an outcast, you are the king's son." Immediately the youth gave up the idea that he was an outcast and took to himself his royal nature, saying to himself, "I am the king." So likewise runs the lesson following the instruction of a merciful being, the guru, who declares, "Thou didst originate from the primal man, Adi Purusa, the universal divine life monad that manifests itself through pure consciousness and is spiritually all-embracing and self-contained. Thou art a portion of that." An intelligent person abandons the mistake of supposing himself to be a manifestation or product of mere matter and cleaves to his own intrinsic being, Svasvarupam. Kapila's name means the red one and is an epithet of the sun, which is symbolic of the crystalline, radiant monad. And there is a legend of him in the Mahabharata, which tells that when the 60,000 sons of a certain universal monarch named Ocean, Sagara, were riding as the armed guard of their father's sacrificial horse, the beast suddenly vanished from before their eyes, and when they dug into the earth where it had disappeared, they discovered it far underground with a saint sitting beside it in meditation. Kapila, to wit, who, when they moved to recapture their charge without pausing to pay him proper obeisance, with a flash of his eye burned them all to ashes. Similarly, the vision of the monad, the red one, we might say, annihilates the myriad-fold illusions of the world ocean. The sacrifice of the cosmic horse therewith becomes an interior sacrifice, see page 200, and the false identifications disappear. In our survey of the early bull-to-lion sequence of Egypt, 3 significant psychological stages were noted. 1. Mythic identification in the pre-dynastic ritual regicide. Mythic inflation in the pharaonic cult of dynasties 1 through 4. 3. Mythic subordination in the mythology of Dynasty 5. We have now to register in connection with the Sankhya philosophy of Kapila yoga of Patanjali, and earlier cruder mythology and yoga of the Jains. A fourth stage or stance, namely for mythic eternalization in yoga, where by a shift of association the subject learns to identify himself not with the son of the sun, but with the sun itself, the Father witnessing the sun, as serenely as light itself would shine if all that it illuminates, heaven, earth, and air, were not. Just so is the isolated state of the seeing subject, the pure self, when the world threefold, you and I, in short, everything visible, is gone. Even so is the isolation of the seer who remains without seeing, after the hurly-burly of appearances, I, you, the world, and all, has disappeared. Just as in stage one, so here a mythic identification has been achieved. It is not, however, with any object perceived, whether mortal or immortal, but with the perceiving subject, not the field, but the perceiver of the field, not matter, praktri, in any form, but the person, purusa, alone, consciousness of nothing in and of itself. 5. The middle way. And so let us skip now to episodes 6 through 11, the young Gautama's years of marriage, search, and awakening, who was to surpass even Kapila in the power of his introversion. For if Kapila caused the object world to vanish, the Buddha wiped out also the subject. The version of his legend that I shall use by the poet-monk Asvaghosha, circa AD 100, has already supplied our account of the attack of Mara. See pages 17 through 20. Composed in Sanskrit from the point of view of the latter Mahayana division of Buddhist thought, it not only provides an occasion for comparison with the more strictly monastic, Sankhya-like point of view of the earlier Hinayana position, but also devotes more precise attention than the Pali text to the crisis of the intellectual search that preceded the finding of the middle way. And for our present purpose, which is to define as far as possible in Oriental terms the transformations of Oriental mythic thought, such a summary guide is invaluable. I shall pause along the way to underline categories, but in the main only strive to render, as well as possible in abridgment, something of the flavor as well as sense of this earliest classic of the so-called kavya, poetic, style of the Sanskrit literary tongue. Item 6. The Palace of Delights. When the young Prince Gautama had passed childhood and reached middle youth, he learned in a few days the sciences suitable to his race, which others require many years to master, and the king his father sought for him from a family of unblemished moral excellence a bride possessed of beauty, modesty, and gentle bearing. Yasodhara by name, after which the prince rejoiced in that princess. Moreover, so that he should see no sight that might trouble his mind, the king had prepared for him a dwelling far from the busy press of the palace and furnished with all delights, with the softly sounding tambourines beaten by the tips of women's hands and dances danced as by heavenly nymphs. That dwelling shone like the mountain of the gods, with their beautiful soft voices, playful intoxications, sweet laughter, and stolen glances half concealed. These women skilled in the ways of love delighted him to such a degree that once in pursuit on a pavilion roof he inadvertently stepped off. However, he never reached the ground, but like a holy sage stepping from a heavenly chariot, hovered on buoyant air. In due course to the fair-bosomed Yasodhara there was born a son, Rahula, and the good king, Gautama's father, rejoicing in the grandson, redoubled those pieties to which he had become devoted since the birth of his own son, Gautama. He offered Soma sacrifices to Agni and the other deities of the pantheon, muttering phrases from the Vedas, practiced perfect calm, and observed numerous disciplines appropriate for laymen, yet always asked himself by what further means of sensuous seduction he might prevent his dear son from departing for the forest. Prudent kings of this earth who cherish prosperity watch over their sons carefully in the world, but this king, though devoted to religion, kept his son away from it, turning him only towards the objects of delight. However, those whose being, sattva, is illumination, bodhisattvas, the future Buddhas, after knowing the flavor of the world, have always, following the birth of a son, departed to the forest. Item 7. The Four Signs. And so, on a certain day, when the lotus ponds were adorned and the forest carpeted with tender grass, having heard of the beauty of the city groves beloved of women, the Bodhisattva resolved to go forth like an elephant long shut up in its barn. And the king, having learned of the wish of his son, ordered a pleasure party prepared with extreme precautions taken that no afflicted person should appear along the way to unsettle his son's protected mind. In a golden chariot with a worthy retinue and on a road heaped with strewn flowers, the prince set forth, drawn by 4 gentle horses, and when the word went out ahead of him, the prince is coming forth, the women, having obtained the permission of their husbands, hastened to the roofs, frightening the flocks of birds among the rooftops with the jingling of their girdles and anklets resounding up the stairs. Some were hindered by the strings of the girdles slipping down, eyes bewildered, just awakening from sleep, and with their ornaments hastily put on. Others were hampered in their climbing simply by the weight of their massive hips and full bosoms. Swaying restlessly at the windows, crowding together in the mutual press, earrings polished by continual collision and their ornaments all jingling, the women's lotus faces shone as they looked brightly out and whispered with pure minds and no baser feeling, "Happy indeed is his wife." The gods, however, in their pure abodes, having recognized the moment, sent forth an old man to walk along the road. The prince beheld him. The prince addressed his charioteer. "Who is that man there with the white hair, feeble hand gripping a staff, eyes lost beneath brows, limbs bent and hanging loose? Has something happened to alter him, or is that his natural state?" "That is old age," said the charioteer, "the ravisher of beauty, the ruin of vigor, the cause of sorrow, destroyer of delights, the bane of memories, and the enemy of the senses. In his childhood that one too drank milk and learned to creep along the floor, came step by step to vigorous youth, and he has now, step by step, in the same way gone on to old age." The charioteer thus revealed in his simplicity what was to have been hidden from the king's son, who exclaimed, "What? And will this evil come to me too?" "Without doubt, by the force of time," said the charioteer, and the great-souled one, whose mind through many lives had become possessed of a store of merits, was agitated when he heard of old age. Like a bull who has heard close by the crash of a thunderbolt, he asked to be driven home. A second day, another outing, and the gods sent a man afflicted by disease. The prince said, "Yonder man, pale and thin, with swollen belly, heavily breathing, arms and shoulders hanging loose, and his whole frame shaking, uttering plaintively the word mother when he embraces there a stranger. Who is that?" "My gentle lord," said the charioteer, "that is disease. And is this evil peculiar to him, or are all beings alike threatened by disease?" "It is an evil common to all," said the charioteer, and a second time the prince, trembling, desired to be driven home. There came a third time, another outing, and the deities sent forth a dead man. Said the prince, "But what is that, borne along there by 4 men, adorned but no longer breathing, and with a following of mourners?" The charioteer, having his pure mind overpowered by the gods, told the truth. "This, my gentle lord," he said, "is the final end of all living beings." Said the youth, "How can a rational being, knowing these things, remain heedless here in the hour of calamity? Turn back our chariot, charioteer. This is no time or place for pleasure." The driver, this time, however, in obedience to the youth's father, continued to the festival of women in the groves, and the young prince, arriving, was met as a bridegroom. Some thought of him as the god of love himself incarnate, others thought of him as the moon. Many were so smitten they simply gaped as if to swallow him, and the son of the family priest, urging all to make use of their charms, their souls were carried away by love. They assailed the prince with all kinds of stratagems. Pressing him with their full bosoms, they addressed to him invitations. One embraced him violently, pretending to have tripped. Another whispered in his ear, "Let my secret be heard." A third, with appropriate gestures, sang an erotic song, easily understood, and a fourth, with beautiful breasts, laughed, earrings waving in the wind, and cried, "Catch me, sir, if you can." But that best of youths there, wandering like an elephant of the forest, accompanied by his female herd, only pondered in his agitated mind, Do these women not know that old age one day will take away their beauty? Not observing disease, they are joyous here in a world of pain, and to judge from the way they are laughing at their play, they know nothing at all of death. The party returned to the palace with broken hopes. Thus the young, tender prince had learned the negative lessons of old age, disease, and death, which in the Buddhist system are the signs of the sorrow of all life, and the circumstance of the impossibly well-protected childhood has given accent to the impact of these negative aspects of existence, for the tale is wholly symbolic, not an actual biography. A gifted, sensitive youth is brought up in a world of complete delusions to that brooding period when deep psychological shocks do, in fact, strike the soul, and a shock in full depth thereby is represented, such as we call today a trauma. His search now is to be for a cure. But a cure to what end? Back to this world which had been found, to use Schopenhauer's dreadful phrase, to be something that should not have been. As Nietzsche writes of this problem, the everyday world is separated by a gulf of obliviousness from the Dionysian reality of life, and when, after a glimpse of the depth, the everyday world comes back into view, it is beheld only with disgust. An ascetic mood, negative toward the will to live, is the consequence of such a state of mind. In this sense, the Dionysian character resembles Hamlet. Each has gained a real glimpse into the essential nature of things. They are enlightened, and it now can only disgust them to act, for their deeds cannot change a thing as far as the eternal nature of existence is concerned. They find it either ridiculous or disgraceful, consequently that they should be asked to set the world aright, which is out of joint. Enlightenment paralyzes action, which requires that there should be a veil of illusion thrown about the truth. That is the moral of Hamlet. For once having beheld the truth of things, bearing this truth in mind, one can see everywhere only the monstrousness or absurdity of existence. One comprehends the symbolism of the destiny of mad Ophelia. One is filled with nausea. It is simply too easy to attribute such a glimpse into the nature of things and its resultant shock to a pathological trauma, and to write complacently then of adjustment. Such banality only draws a veil of oblivion, and over that a veil of illusion, whereas the problem is actually, while retaining the gained insight, to press through it to what Nietzsche had termed a higher health. And the call of the young Prince Gautama to that end came to him on his next departure from the nest, when he beheld the fourth and last of the four signs. He was riding his white steed, Kantaka, across a field that was being plowed, when he saw its young grass not only torn and scattered, but also covered with the eggs and young of insects killed. Then, filled with a deep sorrow as for his own kindred slaughtered, he alighted from his horse, going over the ground slowly, pondering birth and destruction, musing, pitiable indeed. And desiring to be alone, he went apart to sit at the foot of a rose-apple tree in a solitary spot on the leaf-covered ground. Pondering the origin of the world and destruction of the world, he laid hold there of the path to firmness of mind, and released therewith from all such sorrows as attach to desire for the objects of the world. He attained the first stage of contemplation. He was calm and full of thought. Whereupon he saw standing before him an ascetic mendicant. "What art thou?" he asked, to which the other answered, "Terrified by birth and death, desiring liberation, I became an ascetic. As a beggar, wandering without family and without hope, accepting any fare, I live now for nothing but the highest good." Whereupon he rose into the sky and disappeared, for he had been a god. Item 8a, the graveyard vision. The prince, returning home, went to his father in the full assembly of the court, and prostrating himself, hands joined above his head, said to him, "O Lord of men, I want to become an ascetic mendicant." But the king, shaken like a tree struck by an elephant, gripped the joined hands of his son and said to him, choked with fears, "O my son, keep back this thought. It is not time for you to be turning to religion. During the first period of life the mind is fickle and the practice of religion full of danger." The prince looked up and answered sharply, "Father, it is not right to lay hold of a person about to escape from a house that is on fire." And he rose and returned to his palace, where he was greeted by his wives. But the king said, he shall not go. The prince in his palace sat on a seat of gold, surrounded by those charming women who desired nothing but to please him with their music. And the gods threw on them a spell, so that as they played they dropped off to sleep with their instruments falling from their hands. One lay with her drum as with a lover, another, hair disheveled, skirts and ornaments in disarray, was like a woman crushed by an elephant and then dropped. Many were noisily breathing, others, bright eyes wide and motionless, lay as dead. One with her person exposed, with fully developed limbs, drooled saliva as though intoxicated, and all with their garments variously astray were lost to shame and helpless, who had before been possessed of all grace. They were like a lake of lotuses broken by a wind. The prince considered, such is the nature of women, impure and monstrous in the world of living beings. Deceived by dress, a man becomes infatuated by their charms, but let him regard their natural state, this change produced in them by sleep, and he rose with a will only to escape into the night. Item 8b, the Great Departure. The gods caused the door of the palace to fly open, and the prince descended to the court, going directly to his charioteer. "Quick," he said, "I am leaving." And the man, knowing the king's command, yet urged in his mind by stronger force, brought forth the beautiful white steed, Kantaka, whom the prince with his lotus hand caressed. "O best of steeds," said he, "the king, my father, riding thee, has overthrown many foes. So do thou now exert thyself for thine own good, and that of the world, that I too may be a victor." And that steed, when the prince had mounted, galloped forth in silence at full speed. The earth demons received its hoofs upon their palms, so that their clatter should not awake the night. And the charioteer Chandaka ran swiftly at the bridle. The city gates, closed with heavy bars, opened of their own accord without noise, and the rider, having passed them, looking back, roared with the sound of a lion. "Till I have seen the farther shore of birth and death, I will never enter again the city named for Kapila." And having heard that mighty lion voice, the troops of the gods rejoiced. The adventure had begun that was to shape the civilization of the larger portion of the human race. The lion roar, the sound of the solar spirit, the principle of the pure light of the mind, unafraid of its own force, had broken forth in the night of stars. And as the sun, rising, sending forth its rays, scatters both the terrors and the raptures of the night, as the lion roar, sending its warning out across the teeming animal plain, scatters the marvelously beautiful gazelles in fear, so that lion roar of the one who had thus come gave warning of a lion pounce of light to come. Along the way of the one who had thus broken forth from the palace of nets of gold and gossamer, set to catch and trammel lion hearts, heavenly beings strewed light, and at dawn the prince, no longer a prince, arrived at a forest hermitage for what was to be his first adventure on the road of fire. Its gazelles and deer were still asleep in quiet trust, and its birds tranquilly resting, and thus coming suddenly upon it, the future Buddha too became restful, as though his goal had been attained. He alighted from his steed, stroked him with a few words, and turned to the charioteer. "Good friend, your devotion to me and your courage of soul have been proved by your pacing of this mount." And he gave the man a great jewel removed from his diadem, requiring him to return with the mount to Kapila Vastu. "I am not to be mourned," he said, "nor have I departed at a wrong time for the forest. There is, in fact, no wrong time for religion." Chandaka was choked with tears. "O master, what will your poor father say, and your queen with her little son? And, O master, at your feet is my only refuge. What is to become of me?" The future Buddha replied, "As birds resort to their roosting tree but to part, so must the meetings of all beings end inevitably in separation. My good friend, do not grieve but depart, and if your love lingers on, some day return. To those in Kapila Vastu, say only that I shall either return having slain old age and death, or else myself perish having failed." Hearing this, the horse, dropping his head, let fall hot tears and licked its feet. The prince stroked him. "Thy perfect equine nature," he said, "has been proved. Weep not, good Kantaka, thy deed shall have its fruit." Whereupon he drew from its sheath his sharp jeweled sword, dark blue with gold ornamented blade, and having drawn it forth, he severed with a single stroke the lordly topknot of his own hair. Together with its diadem he tossed his together with its diadem. He tossed this high into the air, where the gods, seizing it respectfully, carried it with cries of joy to heaven for adoration. Item 9. The Search for the Way. With a stride like a lion, beautiful as a deer, the future Buddha entered the grove, and all within, preeminent in penances, left off their diligences. Delighted, the peacocks uttered cries, the oblation-giving cows poured forth their milk, ascetics grazing like deer stood still together with the deer, and the prince said to those who approached, "Good sirs, since this today is my first hermit grove, will you explain, please, the purposes of these works?" Leaves, water, roots, and fruits, uncultivated food, he was told. This and this alone is the fare of these good saints. Some, like birds, peck at seeds, others graze like deer. Some live on air and dwell like snakes among the ants that they have allowed to pile up hills around them. A few, with immense effort, gain their nourriture from stones. More eat grain ground with their own teeth. Some, like fish, dwell in the water, letting turtles scratch their flesh, while many, with matted hair continually wet, offer oblations to Agni, chanting hymns. For pain, we say, is the root of merit. Heaven is gained by greater penances, earthly goals by lesser, but in either case, it is by the path of pain that eventually bliss will be attained. Thought the future Buddha, it is at best heaven that they are gaining, but if pain is religion and happiness irreligion, then by religion they are gaining irreligion. Since, however, it is only by the mind that the body acts or acts not, what should be controlled is not the body, but thought. Without thought, the body is but a log, nor will water wash away sin. That was an argument borrowed by the young prince from the psychological school of Kapila, by which were refuted both Jainism and the crude, even more cruel extremes of such sheerly physical yogic disciplines as those of this hermit grove. However, a second thought conceived on this occasion, as presented in our Mahayana text, points beyond Kapila toward the ultimate founding of the popular religion that would emerge one day from the Buddha's finding and teaching of his middle way. The future Buddha mused, "If a place on earth is to be sought that might properly be termed holy, let it be one where there is something that has been touched by a virtuous man. I would count as goals of pilgrimage only the virtues of those who have manifested virtue." There is already in this thought a rationalization of the latter. Popular Buddhist cult of relics and the broad appeal of a religious, in contrast to philosophical, way of redemption is prescribed. For the influence finally intended here is not to be upon thought alone, but upon character. Thought in itself may transform character, but even the mere presence of a personage may also work such a miracle of change. The curious popular eagerness just to see, touch, and gather souvenirs from personalities, which in the West today is not regarded generally as a variety of religious effort, in the Orient is exactly that, as it was in our own Middle Ages, and the future Buddha in this biography is supposed to have been prepared to accommodate this desire to his system as a popular secondary but by no means inconsequential adjunct. The Ceylonese relic of the Buddha's tooth and the relics preserved everywhere in the reliquary mounds, stupas, of the Buddhist world bring to the mind those thoughts of the virtues of the virtuous by which sins, that is to say, wrong thoughts and consequently wrong words and acts, are washed away. The future Buddha remained but a few nights in that diligent, peaceful hermit grove, watching the yogis at their penances, and when he turned to go, they all gathered, imploring him not to leave. "With your coming," said one old man, "the hermitage became filled. My son, surely you will not leave us now. In front of us we have the holy Himalayas to regard, inhabited by saints. Their presence multiplies the merit of our penances. Nearby are numerous centers of pilgrimage, ladders to heaven. Or have you perhaps seen someone here neglecting his offices, some outcast, someone impure? Speak out, and we shall gladly hear." The author of this text, circa AD 100, the reader must know, had been of the Brahmin caste himself before joining the Buddhist order, and is humorously satirizing here the pieties of his own earlier belief. The grim austerities of the forest yogis, their reverence for the mighty Himalayas, glorification of pilgrimage, notion of spiritual merit, and reckonings of caste. Good saints, said the future Buddha, this devotion of yours is to gain heaven, whereas my desire is no further birth. Cessation is not the same as action, therefore I cannot dwell longer in this holy wood. All here, like the great Vedic sages, are well established in their religious tasks, which are in perfect accord with the way of former times. The gathered ascetics paid him due respect, and a certain red-eyed Brahmin lying there in ashes lifted his voice. You are brave indeed, O sage, in your purpose. Indeed, any man who, pondering the alternatives thoroughly of heaven and liberation, decides for liberation is brave. And so go now to the sage Arada. He is one who had gained insight into perfect bliss. The future Buddha started on his way, but 2 interruptions intervened before his arrival at Arada's cell. For when his dismissed charioteer returned to the palace without his lord, but with a steed that refused to eat, and turning to the forest, neighed repeatedly with mournful sound, the king, who was in the temple at the time, was told the news and fell to the ground. Lifted by attendants, he gazed upon the empty saddle and fell back to the ground. Then a counselor offered to fetch his son, and with the king's blessing, mounting a chariot, reached the hermitage, where they told him that the prince had proceeded to Arada. He overtook the prince, descended, and approached. "O prince, consider," he said, and he rehearsed the whole case at home. But the answer gave no hope. "I shall return home," said the future Buddha, "only with knowledge of the truth, and should I fail in my quest, I would enter a blazing fire sooner than my house." The counselor turned back, and the other, crossing the Ganges, came to the city of Rajagriha, where the king, Bimbisara, noticing from his palace an accumulating crowd slowly moving through the street, asked the reason and was told. The young mendicant left the city and proceeded up the side of a neighboring hill, where Bimbisara followed with a modest retinue, and presently saw him sitting as still as the mountain itself. The king, a lion among men, respectfully approached, sat upon the clean surface of a rock, and at the nod of the other, addressed him. "Gentle youth, I have a strong friendship with your family, and if for some reason you do not wish your father's kingdom, then accept here and now 1/2 of mine. You are a lover of religion, but they say that to the young man belongs pleasures, to the middle-aged wealth and goods, religion to the old. You should enjoy your pleasures now. However, if religion is really your sole aim, well then it behooves you to offer sacrifice according to the manner of your race, and in this way merit highest heaven." The prince replied, and when he had spoken first of gratitude for the king's friendship, but then of old age, disease, and death, and of the pains of those who desire pleasure, he declared that he had quit the world absolutely, not set his mind on higher goals. "And as to what you have just said, namely, that I should be diligent in sacrifices worthy of my race, which bring glorious fruit, honor to such, I desire no fruit obtained by causing pain and death, but I have come this way to visit Arada, the seer, and am on my way to him this very day. So now, therefore, you may guard the world, O king, like Indra, guard it continually, like the sun, guard its happiness, guard the earth, and guard religion." Bimbisara lifted his joined hands before his face. "Go," he said, "you are on the road to your desire, and when at last you have gained your victory, come this way and bestow on us your grace." The king returned to his palace, the prince arose and went his way, and the sage Arada in his rocky forest cell, perceiving him from afar, bade him welcome with a loud cry. Wide-eyed he addressed him as he approached. It is no marvel when kings retire to the forest in old age, turning over their glory to their sons, a garland dropped after being used, but this to me is indeed a marvel. You are a worthy vessel. The prince, sitting down, asked to be taught, and the sage rehearsed for him the whole lesson of the master sage, Kapila. What is born must of necessity grow old and die. It is bound by the laws of time and is termed the manifest, from which the unmanifest is to be distinguished by contrariety. Now, as to the cause of temporal existence, it is threefold, namely, ignorance, action, and desire, each leading to the other two. No one abiding in this cycle attains to the truth of things. Such wrong abiding is the prime mistake, from which derive in series egoity, confusion, indiscrimination, false means, rights and the rest are false means, attachment, and the misery of gravitation. One imagines, this am I, then this is mine, whereupon one is drawn downward to new births. So let the wise know these four things, the manifest and the unmanifest, unenlightenment and enlightenment. Knowing these, one may apprehend the immortal. The listener asked the means to such knowing, and the old sage Arada taught, first of all, the mendicant life. The practice there of restraint of the senses leads to contentment, where in the first stage of contemplation is experienced a new ecstasy and delight. The wise go on to a second stage, a higher, more luminous ecstasy and delight. Continuing to a third, one arrives at ecstasy without delight, where many take their stand. But there is a fourth stage of contemplation, namely without ecstasy, and the truly wise go even beyond that, to be rid of all sense of body. Now, to experience the void of the body, one may first make use and contemplation of all the openings of one's body, proceeding thence to a feeling of void in the solid parts. Or, considering the dweller in the body to be all space, one may develop this consideration beyond space, recognizing a yet more refined void. A third way is to abolish the sense of being a person by considering the Supreme Person. Then, like a bird from its cage, the person, escaped from the body, is said to be liberated. This we call that Supreme Person, eternal, unchanging, void of attributes, the knowledge of which the wise who know reality term release. So I have shown you both the goal and the way, and if you have both understood and approved, now act. The future Buddha had pondered but not accepted. I have heard your subtle teaching, profound, preeminently auspicious, yet it cannot be final, for it does not teach how to be rid of the person, the supreme self itself. Though the self purified may be termed free, yet as long as that self remains, there is no real abandonment of egoity. Moreover, if the self in its pristine state is free, how did it become bound? I hold that the only absolute attainment is in absolute abandonment. He rose and, bowing, departed from the sage Arada. And he went to another sage, Udraka, who had found his restlessness set at rest in the idea that there is nothing either named or unnamed. This he termed the view beyond name and non-name, beyond the manifest and unmanifest. Listening and rising, the future Buddha left the sage Udraka too, and he came to a pleasant hermitage by the lovely stream Naranjana, where he joined 5 mendicants in a way of discipline based on progressively severe fasting, until, having only skin and bones remaining, emaciated to no purpose, he considered, but this certainly is not the way to passionlessness, knowledge, and liberation, which cannot be attained without strength. Whereupon he recalled his own earliest meditation at the foot of the rose-apple tree, when, having seen death everywhere in a plowed field, he had alighted from his horse and gone apart to ponder alone. That, he thought, was the true way, and he thought further. Perfect calm, the mind's self-possession, can be gained only by the constant, perfect satisfaction of the senses. Contemplation is produced when the mind, self-possessed, is at rest, and through contemplation that supremely calm, undecaying state is eventually gained, which is so difficult to attain, all of which is based upon eating food. And so once again he arose, and having bathed, thin as he was, in the lovely stream Naranjana, supported by the trees along the shore as by a hand, he came back onto the bank. The lovely daughter Nandabala of a leading herdsman of those parts, moved and guided by the gods, approached him where he sat, and bowing before him with a sudden joy arising in her heart, offered him a rich bowl of milk, by which his body was restored. But the 5 mendicants, considering him to have returned to the world, departed, and he rose and alone went to the Bodhi tree, accompanied only by his own resolve, where he placed himself, as we have heard, on the immovable spot. Items 10 and 11, The Great Awakening. We are told in this Mahayana version of the Acts of the Buddha that when the Lord of Death, Mara, whom we call in the world delight Kama, had failed in his effort to unseat him, the Blessed One recalled in the first watch of that night the multitude of his former lives, and thinking, all existence whatsoever is unsubstantial, felt compassion for all beings. In his search for the past beyond sorrow, he had already marked out the middle way between devotion to pleasure, Kama, and to pain, Mara, And now, as the first fruit of his passage between the clashing rocks of those two extremes, he was experiencing a further realization that all beings are without self, anatman, and yet simultaneously a compassion for all beings, karuna. This we may term the fundamental posture of the Buddhist mind, the serious commitment of the Occidental mind to the concerns and values of the living person is fundamentally dismissed, as it is in Jainism as well, and in the Sankhya too. However, the usual Oriental concern for the monad is also dismissed. There is no reincarnating hero monad to be saved, released, or found. All life is sorrowful, and yet there is no self, no being, no entity in sorrow. There is no reason, consequently, to feel loathing, shock, or nausea before the spectacle of the world, but on the contrary, the only feeling appropriate is compassion, karuna, which is immediately felt, in fact, when the paradoxical, incommunicable truth is realized that all these suffering beings are, in reality, no beings. By what principle of delusion, then, has it come to pass that so many beings, though without a self, are to such a degree self-concerned that they suppose their own and others' sufferings to constitute a cosmic problem, saying, life is something that should not have been? The answer came to the Blessed One in the second watch of that night, when he received divine sight and beheld the world as in a spotless mirror. The torments of the damned, the transmigration of souls into beasts, and all varieties of birth, impure and pure. He clearly saw then that where there is birth there is inevitably old age, disease, and death. Where there has been attachment there is birth. Where there is desire there is attachment. Where perception there desire. Where contact there perception. Where the organs of sense there contact. Where an organism there organs of sense. Where incipient consciousness, there an organism. Where inclinations derive from acts, there incipient consciousness, and where ignorance, there inclinations. Ignorance, therefore, must be declared to be the root. By the discontinuance of ignorance, the sufferings of all existing beings are discontinued. The Blessed One considered, this then is the cause of suffering in the world of living beings, and this, therefore, is the method for its discontinuance. From 1, ignorance there proceed in series, 2, acts, 3, new inclinations, 4, incipient consciousness, portending further life, 5, an organism, 6, organs of sense, 7, contact, 8, perceptions, 9, desire, 10, attachment, 11, rebirth, and 12, old age, disease, and death. He had found what he had set forth to seek. He was awake, the one who had seen. He was the Buddha. Item 11 continued, the festival of great joy. A great deal has been written about Buddhist belief, and there is enough disagreement about the meaning of the 12-linked chain causation, pratitya samutpada, just now described, to leave the problem pretty much in the air. The main point of the doctrine is clear enough, however, which is, namely, that since all things are without a self, no one has to attain extinction. Everyone is, in fact, already extinct and has always been so. Ignorance, however, leads to the notion and therefore experience of an entity in pain, and not disdain or loathing, but compassion is to be felt for those suffering beings who, if they were only quit of their ego notion, would know and experience the fact that there is no suffering person anywhere at all. The Buddha, when he had achieved this illumination, thought, but how shall I teach a wisdom so difficult to grasp? This, therefore, is the second point. Briefly, that Buddhism cannot be taught. What are taught are simply the ways that lead from various points of the spiritual compass to the Bodhi tree, and to know those ways is not enough. To see the tree is not enough. Even to go sit beneath the tree is not enough. Each has to find and sit beneath the tree himself, and then, in solitary thought, begin the passage into and to himself, who is nowhere at all. The gods strewed flowers from the sky, and the Buddha on a throne, ascending into the air to 7 times the height of a palm tree, addressed the bodhisattvas of all time. Ho, ho, listen now to my words, he called, illumining their minds. It is by meritorious acts that all is achieved. By such acts, through many lives, I became first a bodhisattva, and am now the victor, all-wise. Therefore, as long as life remains, acquire merit. So that here, then, is a third point, the chief point of the Mahayana, as opposed to Hinayana way. It is known as the Bodhisattva way, the way of living in the world, not retiring to the forest, acquiring an experience and thereby knowledge of the truth of egolessness through giving, boundless giving, doing selflessly one's life task. The bodhisattvas of all time, having paid worship to the Buddha, disappeared, and the gods arrived, strewing flowers, whereupon the victor, descending to the level of the earth, stood on his throne, transfixed in thought for 7 days, and his only thought was, I have here attained perfect wisdom. The earth shook 6 different ways, like a woman overjoyed. Myriads of universes were illumined, and the beings of all the worlds, descending, moved around the Buddha in circumambulation, returning to their homes. Another 7 days, and he was bathed by heavenly beings with jars of the water of the 4 oceans. A third period of 7 days, and he remained seated with closed eyes. A fourth period of 7 days, and he was standing on his throne, assuming many forms, when a god, descending, asked the name of the meditation of the past 4 weeks. It is called, O divine being, the Buddha said, the array of the ailment of great joy. It is the festival of an inaugurated king who, having conquered all his foes, now enjoys prosperity. The form of Buddhas, too, remained, as I am here remaining, beneath their Bodhi trees. The heavens darkened for 7 days, and a prodigious rain descended. However, the mighty king of serpents, Mukalinda, came from beneath the earth and protected with his hood the one who is the source of all protection. When the great storm had cleared, the serpent king assumed his human form, bowed before the Buddha, and returned in joy to his palace. The Buddha moved to a large fig tree where he sat for 7 days more, after which he moved gradually to other places. 2 wealthy merchants begged for bits of his hair and nails for the building of a reliquary shrine. The 4 gods of the quarters arrived with the gift of 4 begging bowls that became one, from which the victor sipped an offering of milk, and a goddess, daughter of the gods, smiling, brought to him for his investiture a garment of rags. 6. Nirvana. It is extremely difficult for an Occidental mind to realize how deep the impersonality of the Oriental lies, but if anything at all is ever to be understood of that profoundly alien world into dialogue with which our will to life and abundance now has brought us, the image has to be abandoned, which a considerable company of sentimentalists has been painting for us, of a sort of pre-Raphaelite Buddha soul sitting harmlessly on a lotus, deliquescing into nirvana with love for all beings in its lotus heart. Once the venerable Ananda approached the Lord and said, It is wonderful, O Master, that while the conditioned arising that you have taught is so deep and looks so deep, to me it seems perfectly clear. Do not talk like that, Ananda, for this conditioned arising that I have taught is deep and looks deep too. It is from not awakening to this truth, Ananda, from not penetrating it, that this generation has become tangled like a ball of thread, covered as with a blight, twisted like a rope of grass, and cannot win release from sorrow, from circumstantiating evil, from the maelstrom, from this cycling round. The earliest significant meeting of East and West on the level of an attempt at philosophical exchange occurred when that first and most vivid Westerner of all arrived, the young Alexander the Great. Having smashed the whole Persian Empire with a single mighty blow, he came crashing through and appeared in the Indus Valley 327 BC to engage immediately in philosophical as well as political, economic, and geographical observations. We are told by Strabo that in Taxila, the first Indian capital that he entered, Alexander and his officers learned of a set of philosophers sitting in session outside the city, and imagining counterparts of their own teachers and models, Alexander's tutor Aristotle or that glorious chatterbox Socrates, they sent an embassy to invite the learned circle to Alexander's table, and what they found were 15 stark naked chaps sitting motionless on a sun-baked stretch of rock so hot that no one could step on it without shoes. The captain of the embassy, one Secretus, letting one of those gentlemen know through a series of 3 interpreters that he and his king wished to be taught something of their wisdom. The reply came back that no one arriving in the bravery of top boots, a broad-brimmed hat, and flashing cavalry coat such as the Macedonian was wearing could be taught philosophy. The candidate, did he come from God himself, should first be naked and have learned to sit peacefully on broiling rock. The Greek, whose own master had been Diogenes, undaunted by this taunt, talked to a second naked thinker about Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, and the rest, and the Indian, conceding that such men must have been of great parts, nevertheless expressed regret and surprise that they should have retained so much respect for the laws and customs of their folk as to have denied themselves the higher life of remaining clothed. Strabo goes on to tell that two of the company, an elder and a younger, nevertheless were finally persuaded by the Raja of Taxila to Alexander's board. But as they left the rock, they were followed by the round abuse of their fellows, and when they returned, retired to a place apart. There the elder lay on his back, exposed to sun and rain, while the younger stood on his right and left leg alternately for a whole day, holding up a staff some 6 feet long in both hands. Another of the group, whom the Greeks nicknamed Kalanos, because when greeting people he used the word Kalyana, Luck actually joined the entourage for a time, where he became a notable figure among the men of war and philosophers around the young king. However, when the army, turning westward, arrived in Persia, he bade Alexander have a great pyre built, to which he was carried on a litter, garlanded in the Indian way, and chanting in a tongue the Greeks could not understand. In the sight of the army he mounted and assumed the cross-legged seated posture of a yogi. The construction had been covered with gold and silver vessels, precious stuffs, and other treasures which he distributed to his friends, after which he ordered the torch be applied. The Greek trumpets sounded all together, the whole army shouted as when going into battle. The Indian elephants uttered their peculiar cry. Flames mounting enwrapped the figure which the beholders saw sitting motionless. And Kalanos, taking leave thus of the Greeks, was immediately reborn, we may suppose, in perhaps the heaven of the neck, to remain for numerous millions of oceans of indefinite periods of years in some inconceivable state of delight. Now it is amazing, but this Greek report is the earliest known tangible evidence of the practice of yoga in Aryan India, for there is not a single piece either of writing or of chiseled stone to mark the whole stretch of time from the ruin of the Indus cities to the year of Alexander's coming. Following that event, however, developments, first political and then in the arts, brought those things to view as though by sudden magic, from which the whole panorama of the earlier Vedic and first Buddhic centuries has been reconstructed by the no less marvelous magic of philology, to which in recent years the wizardry of archaeology has been added. The expectation of the yogis encountered by one Socrates that philosophers worthy of the name should reject the laws and customs of their folk, remove their clothes in illustration of this dropping of the world, and retire to a broiling rock, demonstrates that by 327 BC at the latest the fundamental Indian notion of the goal of human life was already developed that inspires to this day all typically Indian thought and is the inspiration finally of that bromide about the Indian being spiritual and the Westerner materialistic, which has become a sort of axiom of the international arena, including the fashionable cocktail circuit where the Indians sip tomato juice. Among the Jains who represent this dualistic view and extremists, the altogether physical reading of the problem of disengagement conduced, as we have seen, to a clean-cut, unequivocal development of progressed vows, graduating from the bound condition of the layman to the freedom, after many lives, of the victor. The universe we read in a typical text is constituted of jiva and non-jiva. When these are separated, nothing more is needed, but when united, as they are in the world, the discontinuance and the gradual and then final dissolution of their union are the only possible considerations. And in the Sankhya system also, as we have learned from the sage Arada, the concept of an essential separation of the spiritual person, Purusa, from the world of matter, Prakriti, confirmed the view that the medicant life with control of the senses, etc., was the one true way to that state of spiritual isolation, Kavalyam, which is the one true goal for man. Likewise, in the earliest body of Buddhist writings, that of the Ceylonese Pali canon of circa 80 BC, such an ideal in its purity is held above all others, and the Buddhist schools derived from this center, the so-called southern schools of Burma, Thailand, and Cambodia, give unquestioned primacy to this, from the worldly standpoint, negative ideal, its symbol being the Buddha as a monk, as we read in one of the early psalms of the order. Each by himself we in the forest dwell, like logs rejected by the woodman's craft, and many a one doth envy me my lot, even as the hell-bound him who fares to heaven. However, in the earliest Buddha monuments of stone, namely those of the first great layman of the faith, King Asoka, who reigned circa 268 to 232 BC, 2 centuries earlier than the writing of the canon, it appears that a contrary ideal and mythology were already beginning to develop around the figure of the man living in the world as the Buddha lived for innumerable lifetimes, and is living now in each of us, gaining nirvana not by the cessation but by the performance of acts, and in the course of the following centuries culminating in the period of the reign of King Kanishka, circa AD 78 to 123, or according to another reckoning, circa AD 120 to 162, this secular theme was developed to such a point that the earlier monastic world-negating view was fundamentally challenged as an archaic misinterpretation of the middle way. The term bodhisattva, one whose being, sattva, is enlightenment, bodhi, had been employed in the earlier vocabulary of the Ceylonese Pali canon to designate one on the way to realization but not yet arrived, a Buddha in the earlier lives of future Buddha. The actual form of the word in Pali is bodhisatta, but I am using Sanskrit forms throughout this work as sufficient for our purpose. In the new vocabulary of the Sanskrit canon, on the other hand, which developed in the north and northwest of India proper in the first centuries AD, the term was used to represent the sage, while living in the world, has refused the boon of cessation yet achieved realization, and so remains a perfect knower in the world as a beacon, guide, and compassionate savior of all beings. For if, as the Buddha announced, there is no self anywhere to be found, if all are already extinct, and if what should be controlled is not the body but thought, then why all this talk about a voyage to and arrival at the yonder shore? We are already there. Some, indeed, to control their minds, may have to shave their heads, pick up bowls, hide away to the country, and look at deer instead of men, but those truly endowed for the wisdom of the Buddha can put their minds in order at home, and at the same time be of help to others in the realization of the wisdom of the Buddha in their own lived lives. For, as Heinrich Zimmer once remarked, the radio station WOB Wisdom of the Buddha is broadcasting all the time. All we need is a receiving set. We have seen how Ashvaghosha handled the introduction of the Bodhisattva theme into the scene of the Night of Enlightenment where it had not existed before. On a throne ascending in the air to 7 times the height of a palm tree, the newly illuminated Buddha addressed the Bodhisattvas of all time. It is by meritorious acts that everything is achieved. Then he descended to the earth, and the normal course of the scene was resumed. Likewise, in a later episode of importance, that of the first turning of the wheel of the law in the deer park of Benares, Ashvaghosha added to the usual sermon delivered to the 5 starved ascetics with whom Gautama had spent the last phase of his years of quest, a second message delivered not to anyone on earth but to Maitreya, the future Buddha, who was waiting in the heaven of the happy gods to be born 5,000 years after the passing of Gautama, and had come together with numerous gods and bodhisattvas to attend his first turning of the wheel of the law. Everything subject to causation, said the Buddha to Maitreya and those about him, is like a mirage, a dream, the moon beheld in water, an echo, neither removable nor subsistent. And the wheel of the law itself is described as neither it is nor it is not, and having heard this law and welcomed it with joy, go on now forever in happiness. For this, sirs, is the Mahayana set forth by all the Buddhas, by worshipping the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, Buddhas who do not teach, and the Arhats, illuminated sages. A man will generate in his mind the idea of Buddhahood and proclaim the law and good works, so that where this pure doctrine prevails, even the householder dwelling in his house becomes a Buddha. Thus the Mahayana, the great Maha, ferry, Yana, is a vessel on which all may ride, and in fact are riding, going absolutely nowhere, since all are already extinct. It is a pleasure ride, a festival of joy, whereas the Hinayana, the abandoned Hina ferry Yana, is a comparatively small, diligent work launch transporting only yogis across a maelstrom they despise on the way to nowhere at all, so that they finally are on a pleasure voyage too, but seem not to know it. As the Reverend Hype Ong, A distinguished master of the Burmese order recently described the main stages of insight of the Hinayana Buddhist yogi passage. They are as follows. 1. The insight that all is impermanent, sorrowful, and without a self. 2. The insight regarding the beginning and ending of things. 3. The insight regarding the destruction of things. 4. The insight that the world is dreadful. 5. The insight that such a dreadful world is full of emptiness and vanity. 6. The insight that such a world should be loathed. 7. The insight that the world should be forsaken. 8. The insight that liberation should be realized. 9. The insight that equilibrium should be observed in spite of the vicissitudes of life. 10. The insight that adaptation has to be made for the realization of nirvana. Buddhists are optimistic, he wrote, because though the world is full of sufferings, yet to a Buddhist there is a way out of it. And so, although recognizing that the aim of the Jains to break away from the world of matter and achieve isolation physically, that of the Sankhya to realize the actuality of isolation psychologically, and that of the Buddhist monk to realize the actuality of non-entity psychologically, represent differences of importance to actual practitioners of the art of yoga, we must nevertheless classify all three of these monastic ways as variants of the single mythic category of the Great Reversal. In the Mahayana, on the other hand, in spite of the fact that a reverence for the monk, the Arhat, and the Buddha remain characteristic to the end, a powerful, ever-growing theme developed of world wonder and affirmation, symbolized by the image of the Bodhisattva, for whereas the Hinayana represents the mystery of nirvana from the point of view of the normal dualistic thought of the world, where it is supposed that there is a difference between the vicissitudes of the cycle and the peace of eternal liberation, the Mahayana sees the world from the point of view of the realized void, eternity itself, and knows that to experience a distinction between the peace of that void and the tumult of this world, non-being and being, is to remain deluded by the dualistic categories of sense. The Buddha said, according to one of these Mahayana texts of the wisdom of the yonder shore, all that has form is deceptive, but when it is seen that all form is no form, the Buddha is recognized. All things are Buddha things. And with this we have come to the fifth and culminating component of the primary Indian mythic complex. The first we have seen was laid down in the Indus Valley system, a vegetal lunar mythology of wonder and submission before destiny in two aspects. A, the proto-australoid of a burgeoning tropical plant world, and B, the High Bronze Age hieratic derived from the Near East of a cosmic order, Ma'at Me, mathematically determinable and visually manifest in the planetary cycles. The second was the Leonine Aryan power system of the Vedas, which is also to be noted in two aspects. A, an earlier in which deities were the final terms of reference, and B, a later in which the power of the Brahminic liturgy itself was the final term. We have observed also that in the contrast to the Semitic view where catastrophe and suffering are read as punishments sent upon guilty men by a god, the Aryan disposition has always been to regard such calamity as the work rather of demons, with the gods on the side of man. In the course of the time in India, the Vedic freely willing gods lost command, and the earlier Bronze Age principle of order, Ma'at Me Rita Dharma, returned ineluctably. Yet as masters of the liturgies in which the principle of order was subsumed, the priestly caste retained command, not over destiny itself, but over the distribution of its effects. Vidya, knowledge, was the cosmic order, and he who knows thus, as we read throughout the Brahmanas, both the Brahmanas and the Upanishads, can do practically anything he wills. Component 3 of the Indian mythic complex, then, was yoga, defined in terms of the present subject as a technique for achieving mythic identification. A number of its disciplines appear to have been derived from shamanism, as, for example, the regulation of the breath and use of dance, rhythmic sounds, drugs, controlled meditations, etc., for the production of inner heat, ecstasy, and possession. On this primitive level, identifications are achieved with various shamanistic birds and beasts, the wolf, bear, fox, raven, eagle, wild gander, etc., and the powers gained include, besides that of assuming such animal forms, a mastery of and immunity from fire, ecstatic flight, invisibility, passage beyond the bounds of earth and to upper and lower realms, resurrection, knowledge of former lives, and miraculous cures, as, for example, the regulation of the breath and use of dance, rhythmic sounds, drugs, controlled meditations, etc., for the production of inner heat, ecstasy, and possession. On this primitive level, identifications are achieved with various shamanistic birds and beasts, the wolf, bear, fox, raven, eagle, wild gander, etc., and the powers gained include, besides that of assuming such animal forms, a mastery of and immunity from fire, ecstatic flight, invisibility, passage beyond the bounds of earth and to upper and lower realms, resurrection, knowledge of former lives, and miraculous cures. Much of the character and fame of yoga in the villages of India is on that level to this day. However, in the Indus Valley context, we have seen figures in classic yoga posture resembling, on the one hand, Shiva as Lord of Beasts, Pasupati, and on the other, Gautama Buddha in the deer park of Benares and the Lord Parsva between serpents. The indication is obvious that yoga, in its specifically Indian character, had already been developed in association with an iconography that remains with it to the present, but we do not know what its aim were at that time. The seal of figure 35, showing a presentation scene before the goddess of the Tree of Enlightenment, suggests a theme of ritual regicide in the period of the Indus Valley system, and it may be supposed, therefore, that the Lord of Yoga was the sacrificed king himself, in which case the lunar god would have been the most likely term of identification, but we do not know. In the much later Vedic Aryan period of the Upanishads, both lunar and solar mythologies are firmly documented for a period of circa 700 to 600 BC. And we know also that with the subsequent juncture of non-Vedic yoga with the Vedic power system in its second stage, stage B, the ultimate term with which the yogi might strive to become identified lay beyond all gods whatever in the power, Brahman, of the sacrifice, now recognized as the ground of all being. The fourth essential component of the Indian mythic complex, the mood of absolute world loathing of the great reversal, appears to have been known to the teaching kings of the Upanishads, for they refer in illustration of the solar way, the way of flame, to those who have quit the world for the forest. We know also that in both Egypt and Mesopotamia, a lamentation literature had developed as early as circa 1750 BC. See pages 130 to 37. It can be supposed that in the Indus Valley as well a mood of world and life negation overcame many of the native non-Aryan population in their period of collapse when the Vedic warrior folk arrived, circa 1500 to 1200 BC. But whereas in neither Egypt nor Mesopotamia does anyone seem to have found a practical answer to the problem of escape from sorrow, in India, yoga supplied the means. Instead of striving for mythic identity with any being or principle of the object world, the meditating world deniers now began, perhaps already circa 1000 BC, the great and, I believe, uniquely Indian adventure of the negative way, not that, neti neti. We have named 3 stages of this path of exit from the field. The first was that of the Jains, who strove for the separation physically of jiva and non-jiva through progressive vows of life renunciation. The second was that of the Sankhya philosophy of Kapila and the yoga system of Patanjali, where the subject of knowledge, Purusa, was conceived to rest forever apart from the object world of matter, and the crucial task was simply that of achieving in the mind full knowledge of one's identity with Purusa, the subject of all knowledge, the energy of intellect grounded in itself, whereas in the victory of the Buddha even that subject was erased, and the sole term became the void, which was and remains the posture of the Hinayana. However, at this juncture a fifth and final factor entered the field of Indian thought, for as every schoolboy knows, 2 negatives make a positive. The double negative, canceling identification both with the object and with subject, led to an ironic return to life without commitment to anything at all, but with compassion, karuna, equally for all. For all things are void. Nietzsche, in Thus Spake Zarathustra, describes what he terms 3 metamorphoses of the spirit, the camel, the lion, the child. There is much that is difficult for the spirit, the strong, reverent spirit that would bear much, but the difficult and most difficult are what its strength demands. What is difficult, asks the spirit that would bear much and kneels down like a camel wanting to be well loaded, And like the camel that burden speeds into the desert, the spirit then speeds into the desert. In the loneliest desert, however, the second metamorphosis occurs. Here the spirit becomes a lion who would conquer his freedom and be master in his own desert. Here he seeks out his last master. He wants to fight him and his last god for ultimate victory. He wants to fight with the great dragon. Who is the great dragon? The spirit will no longer call Lord and God. Thou shalt is the name of the great dragon. But the spirit of the lion says, I will. Thou shalt lies in his way, sparkling like gold, an animal covered with scales, and on every scale shines a golden thou shalt. Values thousands of years old shine on these scales, and thus speaks the mightiest of all dragons. All value of all things shines on me. All value has long been created, and I am all created value. Verily, there shall be no more I will, thus speaks the dragon. My brothers, why is there a need in the spirit for the lion? Why is not the beast of burden, which renounces and is irreverent, enough to create new values that even the lion cannot do, but the creation of freedom for oneself, for new creation, that is within the power of the lion, the creation of freedom for oneself and a sacred no, even to duty, for that, my brothers, the lion is needed. To assume the right to new values, that is the most terrifying assumption for the reverent spirit that would bear much. Verily, to him it is praying and a matter for a beast of prey. He once loved thou shalt as most sacred, now he must find illusion and caprice even in the most sacred, that freedom from his love may become his prey. The lion is needed for such prey. But say, my brothers, what can the child do that even the lion could not do? Why must the praying lion still become a child? The child is innocence and forgetting, a new beginning, a game, a self-propelled wheel, a first movement, a sacred yes. For the game of creation, my brothers, a sacred yes is needed. The spirit now wills his own will, and he who had been lost to the world now conquers his own world. Of three metamorphoses of the spirit, I have told you how the spirit became a camel, and the camel a lion, and the lion finally a child. The lion roar of the Buddha, a spirit of immense creativity in life and civilization, in the arts, and of rapture in the game of the gods, an Olympian laugh, played through all of India in the brilliant centuries now to follow, but a new problem also emerged, which it will be our task to view in some detail, and which indeed represents a prime problem in the meeting and mutual comprehension of East and West today. For if all things are Buddha things, and nothing is either honored or condemned, what becomes of the social values on which all civilization rests? In the Occident, these values have been the high concern of both philosophy and religion, even to the untenable point of attributing ethical values to the universe and its supposed ethically oriented maker. As Dr. Albert Schweitzer has summarized this view, according to this ethical explanation of the universe, man by ethical activity enters the service of the divine world aim. In India, however, whether in the idea of Brahman of the Upanishads or in that of the void, sunyata, and compassion, karuna, of the Mahayana Buddhist realization, a fundamental break beyond good and evil is achieved, as it is also in fact, though negatively, in the Jain, Sankhya, and Hinayana negative identifications. The following chapters are going to show, one way or another, the power of India's great double nay to bring forth new worlds, but also the force there as well of the continuing thou shalt of the ever-living dragon with scales of gold. The dragon and the camel, the lion and the child, those are the four faces, so to say, of Brahma, the creator of the Indian soul. And if one may summarize at this point the structure of the fundamental spiritual paradox and tension in that soul, even to the present hour, it is between the claims on the one hand of the dragon, Dharma, and on the other of the ultimate spiritual aim of absolute release from virtue, moksha, the child, the wheel rolling of itself. The sense of duty we read in a classic Vedantic text is of the world of relativity. It is transcended by the wise who are of the form of the void, formless, immutable, and untainted. The guileless person does whatever comes to be done, whether good or evil, for his action is like that of a child. 7. The age of the great classics, circa 500 BC to circa AD 500. We have now to survey in broadest lines the paradoxical spectacle of a civilization burgeoning from the manifestation of the unmanifest, for it is a fact that the later civilization of India came to flower as an expression of the play through all things of the energy of the void, whether in Buddhist or in Brahminic terms. The epoch from the century of the Buddha to the middle of the Gupta period, circa 500 BC to AD 500, may be termed the age of the great classics, not for India alone, but for the civilized world. In Europe, between the time of Aeschylus, 525 to 456 BC, and that of Boethius, circa AD 480 to 524, the Greco-Roman heritage was shaped and terminated. In the Levant, between the reigns of Darius I, reigned circa 521 to 486 BC, and Justinian, AD 527 to 565, the Zoroastrian, Hebrew, Christian, various Gnostic, and Manichaean canons were defined. In the Far East, between the lifetime of Confucius, 551 to 478 BC, and the legendary date of the coming to China of the Indian Buddhist sage Bodhidharma, AD 520, the basic texts and principles of Confucian, Taoist, and Chinese Buddhist thought were established, and in fact even the civilizations of pre-Columbian America came to flower in this millennium of their so-called classic horizon, circa 500 BC to circa AD 500. Both overland and by sea, the ways between Rome, Persia, India, and China were opened in this period to an ever-increasing commerce, and to such a degree that nowhere in the hemisphere was there any longer the possibility of a local mythological development in isolation. The exchange of ideas was multifarious, and yet there was in each domain a local force, which I have termed the style or signature, see Chapter 1, that worked as a transforming factor on every import. In Europe, as above defined, the force of the rational, innovating individual; in the Levant, the idea of the one true community realizing God's aim; in China, the old Bronze Age thought of an accord between heaven, earth, and man; and throughout the history of later India, the sense of an immanent ground into which all things dissolve, and out of which, simultaneously, by a trick of Maya, they continually pour. During the course of this millennium, there flowed from the west into India four increasingly massive tides. One, the first from Achaemenian Persia after 600 BC, we have already briefly noted. See pages 231 and 234 through 37. 2. The second, following Alexander's raid of 327 BC, was of a distinctly Hellenistic cast, supported by a powerful Greek community in the northwestern border province of Bactria, which for a time regained control of the entire Indus Valley, circa 200 to circa 25 BC. 3. The next bore the imprint of Rome and flowed to India largely by way of an extremely dangerous but profitable sea trade that developed in the first centuries AD, through a chain of ports along the western Indian coast, around the Cape, and up the other side. 4. And finally, with the victory in Rome of the Christian cult, the closing of the universities and extirpation of pagans throughout the empire, there turned up in India, circa AD 400, a tide of learned refugees bearing a rich treasure of late Roman, Greek, and Syro-Egyptian civilization, whose influence immediately inspired many aspects of the subsequent Indian Golden Age. Archaeologically, as I have noted, see pages 233 through 34, we have little more than broken shreds of ochre-colored painted gray and black polished wares to mark the centuries of Vedic Aryan culture before the coming of Alexander. The sudden blossoming of elegant stone monuments brought the glory of India out of the dark into the full dress of a documented civilization. However, in the period of the following Maurya dynasty, circa 322 to 185 BC, the impact of the young Macedonians' blow had reverberated across the north of the subcontinent, and in the moment of shifting political balances, an upstart of unknown provenance, Chandragupta Maurya, possibly of low caste, not only overthrew the king of the Nanda dynasty, whose commander-in-chief he had been, but established a native military state on the Persian model, strong enough to confront Seleucus in the year 305 BC with 500,000 men, 9,000 war elephants, and a sea of chariots. A treaty was arranged by which the Greeks acquired 500 of the elephants, and Chandragupta, apparently a daughter of Seleucus, the Greeks retired to Bactria, and the newly founded Maurya dynasty stood from Afghanistan to Bihar. 8. Three Buddhist kings, Asoka Maurya, circa 268 to 232 BC. Chandragupta's grandson was the great Asoka, who reigned circa 268 to 232 BC, and continuing the course of victory conquered the whole east coast of India from Orissa to Madras. When he beheld, however, the havoc of sorrow, misery, and death that his victory had caused, he was filled, like the young Prince Gautama, with a deep sorrow, and, repenting of the nature of the world, joined the Buddhist order as a lay disciple and the first Buddhist king. He is supposed to have supported 64,000 monks and to have built not only countless monasteries, but also, in a single night, 84,000 reliquary shrines. Actually, about half a dozen of his fabled reliquary mounds, stupas, survive to this day, increased so greatly in size, however, that we cannot judge of their Asokan phase. More instructive survivals from the decades of his reign are a series of 7 heraldic stone columns, standing or fallen in various sites, bearing elegantly carved capitals in a highly polished Achaemenid Persian style. With the fall of the Persian Empire and the burning of the palace city of Persepolis, the accumulated artistry of Persia, as Sir Mortimer Wheeler has put it, was out of work, and moving eastward to the nearest successor empire, had reached Chandragupta's India, where in the Buddhist art of Asoka's time a colonial flowering of the Achaemenid style produced the first stone monuments of what presently became one of the greatest sculptural traditions in the history of the world. Let us note at this point, however, that all of the sites of the world's first and foremost stone tradition, that of the Memphite priesthood of Ptah in Egypt, had been embraced long since within the bounds of the empires, first of Persia, then of Alexander the Great. Cambyses, the son of Cyrus, conquered Egypt 525 BC, and the tomb of his successor, Darius I, reigned circa 521 to 485 BC, may be visited to this day outside the ruins of Persepolis, hewn like the rock-cut tombs of the pharaohs, Abu Simbel and the rest, into a perpendicular rock wall. 6 more such rock-cut mausoleums are in the neighborhood, one of which is unfinished, and these are attributed respectively to Xerxes I, 485 to 465, Artaxerxes I, 465 to 425, Darius II, 424 to 404, Artaxerxes II, 404 to 359, Artaxerxes III, 359 to 338, and the one unfinished, Arces, 338 to 336, or perhaps the victim of Alexander, Darius III, 336 to 330. Shall we be surprised, then, if the earliest rock-hewn monuments in India appear in the period of Asoka? The most notable of the Asokan series is a delicately carved little hermit cell near Gaya, the so-called Lomas Rishi cave, cleanly cut into solid rock with a charming sculptured facade imitating a lodge of wood and thatch, and having a lively bas-relief showing a file of hustling elephants gracefully arched above its entrance. The Asokan reliquary mounds, stupas, likewise suggest a background in the deep past, specifically in the cult of the Neolithic goddess Earth. For, as Dr. Heinrich Zimmer has pointed out in his lectures on the art of Indian Asia, clusters of 7 little mounds of battered clay are to this day made and worshipped in South Indian villages, not as graves or reliquaries, but as shrines to the 7 mother goddesses. The mound in the Sumerian seal of figure 12 will also be recalled. Relics of the dead placed in such a sanctuary are returned, as it were, to the womb of the goddess mother for rebirth. Like the mummy of the pharaoh in his pyramid, the Buddhist stupa would seem to point, therefore, like the yoga of Buddhism itself, not to the Vedic Aryan, but to an earlier Neolithic system of belief. Likewise, the rock-cut hermit caves, pointing by way of Persia back to Egypt, let us know that the forms of art and architecture appearing in this period of Asoka were not exactly new. They were derived from an archaic art that had been first developed in the precincts of the Memphite temple of Ptah, and were now being grafted after centuries on a pre-Vedic Indian base of cruder style, yet essentially of the same cultural stock. And as the forms of Indian art progress from this date, the evidences increase of just such an organic interplay between traits of the deepest Indian past and affiliated arrivals from the West, so that an extremely complex problem stands to be faced by the student of these works. They represent an organic cultural interaction where the force of an apparently alien tide emanating from an alien center actually carried traits and strong affinity from a long hidden aspect of the native spiritual past. However, not everything coming to view in this period has to be read as an opening of the eyes of a tropical giant who has slept for 2,000 years. There was much that was actually new. The use of iron and of coinage, which had arrived from Persia some 3 centuries before Asoka's time, was new. So likewise the use of a Semitic alphabet for the writing of royal inscriptions. A number of columns of Asoka bear inscriptions of this kind, as do also certain surfaces of crude rock, and the type of script, karoshti, in which the majority were inscribed was an adaptation of the Aramaic of the Near East. For instance, on a rock wall near Kandahar, South Afghanistan, there is a bilingual text in Greek and Aramaic, Greek above, Aramaic below, celebrating in the following self-congratulatory, paternally admonitory terms Asoka's conversion to the Buddhist faith and subsequent exemplary conduct. The king of gentle regard, when 10 years of his reign had been accomplished, made manifest to mankind the virtue of piety, and from that time men have been moved to become more pious, whereas on earth everything has prospered, and the king abstains from living beings, so likewise do others, and the hunters and fishers of the king have ceased to hunt. Moreover, those who were not masters over themselves have ceased, according to their powers, not to be masters over themselves, and they are obedient to their fathers, mothers, and elders, which formerly was not the case, so that in the future, behaving thus, they are going to live in a manner better and more profitable in all ways. The Greek of this inscription, as Professor A. Dupont-Sommer in his presentation of the monument states, conforms completely to the Hellenistic style of the 3rd century BC without exoticisms or provincialisms. The Aramaic just below it confirms in the main to the imperial Aramaic which had been current in the Achaemenid chanceries, but shows a certain loosening of syntax as well as various provincialisms, and as was the case in the Achaemenid period itself, it has picked up a number of Iranian terms, no less than 9 of its 80-odd words being Iranian. A comparison can be made between the destiny of Christianity under Constantine, 3 centuries after the crucifixion, and that of Buddhism under Asoka, 3 centuries after the first turning of the wheel of the law. For in both cases an ascetic doctrine of salvation taught to a cluster of mendicant disciples. If anyone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. Follow me and leave the dead to bury their own dead. Became an imperial secular religion of devotionalized good conduct for people living in the world, still in the field of history, not by any means having given up all to shave their heads and carry bowels. For in both cases an ascetic doctrine of salvation taught to a cluster of mendicant disciples. If anyone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. Follow me and leave the dead to bury their own dead. Became an imperial secular religion of devotionalized good conduct for people living in the world, still in the field of history, but not by any means having given up all to shave their heads and carry bowls. It is also possible to note that in the rock edicts of Asoka, which are the earliest Buddhist writings we possess, no mention whatsoever is made of the doctrines of no self, ignorance, and extinction, but only of heaven, good works, merit, and the soul. Let all joy be in effort, the king counsels, because that avails for both this world and the next. The ceremonial of piety is not temporal, for even if it fails to attain the desired end in this world, it surely begets eternal merit in the next. Even the small man can, if he choose, win for himself by exertion much heavenly bliss. And for what do I toil? for no other end than this, that I may discharge my debt to animate beings, and that while I make some happy here, they may in the next world merit heaven. Or again, His Majesty thinks nothing of much importance save what concerns the next world. His Sacred and Gracious Majesty states the most celebrated of all with a quality of tolerance that has been typical of India throughout its long religious history, does reverence to men of all sects, whether ascetics or householders, by gifts and various forms of reverence. His Sacred Majesty, however, cares not so much for gifts or external reverence as that there should be a growth of the essence of the matter in all sects. The growth of the essence of the matter assumes various forms, but the root of it is restraint of speech. To wit, a man must not do reverence to his own sect by disparaging that of another man without reason. Depreciation should be for specific reasons only, because the sects of other people deserve reverence for one reason or another. Concord, therefore, is meritorious, to wit, hearkening and hearkening willingly to the law of piety as accepted by other people, for it is the desire of His Sacred Majesty that adherents of all sects should hear much teaching and hold sound doctrine. It was under the patronage of Asoka that the Buddhist World Mission was initiated, with teachers sent not only to Ceylon, where the mission struck fertile soil, but also to Antiochus II of Syria, Ptolemy II of Egypt, Magas of Cyrene, Antigonus Gonatas of Macedonia, and Alexander II of Epirus. We find also in his period the first substantial evidence of a penetration into the south of India by the northern Gangetic civilization. Excavations conducted largely in Mysore in the last years of British directorship, but supplemented and supported by diggings elsewhere since, have shown that until circa 200 BC the culture of the Deccan and south was still extremely primitive. The tools were of a late Paleolithic, crude microlithic order. Pottery still was handmade, usually of a coarse gray fabric, globular in type, though occasionally shards of incised and painted ware occur. Metal was known but extremely scarce. Bits of copper and bronze, but none of iron, appear among the remains. Post holes suggest houses made of timber, sometimes supplemented by low walls of rough granite blocks, and this is just about the whole story. It was only after circa 200 BC that an extremely interesting late megalithic culture complex arrived, bearing astonishing resemblances to the much earlier Bronze Age megalithic, circa 2000 BC, of Spain, France, England, Sweden, and Ireland. However, this complex reached South India in association with iron, and seems to have come not from the west but from the northeast, whereafter suddenly, circa AD 50, a far more advanced influence arrived, and a brilliant period dawned in the south with the appearance of the merchantmen of Rome. Thus, for the area south of the Vindhyas, 3 periods of greatly delayed development seem to be indicated, following the Paleolithic. 1, a crude Meso-Chalcolithic stone axe culture from perhaps the first millennium BC to circa 200 BC. 2, an intrusive megalithic culture associated with iron from circa 200 BC to circa AD 50. 3, an arrival of Roman trading and manufacturing stations circa AD 50 by direct sea route from Egyptian Red Sea ports, and it was into this comparatively primitive jungle zone toward the close of period 1 that the northern black polish ware and iron of the Aryan Buddhist urban centers penetrated circa 300 BC, with the victories of the great Mauryan rulers. 3 copies of one of Asoka's edicts have been found as far south as Brahmagiri in Mysore, so that a vast, culturally well-mixed domain is indicated for the period of the earliest Buddhist diffusion, marked in the west by Asoka's Greek-Aramaic edict in Afghanistan, and beyond that his missions to Macedonia and Egypt, in the east by his conquest of the Indian coast from Orissa to Madras, and in the south by his mission to Ceylon, as well as, on the mainland, his edicts in Mysore, and in this largely Buddhist world a combination of Egypto, Assyro, Persian, Indo, Aryan, Dravidian, and Greek elements can be readily discerned. the whole superintended by a monarch, the greatest in the world in his day, of a tolerance and gentleness seldom matched in the history of states, protecting the myriads of lion-roaring monks of the numerous life-renouncing nirvana cults of his time, yet equally fostering and developing with the wisdom of a great patriarch the well-being, both on earth and in heaven, of his children of the world. And for a time, under the reign of this mighty yet pious king, it actually seemed that something like the golden age of the lion lying with the lamb was about to be realized. However, the laws of history, which in the political textbook of his grandfather had been defined as the law of fishes, the big ones eat the little ones, and the little ones have to be fast, had by no means been undone in the vortex of this world. The empire disintegrated some 50 years after Asoka's death, when the last of his successors, Brihadratha, was murdered by his own commander-in-chief on the occasion of a review of his troops, and a new non-Buddhist family stemming from the province of Ujjain, which had formerly been a Maurya fief, assumed the imperial throne, whereupon the murderer, Pushyamitra, founder of the new Hindu Shunga dynasty, released a horse in preparation for a classical Vedic sacrifice to wander at will over the realm, attended by 100 warrior princes. But somewhere about midway to the Punjab, the challenge of the ranging symbolic steed was accepted by a company of Greek cavalry. The Europeans were routed and the imperial Vedic sacrifice was completed, but the presence of the Greek riders was enough to give notice of something interesting brewing in the West. Menander, circa 125 to 95 BC. For indeed in Hellenistic Bactria, a Greek tyrant, Euthydemus, had established circa 212 BC a Greek military state independent of the Seleucids, and his son Demetrius reconquered the entire Indus Valley for the Greeks circa 197 BC. In this formidable outpost, Hindu and Buddhist as well as classical mythologies and beliefs were in play. The Greeks themselves identified Indra with Zeus, Shiva with Dionysus, Krishna with Heracles, and the goddess Lakshmi with Artemis, and one of the greatest of the Greek kings, Menander, circa 125 to circa 95 BC, appears to have been, if not himself a Buddhist, then at least a lavish patron of the faith. The Buddhist wheel of law appears on his coins. Plutarch states that the cities of his realm contended for the honor of his ashes and agreed on a division among themselves in order that the memory of his reign should not be lost. And there is an important early Buddhist text, in part perhaps circa 50 BC, the Questions of King Milinda Panya, in which this king, Menander, is shown arguing with a Buddhist monk, Nagasena, by whom he is defeated and converted. The king was learned, eloquent, wise, and able, a faithful observer, and that at the right time, of all the various acts of devotion and ceremony enjoined by his own sacred hymns concerning things past, present, and to come, and as a disputant he was hard to equal, harder still to overcome, the acknowledged superior of all the founders of the various schools of thoughts. Moreover, as in wisdom, so in strength of body, swiftness, and valor, there was found none equal to Milinda in all India. He was rich, too, mighty in wealth and prosperity, and the number of his armed hosts knew no end. I shall leave it to the reader to seek out the text itself and learn how this mighty man, when his day of work was done, would ask his 500 Ionian courtiers to suggest some learned Indian sage with whom he might enjoy an evening's talk, and of how, attended by the 500 mounting the royal car, he went to the dwellings, one after another, of those suggested, putting questions to them to which they were unable to respond. Then thought Milinda, the king, within himself, all India is an empty thing. It is verily like chaff. There is no one, either recluse or Brahmin, capable of discussing things with me and dispelling my doubts. Fortunately for the reputation of India, however, there were dwelling in the high Himalayas a company of Buddhist arhats, and one of these, by his divine power of hearing, overheard Milinda's thought, whereupon a search was instituted for one who would be able to match the Greek, and it was learned, again by telepathy, that he would be found, but be not amazed, in the heaven of the happy gods. The innumerable company of arhats vanishing from the from the summit of their mountain, appeared in the heaven of the happy gods, and discovering the god in question, Mahasena by name, learned that he would be pleased to assist the faith by refuting the heresy of Melinda, whereupon the Arhats, vanishing from that heaven, reappeared on their Himalayan slope, and the god was born on earth as the son of a Brahmin. When he had acquired what Brahmanism could teach, Mahasena joined the Buddhist order under the name Nagasena, learned the law with ease, and soon was an Arhat worthy to be sent against the king, who thereupon met his match. The sage successfully answered every single one of the Greeks' 262 questions. The earth shook 6 times to its boundaries, lightning flashed, a rainfall of flowers fell from heaven, etc. All the inhabitants of the city and the women of the king's palace bowed down before Nagasena, raised their joined hands to their foreheads, and departed thence. And the king, with joy in his heart, pride suppressed, became aware of the virtue of the religion of the Buddhas, ceased to entertain doubt, tarried no longer in the jungle of heresy, and, like a poisonous cobra deprived of its fangs, craved pardon for his faults and admission to the faith, to be its true convert and supporter as long as life should last. Kaniska, circa A.D. 78 to 123, or 120 to 162. The days of the Greeks on this threshold of nirvana were numbered by the approach of a somewhat enigmatic horde of nomads from the vicinity of the Chinese wall, called by the Chinese Yuchi, by the Indians the Kusanas, classified by some as Mongols, by others as Turcomen of a sort, and by still others as some kind of Scythian-like Aryan folk. They had been dislodged and set in motion by a group of Huns ranging the country between the southern reaches of the wall and the mountains of Nanshan. Their migration across the wastes of Kuku Nor and Sinkian lasted about 40 years, circa 165 to 125 BC, causing major displacements of population in the areas traversed and therewith new pressures on the borders of Bactria. The Greeks' defenses broke. First Scythians, then Kusanas poured through, and crossing the mountains into India, possessed themselves of the greater part of the Gangetic plain, southward as far as to the Vindhya hills. Kaniska, whose dates are variously reckoned as circa AD 78 to 123 or circa AD 120 to 162, was the greatest of the Kusana kings. There is a portrait statue 5 feet 4 inches tall to the shoulders, unfortunately the head is missing, executed in the red sandstone of Mathura, in which the long belted field coat and heavy riding boots, the vigorous stance, and the readiness of the 2 hands at the hilts of the 2 immense sheathed swords announced dramatically the character of the Central Asians who had assumed the leadership of India. Like Asoka and Menander, Kaniska was a convert to Buddhism, and as such a lavish patron both of monks and of the arts of the lay community. Asvaghosha was a figure of his court, possibly the agent of his conversion. There is a tradition, questionable though generally accepted, that under his patronage a great Buddhist council launched the Mahayana on its career. The cultivation of Sanskrit as an elite literary tongue and of the classic kavya, poetic style, commenced apparently in the Kasuna courts, and in the sphere of religious art a number of developments took place that were among the most notably in the history of the Orient. Numerous immense reliquary mounds were built in this day. Those from Asoka's time were enlarged, and there were raised around these sanctuaries opulently carved stone gates and railings, on which all of the earth and vegetation genii of the ageless folk tradition appeared in teeming abundance, surrounding in joyous reverence the great silent mounds symbolic of nirvana. But these figures, far indeed from representing the sorrows and loathsomeness of the world as taught by the teacher and his monks, appear rather to represent its naive charm. To the pilgrim visitor coming to the shrine, these little scenes and figures seem to say, "Indeed, for thee who hast come, heavy with thyself, all is sorrow. But for us, here in the knowledge that we in all things are without a self, there is the rapture of nirvana, even here on earth, in every one of our various lives and manners of being." Pot-bellied dwarves support great architraves, whereon are beasts, gods, nature sprites, and human beings adorning symbols of the Buddhas, past and future. Winged lions squat like guardian dogs. Earth demons shouldering heavy clubs guard the sun wheel of the law. Everywhere flowering vines and lianas pour from the mouths and navels of mythological monsters. Conches, masks, and vases likewise emit lianas, lotuses, and auspicious fruit and jewel-bearing plants, from which animals spring or among which birds may hop and earth spirits play. Dryads grasp the boughs of their trees, voluptuously hanging, and among these numerous forms scenes appear both from the life and form the earlier lives of the Buddha when he was a tortoise, monkey, elephant, or great hare, merchant or world monarch, when he returned to Kapila Vastu and performed miracles before his father, mounted miraculously to his mother in heaven, who had died 7 days following his birth, or when he walked on water. Now, in monuments of this type built before the period of Kanishka, those of the so-called early classic style of circa 185 BC to circa AD 50, the human form of the Buddha himself is never shown. In the scene, for example, of his palace excursions in the charioteer is to be seen holding an umbrella over a prince who is not there. The return to Kapila Vastu shows the father and his court greeting, and the gods above dropping garlands, but where the Buddha should have stood we see a Bodhi tree, symbolic of his presence. The wheel of the law, the tree, an empty chair, footprints, or stupa represent the Buddha in such scenes, for he is the one who has realized extinction, who, like the sun, has set and is empty without being. As we read in a text of the Ceylonese Pali Canon, there is nothing any more with which he can be compared. However, in the period and reign of Kanishka, a new development took place, inasmuch as the Buddha himself now was represented everywhere, and in two contrasting styles. The Greco-Roman of Gandhara, where he is shown as a kind of semi-divine Greek teacher, humanized as an impressive personality, and a powerful native style developed by the stone craftsmen of the city of Mathura, where he is rendered vigorously and realistically as an archetypal Indian sage. And the explanation of this appearance, as Heinrich Zimmer was the first to point out, is that a new conception of the fundamental doctrine had come into being. And we know, as he states, precisely what the new conception was. It was the Mahayana, which is documented in the very period of the Gandhara monuments by the Prajna Paramita texts. In these we are told that just as there never has been any world, so also there never was a historical Buddha to redeem it. The Buddha and the world are equally void, sunyam, empty, without being. From the transcendental standpoint of the released consciousness, they are on one and the same plane of illusoriness, and this transcendental standpoint, moreover, is the true one. The illusory historical Buddha, who through Bodhi entered into nirvana, yet until his parinirvana continued to live for the eyes of the world, may consequently be represented as though alive in the illusory world. One detail more is to be remarked in the art of these early Buddhist stupa railings, which, in the light of what we know of the usual attitude of monks, would appear to represent a direct challenge to their point of view. Ananda said, "Lord, how should we behave toward women?" The Master, "Not see them." Ananda, "And if we have to see them?" The Master, "Not speak to them." Ananda, "And if we have to speak to them?" The Master, "Keep your thoughts tightly controlled." And yet the most prominent single figure in the ornamentation of all the early Buddhist monuments, rivaling in prominence even the symbols of the Buddha and Nirvana, is the lotus goddess, Sri Lakshmi, of the popular Indian pantheon. She appears variously standing or sitting on a lotus, elevating lotuses in her hands, with lotus buds and corollas rising around her, on two of which elephants may appear, pouring water from their trunks as from pots lifted in their trunks, over her head and broad-hipped body. Furthermore, although in the earlier renditions, e.g. on the railings of Stupa No. 2 at Sanchi, circa 110 BC, her lower body is decently clothed, as are likewise the bodies of the other female forms on the monuments of that period. On the railings and gates of later date, Sanchi Stupa No. 1, 1st century AD, not only is the lower body of the lotus goddess naked, but the leg is often swung wide to reveal the lotus of her sex and the other female forms, whether crowding on balconies and at windows to watch the Prince Gautama ride forth from the palace, or voluptuously swinging as dryads from their trees, wear a type of ornamented girdle that does not conceal, but frames and accents their sex. In the Buddha Life by Asvaghosha, the scenes just cited of the women on the rooftops in the pleasure groves in Seraglio are rendered with an erotic stress on the detail that in numerous passages covers pages, and in the course of the following centuries, whether in Buddhist, Hindu, or even Jain art and literature, this accent on the female, and specifically as an erotic object, steadily increases, until by the 12th and 13th centuries there would almost appear to be in Indian mysticism little else. The Indus Valley goddess of the tree giving birth to the plant world has thus dramatically returned, figure 34 to 35, and she is to be known as present or represented, it would seem, in every woman in the world. She is the goddess of the Bodhi tree, the same who in the legend of Adam was Eve, but in the Garden of Eden the serpent, her lover, was cursed, whereas at the scene of the Bodhi tree the serpent arose from the earth to protect the Savior. Also in the scene of the trial of Parsvanatha, the serpent together with his consort came forth to protect the yogi, and the consort in that instance was expressly the goddess Lotus, Sri Lakshmi, the goddess of the life force in serpent form. There's a great mythological context opening out here before us, reaching westward and eastward like the two arms of the tree, of the knowledge on the one hand of good and evil, and on the other of immortal life. But we shall have to wait for a little more news before this reappearance in the midst of a world of meditating monks of the goddess symbolic of the universe can be appraised, for something really new has occurred. The enlightened one sets forth in the great ferry boat we read in a text of this period, but there's nothing from which he sets forth. He starts from the universe, but in truth he starts from nowhere. His boat is manned with all the perfections, and is manned by no one. It will find its support on nothing whatsoever, and will find its support on the state of all-knowing, which will serve it as a non-support. Moreover, no one has ever set forth in the great ferry boat. No one will ever set forth in it, and no one is setting forth in it now. And why is this? Because neither the one setting forth nor the goal for which he sets forth is to be found. Therefore, who should be setting forth, and whither? The Bodhisattva Subhuti said, "Profound, O Venerable One, is the perfect transcendental wisdom." And the Venerable One replied, "Abysmally profound, like the space of the universe, O Subhuti, is the perfect transcendental wisdom." Subhuti said again, "Difficult to be attained through awakening is the perfect transcendental wisdom, O Venerable One." To which the Venerable One replied, "That is the reason, O Subhuti, why no one ever attains it through awakening." 9. The Way of Vision. Han Ming Ti of China dreamed of a golden man in the West, or so at least we have been told, and although he knew that only demons and barbarians dwelt beyond the bounds of his celestial empire, which he held in order together with the universe by sitting immovably on his cosmic throne facing south, he nevertheless sent forth an embassy. This passed into the wilderness along the old Silk Road which had been opened between Rome and the Far East, circa 100 BC, and there indeed coming eastward along the bleak desert way were two Buddhist monks conducting a white horse that bore on its back an image of the Buddha and a packet of Mahayana texts. The monastery built to receive them in the capital Lo Yang was named for the animal on whose back the honored cargo had arrived, and it was there in that White Horse Monastery, circa AD 65, that the long task began of rendering Sanskrit into Chinese. The image, judging from the date, must have been of the Greco-Roman Gandhara school, possibly of gold and probably of Gautama teaching. However, the great majority of the Far Eastern Buddha images fashioned since do not represent the Indian Buddha Gautama. They are of purely visionary apparitions, meditation Buddhas, with no historical reference whatsoever, and of these by far the most popular and important is Amitabha, the Buddha of immeasurable Amita, light, Abha, known also as Amitayus, the Buddha of immeasurable Amita, life, duration, Ayus, who is a product of purely Buddhist thought, yet bears the marks of an ultimate derivation from Iran. Amida, as this brilliant solar Buddha is termed in the Far East, was known in China by the middle of the 2nd century AD, and is today in Japan the focus of devotion of the great Jodo and Shin Shuseks. In his worship, the way taught is not self-reliance, Japanese jiriki, one's own strength, but reliance on the grace, tariki, outside strength, another strength, of Amida, which two ways, however, do not differ as greatly as a Westerner might suppose, since the Buddha, conceived to be without, is symbolic of Buddhahood, which is equally within. In the Mahayana version of the Buddha life that we have just been reading by the Indian poet-monk Asvaghosha, a number of scenes are introduced that do not appear in the Hinayana Pali text, one of the most important of which occurs at the end of the 4th week of the Festival of the Great Awakening, when, according to this version, the antagonist Mara came once again before the Blessed One. "O thou Blessed One," he said, "thou wilt now kindly pass on to nirvana." But the Buddha Gautama replied, "I shall establish first innumerable Buddha realms," and the tempter, with a great cry of horror, disappeared. The Buddha realm is an invention of the Mahayana of enormous interest to every student of comparative mythology, for, on one hand, it shows many points of resemblance to the Western idea of paradise, yet, on the other, it is not conceived to be the ultimate goal of the spiritual life, but the penultimate, next to last. It is a kind of port of departure for nirvana, and as numerous ports are to be found along the shoreline of a great sea, so likewise along that of the ocean of the void there have been set up many Buddha realms. We hear of those of Maitreya, Vairashana, and Gautama, as well as that of Amida, and theoretically at least even the paradise of Christ might be experienced as a Buddha realm. In fact, as a coupling device by which the paradisiac mythology of any religion can be linked to the Buddhist, the concept of the Buddha realm makes it possible for the Mahayana mission to enter any religious field whatsoever and not destroy but augment and supplement the local forms. The Buddha realm of Amitabha came into being, we are told, by virtue of the vow that this particular world savior made when he was still a bodhisattva, which was that he would refuse enlightenment for himself unless by his Buddhahood he might bring to nirvana anyone who appealed to his name, even by so little as its mere repetition 10 times, and the power of his yoga was such that a purely visionary land, the land of bliss, Sakhavati, thereupon came into being in the West, where he now sits forever like a setting sun, never, however, setting, forever enduring, Amitayus, immeasurably radiant, Amitabha, on the shore of a great lotus lake, and all who implore his name are reborn on the lotuses of that lake, some on open calyxes, others, however, within buds, according to their various spiritual grades, for not all at the time of death are ready for the fullness of the radiant saving light. When a being of the highest category dies who has practiced throughout his life true compassion, karuna, injured none, and fully practiced all the precepts, Amitabha in a blaze of light appears to him, flanked by 2 great bodhisattvas, Avalokitesvara standing at his left, Mahastama at his right. Unnumbered historic Buddhas are shining all about, together with their monks and devotees, innumerable gods, and a multitude of jeweled palaces. A diamond seat is offered to the deceased by the 2 great bodhisattvas. All extend to him hands of welcome. The Buddha, Amitabha, sends over his body rays of light, and having seen all these, with a leap of joy he finds himself on that diamond throne, being led in a great procession to the land of bliss. Everywhere the doctrine is heard, brilliant rays and jewel forests are beheld, and living in the presence of all those Buddhas, bodhisattvas, gods, and luminous sights, bathed continuously in the light of Amitabha, conscious of a spirit of resignation to whatever consequences may arise, he is given countless thousands of meditation formulae to recite, and obtains nirvana in brief course. At the opposite moral extreme, the being of no achievement whatsoever, wicked, stupid, full of the guilt of many crimes, who at the time of death was advised by some friend, saying, "Even if you cannot imagine the Buddha, at least you can mutter his name," and thereupon pronounce the formula 10 times of adoration to the Buddha, Amitayus, will see on passing away a golden lotus, brilliant as the disk of the sun, within the corolla of which he will then find himself enclosed. And on that lake for 12 great eons he will remain within that bud, receiving and absorbing all the while the radiant influences of the lake, until one day the petals unfold and all the glories of the lake lie around him. He will then hear the voices raised in great compassion of the two great bodhisattvas, teaching him in detail the real state of all the elements of nature and the law of the expiation of sins. Immediately rejoicing, he will direct his whole thought to Buddhahood, which indeed he will then presently attain. Obviously, a gently purgatory has here superseded the usual Indian image of spiritual progress by reincarnation, and were the date of the doctrine not so early, one could suppose that a Christian influence might have come into play. However, as things stand, the more plausible view is that the influence of Iran and the doctrine of Zoroaster, which, as already noted, played a role in the shaping of Dante's vision, had been operative here. It is not to be forgotten, states an excellent recent monograph on this subject, that the first apostle to bring Amida worship to China was a Parthian prince, Nagan Che Kao, and that the Kushana Empire, where Amida worship first arose, was no less Iranian than Indian, no less Mazdaean than Buddhist. Nagan Che Kao was an Arsacid who lived in China from 148 to 170 A.D. Furthermore, the work of translating sacred texts and of peddling and fashioning sacred images was in the 2nd and 3rd centuries A.D. carried in principally by the Bactrian and Sogdian subjects of the Yuchi. Hence, it is not in India proper that the factors contributing to the victory of Amida must be sought, but in the intermediate Chinese-Indian zone where the prevailing influence was of Iran, all of which explains why Amida worship, which is Central Asia and the Far East, enjoyed such a great expansion, appears to have been little favored in India proper. Dr. Marie Theresa de Malman, the author of this important study, has shown that the names of Amitabha and Amitayus correspond to the usual characterizations of the Persian creator god Ahura Mazda as the Lord both of light and of unending time. Furthermore, that throughout the broad domain of Persian religious influence, which, as we know, reached the Roman army into Gaul and Britain, divine triads matching that of Amitabha, seated between his two great standing bodhisattvas, appear at many sites. For example, at Rheims, a Gallo-Roman altar, figure 59, has been found, on the front of which there is shown in high relief a horned deity on a low dais, holding on his left forearm a cornucopia-like bag from which grain pours, and before his dais, facing each other like the gazelles of the horned Indus Valley deity of figure 36, stand a bull and stag feeding on the grain. The pediment above contains the figures of a large rat, which in India is the animal vehicle of the god Ganesha, Lord Isa of the hosts Gana of his father Shiva, while at either hand, right and left of this Celtic god who has been identified as Cernunnos and elsewhere appears like Shiva with 3 heads, stand a pair of gods, Apollo and Hermes Mercury, much in the manner of the 2 great bodhisattvas. The resemblances of this symbolic composition to the Buddhist triad, and beyond that is manifold association with incidental motifs of the Shiva-Buddha context, are much too close to be accidental, and if we now recall that the Persian prophet Mani, 8216 to 276, the founder of Manichaeism, sought to synthesize the teachings of the Buddha, Zoroaster, and Christ, and that by the 5th century A.D., Manichaean communities were known from North Africa, where St. Augustine was a professed Manichaean from AD 373 to 382, to China, it will be evident that the religion of Amida was by no means the only conspicuous example of cross-cultural syncretism in this general period of the rising and falling great military empires of Rome, Persia, India, and Han China. The religion of Amida, however, is in spirit absolutely different from the Occidental dualism either of the Persian or of the Christian revelation. Superficially, an obvious base for syncretic manipulations was furnished by an affinity not only of traditions but also of imagery and general spiritual aims. For example, if the Christian view of the destiny of man be compared with the Hindu-Buddhist, it will be seen that in both the basic theme and highest concern is the preparation of the temporal being for an experience in eternity of the summum bonum. Those who at the time of death are unprepared must undergo beyond death a sort of postgraduate discipline, which in the Christian image is represented by the symbol of purgatory, and in the Hindu-Buddhist by reincarnation. Purgatory and reincarnation are thus homologous. Likewise, according to both iconographies, those so confirmed in vice that no influence of divine grace can possibly undo them remain as they are, shut away from their own highest good, either in a permanent hell, the Christian image, or in a round of interminable rebirth. Significant differences appear, however, when the two systems are more exactly brought together. For when we compare their lower margins, we find that in the Christian image of the great theater of salvation, the animal, plant, and inanimate realms of being have been omitted from the composition, while at the upper margin the highest integer is God. The Western image, that is to say, is but the torso of the other, reaching neither below man-made in the image of God nor above God in the image of man. For no matter how loftily and airily God may be described, he is always finally manlike, either grossly so, as throughout the Bible, or more subtly, as when described as some kind of abstract presence bearing in superlative degree the human qualities of goodness, mercy, justice, wisdom, wrath, and might. In some, whereas the man-God margins of the Occidental system result in a reading of the universe in terms finally of an Oedipal situation, a good father creating a bad son who sinned and now must be atoned. In the Orient, the anthropomorphic order is but the foreground of a larger structure, and whereas within the anthropomorphic frame an essentially ethical, penal cast is given to the problem of the universe, disease, defeat, storm, and death being punishments and trials, animal suffering, however unexplained. Ethics in the Orient, being good and obeying father, represent only the kindergarten of a high school. Hence, whereas in the Occidental image of purgatory the ultimate aim, the summum bonum, is to be achieved, is the beatific vision in the land of bliss. In the Mahayana Buddhist imagery of Amida, the beatific vision itself is but the last phase of the purgatorial process, not an ultimate aim, but an ultimate step to something beyond. One is to leap beyond God in the image of man, man in the image of God, and the universe cognized by the mind. The mind itself, indeed, is to break and dissolve in the burning light of a realization both above and below, beyond and yet within. Everything it has conceived and experienced of the ineffable, unimaginable, no thing that is the mystery of all being, and yet no mystery, since it is actually ourselves and what we are regarding every minute of the whole duration of our lives. Consequently, man's earthly condition is not interpreted in the Orient as a punishment for something, nor is its end in any sense atonement. The saving power of Amida has nothing whatsoever to do with atonement. Its function is pedagogical, not penal. The aim is not the satisfaction of a supernatural father, but an awakening of the natural man to truth, and its only claim is that the vision of this Buddha and his eloquent land of bliss will effect that aim more easily and swiftly, and more surely for more types of man than any other known pedagogical device. For example, in the guidebook to meditation on Amida, from which I have already cited, the method of building in the mind, step by step, the saving vision of the Buddha, his attendant bodhisattvas, and the land of bliss itself is presented in detail, with the final assurance that the vision is actually not of a being and place somewhere literally in the West, but of the inhabiting being and nature of oneself, and of the whole world, all things and all that is beyond all things. Furthermore, as we read onward in this text, which I think it is important to present here at some length, we cannot but recognize it in the source of the imagery of the Buddhist temple art of the whole Far East, which can be only misread in Occidental terms, for those images are in no sense idols, they are supports of meditation, and the Buddha of meditation himself is not a supreme being somewhere in heaven or even in some actual land of bliss, but a figure, a mask, a presentation to the mind of the inhabiting mystery of all phenomenality, whatsoever, whether of the world, of the temple, of the image, or of the devotee himself. The lesson is presented in this text in the way of a teaching rendered by the Buddha Gautama to the queen consort of that gracious king Bimbisara, who had offered him his realm when, at the beginning of his youthful quest, he had passed, begging, through the king's city and retired to a mountainside for a pause. See pages 255 to 56. The king himself, now an old man, had fallen upon bad times, for his wicked son, Ajatasatru, had cast him. The king himself, now an old man, had fallen upon bad times, for his wicked son, Ajatasatru, had cast him into prison with 7 walls, and his queen, Vaidehi, the mother of that wicked son, had also been cast into a jail. She had prayed for consolation, however, and the world-saving Buddha, Gautama Sakyamuni, appeared to her in vision, sitting on a lotus of numerous brilliant jewels, flanked by 2 disciples, and with deities above showering flowers. From between the Buddha's brows there flashed a ray that spread to all the worlds of the 10 quarters, and returning rested above his head, where it became a golden pillar, tall as the mountain of the gods, wherein all the Buddha realms of the 10 quarters could be seen at once. And she, regarding them, selected that of the Buddha Amitabha Amitayus. Gautama said those desiring to be born there first should be filial, compassionate, and observant of the 10 negative precepts, which are as follows: 1. Not to kill. 2. Not to steal. 3. Not to lie. 4. Not to unchaste. 5. Not to drink intoxicants. See page 222, the 5 basic vows of Jainism. These are the 5 that all must observe, following which are 5 additional for monks. 6. Not to eat at forbidden times. 7. Not to dance, sing, or attend theatrical or other spectacles. 8. Not to use scents, garlands, or other ornaments. 9. Not to use high or broad beds. 10. Not to accept money. Secondly, said the Buddha, those desiring to enter this realm should take refuge in the Buddha, the law, and the order, fulfill all ceremonial observances, and give their whole attention to the attainment of enlightenment, deeply believing in the doctrine of the 12-fold causal chain, studying and reciting the sutras, and leading others to follow the same course. And when he had rehearsed thus the elementary lore, the Buddha said graciously to the queen, "You are just an ordinary person. The quality of your mind is inferior and feeble. You have not as yet achieved the divine eye, and so cannot see anything that is not directly at hand. You will ask, therefore, how the perception of that Buddha realm is to be formed. I shall now explain." Whereupon he taught the good and pious queen the manner of envisioning Amitayus. At the time of the setting sun, she was to sit facing west, fix her mind firmly on the setting sun, and hold the image of that sun in memory. That would be the perception of the sun, the first meditation. Next, she would form the perception of pure water, holding this image firmly fixed, and when the water had been perceived, the meditating mind was to envision ice, shining and transparent, after which lapis lazuli. The earth then was to be seen as lapis lazuli, transparent and radiant, both within and without, supported from beneath by a golden banner with 7 jewels, reaching to the 8 corners of the earth, each corner of the earth consisting of 100 jewels, each jewel of 1,000 rays, and every ray of 84,000 colors, which, being reflected from the lapis lazuli ground, would look like 1,000 million suns. Searching over that ground were to be seen golden ropes, intertwined crosswise, the whole divided by strings of 7 jewels, every jewel emitting rays of 500 colors, resembling flowers or like the moon and stars. And these rays should form a tower of 10 million stories built of jewels, every side of which should be furnished with 100 million flowery banners and numberless musical instruments, all emitting the sounds signifying suffering, non-existence, impermanence, and no self. That would be the perception of water, the second meditation. Next, this perception having been formed, each of its constituents one by one was to be visualized so clearly that the whole would never be lost, even when the eyes were open, except during sleep. The one who has realized this perception, said the Buddha, is declared to have seen dimly the land of bliss, and this perception of the land is meditation number 3. The next meditation was to be of the jewel trees of that Buddha realm, 7 rows of them, each 800 yojanas high, all bearing flowers and leaves of 7 jewels, and from the first jewel of each, which is of lapis lazuli, there issues a golden ray, from the second of crystal, a saffron ray, next of agate, a diamond ray, etc. Corals, amber, and all the other gems follow as ornaments. Moreover, 7 nets of pearls are to be visualized, spreading over each tree, and between each set of such nets and its neighbors, 500 million palaces built of excellent flowers, like the palace of the god Brahma. Heavenly children live in those palaces, and every child has a garland of 500 million precious gems, the rays of which illuminate 100 yoganas, as if 100 million suns and moons were united. It is difficult, said even the Buddha, to explain them all in detail. And we have come only to the 4th meditation. Nirvana is the goal, and the mind is beginning to crack, as it must, if that goal is to be achieved. However, since the goal of the present work is not nirvana, but a cross-cultural view of the imagery by which the peoples of the world have in time and space sought to represent their intuitions of that term beyond terms which in the West we personify as God, and in the Orient is depersonified either as being or as non-being, I am going to ask the gracious reader wishing to continue with the Buddha to let me say to him respectfully in the words of the antagonist, who was himself, as we now know, a Buddha thing, O thou blessed one, thou wilt now kindly pass on to nirvana, for we are going to pause here a while to classify. We have come to a point in our study where the whole field is breaking, like a Buddha realm, into 500 million varicolored rays, and it certainly is difficult to explain them in all detail. 10. The world regained as dream. The use of visions to lead the mind and sentiments beyond themselves over thresholds to new realms of realization has been developed in the Orient during the centuries since the writing of the guidebook to meditation on Amida into an extremely versatile pedagogical technique. At its service, not only books of meditation but also works of visual art are employed. We have not yet in our present systematic survey arrived at the period of the great unfoldment of this visionary methodology. However, the basic principles are already evident, and since these represent not only a mode of oriental guidance of the soul, but also the deepest, broadest, most thoroughly tested and proved theory of the nature and use of myth that learning anywhere in this field has yet produced, I am going to pause for a brief analysis of its elementary postulates before proceeding. The first point to be noted as that already recognized in our study of the system of the Jains, namely the breaking away from actuality, whether in the forest voluntarily as a monk or in jail by force majeure, the individual is psychologically dissociated from the field of life normal to his kind. External stimuli are cut off. Next, with the normal system of sign stimuli cut off, the reality system, a supernormal order is developed, the mythic system, to which the sentiments are addressed, whereupon 2 alternatives arise. The negative method of the Jains, Sankhya and Hinayana, required the extinction, finally, of either part or all of the mythic system of supernormal stimuli and a realization thereby of trance rapture, either with or without a sense of unqualified being. The positive method of the Buddha realm, on the other hand, retains the supernormal image and develops it simultaneously in 2 directions. 1. Toward the void of non-being, the Buddha realm is a mere vision of the mind, and 2. Toward actuality, the world of normal life is itself a Buddha realm. For example, when the Buddha Sakyamuni had taught the queen the first 6 meditations, there appeared as though of itself the vision of Amitayus. She had been taught to visualize first the sun, second water, third the land, and fourth the wondrous jewel trees. Next, said the Buddha, the lotus-covered lakes, and each being of 7 jewels, soft and yielding, derived from the king of jewels, the wishing gem. Those waters issue from that gem in 14 luminous streams, each with the color of 7 jewels, its channel being of gold and its bed of variegated diamonds. In each lake are 60 million lotuses of 7 jewels each, 12 yojanas in circumference, all of which gently rise and fall as the water ripples among them, melodiously sounding the lesson of suffering, non-existence, impermanence, and no self, proclaiming also the signs, 32 in number, and the 80 minor marks of excellence, Moreover, golden rays pour from the wishing gem, becoming birds of the colors of 100 jewels, harmoniously singing of the Buddha, the law, and the order. Such is the fifth meditation on the 8 waters of good qualities, and this then is followed by a sixth and last meditation before the Buddha Amitayus comes. One perceives that each division of that Buddha realm has jeweled galleries and stories to the number of 500 million, within each of which are innumerable deities playing heavenly music, and numerous musical instruments hang furthermore like jeweled banners in the open sky, resounding of themselves the remembrance of the Buddha, the law, and the order. And when this meditation has been accomplished, one is said to have seen dimly the jewel trees, jewel earth, jewel lakes, and jewel air of that land of bliss. The one who has experienced this, said the Buddha, has expiated all sins, such as would have led to numberless transmigrations, and will surely be born in that Buddha realm. The mind has now been cleared of all connection with actual trees, earth, lakes, and air, birds, banners, and gems. A visionary theater has been set for the entry of Amida, and behold, he comes. For even while the Buddha Sakyamuni in the role of teacher was speaking to Queen Vadehi, the solar Buddha Amitayus appeared in the midst of the banner and music-laden jewel sky, together with his 2 great bodhisattvas, Avalokitesvara at his left, Mahastama at his right, and there was such a dazzling radiance that no one could clearly see. It was 100,000 times greater than the radiance of gold, and the queen approached the Buddha Sakyamuni and worshipped at his feet, who then explained how all beings in the future were to meditate on the Buddha Amata. The reader will have the meditation described to the queen reproduced in numerous Buddhist works of art, whether from India, Tibet, China, Korea, or Japan. He will easily understand, furthermore, that although the eye of the art connoisseur may judge forms aesthetically, the eye of religion passes through and sees, or at least strives to see, not stone, not wood or paint, not bronze, but a ground of 7 jewels, supporting a lotus of innumerable lights, each leaf exhibiting the colors of numerous jewels and having 84,000 veins, each vein emitting 84,000 rays, and there is a tower all of gems, whereon are 4 posts with jeweled banners, each banner like 100,000 cosmic mountains. Over the banners a jeweled veil like that of the celestial palace of the Lord of Death, shining with 500 million jewels, each with 84,000 rays, each ray with 84,000 golden colors, and the whole continually changing in appearance, now a diamond tower, now a pearl net, again clouds of many mixed flowers, which, as the Buddha Sakyamuni has been said to have declared, is the 7th meditation on the flowery throne. After which there comes the culminating thought, the jewel of all the great jewels in the jewel net, indeed the one jewel of Asia that is to be held continually before the mind through all these amplitudes of metamorphic vision. Stage and throne have been established, now the mind is to see Amitayus. And as to the nature of that Buddha, let the following be heard. Sakyamuni speaks. Every Buddha thus come, Tathagata, is one whose spiritual body is itself the inhabiting principle of nature, Dharma Dhatu Kaya, the body that is the principle or support of the law of true being. Hence he may enter into the mind of any being. Hence also, when you have perceived that Buddha, it is in fact your own mind that is in possession of those 32 signs of perfection and 80 minor marks of excellence perceived in the Buddha. In sum, it is your own mind that becomes the Buddha. Nay, it is your own mind that is even now the Buddha. The ocean of true and universal knowledge of all the Buddhas derives its source from one's own mind and thought. In the light of this basic thought, set down in Sanskrit in the Kusana period, translated circa AD 424 into Chinese, and known to every modern temple of the solar Buddha Amitabha, whether in China, Korea, or Japan, the reader will know why it was that during the centuries following the first appearance of Buddha images, a rapid trend away from the realistically viewed teaching Buddhas of both the early Greco-Roman Gandhara style and the native Indian style of Mathura, see pages 285, soon carried the form from the plane of waking life to that of the initiatory, visionary dream. The solar halo behind the Gandhara Buddha heads was originally an Iranian Zoroastrian motif, which was appearing also in the West at about the same time. in the Greco-Roman iconography of the early Christians. The image of Christ in the course of time, however, was to assume a character increasingly realistic, whereas that of the Buddha, on the other hand, was rapidly going the opposite way. In the Gandharan forms, the dramatic play of the Greek drapery and Apollo-like distinction of the head were reduced in force. The figure, as it were, moved back a little, summoning the contemplative mind also to step back. As Heinrich Zimmer has declared, appearance was transmuted into apparition, not bodily being, only in essence that has become silently manifest is what is seen in these later Gandharan forms. And in the art of Mathura, too, in the great 5th century A.D., which is the moment of apogee of classic India, the halo became glorious, suggesting the wonder of the lotus world. There followed across the whole of Asia a flowering of the arts of vision that is unmatched in the history of mankind. And within the realm of Mother India itself, the Buddhist inspiration ran, as by a chain reaction, into the new universe of post-Buddhistic Hinduism, which, having caught fire from the Buddhist spirit, was soon to come to view with its challenge, and presently assuming the lead, step away into a teeming, voluptuous world of visionary beatitudes of its own. Dr. Zimmer wrote, "Entering a room containing Indian sculpture, one is immediately struck by the stillness with which it is filled, even when the forms that it contains are vigorously active. They breathe an air of repose that takes possession of the beholder, slows his step, and brings him to silence, both without and within. These works of art do not inspire one to enthusiastic, appreciative conversation. They do not ask to be regarded and found beautiful. They dwell in a world of their own. And even the Buddha, who with lifted or downward extended open hand rather finds himself before us than deliberately stands there, fulfills in this gesture his own being within the field of his own aura, without addressing himself to our person. Before his tranquil being, we do not exist." Such a work is a precipitated vision, not in the subtle, self-radiant jewel matter of a dream, but in the indurated mass of a rock, or in clay, wood, or bronze. One does not see or feel in it the effort of the artist, nor is it an imitation of nature. It is a manifestation of mind. Thus come Tathagata from a depth to address an equivalent depth, not a connoisseur. It is not to be judged even morally, as we soon shall have occasion to realize, for works of this kind are presentations from beyond the rational horizon, beyond the pale of social judgment, ethics, and aesthetics, and the faculty of judgment, deriving its force from the fields of normal experience, is exactly the faculty from which they are intended to release us. Brought to bear against them, it can serve only as a barrier to our own entry into their fields of force, or, phrased another way, it can serve only to protect us from the impact of a noumenal experience, shattering all of our self-congratulatory notions of discovered truth. In forming a perception of the Buddha Amitayus, said the Buddha Sakyamuni to the queen for whose mind there was no longer any prison, you should first perceive the image of that Buddha, whether your eyes be open or shut, golden color sitting on that flower, and when you have seen that, you will be able to see clearly and distinctly the glory of that Buddha realm. And when you have seen that, you should form another great lotus flower on the left side, and another great lotus flower on the right side of that Buddha. On the left-hand flowery throne perceive an image of the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, emitting golden rays like those of the Buddha, and Mahastama, equally on the right. And when this perception has been achieved, one is to hear the good law being preached through a stream of water, a brilliant ray of light, numerous jewel trees, jewel ducks, jewel geese, jewel swans. Whether wrapped in meditation or no longer so enwrapped, one should ever hear the excellent law. Moreover, of the two great bodhisattvas, each of whom is 800,000 niyutas of yojanas high, a niyuta is an integer variously defined as 100,000, 1,000,000, or 10,000 times 10 million, let it be seen that in the halo of Avalokitesvara 500 Buddhas blaze forth, each attended by as many bodhisattvas, surrounding each of which are numberless gods, while in the front of his tiara sits the figure of a Buddha 25 yojanas high. From the curl of hair between his eyebrows 84 kinds of rays pour forth, each emitting innumerable Buddhas attended by their bodhisattvas, variously changing appearances and filling the worlds to the quarters. While in the crown of Mahastama 500 jewel flowers shine, each supporting 500 jewel towers, in each of which all of the Buddha realms of the 10 quarters are to be seen. When he walks, the 10 quarters quake, and wherever the earth trembles, there appear 500 million jewel flowers. The palms of the hands of these two compassionate bodhisattvas are multicolored. The tips of their fingers are endowed with 84,000 pictures, each picture being of 84,000 colors, and each color of 84,000 rays, and with those jewel hands they embrace all beings. That is the vision of the glory of the void of one's own non-being, which is to be known now as the ever-present glory of all things. The solid walls of our jail of matter melt, the jewel hands of the bodhisattva appear, and the world that formerly meant bondage becomes a Buddha realm. A man should believe neither in the idea of a thing nor in the idea of a no-thing. We read in a widely read Mahayana text, and continuing, stars, darkness, a lamp, a phantom, dew, a bubble, a dream, a flash of lightning in a cloud. Thus should we look upon the world. The lotus goddess, lotus of the world, upon whose flowery throne of innumerable lights the Buddha appears, within whose calyx even the being of no achievement whatsoever, stupid, wicked, full of the guilt of many crimes, may attain the knowledge of his own glory, and who furthermore is incarnate in all those female beings spurned by the Jains and the monks of the Hinayana, thus returns transformed to view. She appeared first, we have seen, in the works of earliest Buddhist art as the most prominent single figure in the ornamentation of the sacred sites, for as we read in a later Mahayana text, Sarvasam eva Mahayanam strima mayava visiyate. Of all the forms of illusion, woman is the most important. Her role henceforth is to increase in the way first of vision, but then of actuality, as the very portal of release, the Buddha realm par excellence, in whose illusory nature is manifest the compassion, karuna of nirvana. For as the Buddha of the negative way, so is she the prime symbol of the positive. As the living image of the wonder of this world in which we live, she is the fairy and the goal in one.